The narrative unfolds in a future where machinery and supernatural powers coexist, with the protagonist traversing time rifts and witnessing the awakening of ancient malevolent deities lurking behind the age of superhumans. In this tale, intelligent eyewear serves not only as a hacker's tool, but also as a means to download virus codes through bioelectric currents, even triggering holographic skeletons and other Lovecraftian phenomena. This setting intertwines cyberpunk's data manipulation with Lovecraft's curse of knowledge, suggesting that technology itself may serve as the key to unlock forbidden doors. Chapter 1. The Unspeakable Horror. Technology shapes the future. The far-sale machinery group shatters all obstacles in your path. Before a towering edifice, a colossal mechanical fist, projected in virtual reality, obliterates walls inscribed with words like difficulties and barriers. On two other sides of the same skyscraper, vibrant projections of giant goldfish glide through the air. Another projection before a nearby building features a neatly dressed, middle-aged man seated at a table, reading from a government document. Passers-by are captivated by these grandiose advertisements, oblivious to the shadows lurking beneath their polished surfaces. White steam wafts between pipes. The rooftop is cluttered with various items, including satellite dishes for signal collection and power boxes, alongside exhaust pipes that emit a continuous low hummed. A cacophony of bizarre sounds emanates from these metallic boxes. A broken torso, scattered in trailsome entity, squats amidst the pipes, seemingly humanoid, clad in a tattered hoodie, revealing a pair of slick, gray-green arms, each finger a dagger, ravenously consuming the bloodied remnants around it. Creak! At that moment, the rooftop door swings open, and a figure emerges from the darkness, clad in slightly faded denim jeans and a gray hoodie. He appears emaciated, standing at the threshold like a patient on the brink of death, easily toppled by a gust of night wind. Strangely, he grips a smartphone, its camera aimed at the grotesque creature below. Human? The hooded figure observes the mass of flesh on the ground, his voice hoarse, yet audible enough for the creature to hear. The creature, still chewing on meat, lifts its head. The hood falls back to reveal a balding middle-aged man with yellowed eyes fixated on the newcomer. Monster? He inquires again. Understood. Gurgle. The balding man emits a peculiar sound, reminiscent of a throat filled with phlegm, before discarding the piece of flesh in his hand and lunging toward the figure at the rooftop. Door. His speed is astonishing in the blink of an eye. He closes the 10-meter gap. Bang! That should suffice for a recording. It's been 2 months in this world, and not a single soul has engaged with me. Is it so difficult to find a kindred spirit? He shuts off the phone's recording and removes his hood, revealing shoulder-length black hair that obscures one eye. His face pale, yet youthful. His right hand clenches into a fist, the earlier blow now unleashed. The creature continues its frenzied actions, devoid of reason in this state, a condition the young man has dubbed hunting mode. Once these monsters enter this state, they succumb to madness. You're hungry, I'm hungry too. Since we cannot communicate, how about you contribute to my survival? The young man grins, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. He too is famished. In fact, he currently maintains his own hunting state. His claws swipe forward, creating a howling wind from the creature's strength. Yet he does not retreat, keenly observing its movements, stepping forward, lowering his stance, and launching a shoulder charge. Beneath his lean physique lurks the ferocity of a predatory beast. He mounts the creature, delivering blow after blow to its head. Gurgle, perhaps struck too fiercely. The balding man's visage begins to contort. The young man's fists do not relent as he witnesses the creature's transformation. A deformed head, purplish-black and elongated, with a mouth that gapes filled with jagged teeth. It gazes up at the young man. Bathed in the radiant hues above, the young man notes the creature's cheeks adorned with what resemble black fish fins, its bulging eyes akin to monstrous orbs. Such a visage is utterly unhinged. The transformation persists, accompanied by a sudden surge of strength and rapidly healing wounds. Hey, you're quite the peculiar specimen. The young man, evidently familiar with such mutations, shifts his grip from the creature's shoulder to its throat, locking it in place. This moment, his own arm begins to exhibit changes. Silver gray fur envelopes it, and his human hand morphs into a purplish-black claw. His unshrouded left eye transforms into a deep blue slit, an intoxicating power surging within him. He cannot afford to grant these creatures the chance to fully mutate. Such an outcome would only complicate matters further. With his right hand raised in a fist, icy blue mist swirls around it, crashing down with the force of a hammer, smashing a watermelon. Yet the crimson pulp turns black. His fist does not withdraw. He probes within the shattered cranium, tearing from the soft, obsidian flesh a small strip of white meat, roughly the size of a pinky finger, shaking off the remnants before depositing it into a palm-sized metal box retrieved from his jeans pocket. His grip on the creature's throat remains as he rummages through its body, ultimately retrieving a black wallet. At last, some rewards tonight, alas, still no one to converse with. Rising from the corpse, the young man's aberrations revert to their original state, and he disregards the chaos strewn across the ground, advancing toward the edge of the rooftop, where footsteps echo from the stairs. Searching for a friend. Found a little monster, likes to feast on humans, and is quite ugly. A single punch to slay it. Does this count as having a talent for singing? He stands at the edge of the rooftop, softly humming. Not bad. It resonates well with the ambience. This is one of the few melodies that linger in his memory. Stepping forward, he suddenly plummets. Behind him, residents emerge on the rooftop, witnessing the gruesome scene of two bodies below some kneel, retching, while others faint without uttering a word. They fail to notice the one who has leaped. Boss, ID like a meat slice noodle, with a fried egg, a portion of beef, and a bowl of beef, soup whole scallions, ginger, and garlic. Refund, if included. At a roadside stall, adjacent to the cramped buildings, a yellow wooden table stained with grease, and a simple folding stool stand, while the distant skyline boasts the brilliance of the city, contrasting sharply with the dilapidated scenery of the old district. This is an old quarter in Yi City, where the young man temporarily resides, as it retains elements reminiscent of his memories, being the first place he beheld upon his arrival. He opens his phone and logs into his frequently used account on a forum titled The Peculiar House. Beep, 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 beep. A series of new message notifications ping. Zhu curls his lips in disdain. Are these individuals truly so excited? He edits the video he recorded earlier and prepares to upload it, not rushing to publish, but setting it so that only he can view it once, requiring a password for others. He then captures a few images from it. Monster Candid Series, Part 5. That serves as the title. He should have thought of something more sensational, but given his current standing on this forum, it is unnecessary. This is a recent scheme devised by Zhu to earn money. With no relatives in this world and only about 100 federal coins to his name upon arrival, he found himself in a precarious situation. Lacking knowledge of this new realm, he struggled to operate even the automated machines on the streets, let alone anything else. As a former modern man, now thrust into a primitive existence, his gaze naturally turned to the internet. Though hesitant to livestream his hunts, he opted instead to record paid videos. In his previous hunting endeavors, he had captured footage, but he ensured that it remained within reasonable limits, later editing out the more gruesome scenes. The monstrous appearances of the creatures he encountered were bizarre and unsettling. While releasing the footage in its entirety might create a stir, Zhu feared that it would more likely draw unwanted attention from the authorities. Despite the absence of a water meter, a device in his rooftop abode still tracked his water and electricity usage. After deliberately capturing a few clear photos from unique angles, skepticism soon morphed into fervent admiration. In essence, he aimed to cultivate a sense of dread, ensuring that glimpses of the monsters appeared in his videos, albeit without any clear frontal shots. At most, a blurred profile would suffice. This strategy effectively piqued the curiosity of viewers, leaving them yearning for more. Following the build-up from his earlier videos, he established a modest reputation on the forum under the username Sleepless123. Whenever he posted, a surge of supporters would emerge, video watched. Oh, I must say, that little creature looked quite fascinating. Though it was too brief, just a few fleeting images, which left one wanting more. And the clarity goodness, your camera seems quite basic. Is that the genuine voice of Sleepless123 in the background? So delightful, my dear, you're wonderful. Ugh, to the pervert above, go away, you sycophant. Seeing the creature's mouth has given me a bold idea. I hear the third floor has a daring thought. I have an immature suggestion. Calm analysis, a moment's reflection, and then the realization. Third floor, you fool. Image. 1. 2. If there is anything unchanged between the two eras, It is the relentless pursuit of entertainment. A flurry of comments quickly propelled the post to the forefront of the forum's trending topics, and Juju nodded in satisfaction. Ding, your account has received a transfer of 10 federal coins. Please confirm. Ding, your account has received. The flood of transaction notifications and the increasing balance in his newly created online bank account filled Juju with contentment. The fee for viewing the videos was modest after all. One must sell in volume to profit from thin margins. Given the obscurity of the footage, it wouldn't fetch a high price. In less than half an hour, over 50 viewers had watched the video. Glancing at private messages inquiring about his address and proposing collaborations, he swiftly cleared them. He had no intention of sharing the monster hunting venture with anyone. After ensuring that the settings for paid video viewing were correct, Juju exited the forum. Hey there, how's work been lately? The stall owner was a familiar face. Juju had been frequenting the spot for meals over the past 2 months, drawn by the delicious meat noodle dishes, whether with snow, vegetables, or greens. Compared to the lavish meals at his workplace, the fare here brought him greater comfort. Despite having been in this world for 2 months, Juju still struggled to adjust. Fortunately, this old district provided a sense of familiarity where he would have been at a loss for direction. Now in the year 2118, the omnipresence of intelligent machines, half-mechanical beings, and surveillance drones made him, a man from over a century ago, feel utterly out of place. And bewildered that I am on the night shift today, he'll head over after finishing my noodles to sustain his daily life. Juju had temporarily taken a job as a waiter in a nightclub in the old district, seeking a connection to the outside world. Your noodles are ready. I've added extra meat for you. You need to eat more. You're too thin. Known as the big eater on this street, Juju could consume as much as 3 or 4 regular patrons combined. Whenever he sat down, it was guaranteed he would order 2 or 3 portions. Juju felt a twinge of helplessness about his emaciated frame. He had looked this way since arriving. He felt like a man who had been starving for an eternity. The fact that he hadn't perished from hunger was indeed remarkable. An insatiable hunger enveloped him, urging him to seek sustenance for both body and spirit. That night, he spent all the money he could gather on an abundance of meat buns. Yet he still felt unsatisfied. That it was only later that he realized he was not merely starving his human body. Another entity within him craved nourishment as well. Juju sensed its wildness and chaos, but was unaware of its origins or where it resided within him. He also understood that this creature was intrinsically linked to him. The power and speed of his seemingly frail body stemmed entirely from it, with the price being the maddening visions and an ever-present hunger that followed the use of this power. This hunger could only be sated by the white flesh within the heads of those monsters. Nothing else could suffice. This necessity drove him to hunt relentlessly. At least, for the moment, Juju had not discovered any suitable alternatives. His earlier arm mutations were merely recent revelations of how to harness his newfound strength during his initial hunts in this world. Driven by hunger, he had experienced several instances of limitless transformation. That sensation was intoxicating, as if he could obliterate everything he detested. Yet the whispers and indescribable fears that accompanied it made him wary of wielding such power too freely. Boss, today's noodles were delightful. I'll take another chicken leg dough. You have any chilled drinks? He devoured the noodles, relishing the warmth of the broth settling in his stomach, casting aside all worries. He was still alive, and that was enough. Chapter 2. A reckless charge in the nightclub's lounge. A youth clad in uniform, much like Juju, pressed down on the sleek, new headphones nestled in his ear. A pale blue screen flickered to life at his fingertips, which he swiftly brought before him. With a few deft taps, an image sprang forth. Juju, take a look at this. It's remarkable. The image displayed a mechanical arm, gleaming with a brilliant silver sheen. What is this? Juju inquired. His hair tied back with a resilient band, his slender frame and slightly pallid complexion lending him an air of fragility. The young man beside him, Su-won, bore a name that suggested quietude, yet in truth, he was quite the exuberant character, the son of the club's sound engineer. They were of similar age, both were 20. Though Juju had misrepresented his age to match Su's. This is the latest mechanical prosthetic from Uncanny Company. I knew you wouldn't keep up with the news. Did you see the details below? Customizable, multifunctional, and not only does it feature cutting-edge smart technology, but this arm can effortlessly lift weights exceeding several dozen kilograms for the elderly. In this era, technology had soared to unimaginable heights, with advancements such as mechanical limbs drastically reducing the number of disabled individuals to an all-time low. Even the most ordinary workers could access such services. Companies like Yuanfan Mechanical Group had developed specialized prosthetics with various capabilities, enticing many able-bodied individuals to exchange their natural limbs for these undeniably practical mechanical arms. But what I truly want to show you is this: the Yuanfan motorcycle, currently the trendiest ride in Yi City. Yuanfan Group ranked among the top 3 mechanical corporations in the city, with a diverse portfolio, and this motorcycle was one of its more renowned branches. With a massive silver frame nearly 2.5 meters long, adorned with intricate and ostentatious attachments, its handlebars fashioned in the likeness of a beast's head. It was a treasure that would only exist in the dreams of the youth. "Looks quite appealing," Juju remarked, though his response hardly matched the excitement of his companion. "Is that all you can say? Juju, I've always found you rather peculiar. You don't even like motorcycles. Surely you must prefer dolls instead." TSK, the youth of today. "Would you like me to recommend some stylish options? Are you slacking off? Hurry up and lend a hand outside," the supervisor called out, prompting the duo to swiftly gather their trays and venture out. The pulsating music generated a kaleidoscope of sound waves that enveloped everyone in the dance floor. As Juju navigated through the swaying crowd, in the corners, a few nobles donned eccentric attire and unique hairstyles, flaunting their allure, causing him to instinctively step back to avoid their revelry. He was astonished that such unrestrained figures still existed in this age. "Waiter, bring me a hot dance." The tips are plentiful. While balancing a tray, someone placed a bill atop it. Hot dance referred to a signature cocktail, and as Juju pocketed the cash, he realized he would have 10 federal coins left after the purchase. The bar was situated near the entrance, attended by a voluptuous bartender. "One hot dance, please." Setting the tray on the counter, Juju seized the opportunity to take a breather. Suddenly, the roar of an engine reverberated through the nearby glass door, causing Juju to instinctively glance over. A motorcycle identical to the one Su Wen had shown him moments ago materialized out of nowhere. How could it have appeared so suddenly? It had no brakes. Reacting swiftly, Juju leaped from his seat, pushing off with his right foot, his left hand gripping the bar as he tumbled behind it. "What are you doing?" The bartender, taken aback by the sight of this slender youth vaulting over the nearly 1.6-meter bar, stared in disbelief. "Duck!" Juju yanked her arm down, just as the sound of shattering glass echoed from the entrance, followed by a cascade of shards raining toward the bar. Clattering and clinking filled the air. Fortunately, the establishment utilized safety glass, which splintered into small, irregular pieces, minimizing the risk of injury if one was not directly in the line of fire. "What happened? What's going on?" The bartender finally grasped the situation, crouching to shake off the glass debris, as outside, a panicked crowd screamed in confusion. She glanced at Juju, noticing an unfamiliar intensity in his demeanor. Juju pressed his hands against the edge of the bar, his taut body poised for action as he peered over the counter. The motorcycle had come to a halt, but not before its rider had mowed down several individuals beneath its tires. Blood and flesh lay scattered across the ground. The music continued to thump, yet no one had the heart to dance anymore. All were retreating to the edges of the nightclub, leaving a wide expanse in the center. "Someone rode a motorcycle into the club, and another one is coming," Juju observed, just as a blinding beam of light illuminated the figure at the entrance. In that moment, he finally discerned the rider who had charged in, clad in a helmet that concealed their face, but their arms were strikingly mechanical, even more refined than the prosthetic Su Wen had shown him. "To hell with you, investigator. Die." The rider dismounted, stepping on the bodies beneath them, and opened the motorcycle's storage compartment, retrieving an unusually shaped firearm, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward the outside. The gunfire sent the crowd into further chaos, prompting Juju to lower himself again, fearful of stray bullets. Within mere seconds, an entire magazine was emptied, reducing the remaining glass in the doorframe to dust. Yet amidst the cacophony, Juju faintly perceived a buzzing sound. As the gunfire ceased and the rider began to reload, he dared to lift his gaze once more. A man clad in a brown leather suit strode forward, wielding a short staff topped with a cross, which expanded into an energy shield on either side, littered with spent bullets at his feet. "That water gun of yours, who are you trying to scare?" he taunted. "You'd have been looking at a 20-year sentence. But now it seems the death penalty awaits you. That saves prison space, doesn't it? Nice resolve." The man, referred to as the investigator, retracted the energy shield and drew a thick-handled mechanical knife from his waist, adorned with buttons that sparked with electricity as his fingers brushed against them. "Do you think you can judge me?" The motorcycle rider scoffed. Discarding their firearm as components on their mechanical arms began to shift and retract, revealing a metallic drill. Juju watched in astonishment as certain points on the rider's arm illuminated, and the drill began to whirl to life. "Armed modifications. This is illegal," the bartender gasped in a hushed tone. According to federal law, any unauthorized modification of mechanical devices could incur a minimum 3-year prison sentence. Juju longed to retort that someone who dared to drive a mechanical motorcycle into a crowd would hardly care about such minor infractions. The motorcycle rider surged forward. The metallic drill aimed directly at the investigator's head. "Too slow," Juju murmured under his breath, noting that the motorcycle rider's arm enhancements were fairly impressive. However, it seemed he had only considered lethality, neglecting to improve his attack frequency and accuracy. The metallic drill, if it struck the investigator, would undoubtedly inflict severe injury, perhaps even a fatal blow. Yet, the opponent was not a mere target. "Too slow," the investigator echoed Juju's thoughts, as he bent forward swiftly before the drill could make contact, evading it while his electrified blade sliced across the motorcycle rider's waist. Electricity crackled, yet the anticipated spray of blood failed to materialize. "Ah, armor. Indeed, you have invested significantly." Beneath the rider's tattered garments, metal plating was revealed, and a new gash appeared where he had been struck, exposing the skin beneath. "Humph, as long as I can eliminate you, any losses will be worth it. Let's see how you handle this." The motorcycle rider began to turn, but mid-sentence, he unexpectedly flipped his palm, and a metallic cord shot forth, wrapping around the investigator twice and binding him firmly in place. The investigator attempted to twist his blade to sever the bindings, but his movements were constrained, preventing him from quickly cutting through the steel cable. "Ha ha ha." Others rave about how formidable the investigator is, but he turns out to be nothing more than an arrogant fool. "This is the latest model of metallic cord. I admit your blade is impressive, but in your current state, it would take you at least a minute to sever it. Plenty of time for me to reduce you to mere pulp." "Arrogance. You. Of all people? You overestimate yourself." The investigator's expression darkened as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a syringe and plunging it directly into his thigh. "An enhancement serum. How intriguing that you possess such a thing." Upon witnessing the investigator's actions, the motorcycle rider's movements quickened significantly. 30,000 federal coins for a single dose. Are you prepared to compensate? His eyes glinted with a crimson light, and his arm muscles swelled dramatically. Chapter 3. The Blade of Fury. A bloodied blade pierced through the chest, and the body convulsed a few times before falling still. The crowd gasped in horror, while Juju's gaze was fixed on the syringe held by the investigator. He had witnessed the entire battle. The motorcyclist's attack with the electrified drill, bound by steel cables, had indeed succeeded. The investigator was unable to sever the wires in time. However, after using the syringe, his arms visibly gained strength. This situation mirrored Juju's own mutated arms, with a sudden surge of power. A capability-enhancing syringe. Does it imply a means to bestow individuals with extraordinary abilities? Juju found this concept quite intriguing. The investigator surveyed the surroundings, pursed his lips, and said nothing. He bent down to remove the motorcycle's helmet and raised his left wrist, adorned with an oddly shaped silver watch, pointing it towards the face beneath the helmet. He pressed a button on the inside, and immediately, several beams of light scanned the face. A screen appeared above the watch, revealing a photograph of a person along with some information. Eastern Old Town, Level D, wanted criminal, motorcyclist, arrest completed, bounty, 80,000 federal currency. A mechanical, cold voice emanated from the watch, announcing the monetary amount accompanied by a series of sounds reminiscent of coins clattering to the ground. This feature was indeed user-friendly. The investigator, seemingly dissatisfied, spat on the ground near the corpse and then approached the bar. "You must be the staff here. The police will arrive shortly to handle the incident. Since he caused damage, you can claim compensation from them. Give me a bottle of strong liquor, charge it to the police, and if you can, quickly hide that motorcycle. It should cover all the losses." Leaning against the counter, the investigator scrutinized the bartender, who was still dazed from the earlier chaos. A button on her blouse had popped open due to her vigorous movements. "What was that injection you gave yourself earlier?" Juju swiftly placed a bottle of liquor on the counter and directly inquired about his curiosity. The investigator hesitated for a moment before attempting to leave with the bottle. To have noticed his actions amidst the chaos and daring to ask afterward indicated that this individual possessed some merit. Halfway out, he raised an eyebrow and turned his head, saying, "It's a potion that grants you superpowers for a short time, albeit at a steep price." He then departed with a flourish. Before long, police and ambulances arrived at the nightclub entrance. By this time, most patrons had already left, leaving only a few employees, including Juju, behind for cleanup. Bodies were carried out, and Suwon lingered at the motorcycle, reluctantly watching it being towed away by the police. "Juju, right? I'm Emoli. Thank you for pulling me down earlier. I shudder to think what would have happened if those shards of glass had hit my face." The bartender approached Juju, patting her chest in relief. Due to the sweat from cleaning, she had removed her uniform, now clad only in a black tank top, her chest rising and falling. She looked at Juju, whose slender frame appeared unexpectedly lean and capable. "Well, as long as you're okay." Juju was busy searching for information on capability-enhancing syringes online, but found no entries related to it. The term seemed unrelated to anything vulgar, implying that the government likely prohibited its mention. It made sense. If such a potion could grant superpowers, even temporarily, people would undoubtedly flock to it. A society imbued with superhuman abilities? The government would surely wish to avoid that scenario. "Emoli, why are you here with Juju?" Suwon interjected, eager to show off his new photos. "Check out my new ride. Isn't it cool?" "Oh, the bike looks great, but the rider, not so much." "Juju, want to grab a drink later?" "My treat. Can we leave now?" Juju suddenly asked. Emoli assumed he accepted the invitation and smiled. "My charm is simply irresistible." "Well, the cleanup is nearly done. The assistant manager mentioned repairs won't happen until tomorrow. Isn't it odd that with all this commotion, our boss hasn't shown up?" The bar had always been managed by the assistant manager, while the owner seemed to have never made an appearance. "I'm off. See you the day after tomorrow." "Huh, you're not coming with me?" "I have plans tonight, sorry." Without allowing Emoli to finish, Juju cut off the conversation and left the bar. "Am I that intimidating? I just wanted to invite him for a drink, not eat him," she mused, pondering Juju's aloof demeanor. "He seems like a solitary person, struggling with life. Perhaps he needs to work late nights. Consider me. I'm free every evening." After over a month of working together, Suwon learned quite a bit about Juju during their casual chats, though most of it was fabricated by Juju. "Leave me alone. Did you know that when the motorcycle crashed through the door, Juju was sitting at the bar? In an instant, he leaped in and pulled me down in less than 3 seconds. His expression was so calm, as if he wasn't afraid at all." "You're overthinking it. With that physique, afraid? He probably just froze in shock, much like you did." Hearing his crush praise another man, Suwon felt a pang of jealousy and hurriedly sought to tarnish Juju's reputation. Ironically, his actions inadvertently bolstered Juju's image in Emoli's eyes. In the old quarter of Yi City, buildings with a bygone architectural style loomed, and one could occasionally glimpse vintage illuminated screens instead of the ubiquitous virtual projections found in urban areas. Juju's primary desire lay in the food stalls beneath these structures. "Boss, grill all the lamb skewers over there, along with potato slices and meatballs. I want them all." On the other hand, his usual meals were insufficient for his energy expenditure. Each hunting expedition left him ravenous, and if he didn't eat more, he would not only fail to gain weight, but would likely lose more. "Sure thing, brother. I'll throw in 2 extra chicken legs for you today." After devouring several plates of skewers, feeling his belly swell with satisfaction, Juju contemplated gaining a little weight today. He rose to approach the grill again. "Boss, can you grill this too? Slather on more sauce. Otherwise, it lacks flavor. Hurry up." He retrieved the white meat extracted from the creature he had previously hunted. If the barbecue was for his consumption, this white meat was intended for the other entity within him. They both needed energy replenishment. Coming right up, the vendor skillfully skewered the meat onto bamboo sticks, dousing them in oil before placing them on the grill. Gurgle, his stomach growled in anticipation as Juju caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. The creature within him had not eaten in days and was now famished. Indeed, it lacked flavor. He had no idea what kind of meat it was. The scent he detected, however, was entirely undetectable to ordinary people. The skewers were quickly grilled to perfection. Juju held a bamboo stick in his hand and glanced at a small screen hanging beside the stall. It was 11 o'clock at night. A peculiar whisper and an odd ringing suddenly invaded his mind. Juju narrowed his eyes and turned around. A figure stood across the road, watching him. Dressed in a loose plaid shirt and light blue jeans, With slippers on his feet and a slight stoop, the man's eyes were obscured. Yet Juju could feel his gaze fixed upon him. Without hesitation, he strode over. "Are you looking at me?" he asked, shaking the bamboo skewer in his hand. The man's head shifted in response. "Give it to me." His hoarse voice was unsettling as he reached out for the skewer. "Why should I give it to you?" Juju naturally refused, stepping back to question him. "If you don't give it, I'll eat it along with you." He lifted his head, and several strange black lines suddenly appeared on his yellowed cheeks. Signs of a sudden change. "Is that so? Then you better watch closely." Juju had hoped to find someone to communicate with, only to discover yet another monster. This revelation nearly extinguished his quest for companionship. He took a piece of the tender meat and slowly chewed it in front of the man. "Are you angry?" The lines on his face were pronounced. Yet Juju's were a silvery gray, distinctly different from those of the man before him. Chapter 4. Hue on the street. Two figures confronted each other. "Be careful," someone shouted nearby. Juju was momentarily taken aback, the change in his expression fading instantly. He stepped back a few paces, shifting his gaze to the left. A young man with a brightly dyed mohawk hairstyle, clad in a sleeveless leather vest, held a short knife and was staring in their direction. Juju recognized the watch on his wrist. It was identical to that of the man he had seen in the tavern. Another investigator? The creature before him, however, seemed to completely disregard the man's presence, its eyes fixated solely on Juju, the madness within them intensifying with the absence of flesh. A low, resonant hum reverberated as an electric bolt struck the creature's right arm, shattering flesh and exposing bone. Such formidable lethality. Juju muttered to himself, realizing that even in his normal state, sustaining a hit from such a weapon would be exceedingly troublesome. He retreated further, extracting his phone from his pocket and aiming the camera. New material acquired. What? The investigator's eyes widened in shock. His weapon, a plasma gun purchased for 50,000 federal coins, had been set to medium mode. It could pierce through steel, let alone flesh. Yet the target had merely melted a portion of its arm. And what terrified him further was the creature's lack of reaction to such a grievous injury. It merely turned its head to glance, not even uttering a cry of pain. Raising his wrist, he aimed the watch at the target. Scanning. Special entity detected. Target identified as a first-order mental pollution source. Immediate notification to the Public Security Bureau is recommended. Assistance required. This was an unparalleled opportunity for advancement. He had initially thought it merely a common criminal. But to discover it was a first-order entity. The substantial bounty, professional points, Public Security Bureau ratings. I want it all. His face flushed with excitement as he brushed his fingers over a certain case on the gun's handle. Instantly, mechanical modifications appeared around the gun's muzzle, assembling into a small device resembling a launch pad. Once more, he aimed, but as Juju perceived the danger from the transforming weapon, he opted to maintain distance, unwilling to expose himself to the line of fire. The creature across from him seemed to share this instinct. This time, the creature no longer remained passive. It turned away, the dark patterns on its face deepening, and the back of its loose striped shirt began to swell. A sickening sound of flesh tearing filled the air. In the next moment, bat-like wings unfurled, and the creature underwent a grotesque transformation. The original wounds were healing at a terrifying speed. This was an indescribable monstrosity. Juju could not fathom a similar being, as none of the monsters he had encountered during the past 2 months resembled this one. In fact, he had only hunted 5 monsters in that time, 4 of which were fish-like, and the remaining one was entirely different from the creature before him. He found himself both curious and somewhat entertained by these unprecedented beings. However, others clearly held different sentiments. Behind the barbecue stall, the vendor curled into a ball, his face pale, trembling violently. Underneath several tables nearby, others shared the same fate. Juju thought it inconceivable. But when he pressed his hand on the vendor's shoulder and forced him to look up, he was met with vacant, unfocused eyes. Reason was slipping away from him. Is it really that terrifying? He mused, releasing the vendor. Please evacuate immediately. Permission granted, data uploading. Upload complete. The informant's hue increased, current value, clear 23. The informant's hue increased, current value, clear 35. A series of notifications flooded his mind, prompting Juju to recall the sound emitted by the investigator's watch in the shop. He quietly stood up, swiping 2 skewers of chicken wings from the iron rack. The vendor was down. It was a waste not to eat. How could this happen? Why is my hue increasing so rapidly? It must be this monster's influence, an entity of mental pollution. No wonder you all have entered the First Order, becoming targets that must be eliminated. Perish. As those around him collapsed, his mental value surged dangerously. If he crossed a certain threshold, the consequences would be dire. He aimed the gun, electricity converging, the power escalating. The creature emitted an eerie sound, and as the plasma round was discharged, it vanished from sight, leaving only swirling dust in its wake. Switching to conductive mode, Juju pressed the button atop the knife's handle, the electric current reappearing. Without hesitation, he cleaved forward with precise anticipation. The area before him, once empty, was now occupied by the towering monster, and his strike landed squarely on its chest. Destruction mode. Maximum current. He attempted once more to press the button, but alas, he was a moment too late. The creature's claw swiped casually, striking the investigator's arm with the force of a hammer. The sound of bones shattering and flesh tearing echoed, an arm severed. The pale, broken bone was stark against the torn flesh. The creature emitted a noise akin to a tire deflating, and suddenly, several slimy tentacles erupted from its maw, ensnaring the investigator's neck. What in the world is this? Why? A chilling dread surged through Juju's spine when his eyes locked with the creature's. A tremor coursed through him as their gazes met. The informant's hue breached critical levels, Chaos 10. The informant's psyche fell into disarray, immediate treatment advised. In that instant, the watch emitted a flurry of messages, and the man, teetering at the brink of death, was engulfed by despair. Where did you buy these watches? They're so advanced. Juju twisted the ends of the chicken wings, shaking them until one bone came loose, allowing the remaining meat to slide easily into his mouth. He observed the scene before him, devoid of fear or pity. He believed he should feel anger or grief at witnessing a life extinguished before him. Yet he felt nothing, perhaps due to his peculiar state, or perhaps for other reasons. Fear and dread were foreign emotions to him. The creature before him was not worthy of his trepidation. During his 2 months in this world, it felt like a dream. He remained an observer, isolated from the reality around him. All things appeared alien to him, having lingered in the old district without stepping outside. He had been evading this world as if it were repulsed by his very presence. With a sudden burst, the creature, now agitated, released the human on the brink of death, soaring several meters into the air before diving down with tremendous force, creating a whirlwind that sent Juju crashing into the barbecue stall, coals scattering everywhere. Rising from the ground, Juju wiped his lips, the debris from the fallen grill mingling with ash and dust that entered his mouth. Glancing around, he grasped a metal rod and hurled it at the camera hanging over the street, sparks flying as the device fell into disrepair. The old equipment in the old district was truly antiquated. Grasping the iron frame beside him, his icy blue eyes sparked with intensity. His right arm transformed, muscles bulging, and he effortlessly lifted the heavy iron table, hurling it towards the creature in the dirt pit. This monster was stronger than any he had encountered before. Juju did not retreat an inch, silver gray lines emerging on his face as the long pants on his legs ruptured, causing his entire form to swiftly elevate while continuously expanding. The mutation had yet to cease. He braced his arms to withstand the opponent's clamp, the distance between them a mere half-meter. Face to face, Juju could even perceive the frenzy and darkness within those transformed pitch-black eyes. The peculiar sound persisted, as viscous tentacles surged forth from its maw, this time targeting his neck. Juju naturally anticipated its movement. The silver-gray lines on his cheeks deepened suddenly. In that instant, the transformation of his body reached his head. Dark golden spiral horns protruded from his forehead, shattering the approaching tentacles, his eyes now enveloped in deep blue. The shape of his head resembling that of some bear-like creature, with razor-sharp fangs interspersed along his lips. With his legs firmly planted on the ground, the earth within a 3-meter radius abruptly sank. Complete form. The creature began to thrash violently, sensing the impending approach of death. Its lower limbs pressed against Juju, no longer human feet, but sharp claws akin to those of a vulture, yet no blood flowed forth. A roar echoed throughout the surrounding area, as the spiral horns thrust forward, piercing directly through the creature's shoulder. The wings behind the creature flapped vigorously, attempting to escape the restraint. Its strength paled in comparison to that of Juju. The moment its feet left the ground, Juju released his grip, allowing it to ascend into the air. In the next second, he surged forward, wrapping his arms around the creature's waist, his formidable physique arching backward. The creature, having lost its grounding, was compelled to follow Juju's movement and flipped over. A bridge slam. Chapter 5. The song of yesteryear's fleeting shadows flickered before his eyes, accompanied by an incessant buzzing in his ears. The side effects of the mutation had finally manifested in Juju's mind. Upon his arrival in this world, he had naturally explored various facets of the extraordinary ability he had acquired. The origin of this power remained an enigma, but this did not hinder Juju from familiarizing himself with it. His experiences from previous hunts and 2 months of clandestine training had yielded some insights. The mutation was a voracious consumer of energy. The broader the scope and the longer the duration of the mutation, the greater the consumption. Yet, even without undergoing mutation, the passage of time would render his body starved. Once in a state of hunger, his body would exhibit various reactions, including mental disarray, a condition he strived to evade. Hallucinations and tinnitus were the most common manifestations, arguably the least harmful. In severe instances, he would witness bizarre dark figures materializing around him, and anything he touched after his initial mutation would grotesquely distort. Of course, these were merely illusions. Such hallucinations did not linger long, and one perplexing aspect remained unresolved in Juju's mind. He possessed a certain resilience to these phantoms. What would drive an ordinary person to madness was, for him, merely an annoyance. It felt akin to a tolerance. Juju sometimes pondered whether his previous incarnation had endured such torment that his very soul had fractured, and upon his arrival as a traveler, he had inadvertently inherited this resilience forged through prolonged suffering. He crushed the skull of a creature beneath his foot, rummaging through the remnants for white flesh, which was notably broader and tinged with a yellowish hue compared to the prior specimen extracted from a fish-like creature. Naming and classifying these monsters had always been a source of frustration for Juju. Their appearances were indescribable. Turning his attention to a man nearby, who had been reduced to a near-fatal state by the monsters, Juju noted the large pool of blood beneath him. The man bore multiple penetrating wounds, and one of his arms had been severed. Rather than await a slow demise from blood loss, death would be a more dignified end. Help me, money. Give to, wallet, girl. The man struggled on the ground, his words fragmented. Juju, puzzled, understood only the mention of a wallet. After a moment's search, he extracted a leather wallet from the man's pocket. Upon opening it, he immediately spotted a photograph of a girl nestled inside, alongside some scattered coins and a few crystalline cards. Do you mean for me to deliver this wallet to her? Why should I assist you? Finding someone is rather bothersome. Grant you. Access revoke. A blue light abruptly illuminated in the man's eyes. Informant, ID 203, voluntarily revoking access. Personal data being deleted. Deletion complete. Entering standby mode. A mechanical voice emanated from the wristwatch that slipped from Juju's grip, its surface dimming at that moment. Are you asking me to take this watch? He picked up the fallen timepiece, inspected it briefly, and chose to pocket it instead of donning it. As for the weapons scattered on the ground, he refrained from collecting them. Possessing such arms was illegal. Very well, I accept your request. The contents within will be delivered to this girl without a penny lost. Since the watch serves as my reward, I shall not touch it until my promise is fulfilled. No sooner had he departed the scene than he heard the rapid approach of a police vehicle from down the street. Yi City Public Security Bureau. Read the emblem on the exterior. Target, first sequence contamination source. All personnel, maintain mental protection, secure the scene. If the target is located, lethal force is authorized. Fully armed soldiers surged from the vehicle, led by a man clad in a crisp black uniform, wielding a firearm adorned with extensive green markings. They wore specialized helmets and dark visors. Report to the inspector. Informant 203 confirmed deceased. Preliminary assessment indicates death by exsanguination. The wristwatch is missing, with no signs of theft. It appears he voluntarily revoked access. An officer approached the inspector, brandishing a metallic rod that unfurled into a screen. Informants occupied the lowest tier of existence. Their lives were perilously fragile when faced with any entity of the first sequence. Report to the inspector. Preliminary identification of the contamination source confirms it as the known entity 6. Cause of death, spinal fracture. Evidence suggests someone pierced its left scapula with a sharp object and subsequently executed a grappling technique to dispatch it, culminating in the destruction of its skull. Surrounding the creature's remains were several circular lights, their beams sweeping over the corpse, assessing its injuries in real time. To be capable of slaying such a monster in close combat was no trivial feat. Tonight, a raid on a nightclub nearby yielded reports of investigators' apprehensions. No additional reports of contamination source discovery or elimination have been filed. Surprisingly, it wasn't TR people. The inspector furrowed his brow as he glanced at a surveillance camera shattered by a metal stake, indicating the assailants wished to remain anonymous. Report to the inspector, through the old district substation. There have been multiple instances of first-sequence contamination sources being eliminated in the eastern old district over the past 2 months, all exhibiting signs of cranial destruction. The most recent occurrence was this evening. In mere minutes, all information was collated through the network, subjected to big data analysis, medical examinations, and virtual autopsies of the corpses. This was the era of the New Age. An extrajudicial figure specializing in hunting contamination sources had emerged in the eastern old district? Why would he undertake such actions? Why not join the Public Security Bureau? How did he maintain his mental stability against these monsters? Secure the scene. Contact the Eastern Old District Public Security Bureau. I require them to investigate a certain individual. The inspector sensed a burgeoning intuition. He had unearthed a remarkable talent, one that must be integrated into the Public Security Bureau. On his way home, Zhu stumbled. The complete hallucinations following mutation persisted for at least an hour, and he found himself in the most severe throes. The path ahead twisted unnaturally, with writhing shadows perched upon the roadside machinery. Gazing skyward, he envisioned a colossal black monster traversing the night sky. His heart raced, the eerie buzzing intensifying in his ears. Why does it seem to be worsening today? No. I must find a way to control this state. Complete mutation appears to necessitate caution. His consciousness slipped into a fog, plunging him into darkness. Roar! Roar! Amidst the shadows, monsters bellowed, and beneath his feet was a soft surface, not grass, but the pulsing flesh of some cavernous wall. Zhu stood in that darkness, ice-blue eyes flickering in the void before him. How have I returned? Such circumstances only arose during prolonged complete mutations. Having experienced this before, he recalled the outcome of his initial complete mutation. Death. Not again, please. The sensation was akin to having his brain extracted, crushed in a mortar, and then rain fused into his skull with a syringe. Damn it, don't let me grow stronger. Zhu could only vent his anguish through curses, his legs twitching uncontrollably as the mental torment ravaged his body. All he could do was grit his teeth and endure, his features contorted in pain. In a state of daze, it seems that someone nearby is coughing, akin to warm-up exercises before a performance. My vision is filled with thoughts of you, sweet and tender. You know what I mean. I confess my affection for you, envisioning us hand in hand on a journey together. Yes, indeed, let us embrace this moment. How I long to express my feelings for you, darling. Yet, oddly, this is a love song, and the ambience feels misplaced. It appears to be that tune. All About You, a relic from over a century ago, unexpectedly echoing through this era. How can one sing it off-key? Nevertheless, it is delightful. Leaning against the edge of the rooftop, I immerse myself in the familiar melodies, allowing my mind to wander in a flurry of thoughts, striving to alleviate my suffering through distraction. More than a century later, I unexpectedly encounter a song from the past. Closing my eyes, the psychological torment seems to wane in this moment. Perhaps the soul that has perpetually fought against the world has finally found a brief respite within the embrace of this familiar song. Chapter 6. The transaction from the tycoon. The next morning, Zhu awoke on the rooftop, lying on the ground and gazing at the sky. The horrifying illusions that plagued his mind had receded, leaving only a faint sting. The sunlight bathed him in a cool embrace, and the chill of October had settled in, with temperatures around 15 degrees. Anyone else lying on the rooftop like Zhu for an entire night would likely have faced dire consequences. Suddenly struck by a thought, he turned and stood up, looking towards the source of the singing he had heard the previous night, the neighboring rooftop. All he could see were a few blankets basking in the sun and some clothes fluttering in the breeze. He sat at the edge of the rooftop, a mere meter away from the other side, and peered down to see people moving through the cluttered alley below. Where was the singer from last night? He wanted to thank her. Zhu scratched the back of his neck. The melody had alleviated his mental anguish, and he was eager to discover who had sung it. Beyond expressing his gratitude in person, he was curious about how her voice had such a profound effect on him. After all, having worked as a waiter in a nightclub for so long, he had listened to countless songs without any effect. After waiting for a while with no one appearing, he finally checked his phone. Only 5% battery left. It was 9 in the morning on a Friday. Had she gone to work? He retrieved a palm-sized mechanical charger from inside, placed his phone on it, and pressed the left button. The metallic panels that had been contracted around it slowly expanded. The solar charging began, with an estimated time of completion, 5 minutes. An electronic voice reported the charging status, and Juju rolled his eyes. That duration was just enough for him to warm up. Standing in the center of the rooftop, he engaged in a series of warm-up exercises. High knees, side lunges, shaking out his wrists and twisting his waist. The rooftop spanned approximately 25 meters, and Juju's method of self-training was straightforward. He ran back and forth, continuously sprinting. His muscles tightened instantly as he pushed off the ground, each stride feeling like a 100-meter dash. His first round trip took less than 5 seconds. What was the record for the 50-meter dash? In Juju's time, it was 5.56 seconds. In the present era, such a record was no longer remarkable. With specialized mechanical prosthetics, running under 5 seconds was standard. But Juju was purely flesh and blood, and under 5 seconds was still a return trip. He knew his body had, to some extent, surpassed the limits of ordinary humanity. This rigorous training was designed to help him familiarize himself with his own strength, ensuring he wouldn't inadvertently harm himself before harming others. Charging complete, please disconnect the charger, chimed the notification, serving as his alarm. Covered in sweat, Juju ceased his exercises, feeling no tangible improvement in his physical condition. His starting point was too high. At this level, it could only be considered warm-up training. And he knew that enhancing his abilities through such conventional methods was futile. Wrapping his phone in a plastic bag, he sat cross-legged in the bathing area beside his room, which still featured an old-fashioned manual shower. Many deemed it outdated and shabby, but Juju had grown accustomed to this style. Stripped of his clothes, he turned on the shower, allowing the water to cascade over him while he operated his phone. He hadn't yet uploaded last night's video to the forum. The condition of those affected near the barbecue stall made Juju realize that not everyone could witness such monsters. If an ordinary person mistakenly identified a mental illness as his own, it would spell trouble. He first checked the view count of the original video, 500 views. Juju had set it to a pay-per-view model, meaning downloads were disabled. Thus, those 500 views might not equate to 500 unique viewers, but as long as they watched, he would earn money, 5,000 federal coins in his pocket. The first installment of the Monster Transformation series was now on sale. Following the usual routine, he took a screenshot to generate hype on the forum before posting the video, pricing it at 20 federal coins this time. Boss, why is it so expensive this time? The user Sleepyhead123 had likely garnered special attention from many. As soon as he posted the video, comments flooded in. Wow, the real Sleepyhead123 has appeared. Capture this master quickly. I've watched the video, it's so thrilling. That monster looks like a transformed human? Coach, I want to learn transformation. Upstairs. The coach doesn't have time for you. The coach wants to learn too. Is there a new release from my husband? How wonderful. Leal, the sycophant strikes again. As the viewership surged, it quickly sparked a new wave of excitement. Juju's previous videos had only offered a hazy glimpse of the monster. But now he unveiled such explosive content that it was impossible to evade attention. Your account has received 20 federal coins. Please confirm. A flurry of transaction notifications flooded his phone, this time arriving faster than before. Juju focused on his phone while rummaging through his wallet. Having worked the night shift yesterday, today was a holiday, and he decided to repay his wallet first. Ligu, mail, residing at 12, Happiness Street, East Old District of Yeching. He noted the address and tucked his wallet away before heading downstairs. In a buoyant mood, Juju scrolled through his private messages to pass the time when a particular message caught his eye. The vibrant border of the message was hard to miss, radiating an air of opulence. Glancing at the message timestamp, 9:30 a.m. Sleepyhead123, regarding the monster video, do you have a clear copy? I'd like to purchase it privately, especially today as transformation video. What is your price? The content of the message was decidedly enticing. Price? How could I possibly provide you with such a video? Surely you're not a fool. I understand the principle of steady income. I just want to take a look, just a glimpse will do. You've set it to a pay-per-view model. Just give me a private link, and I'll watch it myself. Friend, to be honest, I do have a clear version, but the imagery, it's hard to describe, you understand? Ordinary individuals viewing it can suffer mental disturbances. If I were to share the clear version with you and it drove you mad, who would I turn to for justice? You really have the video? That is fantastic. Don't worry about my issues. I'm aware that these monsters can bring mental pollution to those who gaze upon them, causing an increase in mental instability. I will be using specialized protective glasses designed to counter these creatures. Those are government-issued glasses. I had to pull many strings to acquire them. He retrieved a metallic box from the nearby table, pressed the central sphere, and a low hissing sound emanated from the seams, revealing a pair of black sunglasses stored within. Now Juju found himself in a bit of a quandary. 5,000 federal coins. This is quite a dilemma for me as well. That amount is a deposit. After watching, I'll transfer you another 10,000 to assure you that I'm unharmed. All right, the boss is generous. The link is. Don't ask, it's just that real. Juju's previous videos had only netted him 20 to 30,000 coins combined, and now, encountering such a tycoon willing to offer a 5,000 deposit, he had no reason to refuse. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, Juju initially intended to walk, but now, with money in hand, he felt free to indulge. Meanwhile, on the other side, the young man who received the link donned the glasses, and beams of light began to extend from the edges of the frames, fixing upon his face. The current hue value stands at a clarity of 10, with an excellent mental state and a stable psychological mode activated. Eagerly, I opened the video, my eyes fixated on the transformation of the figure on the screen. The monstrous creature exuded a terrifying aura, and the young man's face flushed crimson, his hands animatedly gesturing before him as if he were tugging at a dinosaur toy. To the untrained eye, it might seem he was generating energy from within. As the awareness of mental pollution set in, the hue value ascended to 13, then to 16, in stark contrast to the operatives previously observed by Juju, whose values soared into the tens during encounters with monsters. The young man in glasses experienced a significantly slower increase in his hue value. The entire video spanned merely 10 seconds. I knew there were monsters in Yeching. I always knew. The young man, in a fit of excitement, danced in his chair as the video on the virtual screen abruptly vanished, replaced by a loading icon. Juju had set the URL to expire in 2 minutes. Once the time elapsed, the video would be automatically taken down. Was it captivating? While seated in a taxi, he meticulously timed his message. Why has the video disappeared? Oh, I will transfer the money to you immediately. Please restore the link. I wish to watch it several more times. The young man felt an insatiable urge, his mind flooded with thoughts of each paused frame. No, showing you this video was already a rare exception due to your apparent sincerity. Such content is unsuitable for the internet, or I would face repercussions. Juju pondered whether the other party possessed connections in the online realm, fearing that if the video remained accessible for too long, someone could potentially decrypt it, leading to even greater losses. It is crucial to understand that his current earnings stem from the unique nature of his video, akin to a scorpion's excrement. 123. Esteemed leader, may we meet in person? The other party remained silent for an extended period, and as Juju arrived at his destination and disembarked from the taxi, a message chimed on his phone. Chapter 7. The Order Watch Meeting? What do you wish to do? This proposal made Juju cautious, ready to erase the other party's message at any moment. I want you to take me to see the monsters. You've filmed so many videos. You must have a way to find them, right? Take me there. I will pay you. Rest assured, I will come alone. I can show you my citizen ID. My name is Wu Tong, currently residing at 16 Jangwo Road, Yeching. My contact number is 1. The young man gazed eagerly at the communication screen. His monster toy nearly deformed from his grip. His plan had been brewing for a long time, and he had finally found a suitable person. How could he give up? They're not monkeys from a zoo. Can you just look at them? After seeing them, won't you want to have a close encounter? Trust me, you will never desire such an experience. What kind of education are these people receiving that they have such an affinity for monsters? This fellow has even seen clear videos. There's something wrong with him, he muttered under his breath and decisively closed the private message interface. Juju indeed knew the whereabouts of a monster, and it was an exceptionally unique one. It was during his third hunt after arriving in this world when he inadvertently followed his target to that area and happened to see the creature come out for fresh air. It was a sizable beast. Even he dared not approach recklessly at the time, merely observing from a distance before departing. Following the address on his resident ID, he spotted a 2-story house across the asphalt road, a rather rare sight in the DC district, indicative of a moderately affluent standard. Turning left after 20 meters, the road was clear. Excuse me, could you please step back a moment? A mechanical voice prompted from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a mechanical guide dog standing nearby. The voice had emanated from it. Following closely behind was an elderly gentleman with graying hair. This elder had clearly surpassed the age where one could undergo such surgeries, Or perhaps he had not accepted surgery immediately upon losing his sight, resulting in the prolonged disuse and subsequent decay of the optic nerve. Now, to undergo surgery again would likely entail the added cost of repairing the optic nerve, a considerable sum indeed. A crowd had gathered in front of the house, most with grave expressions, while a few women were seen wiping away tears. Juju seized the opportunity when traffic was sparse and hurried over to eavesdrop on their conversation. "Excuse me, does this person reside here? I found his wallet on the road." "This is Xiao Li's wallet. He has passed away, but Ting Ting is still here. I will help you deliver it." The old man clutched the wallet and moved inside, while Juju discreetly stepped back but remained nearby, finding a spot to observe. In a short while, a girl emerged from the house, matching the photo in the wallet, confirming she was the rightful owner. She clutched the wallet, seemingly searching for the person who had returned it. Juju had no intention of approaching her. Having ensured the delivery was complete, he turned to leave. The promise had been fulfilled, and the compensation the deceased had promised him was now securely in hand. On his way back, Juju held the watch, examining it closely. Unlike ordinary timepieces, he recalled that Li Gu had worn it with a strap, which had later fallen off, likely due to a retractable mechanism. The dial was a silvery gray, encircled by a ring of metallic components, completely sealed from view. Blue Wing Machinery. On the back of the watch, he noticed a label and immediately pulled out his phone to conduct an online search, quickly uncovering a plethora of entries. Blue Wing Machinery Group is one of the top 3 large machinery corporations in the entire Federation, specializing in artificial mechanical prosthetics, military, and police weaponry. The Order Watch. Scrolling down, he found the introduction for the Order Watch. This special timepiece was developed in conjunction with Blue Wing Machinery Group by the government to address the current societal disorder. Its function is akin to a portable police computer, loaded with instant updates on all criminal profiles. The individuals at the nightclub and barbecue stall had utilized this function to skin targets. As long as the scanned individual had a record in the system, feedback would be provided swiftly. This was just one of its many functions. The electronic brain is the most critical and core feature. Without it, most of the watch's capabilities would be rendered inoperative. The Order Watch is equipped with the most advanced electronic brain auxiliary system available today. By undergoing a specific surgical procedure at a government-designated hospital, a person's brain can synchronize with it, allowing all information to be directly relayed to the brain. Alerts will only manifest externally when the holder severs the brainwave communication. Health monitoring is another aspect. Individuals possessing the Order Watch will undergo constant health assessments, with mental state evaluation being paramount. Since brainwave synchronization has been completed, any significant fluctuations in the holder's mental state will be promptly detected and communicated. Are they trying to deceive me? Surgery? If my physical condition is dissected, who knows what kind of monster might emerge? Juju certainly did not believe his body could endure such bizarre procedures. Should the entity within his mind perceive an external threat intending to harm this vessel, the consequences could be catastrophic. At that moment, the roles might be reversed, and the surgery could very well involve a scenario of post-operative stitching. Skipping over the series of functions reliant on brainwave synchronization, he sought those that could be utilized without undergoing surgery. Then, nothing. Without the electronic brain surgery, none of the functions could be activated. In simple terms, Juju had been duped. He could not undergo surgery, rendering this device a mere hunk of metal. Even if he could, he had no interest. It was evident that this operation was a means for the government to monitor the holders of the Order Watch. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand to toss the watch into a nearby trash bin, but midway through he paused. An idea struck him. There was someone who might be able to help. His hunting endeavors in the DC district over the past 2 months had allowed Juju to familiarize himself with the environment. Moreover, during one particular hunt, he had unexpectedly rescued a mechanic. The old man, unable to repay him financially, had given Juju an address, stating that he could come to him for repairs without charge. This old man was no ordinary character. Juju had witnessed him being pursued by a monster. The reason for the chase was that he had attempted to rob the creature while armed. Robbing a monster was quite the audacity. Juju had observed the entire scene, and the old man was not to be trifled with. Seeing the monster transform, he had still bravely fired a round. That was not all. The puzzling part was that he had not exhibited any mental instability afterward, which was quite unusual. Opening his phone gallery, he located the photograph he had taken of the address. Universal Repair Shop, such a domineering name. Look at those neighboring establishments. Old Juan's Repair Shop. Ironworks repair shop, how plain. Standing within a shop filled with various discarded mechanical contraptions, Juju called out to a man in work attire holding two welding rods. You fail to comprehend. If the store's name lacks a commanding presence, how can it establish itself on this repair street? Just look at my current storefront. It is the size of the two neighboring establishments combined. Do you think my reputation was built on mere luck? Moreover, I can fix anything. And this name is nothing but a reflection of that truth. Removing the mask from his face, an emaciated old man turned from the workbench. His disheveled hair, streaked with gray, clung to his face, and he donned a brownish-yellow work uniform, his entire being smeared with grease. A pair of artificial eyes scrutinized Juju. While his left arm was a mechanical contraption, the palm retracted, revealing only a welding gun. Can you repair this? I researched online, and it seems it requires an electronic brain surgery to operate. Juju fiddled with a mechanical orb on the counter, carelessly tossing the order watch onto the table as one would discard a subpar electronic timepiece worth merely 100. Oh, the order watch? A trivial matter. Repairing it poses no challenge at all. What are you talking about? How did such an item come into your possession? The order watch is exclusively for government employees. You haven't harmed a government employee to acquire it, have you? No, you must leave quickly. I will find a way to repay your kindness with money. Creaking, the old man remarked, knowing the name of this watch and its purpose indicates your familiarity with it. It seems I have not sought the wrong person. If you are unwilling to assist, was it not you who claimed that you could repair anything that night? It was your words that led me to save you. Are you now trying to backtrack? Should I not also have the right to retract my assistance? Retract what? Retract the act of saving you. That monster intended to pierce you with its claws, did it not? I have no claws. I shall use this instead. Juju raised a bent iron bar, its U-shape a stark threat, turning to face the old man, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, your actions are misguided. At your young age, constantly calling for violence is unacceptable. What do you mean? He paused mid-sentence as he noticed Juju presenting a peace sign. Two choices, either you repair it, or I repair you. 5 seconds to consider. 5. 1. With a sudden motion, he struck the bar towards the old man's head. Hey, wasn't it 5 seconds for consideration? What about the other numbers? A man only needs to remember one, Juju retorted. Will you repair it or not? Fine, I will repair it. I shall do it right away. The iron bar halted just 2 centimeters from the old man's temple, nearly paralyzing him with fear. Juju nodded in satisfaction. He was a person who relished offering choices, and that had always been his way. Chapter 8. The Marketplace. Old Fu, do you truly have such a penchant for self-degradation? Was it necessary to bring me to this point? Could we not have engaged in a civil conversation from the outset? Moreover, you even called the police. Do you not have a notion of whom they might apprehend upon arrival? Juju leaned against the wall, fiddling with a mechanical alarm clock, casting a sidelong glance at the peculiar old man beside him, who was covertly concealing a strange small computer connected to the order watch within his coat. Old Fu's full name is Fu Wingxiong, a name that Juju had ridiculed for quite some time. It is worth noting that on that fateful day, this so-called hero had nearly thrust the barrel of a gun into the monster's maw. Little Jum? Juju raised an eyebrow. Benefactor, how did you acquire this watch? I must say, it is rather extraordinary. If you were to dismantle it recklessly, that would be illegal, and should it have been obtained through nefarious means, activating it would alert the government to our location. At that point, neither of us would escape unscathed, Old Fu remarked, holding the watch and gazing at Juju. It was not stolen. Last night, someone was slain by a monster, and I subsequently dispatched that monster. The victim implored me to return his wallet to his family, presumably fearing that those transporting his body might pilfer it. In any case, this is my reward. The permissions within have been revoked. Can you manage this? Juju observed as Old Fu maneuvered about, utterly befuddled by the intricacies of the device, and could only inquire, do you believe someone like me, repairing things on the streets of the old town, can handle it? I have faith in your abilities, for if you cannot, the ensuing events may turn rather bloody. Do you not think? Juju grasped the iron rod he had just straightened, poking it idly about. I too believe I can succeed. To activate the order watch, one must connect to a personal electronic brain, which necessitates surgery. This appears to be the sole requirement. However, what if we could simulate the brainwave patterns generated by the electronic brain? I could replace the sensors within this watch with my own creation, and then utilize. Juju comprehended only the initial portion of this discourse. The subsequent technical jargon flew over his head. He noted Old Fu's intense focus as he delved into his research, bombarding the air with a plethora of specialized terms. Zhu, understanding the gravity of the moment, remained silent, allowing Old Fu to muse undisturbed. After what felt like an eternity, nearly an hour and a half, Zhu's patience waned. And Old Fu finally straightened from his workstation. Have you succeeded? Indeed. Allow me to succinctly explain my method. I have simulated brainwave data, which will continuously replicate a person's brainwaves to connect with the order watch, subsequently disabling the brainwave command program and switching to manual control. In this manner, aside from the electronic brain control and mental detection being rendered ineffective, other functionalities shall remain operational. Observe, the screen illuminated, revealing a vast menu interface. Techniques, melee weapons, firearms, ammunition, special configurations. What are these? Zhu inquired, turning to Old Fu as he glanced at the myriad of items and vivid images displayed on the screen. This is an internal network established by the government in collaboration with major mechanical conglomerates. You must understand that those who possess the Order Watch are government-employed armed personnel, and they require weaponry to combat those gangsters and thugs. In this day and age, one cannot simply chase down foes with a knife. Perhaps you might consider giving it a try, Old Fu continued, navigating through the screen, clicking on various pages. Think of it as an online marketplace, albeit one that is distinct from the ordinary consumer portals and necessitates specific permissions. The brainwaves I loaded onto this system certainly lack any recorded access. Thus, you must begin at the lowest rung, as many items are shrouded in gray, requiring permissions to unlock. Is that so? Let me examine this technique: swordsmanship, grappling, throwing techniques. Are these all combat skills? Zhu noted that apart from the few illuminated icons at the top, most others were blacked out, revealing a message of insufficient permissions. He raised his hand to click on the techniques section, intrigued by the contents within, which quickly captivated his full attention. Indeed, however, such skills have fallen out of favor lately, given the prevalence of ability serums and exoskeleton armor. It is far more advantageous to purchase such items. A single injection can grant one the power to demolish a wall with a punch. Combat skills, grappling techniques, when faced with exoskeleton armor and mechanical prosthetics, are tantamount to courting death. One's strength cannot possibly rival that of steel machinery. After years of honing martial skills, one might find their kick resulting in a broken bone instead. Only those with impaired judgment would pursue such training. Oh, perhaps for charming young ladies it might suffice. Moreover, it is an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Recent news reported the development of memory chips. In short, these skills are soon to be relegated to the dustbin of history. Old Fu absent-mindedly twirled a piece of wire around his fingers, gesturing towards the interface's contents with a demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned rogue. I wish to acquire this. The Order Watch emitted a notification sound, surprisingly affordable. Just as Old Fu had said, these techniques were no longer in vogue, and being replicable data, their market price was naturally low. Zhu recalled the money he had just received and clicked without hesitation. Such combat methods are indeed advantageous against weaker opponents. Yet he harbored concerns about future encounters with adversaries of equal caliber. It would be imprudent to rely solely on radical transformations to survive each encounter. The state he experienced last night was one he wished to avoid on a daily basis. No matter how resilient his mental fortitude, it would be impossible to maintain lucidity under such relentless torment. You very well, I concede you are an exception. With your remarkable strength, I suspect you would require neither ability serums nor combat enhancements. Just wielding a knife could incapacitate most opponents, and at least this swordsmanship can be paired with a weapon, rendering it less obsolete. Old Fu scoffed, seemingly unsurprised by Zhu's selection. Endowed with formidable strength, Zhu possessed the means to fully leverage these skills, especially given the stark price difference between these combat techniques and the exorbitant cost of serums or enhancements. As for me, I have no desire to engage in close quarters with my enemies. That is simply revolting. I have little experience with firearms, and thus, swordsmanship is the most fitting option for me. Zhu was referring to the monsters he faced. He had no inclination to be ensnared by those peculiar beings. The mere thought of being confronted by a mass of tentacles was enough to deter him. A knife seemed far more gratifying. With swordsmanship in hand, one must also acquire a blade. Among the illuminated icons under the melee weapon category, various types of knives were available: dogleg knives, short knives, long knives, and the like, each priced no lower than 10,000. Juju recognized the prototypes of the dogleg knife and the short knife previously wielded by the investigator and the informant, respectively. Notably, the dogleg knife, which he had only seen producing electric effects, revealed in its description that it could also generate high temperatures or release freezing agents, albeit with a lesser strength rating of 2 stars, seemingly a functional knife. Price, 60,000. Old Fu, do you think a knife for cutting watermelons at home could slay the monster that nearly turned you into skewered meat last time? Juju languidly reclined in his chair, tilting his neck to gaze at the ceiling. His savings over the past 2 months barely amounted to nearly 30,000, and that included the recent addition of 5,000. The base price for the blade he desired started at 30,000. It should be feasible, right? However, I would advise you to invest in one of those blades. At the very least, it would withstand the impact of those monstrous creatures. Are you capable of forging such a weapon? Craft one for me. I shall owe you the payment and reimburse you later. Reflecting on his meager savings, it seemed he couldn't even afford the cheapest option. Juju raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze towards the individual beside him. First and foremost, this is a repair shop. The blacksmith's is a mere 50 meters to the right. Moreover, weapons of this caliber cannot be replicated without specialized metals and crafting techniques. Such resources are either in the government's possession or under the control of major mechanical conglomerates or criminal syndicates. Thus, if you desire one, you can either seize it or purchase it. TCH, I'm merely observing you. I didn't inquire, he retorted. I suppose I have no choice but to resort to selling myself. His expression was one of melancholy. Huh, you wish to sell? While your physical stamina may be adequate, your physique certainly suggests otherwise. My apologies, disregard what I just said. Upon seeing the steel bar being lifted from the table, Old Fu immediately clarified that he had said nothing at all. Juju, uninterested in him, focused on sending a message. 50,000. I will take you to see the monsters, just you alone, no bargaining. He sent the message to eat, sleep, hunt monsters, then turned to Old Fu, extending his phone. Can you assist me in modifying this phone? Specifically, to prevent others from tracking its location. You understand? The nature of my work will inevitably draw the attention of the Public Security Bureau. Arriving early is often fortuitous. This is a trivial matter, merely installing a shielding device. To downplay the government's tracking system as trivial is a feat only he could manage, considering he could even dismantle and modify the Order Watch. All done. Old Fu, should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to call me. Consider this watch repair as a return of favor. And as for the phone modification, consider it a debt I owe you. How significant a trouble can you possibly have? Old Fu suddenly raised his head, a smirk gracing his lips. What level of trouble did you face with the monster you encountered last time? It is of a similar magnitude. With a dismissive wave, he turned to leave. Chapter 9. Dining on meat twice splendid. No problem. I shall transfer a deposit of 10,000 first. Where are you located, my friend? I will rush over immediately. All right, I am in Yi City, at Green Forest Wetland Park tonight at 6 o'clock. You should know the place, right? Let us meet there. Those who are quick to send money without hesitation are precisely the type that Juju favors. He had previously declined this individual out of concern for revealing his identity. But now, well, he could simply be more cautious. He found himself regretting not asking for a bit more. This fellow certainly turned out to be quite affluent. You are also in Yi City? That is marvelous. Green Forest Wetland Park. Is it near the eastern old town? Juju pushed the screen aside, opened another page, and searched for the location of Green Forest Wetland Park. Yes, East Gate. Send me a photo of yourself, if I discover you bringing anyone else. This transaction will be terminated, and the deposit will not be refunded. Do you have any objections? After glancing at the latest transfer notification on his phone, he reminded himself that precautionary measures were still necessary. No objections. He hastily took a selfie and sent it over. All right, I have remembered your face. See you tonight. Looking at the young man in the photo, whose features were fairly handsome with a tousled mane of black hair, wearing a bizarre monster-patterned pajama, Juju couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are there always peculiar individuals every year, or is this year particularly abundant? All right then, goodbye. After shutting off the communicator, Wu Tong quickly tidied up his belongings and dashed out after changing into a different outfit. Wu Tong, today is the weekend. I'll have the housekeeper prepare a new set of clothes for you. I am taking you to a soiree. It's high time you met some peers. They are all children of the elite in Yi City, and you must socialize with them. The beautiful woman sat on the living room sofa, watching the latest beauty tutorial with a maid attending to her. I have a date tonight, so I can't. A date? With a girl? Have you found a girlfriend? Which family is she from? How far along are you? The barrage of questions left Wu Tong frozen in place. No matter the era, mothers are always a source of exasperation. We're just starting to date, Mom. Please don't interfere. I will inform you immediately if there's any progress. Wu Tong smoothly continued, recalling sleeping 123. Only the two of them knew of this transaction, and it would remain confidential. Besides, if he told his mother he was going to see a monster, he would probably be followed for the next month. Good. Finally, you've come to your senses. I'll transfer you 50,000. Don't skimp when taking a girl out. She had been overly concerned for her son, who spent his days at home watching monster videos and studying peculiar old books. Now that he was finally planning to find a girlfriend, she was more than supportive. Thank you, Mom. As Wu Tong excitedly left 8 hours ahead of schedule, Zhu Ju was hauling a portable grill and a multitude of utensils up to the rooftop. What does he need a grill for? Naturally, to barbecue. Zhu Ju had come to realize that dining out, being labeled as a glutton, not only drew attention but also often limited his ability to indulge. Thus, he decided to purchase a grill for himself. Self-sufficiency leads to abundance. The Eastern Old Town has one advantage. It retains many utensils that Zhu Ju could still comprehend and utilize, like the grill he had procured from an old grocery store. Many of the newer shops only offered unfamiliar electric grilling devices, resembling induction cookers. But can you truly call it barbecuing if charcoal isn't used? After earning some money, Zhu Ju rented the entire rooftop, which sounded extravagant but only cost him an additional 300. Besides his own room, the rooftop was now his domain. The landlord had given him the key to the rooftop door and stated that as long as Zhu Ju did not cause any damage, he was free to store whatever he wished there. As for whether the tenants below needed to air their quilts, that was of no concern to Zhu Ju. Setting down the grill and charcoal, he watered the potted plants along the rooftop's edge. Zhu Ju prepared to head down to buy some meat to stockpile. After all, there was a small refrigerator in his modest apartment. Ambling leisurely to the department market in the DC district, Zhu Ju relished the sensation of strolling under the sun. On a late autumn afternoon, the sunlight could effortlessly lift one's spirits. This was significant, as Zhu Ju often deliberately engaged in activities that relaxed his mind. As he arrived at the street adjacent to the department market, he noticed a large crowd gathered ahead. There was a virtual stage scene projected beside the market, with small red hearts and petals appearing as effects. How garish! Zhu Ju had no interest in witnessing such virtual displays in broad daylight, and was prepared to circumvent the crowd and enter the mall. Just then, music began to play. My eyes are filled with you, sweet and lovely. You know what I mean. I confess my affection for you. Zhu Ju found himself drawn into the crowd. In the center of the virtual stage stood a group of youthful and vibrant girls. Zhu Ju scanned the stage, hoping to locate the singer from the previous night. We travel together. Not this one. All the cities with you are wonderful. Not this one either. He found it. Unlike the previous melodies, this line had a hint of recitation, and her voice stood out distinctly from the others. Zhu Ju's gaze fixated on a long-haired girl in the group, wearing a white knitted sweater and a sheer skirt. The occasional dance movement revealed her delicate features, which were evidently a cut above the surrounding girls, striking yet not gaudy, radiating the essence of youthful innocence and exuberance. Pushing through the crowd, he made his way to the front. How delightful, he murmured softly, grateful to witness this performance and find this person. The song soon came to an end, and the girls bowed in gratitude, weaving through the crowd to board a van parked at the roadside, adorned with the vibrant name, Qinghua Entertainment. Quickly, another group took the stage, and the song changed. Zhu Ju merely cast a glance before departing, pulling out his phone to search for Qinghua Entertainment. The online description indicated it was a small entertainment company, with a total of no more than 20 artists, including the girls he had just seen. Performing in the department market of the Eastern Old Town for merely one song was a clear indication of their lack of fame. Gu Yinxing, what a lovely name. Though he could not pinpoint what made it appealing, it certainly was a fine name. The affection he felt for her voice only surged higher in his heart. After some exploration, he finally began his dinner as dusk fell. The charcoal in the grill had been ignited, a simple iron grate placed atop it, and he brushed on some oil before laying slices of meat on the grill. The small wooden table beside him was laden with an array of meat, including several overlapping plates. Without exception, they were all varieties of meat, essential for replenishing his strength before visiting that fellow at Green Forest Wetland Park. And then there was that piece, the flavor of which remained a mystery. The meat extracted from that monster's skull had gone uneaten until now, so he laid it flat on the iron grate, brushed on some oil, and, fearing it might be somewhat bland, sprinkled on additional cumin. However, after only a brief period of grilling, a grayish-black pattern began to emerge on the meat. It had merely been left overnight. Surely that couldn't be right? Juju's heart was not yet corrupted. Yet the insatiable hunger rising within him urged him to devour the morsel of meat with unprecedented fervor. Grasping the dark, grayish slice with his chopsticks, he cast it directly into his mouth without a moment's hesitation, swallowing it whole. In the next instant, the world around him began to dissolve into a surreal haze, as shadowy tendrils danced through his vision, extending endlessly like ceaseless appendages reaching out to envelop the entirety of existence. Juju felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body as it engaged in the process of digesting the flesh. Suddenly, two figures, only perceptible in the fevered hallucinations of complete transformation, emerged before him. In stark contrast to the chaotic environment surrounding him, these shadows appeared relatively normal. With sharp, spiraled horns, 6 legs, and a bear-like physique, Juju recognized them as manifestations of the creature within his own psyche. Before it lay another shadow, pinned beneath its forepaw. A mere glance sufficed for Juju to identify it as the entity he had vanquished the night prior. The bear-like shadow crushed its skull with a single strike before bending down to feast. Juju consumed once, and it consumed again. How tragic that poor creature was. The monstrous shadow dissipated, leaving only the essence within Juju's heart, which now approached him, swaying its immense form. It passed through the flames of the hearth, and as they faced each other, black tendrils extended from its body, inching closer to Juju's visage. "Shall we share some roast meat?" Juju gazed into its eyes, recognizing it from their previous encounters, and raised the chopsticks in his hand. A deafening roar erupted in his ears, yet it inflicted no harm upon him. In the very moment the sound ceased, the creature vanished from sight. The world returned to a state of tranquility. "Oh, thank you for inviting me to partake in the roast meat." A crisp voice resonated from the opposite rooftop. Chapter 10. Guinching. The aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, enticing passers-by. On the adjacent rooftop, a girl was already gazing in the direction of the alluring scent. However, Juju's attention was entirely captured by the phantasm before him, oblivious to his surroundings. It was only when the monster drew near that he uttered a question, attempting to disrupt its impending actions. To others, it appeared as though Juju was speaking to himself, while the girl, observing from nearby, felt as though his words were directed at her. Thus, a misunderstanding ensued. Juju set down his chopsticks, astonished, and turned his head. The girl, clearly noticing the confusion etched on his face, suddenly realized that he was not addressing her at all. How embarrassing. Guinching. Indeed, the girl standing on the other rooftop was the same one Juju had seen performing at the stage outside the department store. Their shift must have concluded. "Do you know me?" Guinching asked, pointing to her own nose with an adorably bewildered expression. Of course. You're a star. Is it strange that someone recognizes you?" "I'm actually your fan," Juju replied, maintaining a steady demeanor, recalling her performance and having researched some of her background. That surely qualified him as a fan, right? "Wow, really? You're truly my fan." The girl's eyes widened, her hands gripping the edge of the rooftop as she blinked in surprise. She appeared to be nothing more than a child, still finding her way in the world. "You debuted 2 months ago, and now have a team. I just watched your performance outside the department store. Do you want to eat barbecue? Can you come over?" Juju recalled the information he had previously gathered, realizing he had to wave her over, but the distance between the rooftops was over a meter. "Don't worry, it's a piece of cake." Guinching stepped back a few paces, and, before Juju could respond, leaped forward gracefully, landing with her arms outstretched, chest forward, and belly tucked in, executing a perfect gymnast finish. She tilted her chin up, a hint of pride illuminating her face, likely due to successfully impressing her fan. "Impressive. Come sit. It's an honor to dine with my idol." She stood up and fetched another chair, placing it beside the fire, then prepared a pair of chopsticks and a plate of sauce. That voice was unmistakable. She was indeed the one who sang on the rooftop yesterday. "I'm starving. Barbecue is the best. I didn't expect to meet a fan right after moving in. Do you live here? Why is there no one hanging out their quilts and clothes?" Guinching surveyed the surroundings, noting that this rooftop felt more spacious compared to the other. "I've rented this rooftop. Otherwise, how could I barbecue here? What about you? Do you live in the building across?" Juju inquired. only to notice a glum expression on the girl's face. Well, we have company-provided housing, which isn't nearly as spacious. I envy you. You can eat so much barbecue alone. My idol is so poor that she can only afford instant noodles every day. It smells so good. I haven't had barbecue in ages. Gu Yinxing pouted, initially intending to maintain her idol's modesty, but as the grilled meat filled her stomach, her hands moved faster. Does your company not pay you? Juju asked, flipping the meat on the grill. His pace had slowed considerably, while he ate one piece. This girl could devour 3 or 4. We do get paid, but as trainees, our base salary is only 2,000, and we only earn a few hundred from events. After covering regular expenses, I can manage to eat barbecue once a month. What do you do? Oh, please eat more. Noticing that Juju hardly touched his chopsticks and was primarily assisting her with the oil, Gu Yinxing's cheeks flushed crimson. She had come for a free meal, yet she found herself being pampered. It's all right, I can eat anytime. I'm a police officer, so I have some savings. Feel free to indulge. Juju opened his mouth to admit he was a server, but that job didn't quite explain why he could eat so freely. Now that he had an orderly watch, he could consider himself a government employee, given that the bounty system was aimed at capturing criminals. Claiming to be a police officer didn't seem far-fetched. The two engaged in a casual conversation, primarily exchanging updates about their lives. Excuse me. I accidentally overindulged. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was. Gu Yinxing glanced at the empty meat box beside her and then stole a glance at the still slim police officer across from her, finding it hard to utter the words to eat. It's perfectly fine. I already mentioned that dining with my idol is a privilege. I have just one small request. Could you sing a song? The one you performed at the department store was lovely. But all right. I'll go for it. But you must be prepared. She took out her phone, discreetly activating the recording function. The melody flowed seamlessly, and Juju seemed to relish it, finding it utterly delightful. That was exquisite. Once the song concluded, she pressed pause. Let us be friends. What is your talk account? Before leaving, Gu Yinxing opened her communicator, which was not a headset but a wristband, and Talk was the ubiquitous chat application of their time. Juju had tinkered with an account out of boredom, as it was a built-in feature on his phone. After adding each other, a new name appeared in Juju's otherwise empty friend list. Yinxing Yi. Sleepyhead 123? Haha, how amusing. Well, I must be off. Goodbye. Gu Yinxing's broad smile revealed her carefree nature, exuding a vibrant and lively spirit. Shall I call you next time I barbecue? I'll probably do it often. Of course, I'll definitely come. But can we have some vegetables next time? Eating just meat will make you gain weight. The girl waved from the opposite rooftop, and Juju felt an inexplicable lift in his spirits. At that moment, the glow of the setting sun seemed to radiate warmth. Now, it was time to return to work. He swiftly tidied up and opened his private messages in the forum. Green Tree Park had originally been a wetland park, but urban development had gradually encroached upon it, reducing its area to half its original size. To protect the remaining greenery and the wildlife within, the government issued a decree prohibiting any organization from developing Green Tree Park. Even the accessible area was limited to the outskirts, while the interior was preserved in its primordial state. Wu Tong had been waiting outside the east gate for nearly an hour, not because Juju was late, but because he had arrived too early. The sky had completely darkened, and the streetlights flickered to life. Standing in the center of the entrance, there were not many people entering Green Tree Park at this hour. Most were leisurely evening strollers. Wu Tong. You're Sleepyhead 123? She asked tentatively. Yes, let us go. I have some matters to discuss with you on the way. The two proceeded toward Green Tree Park, where a straight cobblestone path welcomed them, flanked by streetlights on either side. Boss, how did you find those monsters? I read online that many people encounter problems just by catching a glimpse. How did you protect yourself while filming? Wu Tong inquired, her curiosity akin to that of an eager schoolgirl, brimming with questions. This is my secret. I shall not divulge it to you. Furthermore, please refrain from discussing such matters in public. If there is anything to say, let it be spoken in the forest. Although there are not many people around, a few are present, and with Wu Tong's volume, it is likely someone might overhear. Entering the forest. What forest? The two walked alongside the promenade. Wu Tong appeared somewhat perplexed. Do you really believe those individuals would appear in the publicly accessible area of Green Tree Park? Do you think this is a zoo? Soon, I shall take you to the restricted zone. If you are afraid, you may leave now, though the deposit is non-refundable. The pursuit during the third hunt occurred in the jungle of the inaccessible section of Green Tree Park, and Juju expended considerable effort to deal with that individual. The inaccessible area? Does this not qualify as an adventure? Wu Tong tightened his grip on the straps of his backpack, excitement evident on his face. Indeed, it is rather perilous. I believe we should descend from here. Follow me. Juju navigated to the spot where his last chase had commenced, bending down to see a faint green wire fence behind the bushes ahead. Leaving the paved path, he sprinted towards the adjacent fence, illuminated by the glow of the street lamp behind them, allowing a glimpse of the leaf-strewn landscape of the jungle ahead. You haven't forgotten the items I asked you to bring, have you? Since we are entering at night, and tonight's darkness is rather mild, visibility within the woods is quite good, yet Juju worried about potential cloud cover later. Hence he had instructed Wu Tong to bring lighting equipment. I brought them, however. Carrying a lamp is cumbersome, so I bought night vision goggles instead. This is for you. Consider it my gift for our meeting. Wu Tong retrieved 2 glasses cases from his backpack, and Juju noticed the untouched price tags atop them. 10,000 federal coins. I graciously accept your gift. I have certainly gained a friend in you. He patted Wu Tong's shoulder, confirming that this individual must come from a wealthy family, perhaps even more than one. How is your athletic ability? Can you scale this fence? Juju inquired, gesturing towards the nearly 2-meter-high wire fence beside them. It should not be an issue. After all, he is young, and the fence has square openings for grip. That is reassuring. Juju stepped back a few paces, then dashed forward, pushing off the wire mesh to perform a somersault, effortlessly clearing it. Impressive a master? Wu Tong stood behind, utterly astonished. Chapter 11. The true warrior has my jumping ability enhanced? No. It is not merely my jumping ability. Standing on the other side of the barbed wire, Juju gazed down at his legs, murmuring softly to himself. Just moments ago, as he vaulted over the wire, he distinctly felt a newfound lightness enveloping his entire being. With the same strength, his body felt buoyant, allowing him to leap higher than before, culminating in that backward somersault. Why has my body suddenly become more robust? Or have I simply failed to recognize the enhancement within me, leading me to believe I remain unchanged? How did you achieve such remarkable height? Have your legs undergone modification? He pondered aloud. Yet, ordinary modifications could not possibly facilitate such astonishing leaps. Could it be armed enhancements? That would be illegal. After much effort, Wu Tong finally traversed the barbed wire, observing Juju's composed demeanor, his expression a rich tapestry of emotions. Do you truly think an ordinary person could confront those monsters? Well, indeed. An ordinary individual would have perished long ago upon encountering such creatures up close. Where did you undergo this transformation? Yuan Fan? Crown? Fortunately, Wu Tong was unconcerned about the legality of armed modifications. He had encountered many individuals of a similar ilk in his line of work. Moreover, what he was currently engaged in could strictly be deemed illegal. Let's not speak of the elder brother, but rather the second. This was an undeveloped area, and Juju was not attempting to frighten Wu Tong. However, the latter's attention remained fixated on the monsters. Monsters in the lake? Is it the one you showed me? Wu Tong's enthusiasm surged at the mention of monsters. No, that creature was a transformation of humanity. What I wish to show you is a primordial monster. I suspect it resides within that lake, colossal in size. At least 3 meters tall. I must clarify something. Our observation time will not exceed 10 seconds. This is for your own safety. Prolonged exposure may overwhelm your device. Furthermore, you are forbidden from taking photographs or recording videos. You must understand that if such footage were to circulate, the mental anguish inflicted upon its viewers would be profound. The consequences are far beyond what either of us can bear, which is why I was initially reluctant to bring you here. Juju did not wish to lead a normal person into this perilous realm only to emerge with a lunatic. From his previous encounter, he had sensed the terror of the creature lurking in the lake. It was incomparably more formidable than the mutated beings he had previously encountered. The latter were merely derivatives, while the creature in the lake was the original entity. Rest assured, I am well aware of the severe impacts of mental contamination. From the video you shared, I discerned that after merely 10 seconds, my aura approached clarity level 30. Without a mental protective device, I would have likely teetered on the brink of chaos. I have an affinity for studying these ancient monsters, yet I have no desire to find myself in the psychiatric wards of the Public Security Bureau. Aura? Ancient monsters? What do you mean? Do you possess knowledge of their origins? Juju observed Wu Tong, realizing he was not merely an ignorant young tycoon. He possessed a wealth of knowledge. I have utilized some connections to research various materials. The Public Security Bureau must have long recognized the existence of those monsters in your video, which they likely categorize as sources of mental contamination. Their presence can swiftly erode the sanity of ordinary individuals nearby, a fact you should be aware of. The aura value, regulated by Alpha, which governs the mental states across the city of Yi, classifies individuals as clear, chaotic, or murky. Normal individuals are classified as clear, but once they descend into chaos, it signifies a mental disorder, placing them under surveillance. As for murky individuals, I have heard that they are particularly susceptible to the influence of those monsters, potentially resulting in mutations. Wu Tong occupied a different societal echelon than Juju, thus possessing access to certain information that was beyond Juju's reach. Ah, I see. So that's how those individuals transformed. And what of the ancient monsters? Juju's knowledge stemmed largely from experiential encounters, such as the realization that monsters drive people to madness, a fact he gleaned from observing individuals at the barbecue stall. Hey, this is something I recently uncovered. I've never shown it to anyone before, just wait a moment. He raised his wrist, pressed a button on his watch, and donned his headphones. A flicker of light flashed, revealing a pale blue screen before them. Juju watched as Wu Tong navigated through several folders, some of which required a password to access, while the innermost folder demanded a fingerprint for unlocking. As the final folder opened, dozens of images materialized on the screen. Wu Tong scrutinized them for a moment before extracting one and enlarging it with 2 fingers. This is a photograph I captured from a very old book in the library. Do the images appear familiar to you? The page depicted a creature reminiscent of a grasshopper, with a mouth resembling that of a seahorse. Was this not the very monster he had dispatched the previous night? Is this the creature from the video I sent you yesterday? Juju observed the adjacent stream of English descriptions, his proficiency limited to comprehending simple phrases. This is beyond my comprehension. I believe what you witnessed was not the true Byakuya. It is not so feeble. I have always held the belief that they genuinely exist, and the creature in the video is merely a byproduct, if you will. Fascinating. Could you share these images with me? Given the existence of such materials about monsters, it was plausible that information regarding the creature within him might also be available. Of course. Shall we add each other as friends? We can exchange ideas more frequently in the future. Wu Tong's unveiling of his prized possessions was not merely for ostentation. He aimed to foster a closer connection with Juju. Very well. Thus, Juju acquired his second friend. Is this your alternate account? Wu Tong noticed the friend list displayed only 2 avatars and glanced at Juju's phone, an antique he had not seen in ages, prompting him to inquire. This is my primary account. I seldom use it, hence I have only added 2 contacts, you and my benefactor. We are close now, so let us slow our pace and stay nearer. Juju tucked his phone away and donned his night vision goggles. He was well acquainted with the forest ahead. Upon spotting a broken tree branch, he confirmed they had arrived at the same spot he visited last time, with the lake not far off. All right, I need to put on my protective gear. And you, why didn't you bring your mental protective device? Just mind your own business. The ground beneath his feet yielded slightly to the decaying organic matter, the crisp sound of crunching leaves resonating in the tranquil environment. In the autumn night, a cool breeze swept through the forest, akin to the mournful weeping of a soul, evoking a profound sense of desolation. Juju remained unfazed, picking up a branch from the ground, absent-mindedly stirring the pile of fallen leaves before him. Meanwhile, Wu Tong's gaze remained fixed on Juju, mirroring his movements with cautious adherence, his demeanor relatively stable. After approximately 5 minutes of slow progress, a lake revealed itself amidst the trees before them. The lake was of modest size, and through the night vision goggles, they could see the dense forest on the opposite bank. The moonlight illuminated the surface of the lake, where numerous fallen leaves floated. Occasionally, the splash of a fish's tail echoed across the quiet expanse. Juju even spotted a few small animals quenching their thirst at the water's edge. In a more poetic vein, one might be inspired to compose an elaborate reflection on a night stroll through a verdant park. Do you think the fish in this lake could mutate? Juju leaned against a tree trunk, using the branch to gently halt Wu Tong, signaling him to pause. They had reached a suitable vantage point. That seems unlikely. Why the sudden inquiry? Only when the spirit is tainted can mutations occur. The spirit of this fish is indeed polluted. From the perspective of humanity, fish inherently possess little wisdom. Even if tainted, how much further could it be corrupted? He poked the spiritual protection device atop Wu Tong's head with his finger. while Zhu Ju continued on, lost in his own thoughts. Upon reaching the lakeside, he gazed at the expansive surface of the lake, having stealthily visited several times after discovering the existence of a creature within. Initially, he dared only to observe from a distance of several dozen meters, gradually inching closer, until he realized that as long as he remained unobtrusive, the lake's monster would not manifest, even when skipping stones upon the surface. Buzz. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Ginkgo leaf. Have you taken a break? Sleepyhead 123. I'm out for a stroll with friends, just arrived at a lakeside, and it seems the fish here are quite sizable. He raised his hand to snap a photo and sent it, momentarily disregarding other factors. The scenery surrounding the lake was indeed beautiful. Behind him, Wutong looked on with renewed admiration. Truly, a brave soul not only dares to capture scenic photos by the shores of a lake harboring terrifying creatures, but also engages in conversation. Chapter 12, Young Brother. It's time to attend to business. Standing by the lakeside, Zhu Ju pondered how to lure out the creature lurking beneath the surface. There was but a single method. Young brother, come out and attend to business. Silver-gray patterns accentuated his face, yet Zhu Ju refrained from transforming. Instead, he awakened another entity residing within him, aware that these monsters possessed a form of instinctual awareness. Just as he would sense the presence of a monster nearby, so too would it respond to his call. A familiar buzzing resonated in his ears, and Zhu Ju smirked, confident that his approach was correct. The creature had already detected him. A few meters away, large bubbles rose incessantly on the lake's surface. Zhu Ju retrieved his phone to adjust the camera. While Wutong could not film, he certainly could. Even if he couldn't share it online, keeping it for himself would suffice. The first to breach the water's surface was a dark gray fish head, adorned with irregular scales, its enormous eyes fixated upon Zhu Ju. This visage bore a striking resemblance to the fish monsters he had previously vanquished, leading him to classify it as a primordial entity. Even submerged, its form continued to rise, and within mere seconds, it emerged nearly 2 meters tall, with the water lapping only at its thighs. No roar erupted from the lake, nor did it acknowledge Wutong and Zhu Ju, who stood over 20 meters away. At that moment, the surrounding fauna fell into an eerie silence. The cold moonlight cascaded upon the creature, devoid of the ethereal beauty found in the forest. Instead, the grotesque form exuded an aura of darkness and madness, even when illuminated by the pristine light. The monster scanned its surroundings, sensing something amiss, yet failing to identify the source. It pondered for nearly 10 seconds before, with a low, muffled sound, it submerged once more. Zhu Ju had already distanced himself from the water's edge, crouching behind a fallen log in the woods. He felt akin to a reckless child, daringly provoking terrifying beings to assert his existence. Surprisingly, it was rather exhilarating. Zhu Ju reveled in the creature's disdain for him, coupled with its inability to locate him, or eliminate him. How about that? Are you satisfied? He turned to Wutong, only to find him rooted in place, prompting a surge of alarm within Zhu Ju. He swiftly patted Wutong's back, exclaiming, "Hey, don't turn into a fool on me. You came here with me. If you go mad here, I'd have to feed you to that creature, erasing all traces." After all, the true perpetrator was that monster, and what did it matter to Zhu Ju? He produced no corpses. He was merely a transporter of remains. I'm fine, just overwhelmed with emotion. That monster, it's one that no one else has seen. My dream has been realized, Wutong exclaimed, removing his mental protection device. During the 10 seconds the creature appeared, his clarity surged from a hard 110 to an exhilarating 50. This was far more thrilling than watching a video. I love you, unconscious. At this point, words failed to encapsulate Wutong's excitement, leading him to embrace Zhu Ju, only to be promptly pushed back to the ground by Zhu Ju's hand. Brushing off the leaves and debris from his clothes, Zhu Ju helped Wutong to his feet. Big shot, how did you discover this monster? On the way back, Wutong maintained his exuberance. Fate is ineffable. Don't call me Big Shot. I'm not accustomed to it. Just call me unconscious or 123. You might be around my age. Huh. Wutong instinctively appraised Zhu Ju. The individual before him spoke with a raspy voice, donned a mask, and possessed a slender frame, exuding an air of calm maturity. Wutong had assumed he was an older gentleman. I'll only bring you here once. If you wish to return, it'll all cost you. Of course, since I'm willing to bring you, I'll charge you 50,000, which encompasses not only the guiding fee, but also the cost of information. Afterward, you're free to come here or bring others. but summoning that monster will be entirely up to you. If someone dies or goes mad, you cannot blame me. Juju never considered this place to be solely his secret. The creature in the lake held little significance for him. Earning 50,000 seemed quite reasonable. Had he not wished to avoid attracting the attention of the police, he might have even contemplated reporting this to the authorities for a reward. If he were stronger, perhaps the creature would even find its way onto his hunting list, possibly yielding some valuable spoils. Without you, I wouldn't dare to enter alone. By the way, unconscious, have you considered monetizing this? Monetize? How could this place be profitable? Bringing you here was already a significant risk. If something happened to you, I'd be held accountable. This creature was unlike any other, and Juju dared not film it carelessly. Despite its elusive nature, such a large primordial lake was indeed rare in Yi City. I believe I heard you say that if I went mad, you'd feed me to the lake monster. That was merely a jest. Do you think I would truly do that? Just trying to scare you. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Even if someone overheard, how could one ever admit to such a thing? In fact, I have an idea. I know many young people who seek thrills. They yearn for a taste of that wild, exhilarating atmosphere. However, in this day and age, they have no opportunity to venture out, and even if they did, they couldn't experience that lifestyle. Hence, I devised a method, creating holographic projection videos. For instance, we could outfit your night vision goggles with numerous tiny cameras to completely capture your surroundings and experiences. Viewers could then relive your adventures through the machine, feeling everything as you did, transforming your escapades into theirs. Oh, I see. So this is your true motive for seeking me out, is it? Juju realized that this young man was far from the foolish, wealthy individual he had imagined. Rather, he was quite astute, even willing to participate personally to validate his capabilities. I have a profound fascination with monsters. Witnessing them firsthand has been my dream, and now that dream has materialized. But it remains solely my achievement. Remember that monster forum? There are countless individuals like me. Unconscious, your skills and the videos you've captured undeniably align with my vision. Let us collaborate. You handle the exploration and filming, while I will manage everything else, from funding to technical equipment. Wutong passionately pitched his plan. In this era of advanced technology, realizing such a concept was hardly a challenge. Everyone harbored their aspirations, and Juju found himself intrigued by Wutong's proposal. On one hand, hunting monsters was an everyday affair for him. Donning additional gear like goggles or helmets would not hinder him. On the other hand, he was in dire need of funds. Having witnessed the items displayed on the order watch, he understood that if he wished to acquire them, he needed to earn substantially more. Juju sought strength. He yearned to tame the entity within him rather than remain wholly dependent upon it. It was far too formidable. Yet, today, as he scaled the barbed wire, the transformation in his body revealed that he was not entirely without merit. The flesh strips marked with dark patterns, extracted from the monster, might merely serve as sustenance for the entity within him, yet for Juju himself, they held far greater potential. The once ravaged and unrecognizable body has, unbeknownst to itself, acquired a peculiar resilience. It possesses the capacity to endure the power of the monster within, and naturally, it can withstand the forces of other creatures as well. Thus, this is the path to survival for Juju. Not awake? Big shot. My apologies. I was lost in contemplation. Is the method you proposed profitable? Indeed, it can yield profit. I will edit the footage you capture into videos and upload them online, where every viewer must pay to watch, akin to a film, strikingly realistic, immersing the audience as if they were part of the experience, much like what you are currently engaged in, albeit my approach is broader and safer, ensuring the absence of pirated content. Furthermore, your video editing skills are rather lacking. I have viewed your clips multiple times, and the truly captivating moments often last merely seconds, yielding scant earnings. Were it my endeavor, I would produce a comprehensive edit of the footage and post it on the most popular video platforms. As our viewership increases, the manufacturers of holographic projection machines in Yi City will undoubtedly seize this promotional opportunity, allowing us to secure sponsorship and amass substantial profits. Juju mostly remained silent, while Wutong spoke prolifically. The former is an ancient relic from a century past, possessing formidable combat prowess, yet ultimately disconnected from the contemporary world, his thoughts lagging behind the times. The latter, though lacking in combat strength, offers unique insights in areas unfamiliar to Juju. Their collaboration is a harmonious match. Chapter 13. Refusal of Van. Does the Public Security Bureau not care? This has always been Zhu Zhu's concern. He is reluctant to confront the judicial institutions of this world. The previous investigators and the subsequent order wristwatch indicate that the government possesses a formidable force, not just one or two individuals, but likely a large contingent. The Public Security Bureau? What relevance do they have to us? All we are doing is posting a video. I will certainly ensure that those monsters are obscured by professionals using mental protection devices. Moreover, we can employ virtual technology to enhance the visuals, transforming the monsters into different forms, still terrifying, yet harmless to the psyche. With current technology, it is rather simple. We will simply assert that this is a self-produced documentary, and that all contents are fictitious, mere special effects. Would the Public Security Bureau deem us guilty merely for producing a special effects video? Wutong already has a plan in place. The short clip uploaded online will naturally not feature any real monster entities, but rather a processed version with special effects. Only during the internal live broadcast, under the condition that all mental protection devices are activated, will the genuine state be revealed. You have articulated much. Yet a fundamental issue remains unresolved. I am uncertain when I will encounter those monsters, and filming cannot be guaranteed. That depends on you. I will search for specific locations online, such as places where monsters have been sighted or where peculiar rumors abound. I will send you the information, and you must conduct on-site investigations. I am unsure how you will find monsters that ordinary people might never see in their lifetimes, but I believe you must have your methods. Once it is confirmed that monsters exist in those locations, it will be up to you. Shoot videos, gather materials. What do you think? Are you interested? As they discussed these matters, they unconsciously arrived outside Green Forest Park. How do we divide it? Zhu Zhu suddenly asked, gazing at the flow of traffic on the street. What? The revenue split. You agreed? Wonderful. A 46 to 54 split. You get 6. That's fine. You will be responsible for preparing the filming equipment, as well as finding locations and gathering intelligence. Contact me anytime you have results. Zhu Zhu decided to try the money-making method Wutong mentioned. After all, he had nothing to do, and he now had a willing informant to assist him. It is worth noting that his previous method of finding monsters involved running around and relying on luck. Now, with someone willing to help and the prospect of earning money, he had no reason to decline. Your account has received a transfer of 40,000 yuan. Adjusting to the cold weapon interface, his gaze drifted over the available blades. Zhu Zhu currently only had informant privileges, allowing him to purchase weapons priced under 100,000. Having previously acquired skills in knife techniques, he naturally sought to use a knife. He had no interest in the dogleg knives wielded by earlier investigators or the short blades carried by those who had been eliminated. The monsters he intended to confront were large, with bizarre appendages and resilient vitality. For an ordinary person, a knife the length of a forearm would be a lethal weapon. But to these monsters, it would be akin to a mere paring knife. Unless a critical hit was achieved, the lethality was rather ordinary. Furthermore, using a short weapon implied close proximity to the adversary. As mentioned before, Zhu Zhu had no desire to entangle himself with those repugnant creatures. He was not fond of battles akin to Van. Such philosophical considerations were beyond his capacity to bear. Thus, from the beginning, he had envisioned a long knife as his weapon of choice, ideally one with an elongated blade and handle. However, such weapons were conspicuously absent from the marketplace interface, which featured only a handful of weapon types, the majority of which were short knives. In truth, one could not fault the weapon manufacturers for this. Who among modern armed personnel would carry a long knife into the field? Perhaps some might think that individuals who had undergone extensive armed modifications would utilize such cold weapons. But let us not forget that modified bodies often come equipped with various hot and cold weapons, essentially becoming a weapons cache. Their exclusive weapons are also typically part of a cohesive system. Whether in government or civilian online marketplaces, such items are indeed scarce. Identifier 527. The knife I desire is not available in the marketplace. Customer service, identity verification. Please hold while we connect to a representative. After approximately 3 seconds, a faint green holographic head appeared at the center of the screen above the wristwatch. A mere outline, seemingly female. Zhu Zhu reached for the right side of the wristwatch and pressed a button, prompting a small earphone to emerge, a feature taught by old Fu. Greetings. You are speaking with Customer Service Representative 15 from Uncanny Mechanical Group. How may I assist you today? On the other end of the line, a girl dressed in professional attire had just settled down with a cup of coffee. This was the customer service transfer room of Uncanny Mechanical Group. where the staff was few. I wish to purchase a long knife, but it is not listed on the menu. Juju spoke as he ascended the stairs, voicing his concern. Weapon purchase? The girl quickly glanced at the caller's information. Order wristwatch. Informant. Identifier 527. Government employee. Classified as a special personnel category. Informants occupy the lowest tier among government employees, yet they possess privileges considerably higher than those of ordinary citizens. Their inquiries receive priority treatment, and they are granted unconditional access to human representatives, ensuring their issues are resolved satisfactorily. This is part of the agreement between major mechanical groups and the government. And the newly trained girl was encountering this type of individual for the first time. What style do you require? What specifications do you have regarding weapon strength and length? She swiftly accessed Uncanny Mechanical Group's internal network, retrieving the knife database. Her training had included this area, as some government employees have specific weapon needs. As for the style, I am unsure. I simply want a long knife with sufficient toughness, preferably with some weight. Juju, lacking in weapon knowledge, could only articulate his preferences based on intuition, which left the girl feeling somewhat challenged. She could only input general criteria into the database. This is the database of the Weapon Manufacturing Department of Uncanny Mechanical Group. By entering your requirements, similar weapon suggestions will be generated. As expected, due to the vagueness of the specifications, numerous weapon options were generated. Hello, these are the weapon design specifications generated based on your criteria. You may choose at your discretion. Upon clicking the data transmission, Juju was immediately presented with dozens of weapon images on the screen, each depicting a long knife, yet each style varied significantly. Accompanying them were various descriptions and price points, with a series of additional features listed below, such as an added electric shock effect for an extra 5,000 federal coins. Juju sat cross-legged on the rooftop, scrolling through the images. Each long knife bore a different design. Some had pronounced curves along the spine. Others were straight or slightly curved, and the lengths varied, each possessing its merits. This one will do. I require no additional features, just ensure the blade is robust enough. And make it weigh 10 kilograms. Juju ultimately fixed his gaze on a long knife approximately 1.6 meters in length, which, compared to the katana often seen in his previous life, had a relatively straight and narrow blade, noted in the description for its exceptional ability to penetrate hard materials. He was fond of this style of knife, as it resembled a machete he had seen in a movie from a past life. Thus, he was instantly captivated, to the extent that he deleted the subsequent images without a glance, retaining only this one, and then began to articulate his requests. This was a matter of instant attraction. May I inquire about your budget? The database will select the materials and crafting method based on your budget and permissions. 50,000. When it comes to weapons, Juju certainly would not skimp, for this was a tool for sustenance. Very well, your request has been processed. Please make the payment and provide your delivery address. Since it is a weekday, it will be delivered to you tomorrow. With the data input completed and the order established, the girl marveled at the machete valued at 50,000 federal coins as she sent the information form. So quick. Juju swiftly filled out the form, transferring the 50,000 federal coins that Wu Tong had just sent him, which were still warm from the transaction, and glanced at the attributes of the long knife. A perfect score is 10 stars. As he required no special attributes, the funds were allocated to sharpness and durability, achieving 4 stars. It could only be described as a mediocre standard, yet it was the finest knife he could craft within his current permissions. You are a special personnel. Your requests will be processed with utmost priority. Furthermore, the long knife you wish to forge is a conventional weapon that does not necessitate any special effects. Thus, it can be completed overnight. The girl continued to provide her patient explanations. In essence, the long knife that Juju requested was not particularly challenging to create. With today's technology, crafting a long knife without any special effect requirements was remarkably swift, not to mention Juju's budget of 50,000, which was insufficient for materials requiring special treatment. Chapter 14. The meticulous delivery: horizontal slashes, diagonal sweeps, vertical chops. The techniques appeared deceptively simple, reminiscent of ordinary movements. However, their application in combat revealed a plethora of variations. The martial arts resources available in the marketplace were remarkably detailed, supplemented not only by virtual three-dimensional imagery, but also by textual and audio explanations. Maintaining a daily regimen of 300 repetitions for each technique enhanced the physical coordination, necessitating synchronized breathing and correct posture during practice. As he listened to the audio streaming through his headphones, Juju diligently wielded an iron staff. This state of concentration had persisted for 2 hours, commencing at 4 o'clock in the morning and now extending to 6. The sun had risen significantly over the towering edifices of Yi City, casting a warm, crimson glow upon Juju. His bare torso glistened with beads of sweat reflecting the rising sun. Even for someone with his exceptional physique, 2 hours of continuous training was taxing, particularly as it marked the inception of his regimen. 500 horizontal slashes, 500 diagonal sweeps, 500 vertical chops, followed by a gradual refinement of the transitions between techniques. This was the goal Juju had set for himself. 3 hours constituted the training period for the first day, with plans to incrementally extend this duration in the days to come. Juju called a voice from behind. He halted his movements and turned to see Gu Yinxing standing on the adjacent rooftop, adorned with a white plush hat and a pink jacket, holding a steaming baozi. "You're up so early?" Juju glanced at his watch, which indicated it was only 6:30, a mere half hour before his scheduled end to training. It was surprising that Gu Yinxing was already awake at this hour. "I have to attend a launch event for a smart machine at noon. There will be a performance to kick things off, and I need to practice the accompanying dance. What about you? I saw you seemingly practicing with a screen. Are you training in martial arts?" Gu Yinxing struck 2 poses that seemed somewhat off, then took a bite of her baozi, stealing glances at Juju's physique. "You need to eat more, it's all ribs." Juju's physique was far from impressive. Despite 2 months of effort, he had only progressed from emaciated to a state where his ribs were somewhat visible. To ensure weight gain, his muscles showed no definition without explosive strength training. "Haha, I'm working on gaining weight," he replied, donning a shirt that had been hanging nearby. "By the way, will you come to watch my performance later? I remember there might be some activities with prizes. Would you like to join in?" After finishing her baozi, she handed the remaining one to Juju. "No need. I'm about to head down for breakfast. Where's your performance? I'll come watch. I can't miss out on the chance for prizes. Once I arrive, I'll send you my location. It shouldn't be too far from our old district." "All right." Juju contemplated the prospect of purchasing a means of transportation. Even without a driver's license, he could manage a regular motorcycle. After their conversation concluded, they each returned to their respective activities on the rooftop, one engaged in training, the other practicing dance. Though their endeavors were distinct, they harmonized beautifully. Upon finishing his workout, Juju showered, changed into fresh attire, and greeted Gu Yinxing, who was still practicing her dance, before jogging downstairs. His phone chimed with a notification. Even with the order wristwatch, he still preferred the convenience of his phone. "Wu Tong, I'm awake. I've ordered the camera equipment. Let us find a time to test it out. You need to familiarize yourself with the usage. And I need to calibrate the machine." Sleepyhead 123. "Sure, just gather information on areas with potential monsters and contact me." Wu Tong had previously made such a request, which Juju had firmly declined. However, circumstances had shifted. They were now collaborators with a foundation of mutual trust. Sleepyhead 123. "I'll send it to you. But the profits will be split 37 to 63. Wu Tong, no problem." Juju extracted a video from his phone and sent it to Wu Tong, his attention drawn to the fragrant noodles just served. "Boss, add an egg, a chicken leg, and another portion of beef. Pack it all up and include the noodles as well." Just as he lifted the noodles, a new notification appeared on his phone, indicating his delivery had arrived. Such efficiency. Reluctant to let the freshly prepared noodles sit and turn mushy, he balanced the bowl in one hand while eating with chopsticks and walking towards the address he had filled in, which was not far away. In the distance, he spotted a delivery truck emblazoned with the emblem of Yuanfan Mechanical Group, unlike the ordinary vehicles typically seen in the old district. The truck was clad in metallic armor, its central logo emitting a soft blue glow. A worker in gray overalls accompanied a robot, its head resembling a camera, standing beside the truck. As Juju approached, the uniformed worker ignored him. It was hardly surprising. Juju was clad in loose athletic wear and holding a bowl of noodles, presenting himself as just another young man out for a morning stroll. With a final slurp, he finished the last bite of noodles and savored the broth. "Where's my delivery?" he inquired, releasing a contented sigh. "Are you?" 527. Yesterday, Juju had whimsically entered 527 as his recipient name on the order form. The pickup code is 80,063. You can check for yourself. He held the bowl in one hand and displayed the information to the delivery worker. "All right, please hold on." After verifying the pickup code, The delivery person retrieved an object resembling a remote control from their pocket, devoid of a screen but adorned with several rows of circular buttons. Following the code, the robot's camera-like head rotated and locked onto the order wristwatch on Juju's arm, initiating the dispatch of a text message. The robot then turned to face the side of the truck, raised its hands, and its mechanical fingers tapped several locations with the precision of a pianist. Soon, a steel plate beneath the Uncanny Mechanical Group emblem retracted, revealing an energy keyboard that gradually emerged. Such sophistication. Is it merely a delivery? Juju observed, astonished. Previously, one could simply provide a name to collect an item. Such deliveries are not ordinary, due to your unique identity. The items you purchase are often of significant value and pose considerable risk. Any misdelivery or unauthorized claim could result in severe consequences. To mitigate such scenarios, Uncanny Mechanical Group employs a dual verification system, although most of the time, the robot handles the process. If the data does not match, even high explosives would fail to breach this compartment. That makes sense. Juju, having only purchased a long knife, felt little concern. However, he had previously perused some information on firearms and weaponry, which included the latest and most lethal armaments. As they conversed, a long mechanical panel on the right side of the cargo compartment began to extend outward, delivering a cloth bag placed on a narrow platform. You can retrieve your package now. The alloy long knife is enclosed in a bag made of special materials customized by our group. You can use it for concealment, as it is dust-proof and waterproof, and any stains can be easily cleaned with water. The delivery person gestured politely, prompting Juju to set down the bowl and step forward to grasp the long blade, a remarkable 1.6-meter sword that stood upright on the ground, towering above the previously encountered robot, reaching the height of Juju's chest. For an ordinary individual, the 10-kilogram sword would be unwieldy, requiring considerable effort to wield even a few times before fatigue set in. Yet, in Juju's capable hands, it felt perfectly balanced. Any lighter, and it would lose the satisfying heft necessary for a proper swing. The end of the bag featured a retractable opening, secured with a cord. Upon loosening it, Juju's eyes were immediately drawn to the silver-gray, oval-shaped mechanical hilt, devoid of any embellishments, save for intricate patterns designed to enhance grip. With his right hand wrapped around the hilt and his left hand gripping the blade horizontally before him, he swiftly drew it forth, revealing a flash of cold light. The polished blade glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, a sight to behold. Indeed, it was worth the effort. Noticing that onlookers had begun to divert their attention toward him, Juju sheathed the sword back into the bag. Just then, a notification chimed from the order watch. Chapter 15. The little puppy in the park of the old Eastern District. At precisely 8 in the morning, retired seniors engage in their morning exercises while children frolic about. Some elderly individuals sit across from each other at a stone table, engrossed in a game of chess, while a few others debate animatedly nearby. Children dart about, clutching ordinary model airplanes, while a middle-aged woman watches over them, casually chatting. Young people walk their dogs, some real, others mechanical, enjoying the park's ambience. A man clad in a black hoodie, holding a fried dough stick, sits beside a small flower bed surrounded by shrubbery. With a glance at his watch and then surveying his surroundings, he appears impatient. Beneath his feet rests a box of beverages, partially obscured by transparent plastic. Where the hell is he? He mutters to himself. To avoid appearing too conspicuous, the man produces a mechanical staff from his pocket, propping it up on the table. As the base makes contact, it splits open, forming a triangular support. A flick of his finger activates a screen that displays his preferred film. Children squabbling. A true underworld affair. How superficial. Is this what bloodshed looks like? How juvenile. The screen portrays violent scenes, yet his derisive expression belies the intensity of his gaze. Unwavering even as a nearby onlooker approaches without eliciting a response from him. Do you enjoy watching movies while conducting business? Show some sincerity, will you? What are you afraid of? This is merely an exchange of milk. Am I ordinary for eating a dumpling? Must I don a black suit? Carrying an obvious silver case that screams drugs or money to stand out? I might as well wear a sign that says, I am the villain. Despite realizing the absurdity of his own thoughts, he cannot help but acknowledge a semblance of logic. Here you go, 10,000 per box, totaling 200,000. The man in sunglasses settles beside the stone table, shifting his beverage box to the side. This is what you wanted, right? We needn't count the goods in person. This location is hardly suitable for such displays. Who says gang deals must occur in secluded areas under the cover of darkness? They can just as well happen in the park at dawn. While the idea seems sound, they neglect a crucial detail. To an uninformed observer, their dealings appear innocuous. However, if someone were to seek them out, how would they escape? The man in sunglasses pauses mid-sentence, cut off by the sudden appearance of his counterpart, hands raised in alarm. A young man stands behind him, brandishing a long stick concealed in a cloth bag, its tip pressed against the back of his head, mistaken for the muzzle of a gun. Hello? I've received information about a drug deal. Just these 2 boxes of milk? Juju, having recently acquired a long knife, receives a message on his wristwatch, which reveals that an investigator from the Eastern Old District has reported a drug transaction in the park, prompting the nearest informant to intervene. To be frank, Juju is unaware of how the Order wristwatch operates, but since the message has arrived and the location is nearby, he sees no reason to miss the opportunity. Wristwatch. Wild dog. Do you know whose goods these are, young man? Use your brain. A stick does not equate to a firearm. I've heard the government's Order wristwatch costs how much? A surgical fee of $250,000, an Order wristwatch for $100,000. And anyone can become a wild dog provided they pass the political examination. Yet here stands a fool who is yet to grow a beard. Leave now, and I shall pretend nothing occurred. In their world, such individuals are labeled wild dogs. The one before him is the weakest of the lot, a little puppy among wild dogs. Damn it. As the man in sunglasses lowers his hands to turn and draw his gun, he realizes that as long as there is no gun behind him, he has a chance to retaliate. Is there really a weapon? The instant the stick is removed from his head, it transforms into a horizontal swing. Measuring 1.60 meters in length and weighing a good few kilograms, the strike to the side of his face is devastating. In an instant, the left side of his face contorts grotesquely, shattered teeth mingling with blood as he collapses, silenced. Meanwhile, the assailant across from him wears a cruel grin, unconcerned with the fate of the man before him. As long as he can buy 2 seconds to draw his gun, the distance is trivial. He can easily blast the other's head off. Yet, as he raises the firearm, darkness suddenly envelopes his vision. He feels a tremendous shock from the side, and in the next moment, he finds himself face down against the tiled ground, bewildered. Juju, crouched by the stone table, scoffs at such an adversary. He needn't even draw his blade. After dispatching one with a long knife, he swiftly steps forward, his empty right hand braces against the table, and his right leg sweeps in a motion akin to autumn leaves falling, striking the shoulder of the next foe. His strength is far beyond what these mere fish can withstand. Am I being too forceful? No cracking bones sound, only a mechanical crunch echoes. Upon glancing down at the mechanical components beneath the skin, he notes that the shoulder he struck bears a similar augmentation. This man seems to have replaced both arms with prosthetics. Thus, the fear and confusion in the fallen man's expression is understandable. Since he underwent this modification, his strength and defense have dramatically improved. He has invested $10,000 into this armed enhancement, savings from an entire year. To have it rendered useless in an instant is a bitter pill to swallow. What a ghastly expression you have. He kicks the fallen man's face, then bends down to retrieve the firearm from the ground. Juju is unfamiliar with its operation, but after studying it for a moment, he locates the safety and presses the button before tucking it into his waistband. Previously a government employee, he could not carry a weapon. Now, however, his status has changed, and such rules no longer apply. Activating the Order wristwatch, he navigates to the communication page, which is surprisingly user-friendly. Support collection report. It should be a collection, right? Juju scratches his head, recalling that old Fu had only instructed him on basic hardware operations. The myriad functions within are overwhelming. He decides to click on it and see what happens. As he presses the collection button, a scanning request instantly appears on the screen. Juju steps back, positioning the wristwatch toward the scene. A faint green light sweeps over the nearest individual, revealing his image and details on the display. Identified E-Class criminal, Iron Tooth. Member of the Jihu faction. Reward, 10,000 federal coins. Identified E-Class criminal, Sunglasses, member of the Hoya faction. Reward, 10,000 federal coins. Reward dispersing. Complete. The Eastern Old District Police Department is dispatching personnel. Clink, clink. The sound of coins colliding rings out, a melodious tone. His phone vibrates in his pocket, likely a notification of the bounty received. Not bad. Even such a character is worth 10,000. In the time it takes to have breakfast, I've pocketed 20,000. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhu Ju found himself increasingly satisfied with the order wristwatch. Previously, he had overheard a fellow on the ground lamenting that for an ordinary person to wear a mechanical watch, it required a surgical investment of 250,000, plus an additional 100,000 for the watch itself. All he did was wield an iron rod, gesturing ominously above the old man's head, as if that equated to earning 350,000. Observing the gathering crowd nearby and confirming that the two individuals on the ground could no longer move, Zhu Ju hoisted the long knife onto his shoulder, preparing to depart. Suddenly, the order wristwatch emitted a frantic red alarm. Urgent assistance needed at Feihong Road residential area. Building 5, 6th floor rooftop. Anyone nearby, please help. Generous rewards await. A man's low, labored breathing and intermittent speech crackled through the earpiece, clearly indicating he had just undergone strenuous activity. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Sir, do you know where the Feihong Road residential area is? Upon hearing about the generous reward, Zhu Ju felt a surge of motivation and turned to the crowd that had gathered beside him. This is it, an elderly man stammered, extending a finger toward a nearby building. In Building 5? Zhu Ju inquired, noting that the old man's finger remained steadfast in its direction. Is it really that coincidental? Zhu Ju abruptly turned his head, his gaze landing on the rooftop, just in time to witness two flower pots shatter midair. Chapter 16. Who are you trying to scare? On the rooftop, two fists collided, sending shockwaves that rustled the surrounding greenery. Wang Dong, you're not as impressive as I thought. Just an investigator from an old district. It seems I overestimated you. Beneath the cracked skin lay a fist of dark metallic hue. The man, clad in a loose trench coat, regarded the one before him, who was struggling to withstand his assault, with a look of disdain. Who would have imagined you'd be hiding in a place like this? My luck seems to be holding up. Capturing you would provide me with enough bounty for a comfortable vacation. Wang Dong's fists began to flush red, his arms remaining unaltered, relying solely on physical strength to contend with this adversary. Certainly, to engage in such a clash of fists without sustaining fractures indicated that his physique was extraordinary. The Order Watch had long provided details on this individual, C-Class Fugitive Number 56, known as the Black Hand, a prominent figure within the criminal gang in Yi City. A vacation? No need to prepare. I'll grant you an eternal rest. The Black Hand's armed modifications were never merely about replacing limbs with mechanical prosthetics. This flame burns at a temperature of 300 degrees Celsius. It cost me 300,000. Wang Dong, your blade is gone. Your bullet's spent. Be cautious. It's hot. The Black Hand twisted his neck, advancing toward Wang Dong in a charging stance, his fist aimed directly at his face. The two small flowers nearby were scorched to ash, cascading down. Wang Dong's expression shifted to alarm. Attempting to retreat, he realized another fist was already before him, with the rooftop's edge behind him, leaving no avenue for escape. Merely drawing closer, the flames began to cause his coat to emit wisps of smoke. Die. One more step forward, and killing an investigator would certainly elevate my reputation. For fugitives of his caliber, a higher ranking meant greater rewards for work undertaken. Slaying an ordinary person would not enhance their standing, while government employees were viewed as prime targets for boosting their scores. In gaming terms, experience points? Yet, just as the Black Hand was about to deliver a fatal blow to Wang Dong, he noticed the latter glancing over his shoulder, sending a chill down his spine. Hastily, he sidestepped and rolled away. Ultimately, he had no intention of exchanging blows with someone. He bore no grudge against Wang Dong, and was merely foolish to consider sacrificing himself for the kill. In the very next moment after the Black Hand rolled away, a long knife struck the ground, the tiles on the rooftop exploding outward from the force of the blade. Why are you looking at me? Am I that captivating? Hold on for just another second, and I'll dispatch him. Zhu Ju frowned at Wang Dong, having sprinted up to find an opportunity to ambush, only to have it thwarted by the investigator's gaze. What a useless teammate. If I don't look at you, I might die. I never imagined it would be you. Regardless, the Black Hand is a C-Class fugitive. Do you have confidence? Wang Dong regarded Zhu Ju, recognizing the young man from the nightclub, astonished that he had been saved by him. No, we can't say saved yet. The Black Hand isn't dead. Is C-Class really that formidable? Zhu Ju, wielding the long knife in one hand, glanced at the scowling Black Hand. His words startled the latter, who could not fathom why this newcomer would belittle him. Could it be that he possesses uncommon strength? With no combat weapons, but a single long knife, Zhu Ju exuded confidence, seeming genuinely unconcerned about the C-Class designation. To kill an investigator. What a stroke of bad luck to have other government employees nearby. Once again, the Black Hand bore no enmity toward Wang Dong or this sudden young man. Killing or sparing was merely a means to enhance his reputation. There was no need to gamble on the chance of being deceived. Retreating now meant he would incur no loss beyond the discovery of his small hideout. Humph. I'll let you off today. Don't let me catch you alone next time. Even in retreat, he made sure to deliver a threatening remark, stepping back before leaping cleanly off the rooftop. Hey, don't go. Zhu Ju grasped his knife and rushed to the edge of the rooftop, poised to leap after him. But upon glancing down at the 10-meter drop, he realized that the Black Hand must have had some confidence to make such a leap. If Zhu Ju were to follow, he would likely meet his demise. Reluctantly, he abandoned the pursuit. You're quite adept at hiding. What level investigator are you? To disregard even a C-class fugitive. Wang Dong, still in decent condition but breathing heavily, placed a hand on Zhu Ju's shoulder, surprised. I'm an informant, Zhu Ju replied candidly. Oh, an informant level? So you're an informant? Wang Dong's eyes widened, his eyelids twitching. You, an informant, come out with such a bold statement about C-class being formidable, and if they escape, you still want to chase? What a bizarre situation. I truly don't understand what makes C-class so significant. Is that a problem? Not being able to engage was quite disheartening. Ha ha ha, an informant. How amusing. If the Black Hand knew he was frightened off by an informant, it would likely infuriate him. To Wang Dong, it seemed the Black Hand had been scared off by a reckless youth. The young man appeared to be quite an interesting character, bold enough to engage in a confrontation with an investigator and a C-class fugitive. Wang Dong had previously suspected this young man had the mettle, yet he never considered the motive behind why an informant would rush to join a battle, knowing the investigator was on the brink of collapse. If the Black Hand had remained, could they truly have triumphed? Regardless, you saved my life. I assure you, my gratitude will not be lacking. Let's go. It's not yet mealtime, and I'll treat you to a drink. All right. The two descended, Wang Dong leading Zhu Ju to a well-known tavern in the Eastern Old District. Despite it being daytime, the establishment was still bustling with patrons. So, you were the one who took on the task I shared. No wonder you appeared. It seems my luck isn't as dire as I imagined. As they settled at the bar, recounting the earlier events, Wang Dong downed his drink, exhilarated by the narrow escape. He had initially been tracking leads to capture 2 gang members involved in a drug deal, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the Black Hand in this dilapidated residential building. As an investigator, he could not afford to overlook such an opportunity. He shared his original task to focus on this significant target, intending to gain an advantage through a surprise attack, only to find his adversary had preemptively prepared several traps, leading to his cover being blown and forcing him into a direct confrontation. Due to the sudden turn of events, his preparations had been insufficient. His ability serum had been expended during a previous tavern mission, and he had not had the chance to replenish it. He believed he could handle 2 minor drug dealers without the serum, but facing the Black Hand rendered it indispensable. What exactly is this ability serum? Why can't I find it in the Watchus marketplace? Zhu Ju had specifically checked the marketplace, noting the absence of any options for purchasing ability serums. Because it isn't a product of the mechanical group, ability serums are classified as chemical supplies. Blue Wing, Farsail, and Crown are all products of the mechanical group. While they can fabricate weapons without issue, they certainly cannot produce these serums. To acquire such items, you must report to the Public Security Bureau, and only then will they provide them to you. Wang Dong retrieved a sleek, black, square box from his pocket and slid open the lid. Beneath it lay a screen displaying an array of syringes under various designations: strength enhancement, agility enhancement. The uppermost entries were the most fundamental, their names straightforward, while subsequent rows revealed more specialized syringes, such as E-Class Spider Syringe, E-Class Porcupine Syringe, E-Class Kangaroo Syringe. What do these signify? Zhu Ju pointed at the syringes named after animals, marked with numbers below. Most of them appeared in shades of dark gray, rendering them unselectable. The upper row represented ordinary abilities, akin to stimulants, while the lower row diverged entirely, offering syringes that bestow unique capabilities. For instance, the E-Class Spider Syringe, which I can procure now, grants the user certain characteristics akin to those of a spider for a brief period. The prefix denotes the concentration of the syringe, with indicating the most basic level, suggesting that there are limits to the changes one can experience after its use. It is said that the effects vary depending on the type of spider, but that is a consideration for those capable of utilizing C-Class spider syringes. Wang Dong had been utilizing syringes for some time, having conducted considerable research in this field. He produced another elongated iron box, sliding it across the table towards Zhu Zhu, and continued, "As for the generous reward I mentioned earlier, this is the syringe I recently purchased, capable of enhancing human capabilities. While it may not transcend human limits, it will undoubtedly lead to significant improvements in strength, agility, and reaction speed. The advancement of technology in this era is not confined solely to mechanical innovations. Substantial progress has also been made in pharmaceuticals. Zhu Zhu's body had already undergone modifications from that entity within him, and he was reluctant to experiment with such syringes designed for human use, especially since he did not lack for strength. He had his own methods of enhancement. Yet, Wang Dong perceived this gesture as quite thoughtful, and he downed 2 more drinks on the spot. "Good lad. From now on, you shall be my friend, Wang Dong." He clapped Zhu Zhu on the shoulder, nearly causing the latter's drink to spill. Chapter 17. The Bluebird. Ultimately, the means of recompense is delivered in the simplest and most unpretentious manner. 200,000 federal coins. This was Zhu Zhu's quotation, which he deemed appropriate. Wang Dong, having recently purchased this potion, found himself in a tight financial situation and initially transferred 50,000 to Zhu Zhu, assuring him that he would make up the remaining 150,000 within the next 2 months. "You previously inquired about the ranks of investigators. Is there even a hierarchy?" Zhu Zhu asked, glancing at the beverages on the wooden shelf behind the counter. "Of course, are you not aware? The personal information page within the order wristwatch should indicate your current rank. As an informant, you are likely at the lower tier. Once you capture a sufficient number of criminals or solve several cases, you will be promoted to investigator, which is mid-tier," Wang Dong explained. Upon noticing Zhu Zhu merely nodding, he realized that Zhu Zhu was truly uninformed about such matters. After some consideration, he began to elaborate on the situation. "With numerous government departments in Yi City, the actual circumstances are beyond my comprehension as an outsider. Therefore, I will refrain from discussing what I do not know and share only the fundamental conditions concerning government employees who possess the order wristwatch. There are 4 ranks: informant, investigator, executor, and inspector. Informants are considered external. The government does not trust them. Hence, there is no basic information sharing, and they cannot contact the Public Security Bureau. However, the Bureau can reverse control the informant's wristwatch via Alpha, the government's internal artificial intelligence. This situation only changes when one becomes an investigator, and even then, it is merely a partial change. Overall, one remains a peripheral figure. Doesn't that sound somewhat stifling? Yet, for the sake of earning money, it suffices. At least we can legally apprehend individuals and claim bounties, provided we do not oppose the government and possess some abilities. Life can still be quite comfortable." Wang Dong paused for a moment, allowing Zhu Zhu to digest the information before continuing. "For ordinary individuals, ascending to the rank of an investigator is the pinnacle. At this point, some with clean backgrounds, decent skills, and fortunate connections with certain executors or inspectors may receive government assessment invitations. If they pass, they qualify to enter the government system, becoming internal personnel of the Public Security Bureau. Both executors and investigators belong to the upper tier. Executors are valued for their combat abilities, primarily handling positions of wanted criminals assigned by the government. It is not to say that inspectors cannot fight. Rather, they are more cerebral, often leading teams on duty at the Public Security Bureau, handling various cases. Thus, most perceive their status as somewhat higher than that of executors. But in reality, they are on equal footing. Are both executors and inspectors individuals like us? Zhu Zhu suddenly posed a rather peculiar question, causing Wang Dong, who had paused to drink, to smile. The government may recruit a few dogs as police dogs. But how could they allow their Public Security Bureau to be tainted by the aura of the lower class? Consequently, each year, the number of true investigators ascending from the grassroots level into the government is fewer than the fingers on one hand. Can you imagine that the assessment invitation we struggle for years to attain is viewed as merely a matter of signing up by some high achievers? Ultimately, we remain the lower echelons. Those fellows hold us in disdain. Wang Dong's expression reflected some indignation at this topic, while Zhu Zhu remained unfazed, which surprised the former. This young man truly possesses remarkable composure. Little did he know, Zhu Zhu had no interest in entering the government. Given the monstrous entity within him, should he join the government, he might very well be dissected for research in times of crisis. A notification chimed from his phone, prompting Zhu Zhu to check the message. It contained an address from Gu Yinxing. Setting his drink aside, he swiftly seized the long knife on the table. We'll continue this discussion another time. Don't forget to transfer the money. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Before Wang Dong could react, Zhu Ju dashed out with haste. The location mentioned by Gu Yinxing was situated in a technological park in Yi City, not too far from the eastern Old Town. This marked Zhu Ju's third foray into the urban district of Yi City. The architectural style of this era bore little difference from his previous life, albeit infused with a substantial amount of technological elements in its overall ambience. As he passed by towering buildings, even in daylight, virtual projections continuously displayed various advertisement images. The fountain in the nearby park had also become a projection. Though the small river nearby contained real water, here it was merely a realistic virtual image. Looking up, he could see the crisscrossing elevated roads. In his past world, Zhu Ju had encountered similar transportation systems. However, in this realm, they seemed denser and taller. As the high-rises continued to ascend, suddenly, a peculiar jet-like sound caught his attention. He glanced upward to see an airship, resembling a metal box, gliding overhead. The diversity of transportation in this era was no trivial matter, as this 6-meter-long airship had already become a common means of travel in urban centers. However, Zhu Ju had only ever observed them. He had never ridden one and was unaware of where to board. Upon arriving at the technological park, Zhu Ju alighted from the vehicle and noticed a crowd moving towards a building in the nearby square, indicating that the product launch event had commenced. Unlike those large enterprises, this company was merely a small one within the technological park. As he walked inside, he searched for information regarding the company. Intelligent pets, he mused. The Zhenjiang Technology Company primarily produced various robotic pets, such as the robotic dog he had seen earlier in the park, which were mostly toys. Zhu Ju scoffed at the notion. Cats, dogs, rabbits. Could they even create a tiger? Given its status as a small company, there was no question of invitation letters. Anyone willing to take a look was welcome, merely considered as fillers for the occasion. In truth, had it not been a small company, Gu Yinxing's team would not have been allowed to perform, especially since they had only debuted less than 2 months ago. Hailing from the eastern Old Town, low in value and notoriety, Zhu Ju entered with the long knife in hand, following a small group towards an area resembling a lecture hall. Through the doorway, he could see rows of chairs and an exhibition platform displaying visual presentations. Sir, please halt for a moment. We need to conduct a security check. In such a crowd, security measures were essential, albeit basic metal object scanning. Beep. The machine triggered an alarm upon nearing the long knife, and the 2 security personnel stationed at the entrance regarded Zhu Ju with heightened vigilance. This is my weapon. You may temporarily hold on to it. He rolled up his left sleeve to reveal the order wristwatch, which could serve as a pass in many places. We will safely store your weapon here. Since he was a government employee, there was no need for further identity verification. The security personnel gestured for him to proceed, allowing Zhu Ju to relinquish the long knife encased in a cloth bag, along with the firearm at his waist. How heavy? Can a person even wield this knife? That's somewhat absurd. How could it be that heavy? The combined weight of the knife and sheath was no laughing matter, exceeding 10 kilograms. While an adult man could certainly lift it, the idea of wielding such a long knife in battle seemed almost unbelievable. Zhu Ju paid no mind to the 2 individuals behind him as they scrutinized his weapon. After all, it was merely an ordinary long knife, not an object of great value. Navigating through the throngs of people, Zhu Ju seated himself in the aisle of the 3rd row from the front. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he heard the sound of doors closing behind him, followed by the lights in the entire auditorium dimming, leaving only the screen on the stage illuminated. As the background music played, a lively tune filled the air, and several girls dashed onto the stage from either side of the exhibition area, each accompanied by a mechanical pet, predominantly consisting of cats and dogs. However, Zhu Ju's gaze was fixed solely on Gu Yinxing from the very beginning. Today, she donned a light yellow blouse paired with a white short skirt, standing at the edge of the group, dancing in unison with her team, while a silver-gray mechanical dog circled her playfully. She took her phone and snapped numerous photos, much like those around her. Once the dance performance concluded, the lights in the audience area gradually brightened. The girls did not disperse. Instead, another host appeared, beginning to inquire about the functions and benefits of the mechanical pets accompanying the girls. Zhu Ju exhibited little interest in the proceedings, only raising her hand and waving when Gu Yinxing spoke. Gu Yinxing, too, was searching for Juju upon spotting that hand and the person waving. A smile instinctively graced her face. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you have all been eagerly anticipating this moment. What mysterious mechanical pets has Uncanny Technology Company crafted that warrants such a special launch event? The host gestured to the side, and a mechanical bird, resplendent in a cerulean hue and roughly the size of an ordinary parrot, leisurely soared onto the exhibition stage. Even Juju, who had initially been indifferent to the event, found herself captivated by the spectacle. The bird was not only lifelike in appearance, but also emitted a mesmerizing azure glow from its wings as it flapped, scattering blue light particles with its movements, creating a stunning visual display. The intricate beauty of machinery harmonized with the natural elegance of biology, prompting a chorus of gasps from the audience. The girls on stage appeared utterly starstruck. At that moment, the head of the marketing department at Uncanny Technology Company wore a beaming expression, communicating through an earpiece with the host on stage. They prepared for the main event, a spectacular revelation designed to make a resounding impact and establish their reputation. Chapter 18. The prize event of 998. The Bluebird. A new generation of mechanical pet has forsaken the fixed forms of cats and dogs that characterized its predecessors, instead turning its gaze towards avian creatures. Equipped with a positioning tracking system, communication system, and networking capabilities, it boasts a plethora of functions that far surpass the singular tracking system of the previous generation. This is likely due to its ability to transcend mere companionship, as it can soar through the skies, perch upon a person's shoulder, or rest upon their wrist, thus expanding its potential significantly. Our company has developed this Bluebird with a focus on the practicality of mechanical pets. It is no longer merely a playful companion, but is poised to become a true partner in the lives of individuals in the future. Following a comprehensive introduction of the Bluebird's features by the host, a wave of discussion surged among the audience. The team from the press at the back diligently recorded the proceedings, marking this launch event as undoubtedly successful. Yet, this was insufficient. Uncanny Technology aspired to create a buzz substantial enough to draw attention to this news, and consequently, to their new product. Suddenly, the host pressed the earpiece with a look of disbelief, as if he had heard something astonishing. The audience's gaze swiftly converged on him. Good news, tremendous news. Ladies and gentlemen, today at the launch of the Bluebird, we have witnessed your enthusiasm, and thus, our company has decided to distribute the prototype of the Bluebird, along with the mechanical pets beside each of you lovely ladies, in an upcoming event. Flushed with excitement, many waved their hands and stomped their feet intermittently to express their exhilaration. If one could obtain the prototype of the Bluebird, even if they had no personal use for it, selling it could yield a considerable profit. The event we have prepared is quite simple. It requires no profound knowledge or special skills, just an arm wrestling contest. That's all. Subsequently, our company will dispatch 10 representatives, each embodying a mechanical pet. If you can triumph over them, you shall receive one on the spot. Let us welcome them to the stage, the host announced. At the edge of the exhibition stage, several men clad in uniforms emblazoned with the Uncanny Technology logo ascended one by one, some portly, others slender, appearing as ordinary company employees. In truth, most of them were indeed regular staff, save for one. The prototype of the Bluebird is not a future commodity. As an exhibition model, its features and craftsmanship far exceed those of mass-produced items. Thus, its value is significantly heightened, making it impossible to genuinely give it away as a prize. This principle is akin to the instant noodles we commonly consume. Goods are defined by their tangible forms. Rest assured, my arm has been reinforced and modified. With the audience composed largely of ordinary folks, there is little risk of mishap. The last man to take the stage was unremarkable in both physique and appearance. Donned in the company uniform, presenting as an ordinary individual. Due to the large crowd present, we opted for a lottery system to select 10 lucky audience members, who would each be invited by the lovely ladies on stage to participate. Yes, you heard correctly. 20 individuals will have the opportunity to challenge the arm wrestling champions of Uncanny Technology. To encourage everyone to take on the highest prizes, we are granting each participant 2 chances to contend against our arm wrestling champions. Since they are the guardians of the Bluebird, they must possess a notable reputation, otherwise, suspicions may arise. This strategy entails a fair draw of 10 participants to suggest impartiality, followed by each of the girls inviting 10 individuals, ostensibly to bestow benefits upon their fans, which may have been prearranged. The draw is random, and among the hundreds present, Juju casually selected a slip of paper, unsurprisingly drawing a blank, while the 10 chosen ascended the stage. However, this lottery was inherently random. Among the 10 were 3 women, 5 older gentlemen, and 2 younger men. Naturally, the men rushed to challenge the guardians of the Bluebird, but predictably, they were all defeated in the first round. Conversely, 3 women engaged in a rotating strategy and managed to secure a victory, claiming a mechanical dog as their prize. This left the remaining men feeling somewhat regretful. Ultimately, only 3 men persisted, only to meet with further defeat, while 2 of those who had given up successfully triumphed over the guardians, winning a cat and a rabbit. The failed challenges against the guardians of the Bluebird did not incite significant unrest. The audience was well aware that such mechanical pets could not be given away so casually. And most who had exited the stage regretted not attempting to challenge the ordinary mechanical pets, thus squandering their opportunity. What a pity. The first round's fortunate participants only won 3 mechanical pets. However, after the exertion of the first round, it remained uncertain whether the second round's lucky contestants would achieve greater rewards. Let the ladies commence selecting challengers. As the host spoke, the guardians of the Bluebird stretched their wrists, feigning fatigue, and the excitement in the audience surged once more. One by one, the girls stepped forward to choose. And while it was difficult to ascertain how many of them had genuine fans in the crowd, at this moment, everyone seemed to be. With each girl who approached the stage, hands were raised in unison, instantly igniting the atmosphere. At this juncture, Gu Yinxing made her entrance, her gaze fixed on Juju, who promptly stood and raised his hand in response. I choose the person in the 3rd row aisle. It is more convenient. Holding the microphone in her left hand, Gu Yinxing feigned searching the crowd before pointing at Juju. Juju left his seat, jogging to the stage, to express his gratitude. He naturally shook hands with Gu Yinxing before standing beside her, awaiting the arrival of the remaining participants. Chapter 19. Your bird, I shall take it. You may attempt to challenge the 3rd and 5th individuals. They have previously engaged in arm wrestling with several others, and their strength must have considerably waned. While the other girls leisurely select their contenders to enhance their visibility, Gu Yinxing engages in conversation with Juju nearby. Rest assured, I will act within my limits. How high can that bird fly? Is solar charging feasible? Now that they are on stage, Juju has but one objective, this azure bird. Since they have chosen to showcase it, they must be prepared for its potential loss. The final girl selects a robust man, nearly 6 feet tall, exuding considerable strength. He adorns his fingers with 2 rings. Wow, this gentleman appears to be the most likely audience member to win the azure bird today, wouldn't you agree? The host, heeding the directive in his earpiece, proceeds to flatter the newly arrived man. Let us commence the second round of challenges. As the girls have chosen men, the initial challenge of this round sees everyone standing before the guardian of the azure bird, yet none dare to advance. The reason is simple. They are all aware that this person before them possesses considerable skill in arm wrestling, and the first to approach stands little chance of victory. They prefer to allow others to exhaust their strength before stepping forward themselves. When the clamorous competition ensues, the opportunistic onlookers wait. I shall go, Juju declares, asserting himself. Oh, how could you possibly win now? Gu Yinxing grasps his arm in a futile attempt to deter him, while those around them readily part to make way for Juju, their expressions betraying a strange amusement. Finally, someone is willing to serve as the sacrificial lamb. It matters not. The outcome remains the same, regardless of the order. The guardian of the azure bird assumes his stance, convinced that he could prevail against this young man even with a normal arm, let alone with his mechanical prosthetic. Can your bird charge using solar energy? Juju inquires, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, its wings are equipped for solar charging. However, you may not have the opportunity to utilize that feature, so do not concern yourself with it. The guardian replies, his face adorned with a congenial smile, ready to bring despair to this seemingly frail youth as soon as the host signals. Are you prepared? Begin. The host releases his grip, and Gu Yinxing instinctively covers her eyes as the onlookers begin to prepare for the transition. The crowd behind remains unfazed. Suddenly, Gu Yinxing hears a cacophony of gasps, and as she uncovers her eyes, she is met with the sight of the audience's astonished faces. They are locked in a stalemate. The host stares, bewildered, at the 2 flushed palms and the muscular arm belonging to the young man. His gaze shifts to the guardian of the azure bird, initially thinking it a mere performance. but now realizing that such a weak opponent may not lend the act sufficient credibility. However, upon observing the Guardian's equally shocked expression and his increasingly ashen complexion, the realization dawns on everyone present. This is a genuine contest. How can this be? Your strength. I can hardly believe it. The Guardian glares at the hands beginning to tilt toward his right, gritting his teeth and exerting more force. Now is not the time for astonishment. Your strength is impressive. Your arm seems extraordinary. Thanks to the exertion, Juju can feel the mechanical hardware beneath the Guardian's palm, but he refrains from voicing this awareness. Mechanical prosthetics come in various grades. Advanced models can unleash immense power with a mere punch, something Juju cannot currently match. Yet, this opponent is decidedly inferior. With a sudden, powerful shout, he increases his strength, overpowering his opponent. The table beneath them falters under the immense force, its wooden legs splintering. The arena falls silent, only to erupt into thunderous applause moments later. Gu Yinxing covers her mouth, incredulous at the scene unfolding before her. He actually won? The onlookers, wide-eyed, can only clap in resignation, having witnessed the table collapse. What more could they say? Meanwhile, the designated individual at the back stands utterly bewildered. What is happening? It was supposed to be his grand finale, seizing the azure bird and elevating the excitement. Now the excitement is palpable, yet both the process and outcome are entirely unexpected. I have won. Your bird. No, the azure bird is now mine, is it not? Juju declares, shaking his hand and looking at the host. How? How should this be announced? The host stammers. This is a prototype, while not one of a kind. Its forgery is valued at no less than 100,000 federal coins. Can it truly be given away so easily? Hey, what are you thinking? Is it not clear that I have won? You do not wish to renege on this, do you? Juju observes the host's expression, his eyes glinting as he deliberately raises his voice. The audience immediately understands. The spectacle is precisely what they crave. They wish to witness the azure bird being claimed by an ordinary individual. Announce it! Announce it! The crowd chants in waves, while the sales manager beside the exhibition platform kicks over a nearby cardboard box. The multitude of journalists and cameras captures the moment, and by tomorrow, consumers will learn that Zhenjiang Technology Company is a business lacking integrity. The repercussions will far exceed the worth of a mere azure bird prototype. Congratulations, sir. The azure bird is now yours. Thank you. I still have another chance. May I continue? Juju inquires, not wishing to squander the opportunity they mentioned. Of course, you may continue, the host awkwardly replies. Truly, you are a gem, Juju exclaims. As the hostess look suggests that after giving away the azure bird, no one would care about an ordinary mechanical pet. Which one do you desire? I shall offer it as a token of gratitude for this chance. Juju, satisfied with just one azure bird, turns to Gu Yinxing. I want the rabbit. The pink mechanical rabbit. Gu Yinxing decisively makes her choice, showing no hesitation at this moment, while the surrounding girls gaze on with envy. A rabbit that requires no feeding, no firm maintenance, no hygiene upkeep, and will not run amok. What girl could resist such a delightful creature? Let us hasten to conclude this. Juju smiles at the guardian of the pink rabbit. Chapter 20. A fateful toast. Both the audience and the reporters were captivated by Juju, whose victory over the Qingniao had stirred a fervor among the crowd that had yet to dissipate. Even the staff from Zhenjiang Technology seemed momentarily stunned. They understood the immense value of this prototype, initially intended as a showcase item, a symbol of prestige. And now it had been claimed by a seemingly frail young man right before their eyes. The manager beside them had already kicked over the third cardboard box in frustration. This rabbit is for you. Without your reminder, I might have missed out on such a remarkable prize today. Juju was in high spirits, though he was not well versed in the pricing of these mechanical pets. Witnessing the despondent expression of the individual he had arm-wrestled earlier left little doubt that this was no trivial acquisition. Around his neck, he wore a metallic disc the size of a thumb, the control core of the Qingniao. Donning it activated the follow system, requiring no manual control, ensuring that the Qingniao would remain within 20 meters of him. By pressing the control core, he could also activate a new interface to access additional features. As he pressed a mechanism on the left side of the control core, the Qingniao, which had been soaring above the exhibition stand, gracefully descended and perched securely upon his shoulder. Hey, it's all thanks to our encounter on the rooftop. You were wielding a steel rod for exercise, and I thought to myself that you must possess considerable strength, which is why I invited you on stage. I never expected you to win 2 pets. I must tell you, this mechanical rabbit is worth 5,000 in the market. Enjoy it. I must take my leave now. Staying any longer might draw a crowd. Holding the box, he made his swift exit. A girl dashed up from behind, wrapping her arms around Gu Yinxing's neck, her eyes fixated on the mechanical rabbit. He's not just anyone I picked out. Big head, you are still too young. Gu Yinxing, cradling the rabbit, headed backstage with her teammates, while a few other girls gathered around them. How many times must I tell you not to call me Big Head? Did you somehow know he was formidable? Is your judgment truly that keen? Honestly, I find that hard to believe, considering how scatterbrained you are. All right, Big Head, no problem, Big Head. Yinxing, do tell. How did you discern that? The other girls pressed for answers. Because he is already my fan. I specifically sent him the address. He is a police officer, you see. But I didn't expect him to win the Qingyao. Wow, how did you meet such an impressive fan? We were at the same event, yet we had no idea. A girl with a side ponytail stroked the mechanical rabbit, her gaze fixed on Gu Yinxing. I don't recall seeing him at previous events. Oh, I remember. He was present when we performed at the mall the day before yesterday. Come on, be honest, how do you know him? As more girls congregated. Despite having debuted for less than 2 months, their camaraderie had blossomed into genuine friendships. Ahem, actually, he lives in the old district, in the building next to ours. He has rented out the entire rooftop. I was up there practicing my singing when he recognized me. Upon reflection, I suppose my singing attracted him. Really? With your off-key singing? The friends exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of Gu Yinxing's vocal capabilities. Actually, I met him while hanging laundry. I caught a whiff of barbecued meat. And that is how we got acquainted. She recounted her first encounter with Zhu Zhu, eliciting laughter from her teammates, unaware that her initial assertion was indeed accurate. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhu hurried away from the press conference, evading several reporters who attempted to intercept him, relying on the throng to shield his escape. Where's my prize? Upon reaching the entrance, he planned to grab his belongings and make a swift exit. However, as soon as he stepped outside, several individuals in plain clothes sprinted after him, one of whom was the guardian of the Qingyao. What do you want? Zhu Zhu inquired, eyeing the panting group before him. I just know this is your prize, and since I won the contest, I'm entitled to take it. Farewell. Zhu Zhu did not hesitate for even a moment. He had no financial worries, with Wang Dong owing him a substantial sum. But the situation was not as straightforward. Zhu Zhu had won the arm wrestling contest, and the technology company had publicly awarded him the Qingyao. He felt justified in his claim. The Qingyao's guardian, flanked by 2 others, stood before Zhu Zhu, their intentions unmistakable. A toast to punishment? Now that piques my interest. I've heard that breaking into private properties can lead to self-defense claims. Here is a suggestion. Next time you decide to invade my home, consider upgrading your mechanical prosthetics. Zhu Zhu leaned closer, continuing, otherwise, if I were to end your life, you might realize your funds remain unspent. What a waste that would be. How do you know about my? I'll say this only once. The Qingyao is mine. If you refrain from troubling me, I shall not seek you out. But should you persist in your folly, I shall ensure you leave empty-handed. Zhu Zhu offered no opportunity for retort, departing resolutely, while the manager stood nearby, drenched in sweat. Let us go. There is no point in overthinking it. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. The manager recognized Zhu Zhu's order wristwatch. Instigating a confrontation with a government employee was ill-advised, especially when they were already in a precarious position. Even if he were merely a low-ranking employee unprotected by the government, he was not someone they could afford to tangle with. The Qingyao prototype could hardly be dismissed as a mere mechanical pet. Zhu Zhu had never encountered a robotic companion designed for aerial reconnaissance. In drone mode, the Qingyao took flight from his shoulder, soaring to a height of several meters. As the screen before Zhu Zhu shimmered, it revealed an overhead view of the streets, placing him at the center of the scene, capturing everything within a 30-meter radius. What a splendid device. It complements me remarkably well. Observing the clear imagery on the screen, Zhu Zhu felt a sense of satisfaction. This newfound tool might prove invaluable in his future endeavors to track down those elusive monsters. Chapter 21. The Vanity of a Monster, Sir. Please hold on. As Zhu Zhu was about to ascend the stairs, he heard a shout from behind. Turning around, he was met by 2 uniformed police officers, one male and one female. Is there something amiss? He inquired, reflecting upon his recent actions. Aside from indulging in a few skewers of chicken wings from a barbecue stall and threatening old Fu with a crowbar to assist in modifying his order wristwatch and phone, He could not recall any illegal activities. Xiaonan, do you think this is the individual? The male officer gazed at the projection screen in his hand, addressing his colleague. Somewhat similar, the female officer replied. Sir, may I inquire where you were between 9 and 11 p.m. the night before last? As she compared the real person with the image, Su Xiaonan positioned herself to the side, scrutinizing Zhu Ju's profile, noting a striking resemblance. The night before last? Let me think. I went to eat barbecue around 9 p.m. The monster had not undergone a transformation, suggesting that the battle had not yet erupted, and he was in a state of normalcy. At Fat Brothers Barbecue? Yes, I frequent that place. Did you witness the commotion occurring on the street outside the barbecue stall? Commotion? Indeed, I saw it. There were people firing guns, and someone wielded a stun gun. Quite powerful, I must say. Leaning against the railing by the staircase. One foot resting on the step, his elbow propped against the end of a fabric bag. The bluebird hovered in the sky, while the core button was concealed within Zhu Ju's coat. Did you participate? Su Xiaonan appraised Zhu Ju, questioning whether this individual could genuinely engage in such a battle. Given his physique, she suspected she could easily subdue him. How could I participate? It was a stun gun. I'd like to live a few more years, you know. I merely saw them fighting and decided to flee. I am not one to revel in chaos. However, the barbecue stall owner and a few patrons seemed to gravitate toward the scene. Zhu Ju feigned surprise, aware that the camera was directed at the street. He had crouched behind the barbecue stall, presumably out of view, and even when he emerged, he maintained his position, avoiding the camera's range. Since he had not been captured in the footage of the ensuing battle, and given that the witnesses had been driven to madness upon seeing the monster, he could fabricate his tale freely. Fortunately, the long knife in his possession was concealed within the fabric bag. Had it been discovered, explaining its presence would have been challenging. The two officers continued to pose various questions, such as whether he had seen any peculiar individuals at that time, to which Zhu Ju deftly dodged with evasive responses. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Xiaonan harbored little skepticism toward Zhu Ju's claims. She did not believe there was anything to conceal. It was well known that, according to higher authorities, those who had vanquished the monster had earned significant accolades, including not only substantial monetary rewards from the government, but also the possibility of direct commendation from the Public Security Bureau. Such commendations were not merely verbal. The Bureau had the authority to bestow titles such as Model Citizen or Outstanding Citizen, which would be recorded in one's civic file. With such recognition, one could enjoy various benefits in employment and leisure. Who would refuse such an advantageous proposition? Su Xiaonan mused that if she were capable of such feats, she would immediately contact the Public Security Bureau. This could potentially lead to a promotion, transitioning from a mere precinct officer in an old district to a position within the Bureau, significantly enhancing her salary and benefits, while also affording her the opportunity to mingle with the elite of the Bureau. Promotion and salary increase, a prestigious position at the Bureau, mingling with affluent and attractive individuals, ascending to the pinnacle of life. Just the thought sent a thrill through her. Is this officer all right? Zhu Ju gazed at the female officer, who was tilting her head and smiling foolishly. Are the hiring standards really this low now? Hey, have you no shame? The male officer kicked Su Xiaonan's foot, awkwardly covering his face, eager to conclude the conversation. Very well, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, a familiar humming resonated in Zhu Ju's mind, causing him to freeze momentarily. Such fortuitous luck, delivery right to his doorstep? Gripping the long knife tightly, Zhu Ju had intended to commence his hunting tomorrow, yet a new discovery awaited him tonight. Whenever these monsters manifested nearby, Zhu Ju would sense their presence. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the direction of their existence. Southeast. Pressing his left hand against the edge of the staircase, he leaped down unhesitatingly. Bursting onto the street, he observed the flow of traffic and the peculiar individuals passing by, squinting to filter out the chaotic and irrelevant information. His sensing indicated that the monster was not far. Nearby, with the scene shifting from left to right. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on the rooftop of a residential building, surrounded by other structures. There, casually crossing the zebra crossing, he ventured into the alleyway between buildings. The alleys of the old district come in two varieties. One is a truly narrow and cramped path, filled only with haphazardly piled debris and refuse. The other resembles a miniature street, featuring small shops, often with modest storefronts. For instance, a windowsill may be converted into a wooden board that can be lowered at night, transforming into a small stall where the proprietor busies themselves until customers arrive. Another example could be a quaint alley bar, enticingly named, adorned with pink and red lights, only to reveal itself as a hangout for middle-aged men upon entry. Don't ask Juju how he knows this. This should be the place. It's perfect for testing the waters. Retrieving the control core from his chest, he activated the drone mode and night vision. Numerous buttons appeared on the screen. Forward, backward, left, right, ascend, descend. It was a miniature control template. The bluebird soared into the air, displaying the rooftop scene. In his hand, the figure held a mirror. Interesting, a monster with a penchant for vanity? Donning his hood, Juju commanded the bluebird to hover in the shadows near the rooftop, seeking a means to ascend. In the old district, standalone houses were a rarity. Most structures were residential buildings, differentiated by whether their staircases were built alongside or in the center of the structure. The building before him belonged to the latter category. He ascended the stairs, the rooftop door ajar, likely left open by the individual he had spotted. Stepping through the door, Juju had yet to utter a word when he heard a voice emanating from the other side. How did I end up like this? Where's my face? Why? Juju waited for several minutes, only to be met with a barrage of repetitive statements. The fact that this creature still possessed the capacity for introspection suggested that some semblance of reason remained intact. The monsters he had previously encountered had been akin to wolves, driven mad by the sight of humans, devoid of any potential for communication. This one, however, was an unexpected discovery. Rather than rushing to strike, Juju opted to emerge from the shadows. Hey, brother, have you had dinner? Juju found himself at a loss for how to initiate a conversation and simply blurted out a greeting. Who are you? Don't come any closer, brother. Stay back. The individual on the rooftop, initially puzzled by the approaching figure, quickly remembered his current state and hastily covered his face with his arm, shouting, Come on, we're both grown men. Why hide your face? I'm not interested in men. Juju quipped, his eyes scrutinizing the individual before him. Speaking fluently, he did not wish for others to witness his transformation into a grotesque being, thus confirming Juju's earlier conjecture that he still retained a semblance of human reason. You do not understand. I cannot face others right now. You should leave at once. Why not? Is it so shameful? Isn't it simply transforming into a monster? Have you not seen Kamen Rider? Some of those creatures are rather striking, are they not? Juju, amused, intended to tease this individual, for he still possessed a degree of rationality, and his demeanor did not resemble that of a murderer. Chapter 22. A good day to feast on the rooftop. With a long knife held loosely in one hand, the blade resting on his shoulder, Juju observed the individual before him, who was still concealing his face. The man's condition was rather peculiar. In Juju's previous encounters with these creatures, now perhaps more appropriately termed mutants as designated by the Public Security Bureau, he had gathered certain insights. His experiences led him to believe that their mutations lacked controllability. They would either exhibit a frenzied, human-like demeanor, or upon deciding to kill, undergo a complete transformation. However, the person in front of him was an anomaly. Aside from his concealed face, his body appeared entirely normal. This struck Juju as odd, for even he made efforts to avoid mutations in his head, fearing such changes might impair his mind. Unconventional indeed. Brother, stop hiding your face. I have encountered monsters before. You fall under the delicate category of the beastly type. If I can endure the savage forms, yours should be no trouble at all. Juju wished to see his face, edging closer, yet maintaining a distance of nearly 3 meters. Regrettably, the man leaning against the rooftop wall seemed entirely disinclined to lower his arms. Whether he was an expert on mutants remained debatable, but he could certainly be regarded as a specialist in hunting them. Wait, do you have a way to resolve my predicament? Compared to the fear of scaring others, the man was evidently more concerned about whether he could restore his appearance to normalcy. I can only say it is a possibility, but you won't even let me glimpse at you. That surely indicates there is no hope. Have you ever seen someone visit a hospital completely covered, expecting the doctor to prescribe medication without uttering a word? If you aren't afraid of dying, the doctor certainly is wary of inadvertently causing your demise. At night, there's no sunlight to recharge. Conserve your energy. Juju's words, as anticipated, had an effect. The man slowly lowered his raised arms, fully revealing his visage. Suppressing the impulse to capture a video for profit, Juju crouched slightly, gazing at the peculiar figure before him. This individual was indeed a unique specimen. His face still bore human contours, yet his cheekbones had lost their ordinary prominence. instead caving inward. His eyes had become round and protruding, while his mouth had flattened and elongated, though his teeth remained relatively normal, albeit somewhat uneven. "Brother, is there any hope for me?" The man gestured towards his face, perhaps resigned to his fate, inching forward slightly. "Stop. Don't move. Your face seems somewhat familiar." Halting his motions with a single hand, Juju retrieved his phone and opened the album. After dispatching those creatures, he often took a photo, and now it served a purpose. Bayaki. "No. Your face isn't that elongated, nor do you resemble someone who could sprout wings. A fish monster? Somewhat similar." Presently, the only name Juju recognized was Bayaki, but that creature bore a snout akin to a seahorse, which was evidently unrepresentative of the person before him. The facial features of the frequently encountered fish monster bore a striking resemblance to this individual. "What's wrong, brother? You're not considering calling the police, are you?" "That would be ill-advised." Observing Juju suddenly swipe on his phone, the man felt a sinking sensation. If apprehended in this state, his chances of ever being released would depend on sheer luck. "Not calling the police." "Brother, do you ever frighten yourself when you look in the mirror?" "I don't mean a simple fright, but a profound sense of dread that something is fundamentally wrong." "Brother, do you think I can ever be normal again after becoming like this? I even wake up in fright from dreams about my own appearance." They exchanged a few more words, and Juju noted that the individual seemed genuinely unafraid of his current form. His tone and demeanor were surprisingly natural. "Since you haven't lost your mind, it seems you can withstand it. Look at this photo above. Do you think it resembles you?" "A monster? How can that resemble me? I'm no monster." The man's first reaction upon seeing the photo was to recoil, vehemently denying the resemblance. Juju remained calm, crouching on the ground and holding up his phone. Based on the man's reaction, it seemed that merely showing the photo wouldn't inflict harm. "Am I destined to become like this? I just started dating." The thought of transforming into the creature in the photo caused the man to feel dizzy. "Cut it out. Even you could get a girlfriend. Don't rush. You haven't transformed yet. There may still be a remedy. First, tell me when these symptoms began." Juju rolled his eyes, annoyed that this guy still clung to thoughts of his girlfriend. "About half a month ago. I'm not sure what happened. I just felt a tingling and itch on my face, and I've been dreaming of strange things at night." "Half a month, dreaming of odd images. Could this indeed be a slow mutation? How could this be, or was it always destined to be this way? With the individuals I previously encountered having already completed their transformations?" The signs exhibited by this man challenged Juju's long-held assumptions, igniting immense curiosity within him. Given this, why not use him for an experiment? "I was once in a similar situation, but later discovered that such changes are indeed controllable." Juju stepped back slightly, positioning himself in the dim light of the rooftop, ensuring that his face was mostly obscured by his hood. Wu Tong had once mentioned that when an individual's mental state enters chaos and muddiness, they may undergo special transformations, which Juju interpreted as mutations. "What triggers these mutations? I cannot fathom." Pointing to the creature in the photo, Juju thought it was no exaggeration to say that, under normal circumstances, transforming into a fish monster could very well be this man's ultimate fate. "What should I do?" "Nothing much. I can only offer one suggestion. Attempt to control the force altering your body. If you succeed, not only might you return to normal, but you could also find fortune in misfortune. Consider it a blessing in disguise. By the way, share your talk account with me. Send me a selfie every day, no beautification or filters, just the most authentic image. I will assist you in finding a solution, but I must first understand your mutation situation." Juju, unable to resolve his own issues with the entity inside him, had no genuine solutions to offer. The request for photos was purely to witness what this individual might ultimately become. "Brother, enjoy your day. Until we meet again." As Juju departed the rooftop, that was all he could leave behind. "Hey, brother, what does enjoy your day mean?" The man remained, bewildered in the wind. Chapter 23. Preparations for filming the Slender. Gleaming blades sliced through the dawn, shimmering with a faint rosy golden hue, accompanied by the whisper of the wind. The savings in his hand were not insufficient for him to acquire other sword techniques. Rather, they were unnecessary. Without having fully mastered the basics, pursuing more advanced swordsmanship would yield nothing more than a superficial understanding, potentially rendering his combat prowess inferior to that of ordinary techniques. A vibration emanated from the phone in his pocket, and with one hand clutching the sword, he retrieved it. A notification from Talk appeared. It was a message from Wu Tong. "Wu Tong, I'm awake. The equipment is ready. and I have some preliminary information on locations where monsters might exist. Are you free today? Sleeping Beauty 123. Send me the address. I'll come over now. Glancing at the time on his phone, 8:10 a.m., he noted the navigation details that Wu Tong subsequently sent. Wu Tong had opted not to host Juju at his home. On one hand, he was currently engaged in activities that he was concealing from his parents. If any equipment were discovered at home, it would inevitably raise suspicions, leading to a reprimand about his lack of seriousness. On the other hand, it was to accommodate Juju. Wu Tong had inquired about Juju's rental location on Talk, as Juju naturally preferred somewhere closer. Otherwise, it would take at least an hour and a half to travel from the old Eastern District to the center of Yi City. Thus, Wu Tong rented a place near Green Forest Park, specifically to house equipment and work. It was not a residence, but rather a storefront facing the street, devoid of any signage or storefront names, with no one manning the front desk, and a wall blocking the view of passers-by. All the equipment was concealed within. This place you found is quite decent. Crossing the threshold past the front desk, he entered. Despite renting just one floor, the internal space was approximately over 30 square meters. To the left stood several large-screen computers and other devices that Juju couldn't comprehend, while the right side featured a sofa and a low table adorned with fruits, beverages, and snacks. I got this through a friend. The rent is at a friendly price, but let us not dwell on that. I'll handle it all. Let us take a look at the equipment first. Due to his status, Wu Tong didn't go out much, yet he still had quite a few companions. After speaking, he shed his outer jacket and retrieved a pair of black sunglasses from beside one of the computers, handing them to Juju. Is this simple pair of sunglasses sufficient? Juju had imagined that Wu Tong was merely speaking whimsically. He envisioned a helmet or some other substantial gear, not something so lightweight. This plan has been in the works for quite some time, and all preparations are in place. What I lack is merely someone brave enough to don this equipment and venture forth. Help me hold this. As Juju passed the long sword to Wu Tong and donned the sunglasses, he felt no peculiarity. They were indistinguishable from ordinary sunglasses, moving smoothly and naturally as he turned his head. Hey, what is this? It's so heavy. Wu Tong observed the long bag in his hand, weighing and squeezing it. It felt like a metal rod, prompting his curiosity. I just bought this longsword recently. I'm not about to face those monsters unarmed, am I? It's essential to have a weapon in hand. The two were now in a collaborative relationship, and certain matters no longer required secrecy. What? You intend to battle those monsters? You might be misunderstanding. My plan is for you to locate those monsters, not to engage them in combat. We are merely dabbling. There's no need to risk our lives. If anything were to happen to you, I would bear substantial responsibility. Upon hearing Juju's intention to fight the monsters, Wu Tong grew anxious. Although he was unaware of the monsters' true strength, he understood that even the Public Security Bureau treated them with utmost caution. This individual, despite being skilled, charging in alone with merely a long sword, it seemed destined for disaster. I grasp your intention, but merely observing lacks excitement. Allow me to let you experience the thrill of close combat with those curious creatures. How does that sound? If we're going to earn money, we must aim high. Juju had no desire to merely peek through sunglasses and slip away. Having discovered the monsters, it was imperative to ascertain dominance and survival. Besides, videos of battling monsters would undoubtedly attract more attention than mere voyeuristic footage, wouldn't they? Boss, I'm not jesting. People could die? Wu Tong maintained his clarity of mind, fearing that Juju's impulsiveness might lead to reckless decisions. Thus, he sought to dissuade him from this impractical notion. Put on the mental protection device. I'll show you something that will enlighten you. He picked up a bottle of yogurt from the table, opened it, and accessed the photo album on his phone, scrolling to the images of the monster corpses he had captured. Once Wu Tong donned the device, he handed him the phone. Sleeping Beauty, you truly are my boss. Good heavens. Did you do all this? Wu Tong observed the grotesque and mangled corpses in the photographs. Being able to capture such images up close, and considering they appeared freshly slain, it was evident that the photographer had been responsible for their demise. What more could he say? He gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and twirled around in excitement. I've truly struck gold. Sleeping Beauty, from now on, how about I call you Treasure? Initially, he sought someone audacious enough to film monsters, only to discover a figure bold enough to confront and slay them, a veritable boss. Wu Tong believed this was beyond mere luck. Could he truly be the legendary embodiment of good fortune? If you call me that. I cannot guarantee I won't entertain thoughts of transforming you into something similar to the corpses in those photos. Sleeping Beauty. I have a premonition that we are destined for wealth. No, we shall become renowned figures in Yi City. Holding the phone, he perused the terrifying images that would surely horrify the average person, and Wu Tong could almost hear the incessant chimes of incoming transfer notifications echoing in his mind. Chapter 24. Underworld. The location lies in the southern part of Yi City, near the intersection of Gaoqiao Street and 3rd Avenue, specifically in the Ebony District. It is rumored that strange creatures have been sighted in this area. I will send you the coordinates via your mobile phone, so you may explore the site. Additionally, I shall forward some news briefings regarding the incident, which you can glance at for context before commencing your filming. Wu Tong sat at his computer desk, shouldering all tasks as he had yet to recruit any staff. I understand, but would it not be better to go in the evening? It would create a more atmospheric setting. The videos they produce are inherently horror-themed, and filming in the bright light of day often lacks the necessary ambience. Evening, you say? Wu Tong rubbed his nose, turning his chair to face Juju, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Indeed, I believe the dead of night would be optimal, both for the atmosphere and to avoid ordinary folk, thereby preventing any potential troubles, as those creatures are not meant for the eyes of the uninitiated. However, the Ebony District is known for its considerable gang activity within Yi City. While daytime may be manageable, as they operate under the watchful eyes of their respective leaders and tend not to disturb the general populace. The late hours you mentioned are precisely when gang members are most active. Ordinary individuals venturing there are likely to attract their attention. Yi City is regarded as one of the safer cities in the Federation, yet even so, the police must tread carefully in the Ebony District by night. It may be somewhat embarrassing to admit, but the truth remains that the government's law enforcement resources for maintaining daily safety are arguably less formidable than those of the local gang members. In contemporary society, the presence of gangs is no longer a topic of taboo. It is not that they are any less brutal. Rather, society has grown accustomed to their existence. The former are merely sanctioned by law, fined or imprisoned upon discovery, without taking lives. In contrast, the latter demand payments promptly, threatening bloodshed if not satisfied. The deterrent effect of the two is hardly comparable. In this age, money transcends mere numerical representation of purchasing power. It materializes into tangible combat strength. Gangs are active? How fortuitous. Before battling monsters, we may as well engage with some humans. Are we allowed to post gory videos online now? Juju's concern did not stem from potential trouble for himself, but rather the possibility of uncontrolled violence leading to scenes unsuitable for younger audiences. Rest assured, as long as the footage does not feature creatures that would induce madness, we should be fine. We can blur excessively graphic scenes, preserving an uncut version for ourselves, which might even fetch a handsome sum. Leave this aspect to me. If any misfortune arises, I shall bear the loss. After viewing those photographs on his phone, Wu Tong no longer doubted Juju's combat prowess. Instead, he found himself more worried about the denizens of the Ebony District. Having concluded their evening's plans, Juju familiarized himself with the sunglasses functionalities and requested Wu Tong to send a copy to the Qingyao platform. When their preparations were complete, they lounged on the sofa, Juju munching on snacks while refreshing the official website of Qinghua Entertainment, checking on Gu Yingxing's recent schedule and news. As expected, the incident from yesterday where he won the Qingmiao from Zhenjiang Technology Company had become a recent news sensation. Furthermore, Gu Yingxing's involvement in selecting him and receiving a mechanical rabbit pet also appeared on the official site. For a nascent team, such a trending topic was an opportunity not to be missed. Awake, do you have any matters to attend to? Wu Tong, perhaps bored, suddenly sat up and inquired. If I had pressing matters, would I be here idly playing with my phone? I'm merely passing the time. Despite possessing the orderly watch, Juju learned from Wang Dong that the government would not share intelligence with him as an informant. This meant he had to independently gather information about the criminals, relying on an intelligence network that was nearly non-existent to locate wanted fugitives. Juju found the notion absurd. Perhaps he should invest his time in building an intelligence network himself? For instance, befriending a few local ruffians and establishing rapport with bartenders at taverns. The thought alone seemed burdensome. Juju's ultimate focus remained on those monsters. He held little interest in wanted criminals or various cases. Thus, his strategy was one of patience. Should a plea for help akin to yesterday's arise nearby, he might lend assistance, or if those fugitives happened to come knocking, He would not mind earning a bit of extra cash. As for the intervals when neither scenario unfolded, those would naturally be reserved for rest and exercise. Would you like to see the recent information I have gathered about those monsters? You found something new? Sitting in the computer chair, Wu-Tong began to navigate the keyboard, unlocking multiple folders and password-protected files to access the final document. The dark web? What does that mean? Juju's attention was piqued by a term in Wu-Tong's dialogue. You don't know this either? Sometimes I truly suspect you are someone who has traversed time, lacking even basic knowledge. The dark web is a hidden layer of the internet, where content is often illicit, such as black market dealings explicitly forbidden by the government. It frequently hosts forums where similar information is shared, though that is just a small portion. I don't engage with those elements. I mainly scour it for information related to monsters. This video is what I recently uncovered. As Wu-Tong clicked on the video and entered the unlocked password, he continued. Strangely enough, sightings of monsters have surged in recent forum discussions compared to before. Chapter 25. The water buffalo in the tree at this hour. Twilight had not yet surrendered to the night. It merely cast a dim glow. Fortune favored us today. The gathering of materials proceeded smoothly. The evening mist in the forest promised that this footage might indeed qualify for a photography competition. It seemed I was not alone in this endeavor. Stay alert. Keep an eye on this spot right here, Wu-Tong instructed, pointing to the left foreground of the video. Suddenly, a peculiar rustling sound caught Juju's attention. As he noticed a small area of the grass shuddering in response to Wu-Tong's gesture. What was that noise? The ambience of the forest, cloaked in mystery, inevitably heightened their tension. The sudden sound startled one of them. This is a protected forest park. Isn't it normal to see some wild rabbits or squirrels? Why the anxiety? Haven't you watched any horror films? Sounds are a good sign. It's the absence of sound that should concern us. Despite his words, an uneasy silence enveloped them for nearly 10 seconds, as if nature itself conspired to echo his sentiment, swallowing the forest in an eerie stillness. Save for the encroaching mist that drew closer to the camera lens. Focus on this area, Wu-Tong said, gesturing toward the upper section of the screen, revealing the crown of a tree. How's the footage? Should we leave? Yes, it should suffice. Let me tidy up. The sound of organizing equipment resonated in the background, followed by a slight tremor of the camera, indicating its impending shutdown. Yet, in the final moments, a small shadow abruptly appeared atop the tree crown. The video concluded here. I could see a shadow, but it was too indistinct. Can we magnify it? Juju was already deeply engrossed, but the camera's focal length rendered the image on the tree crown nearly illegible. Certainly, just a moment. Wu-Tong reopened the video, fast-forwarding to the last few seconds before pausing it, then utilizing the player's zoom function to enlarge the image. This only rendered the visuals increasingly blurred, eventually devolving into a chaotic swirl of colors. At this juncture, he opened another software Juju did not comprehend, but within moments, the magnified video began to flicker and gradually clarified. The image ultimately stabilized, revealing among the leaves a pair of inward curving horns adorned with circular black stripes, reminiscent of a water buffalo's antlers. What do you think those horns belong to? Wu-Tong captured the image and conducted an online comparison search, arriving at the same conclusion as Juju. They were indeed water buffalo horns. Clearly, a water buffalo would not ascend such heights. What about the two photographers? Leaning against the wall while holding a chicken leg, Juju couldn't help but admire the high-quality snacks Wu-Tong had prepared, which tasted remarkably delightful. Wu-Tong handed a bottle of yogurt to Juju, leaning back in his chair, filled with anticipation. Are you truly certain you wish to encounter such a creature? One dead, one mad, didn't you say that? Aren't you afraid of following in their footsteps? Well, that's a valid point. After all, it's not like the creatures from that lake. To reach such heights in the tree canopy, the creature would either need to fly or possess remarkable speed. Should they encounter it, they might not even have a chance to don their protective gear. By the time they reunited, it was already 10 p.m. Your car is impressive. Juju surveyed the vehicle's interior, decorated with advanced technology, as soft blue lights danced within, providing illumination. It's decent. We're about to commence filming. Remember to introduce the situation first. I'll be monitoring from the vehicle. Wu-Tong gestured toward the mental protection device and the portable computer beside him. As a collaborator, he was entitled to a front-row seat to the live experience. Wouldn't it be better if you presented the introduction? You explain the situation. Then hand me the audio-visual recorder, and as I exit the car, it would impart a sense of mission, wouldn't it? Juju opened his suitcase. donning the communication headset and camera sunglasses while adjusting his equipment. That makes sense. Wait a moment. Let me adjust this camera. After a brief flurry of activity in the driver's seat, he grasped the audiovisual recorder. On May 16th, witnesses in the Ebony District reported sightings of Brave One. Swiftly accept your mission and eliminate the monster. With a gesture of affirmation, Juju took the recorder from Wu Tong's hands, donned the scarf around his neck, and pushed open the car door, revealing the chaotic streets of Yi City, specifically the Ebony District. The nightlife here was even more vibrant than during the day, adorned with dazzling lights. As he ventured deeper, the streets were predominantly lined with bizarre motorcycles and vividly painted vehicles. The air resonated with cacophonous music, and the passers-by exhibited peculiar styles. The woman before Juju wore a deep purple gown that seemed to be wrapped in plastic, with a transparent cover at the back of her neck, reminiscent of attire from ancient times. The men were equally eccentric. Some adorned with full-face mechanical helmets that morphed into various designs, while others sported braided hair and face paint in intricate patterns. Yet, a greater number remained among the aristocracy. Is this what they call a renaissance? Juju mused, having spent so long in the old city without encountering such a scene. Chapter 26. Speak Your Mind. At the intersection of Takahashi Street and 3rd Avenue. The Ebony District is indeed quite remarkable. I had only heard about it before and had never witnessed it with my own eyes. The voice of Wu Tong resonated in my ears, as he was able to see everything through Juju's camera glasses. The sights within the Ebony District evidently astonished him as well. Finding the monsters proved to be a challenge. I required some information. Under a nearby streetlight stood several individuals clad in black sleeveless jackets, tattoos adorning their arms, and short knives sheathed at their waists, clearly members of the underworld. Are you really planning to provoke those individuals? Wu Tong queried, sensing an ominous premonition as the main camera turned to the gang members. It's merely a few questions. I can't waste time here indefinitely, Juju replied, turning towards them. The group regarded him with scrutiny. Wearing a mask and carrying a long bag over his shoulder, he certainly did not present as a benign figure. Greetings. I wish to inquire if there have been any sightings of monsters around here recently. Juju maintained a courteous demeanor as he addressed them. Who do you represent? This is the territory of our lost ghost gang. Remove your mask, or we shall not hesitate to act. Surprisingly, they remained composed. The gangs of this era had long ceased to be synonymous with chaos and degradation. True members of these organizations possessed structure and roles. Though these individuals appeared to hold low status, it did not imply they were prone to violence or reckless banter. After all, one could never ascertain whom they faced. If another Gang S officer or leader happened to pass by, instigating conflict would be unwise. A true thug might find themselves maimed or discarded on the streets the following day, while these gang members would receive protection from their superiors. But they too would face penalties within their ranks. I cannot remove my mask. I merely wish to ask a question and leave, Juju insisted. I've warned you. You chose to disregard it, and now I have no other option. The leader signaled to two of his subordinates, who promptly drew their knives and advanced. Provoking others was ill-advised, particularly when the identity of the individual remained uncertain. The masked figure, accompanied by sunglasses, had crossed into their territory, and his refusal to comply with their commands warranted a response. However, he overlooked a critical fact. Juju, daring to stand before them, was not intimidated by their encirclement. As the two approached, Juju stepped forward with remarkable speed, his right hand swiftly grasping the leader's neck before he could react. Both men stood at approximately 6 feet tall, yet Juju effortlessly lifted the leader off the ground with a mere exertion of force. Don't worry about me. Deal with him, the leader commanded, struggling desperately while issuing orders to his subordinates. This was a grave miscalculation. With a single motion, Juju flung the leader to the right, allowing a nearby thug to attempt to catch him. Donald swung his long knife as if it were a club, striking the first man who charged with devastating force, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony, clutching his shoulder. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Juju wielded his long knife, which remained sheathed, yet his strength rendered the short-knifed thugs incapable of approaching. There were only 5 or 6 of them in total. With each strike, he felled them to the ground. Could you not be a bit more civil? I merely wish to ask something. Must we resort to violence? His frustration grew as he delivered a kick to one man's abdomen. The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh echoed, and the man slid several feet back, crashing against the wall of a nearby tavern, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Wu Tong, who had been vocal during the scuffle, fell silent, fully aware that Zhu Zhu was sparing their lives. Each of Zhu Zhu's strikes, although appearing forceful, avoided the head and targeted shoulders or thighs instead. The pain was severe, yet their lives were not in jeopardy. At most, they would sustain broken limbs. I merely wish to inquire if any monsters or peculiar incidents have occurred here recently. He lifted the chin of the fallen thug with the tip of his long knife, reiterating his question. In the east, the thug began, but his sentence was abruptly interrupted by a muscular man who emerged from the tavern, his bare arms revealing mechanical enhancements. Hey, you lot. Do you wish to die? How dare you cause trouble on our lost ghost gang's turf? The initially confrontational giant, upon seeing his subordinates strewn about, shifted from reprimanding them to defending them. Suddenly, several holes opened along his mechanical arms, releasing steam-like gas. I'll turn you into mush, he roared, preparing to charge forward. Yet, before he could take a step, a glint of cold steel caught his eye, prompting him to instinctively raise his arms in defense. With a resounding clash, circuits shattered and sparks flew as the two mechanical arms snapped apart, leaving only fragments behind. The muscular man gazed up in confusion, meeting the cold gaze of the slender young man wielding the long knife. I suggest you reconsider your words. Otherwise, the next strike will sever your head from your shoulders. Zhu Zhu observed the fallen mechanical limbs with surprise, not anticipating their lack of sophistication. The Lost Ghost Gang was merely a minor faction, and this man was merely a subordinate. His mechanical enhancements were likely of the lowest caliber. Hesitating at Zhu Zhu's words, the muscular man knelt. Brother, please, speak your mind. This is what one might call a wise man not courting disaster. Chapter 27. A slightly relaxed initial battle in a construction area 300 meters east of the crossroads. A collapse recently occurred, reportedly resulting in the disappearance of an individual. The Public Security Bureau conducted a search today, but yielded no results, as the collapsed site connects to the vast and intricate sewer system beneath the city. It is nearly impossible for a few officers to locate anyone within such a labyrinth. In fact, the Bureau suspects that the individual may have exited through another sewer opening. Who would linger in a sewer for amusement? Wu Tong sat in the car, fixated on the screen of his computer. Central to the display was the main camera feed from Zhu Zhu, with several smaller feeds arranged alongside. Found it. Shifting the long blade from his shoulder to his hand, Zhu Zhu scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was near before proceeding. Before him lay a construction site marked by several yellow warning signs, surrounded by idle machinery. At the center was a roughly 2 square meter void, encircled by cracked and broken pavement. How do I get down there? Stepping on the edge could lead to a secondary collapse. That would be troublesome, Wu Tong cautioned as he observed the surface through the camera. How high is the road above the sewer floor? Wait, 3 meters. Consulting online resources, he concluded that it posed no problem. Pressing the illumination button on the control panel, he activated 2 light rings that illuminated the area ahead. After a brief sprint, he leaped directly into the pitch-black abyss of the sewer. Upon landing, he noted numerous fragments of rubble strewn about, with metal pipes lining the left wall and a murky stream flowing to the right. The rainy season had passed, and recent days had been predominantly sunny, resulting in a minimal flow of wastewater within the sewer. You just jumped down there? 3 meters, Wu Tong exclaimed, watching the camera shake before the view plunged into darkness, causing him to instinctively lean back in his chair. What else should I do? Should I wait for you to send down a ladder? This is the quickest method, Zhu Zhu replied, hearing the distant sounds of flowing water, the hum of machinery in the shadows, and the occasional scurry of rodents beneath his feet. Wu Tong stuffed chocolate into his mouth and gulped down carbonated drink, suddenly feeling an urgent need to relieve himself. Documentaries often evoke deeper empathy than conventional films, and this was a live broadcast. Is everything ready? There is something ahead. As Zhu Zhu turned a corner in the sewer, his demeanor shifted to one of cold determination. He opened his bag, drew his long knife, and exuded an imposing presence to draw the lurking creature closer. The clang of metal echoed ominously in the confined space, sending chills down his spine. All right, he responded quickly. The missing worker? Wu Tong inquired. He was, but now. Hey, you have 3 seconds to make a sound, Zhu Zhu shouted, brandishing his knife. Chirp. I told you to make a sound, and you actually did? Zhu Zhu stepped forward, soon realizing that the creature could only manage such a noise. Clad in an orange work uniform, the figure revealed black fur, its hands transforming into claws, and its form hunched grotesquely. When it turned its face towards Zhu Zhu, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. The creature's visage bore a disturbing resemblance to a human, a grotesque and failed imitation, with crimson eyes fixed on him and yellowed fangs protruding, eager for action. Goodness! 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 Wu Tong's voice was filled with exclamations over the earpiece. Be quiet. I'm in combat. Juju snapped, slightly annoyed, prompting Wu Tong to cover his mouth. Neither realized that this moment would become a memorable scene in the later footage. I'll be silent. You continue. Fixated on the monster on the screen, he acknowledged the disparity between witnessing it in reality and through the lens, compounded by the slow increase in his mental fortitude. Chirp. The creature grew impatient, lunging at Juju with surprising speed. It was far less formidable than the previous Baiki he had encountered. Juju, curious to test its strength, positioned his long knife to block the creature's claws. To his astonishment, it was remarkably effortless. The Baiki had once sent him flying in his human form, but this creature lacked even half its power. With a resounding clash of teeth, Juju delivered a swift kick to its midsection, sending it sprawling and confirming its feeble might. Chirp! The enraged roar of the creature echoed as it quickly regained its footing, launching itself at Juju once more with renewed vigor. Its claws spread wide, as if to embrace him, while its gaping maw seemed poised to deliver a kiss. Now that feels more appropriate, lacking in strength but compensating with speed. Juju mused as he charged forward, wielding his long knife beside him. As they closed the distance, he could see droplets of saliva spray from the creature's mouth. Feeling good. Are you all right? I'm fine, just a bit too thrilling. Wu Tong replied. His face flushed as he stuffed handfuls of chips into his mouth. This is incredibly exhilarating. Chapter 28. Silence, and watch my performance. Picking up the sheath from the ground. The only drawback of this long sword is that its sheath is equally lengthy, making it impractical to hang at the waist. Juju plans to find an opportunity to consult old Fu to craft a specialized sheath that allows the long sword to be carried on his back. Is this the conclusion? After slaying a monster, Wu Tong, still yearning for more, indulges in carbonated beverages, reflecting on the video shoot of the day that feels somewhat lacking. This is merely the beginning. The sensation in his mind has not dissipated, indicating that the monster still exists. Since he has come this far, retreating is not an option. Following the sensation deeper, he distances himself from where he initially descended, the labyrinthine sewer easily leading one astray. After nearly 10 minutes of wandering, the areas he previously traversed were merely stained with grime and water or marred by dilapidated equipment. However, ahead, the ground bore strange markings and numerous scattered objects, such as fragments of broken furniture and cushions. What is this? A human palm print? Wu Tong observes black marks on the ground through the camera, 5 toes resembling a human hand. Human fingers cannot be this long, and the palm size here is evidently much smaller than that of an ordinary person. Comparing it to his own hand, the difference is stark. The only certainty is that the monster's frame is likely not too large. Rising to continue, Juju surveys the increasing clutter around him. He reaches a particular spot and looks down to find a plush bear toy. Do not misunderstand. Juju harbors no sentimental affection. However, the dampness surrounding the plush bear conveys an important message. These items were likely retrieved from the adjacent sewer. Is it common for someone to be scavenging in the sewers at this hour? Kicking the plush bear with his foot, it becomes evident that the miscellaneous items seen earlier were indeed dredged up. There must be sewer workers, yet working at this hour. It seems improbable. Wu Tong, look at the surface of the water beside you. Something is moving. Following Juju's speculation, Wu Tong's gaze inadvertently catches sight of another section of the sewer. Illuminated by the light emitted from the bluebird, he observes a figure writhing upon the water's surface. I'm watching. Wu Tong's statement is interrupted as Juju swiftly turns his head, the bluebird's light shifting in tandem. In the current, 2 figures, their backs exposed above the water, sluggishly crawl along the channel, the depth of the sewer barely reaching an adult's knees. Bending down, Juju picks up a table leg and tosses it towards the exposed backs of the creatures in the water. 2 repugnant pink tails resembling those of rats emerge from the murky depths. Soon, 2 entities emerge from the filth, identical to the monster Juju had previously dispatched. These 2 victims are not recent missing persons. They have existed here for quite some time. Multiple monsters. What secrets does this sewer hold? The monsters Juju had encountered before acted alone. This is the first time he has witnessed 2 appearing simultaneously. They fixate on Juju, turning from the murky water, legs thrashing violently, propelling themselves forward, splashing water everywhere. Wu Tong, be careful. Wu Tong, witnessing this scene, feels his adrenaline surge, shouting anxiously from the car, startling passers-by who quickly retreat a few steps. Silence. Watch my performance. Casting aside the sheath, Juju swiftly draws his firearm from his waist. Over the past few days, he has familiarized himself with the usage of firearms, disengaging the safety at less than 3 meters, as long as the gun's aim is steady. Even a child could hit the target. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupts, not seeking to kill, but merely to delay. All bullets are unleashed upon the nearer creature in rapid succession, halting its advance as blood splatters. Once the bullets are expended, the other creature leaps from the water. Lunging directly at Juju, with his left hand, he tosses the gun upward, catching it by the barrel, his arms muscles tightening as he prepares to hurl it at the creature less than 2 meters away. Initially aimed at its head, the urgency causes him to miss, striking only the creature's left shoulder. Nevertheless, the force of the blow sends it staggering. Thrust. Seizing the advantage. The long sword Juju purchased is not solely for slashing. Its description boasts versatility with both sword and spear, delivering formidable power regardless. Die, you bastard. The blade pierces the monster's chest with ferocity, driving deeper. The sound of shattering bones resounding as the creature's spine is severed by the thrust of the long sword. Plop. The creature's body falls into the water. The long sword still attached, Juju performs a swift motion akin to casting a fishing line, flinging it onto the adjacent corridor, leaving only the creature that had endured numerous bullets behind. Unfazed by fear, it turns to charge once more. With a swift slice, Juju cleaves its head and a portion of its shoulder clean off, leaving behind a mangled corpse that gradually collapses to the ground. Warning. Rapid increase in hue value. Warning. A series of alerts from the headset darkens Juju's expression. This is obviously not directed at him. Be careful. Don't get dazed. With a breathy voice, Juju senses Wu Tong is nearing his limits. Wait, you continue. I need a moment. Inside the car, Wu Tong watches the hue alerts on the mental protection device. Clarity at 70. Surpassing 100 will plunge him into chaos. Damn it. The one inside is completely unharmed while I, as the spectator, nearly scare myself to death. What a disgrace. Closing his notebook, leaning back against the chair, he pats his cheek, the vivid scene from just a minute ago intensifying his urgency to relieve himself. Chapter 29. The primordial entity. Casting a glance at the lifeless body and severed head on the shore, I noted their position. The sensation of being soaked below the knees was decidedly unpleasant. Are you all right? This inquiry was directed towards Wu Tong. Just as an individual's emotions can fluctuate, the vibrancy of a community can also diminish, particularly the clarity of thought, which is most easily restored through the alleviation of stress or by indulging in amusing videos that uplift one's spirits. From the scattered debris along the passage, it was evident that the creatures in the waterway had been scavenging for discarded items. This, clearly, was not a volition of the monsters themselves. According to the nature of the creatures previously encountered by Juju, which primarily hunted humans, one must ponder the purpose of these particular beings. Were they merely refused collectors in the sewer? There must be some entity exerting control over them. Their presence in the sewer surely cannot be mere coincidence. There exists an underlying reason. Juju speculated that another primordial creature likely lurked in the depths of the sewer. Why turn off the camera? Continue filming. You might capture superior footage. Upon hearing Juju's intention to deactivate the camera, Wu Tong became agitated. No, if we encounter a stronger monster later, I cannot afford to hold back. I may need to employ my secret technique. Do you believe such a skill should be revealed to others? Juju's secret technique referred to his mutation, which indeed ought to remain undisclosed. All right, I comprehend your standpoint. Unique skills should not be exposed. The footage we have is sufficient to edit the first episode of the video. After witnessing Juju's prowess in combat, Wu Tong was thoroughly convinced of his abilities. Thus, when Juju spoke of possessing a secret technique, she held no doubts. Rather, it seemed entirely appropriate. What skilled individual lacks a signature move? Wait for me in the vehicle. I will contact you shortly. Grasping a long knife, he pried open the skulls of 2 beasts, extracting 2 strips of white flesh. Compared to the pale meat of the fish creature and the dark patterned flesh of the bayaki, these 2 monsters' meat emitted a faint bluish hue. He placed the strips into an iron box, picked up a cloth bag along with a scabbard, and searched around for a clean cloth, but found none. So he held the items in hand. As for the firearm, Juju had no interest in diving to retrieve it. Suddenly, an intensifying sensation surged within his mind, prompting Juju to squint as a vague roar echoed in his thoughts. Indeed, there was a formidable presence. Gripping his long knife, he sprinted forward, the azure bird soaring above, illuminating the path ahead. He maneuvered past various scattered items on the ground while the pipes along the walls receded behind him, the light source shifting ahead. He slowed to a halt, observing the scene before him with furrowed brows. In the center of the passage, a vast accumulation of debris formed a small mound, various objects haphazardly arranged, resembling a chaotic nest. Come out. The intuition in his mind could not be deceived. Silver-gray patterns manifested on Juju's face as he growled softly. A piercing screech echoed as a shadow emerged from the nest, the azure bird's light automatically locking onto the target. A visage of deep purple-black entered Juju's sight, surrounded by dark brown fur that extended across the creature's body. A flesh-colored tail flicked by its side, and four claws rested on the edge of the nest, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Juju below. It was contemplating. The primordial entity. The silver-gray patterns on Juju's face became increasingly pronounced, revealing his underlying tension. The mutant fish creature had succumbed effortlessly to Juju's might, as had the Bayaki and the recently encountered. For the sake of convenience, he referred to them as human-faced rats, as they bore a humanoid visage. However, the entity resembling a fish creature from Green Tree Park had imparted to Juju a profound understanding of the vast power disparity between primordial entities and mutants. The Public Security Bureau labeled these mutated creatures as sources of pollution, which they undoubtedly were for humanity. Yet, in Juju's eyes, mutants were also victims of pollution. The true sources of contamination were the primordial entities themselves. Should he encounter a mutant tainted by Bayaki in the sewer, he might, after dispatching the two creatures, turn and flee without hesitation, for the primordial entity of Bayaki would likely surpass his abilities in the present moment. This judgment, of course, was Juju's personal assessment, and he remained uncertain whether reality aligned with his conjectures. Nevertheless, exercising caution was prudent. However, this particular adversary was different. The human-faced rats he had just vanquished were weak, easily bested even in their human forms. Their primordial entities, in Juju's estimation, could not be significantly stronger. It was akin to battling a boss. If the minions are feeble, the leader cannot be overly formidable. To Juju, the primordial entity of the human-faced rat appeared akin to a novice village boss, perhaps even deserving of a title, Mad Human-Faced Rat LV-10. With a shrill screech, the human-faced rat lunged downward, its yellowish-brown fangs aimed directly at Juju's head. "Watch as I crush you, little rodent." The roar was anything but human. His arms swelled rapidly, though his long knife typically required both hands. Wielding it one-handed proved quite manageable at this moment. Chapter 30. Is it not me, but you? The long blade clashed against the sharp claws, sparks flying in a dazzling display. With the swift transformation of his arms, Juju firmly held the upper hand, delivering a powerful strike that sent the humanoid rat, roughly the size of a human, crashing into the nest behind it. Indeed, its strength was feeble, hardly befitting a monster. The previous few mutated humanoid rats had proven weaker than Juju, even in his human form, indicating that their original forms were evidently lacking in power. It was worth noting that the prior Bayaki, in its fully mutated state, could easily send Juju flying with a mere slap. With a piercing squeak, the rat lunged forward again, its four claws striking the ground with a forceful thud. This time, it did not rely solely on brute strength. Its movement was so rapid that even the Qingniao could not lock onto its light source, only catching sight of its blood-red eyes cutting through the darkness like twin beacons. The speed of the humanoid rat was extraordinary. Juju raised his blade, attempting to intercept, but before the edge could descend, the rat was already upon him. He sidestepped to evade, yet felt a searing pain in his abdomen. The claws had sliced through his skin, flesh tearing, blood spilling forth. It seemed the creature was not as inept as anticipated. At this juncture, Juju found it quite normal. If these original forms lacked even this modicum of capability, what merit would they hold to warrant the Public Security Bureau's attention? Yet, this humanoid rat was marked for extermination. Suddenly, Juju executed a peculiar maneuver, spreading his arms wide, fully exposing his chest to the approaching rat, gripping the long blade in one hand, its tip directed downward, plunging it into the ground. This posture was akin to a declaration. "Come forth, dear, I love you." The humanoid rat paused, contemplating Zhu Zhu's display, hesitating to advance. Its intelligence was not to be underestimated. In comparison, the creature from the lake in the park seemed rather dull-witted. Zhu Zhu now comprehended that the fish-like monster had focused its attributes on strength and constitution, while this humanoid rat had evidently prioritized intelligence and agility. Pondering? Reflecting? "I have dismantled your abode. Let us see how much you can ponder." With a guttural roar, no longer resembling the squeaks of a rat, the humanoid rat lunged at Zhu Zhu with a fervor akin to a human's battle cry. Bring it on. Dealing with the original forms cannot be done with reticence. Shedding his outer coat, intricate patterns spread across his body, silver gray fur enveloping him, dark golden spirals protruding from his forehead, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs. He grounded himself, causing the earth beneath him to tremble, his legs sinking into the stones. The humanoid rat charged, employing tactics reminiscent of its previous ambush, deftly dodging Zhu Zhu's grasping claws, then using its own claws to breach Zhu Zhu's defenses and inflict damage. Like a skillful assassin, it struck and retreated, leaving no trace of lingering attachment. It succeeded. Zhu Zhu's agility could not match its speed. This was the stark reality. However, when the rat's claws grazed Zhu Zhu's form, it felt akin to a dull blade scraping against leather. Yet that was not the end of it. Before the rat could distance itself, it found its tail ensnared by something. In the next moment, its perspective shifted from the nest to the ceiling of the sewer. And then, it was once again before the monstrous figure, whose claws were still flailing in front, unaware that additional claws had sprouted from its waist, now gripping its tail. "Hey, if 2 arms cannot restrain you, surely 4 will suffice?" The monstrous bear grinned, though its current demeanor appeared rather bizarre. Without further hesitation, the purple-black claws fell relentlessly upon the humanoid rat sprawled beneath, striking it mercilessly. Despite being an original form, its size paled in comparison to Zhu Zhu in his fully mutated state. Once subdued, it could not utilize its speed, ultimately being battered by Zhu Zhu's 4 limbs. A truly tragic fate. The entire ordeal did not last long. Once Zhu Zhu confirmed the rat's incapacity to resist, he reverted to his original form, retrieving the long blade from beside him, aiming for the creature's head to pierce it, contemplating prying open its flesh, but hesitated. Gazing at the lifeless body, he raised his hand to activate the Order Watch, suddenly recalling the lucrative rewards for exterminating these monsters. Discovering primary sequence targets, identifying pollution sources, uncovering special pollution sources. With no need for Zhu Zhu's intervention, these creatures were classified as primary sequence, their priority surpassing any major case. At this moment, within an office of the Yi City Public Security Bureau, the once white lights flickered to a crimson alarm. Primary sequence special pollution source detected. Primary sequence special pollution source detected. As the information was relayed, every individual in the office instinctively rose, donning mental protection gear, converging towards the central screen. The office doors swung open, and a sharply dressed man strode in with urgency. "Commence information transmission." With a commanding tone, the seated individual began typing, a plethora of data appearing on the screen. The map of the Ebony District materializing and magnifying repeatedly. Reporting to the inspector, a known Type 1 pollution source has been detected within the Ebony District. It appears to be in original form. Current status, deceased. The information uploader was Agent 527. The screen displayed the mangled corpse of the humanoid rat alongside real-time footage of the sewer. Upon hearing the status of death, everyone exhaled collectively. Yet the moment the revelation of the original form being a mere 3rd-tier agent surfaced, their expressions turned markedly peculiar. "Can we establish contact with him?" The inspector's demeanor reflected surprise, but given the status of death, there was no rush to connect with the discoverer. "I am initiating a communication request." The relationship between the government and informants is contractual, not hierarchical. Thus, while they can locate the Order Watch under special circumstances and access basic information, direct communication cannot be forcibly established without consent from the other side. As anticipated, the connection was made. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Rasped a low, gravelly voice from the device. "I can hear you. I heard there are rewards for dispatching these monsters. Is that correct?" Before the inspector could finish, Zhu Zhu interrupted. "Indeed, the Public Security Bureau offers generous rewards. Did you eliminate this original form?" The inspector's tone was tinged with incredulity. In his view, A third-tier informant eliminating a pollution source was akin to a child besting a special forces soldier. Silence enveloped the other end for a moment. The inspector assumed Juju was about to confess, but in reality, he had merely stumbled upon the corpse. Is it not me, but you? Juju's voice carried a note of disbelief. Chapter 31. The remnant book in the nest. It is indeed a rarity for a tertiary informant to speak to an inspector from the Public Security Bureau in such a tone. How much is it worth? However, Juju still believed that the person across from him was merely an ordinary operator. He sent several original photographs of the entity to inquire about the bounty. The known source of pollution, with a bounty of 100,000 for the mutant and 500,000 for the original entity, would see the rewards dispatched to your order wristwatch as soon as we confirmed the body. The inspector maintained a composed demeanor. The informant's tone only served to confirm that it was indeed this informant who had dealt with the monster. As a governmental institution, the Public Security Bureau would not hesitate to offer rewards, but the bounty for the humanoid rat was limited, as its capabilities were rather mediocre and not particularly formidable. Some investigators and enforcers within the Bureau had achieved similar feats. In fact, if it weren't for the additional mental pollution these creatures caused, which inflicted severe trauma on the general populace, the bounties for ordinary mutants might only amount to 60,000, with original entities barely reaching 300,000. Wait, mutants can earn money too? Hold on, don't hang up. What do you mean? The inspector furrowed his brow. Could it be that this tertiary informant had additional victories beyond the original entity? His suspicion was soon validated. Before long, 2 photos of humanoid rat creatures lying side by side appeared on the screen. Shortly thereafter, another photo emerged, featuring a humanoid rat in an orange work uniform. Let me calculate. 3 at 100,000 each. That totals 300,000, plus 1 at 500,000, altogether 800,000. Not bad at all. Hurry and come. Remember to pay in one lump sum. I do not accept installment payments. Juju was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this operation. He had recorded a video, earned an additional 800,000 federal currency, and significantly elevated his own privileges. Indeed, he cared little for his official title. What mattered to him were the privileges within the marketplace. Previously, he had coveted numerous items but was constrained by a lack of funds and insufficient authority, leaving him only to indulge in visual delights. Searching for friends, discovering a horde of small monsters with human faces and rat heads. One slice, one profit. Ha! The liaison sitting before the screen could no longer suppress her laughter, her face betraying a hint of envy. She toiled for a month at the Public Security Bureau for a meager salary of around 20,000, while he had earned nearly 3 years' worth of her salary in a single night, and with such ease. How could one not feel envious? Quickly, a queue formed to retrieve the bodies. Bounties and merits would be dispatched to informant number 527 as soon as the true condition of the corpses was confirmed. Xiaowang, keep an eye on this individual. The bodies in the last 3 photos exhibit distinct knife wounds. If all goes as expected, he must have slain these monsters in close combat with a long knife. The inspector had yet to finish his thought. Those government employees bold enough to engage in close combat with sources of mental pollution were undeniably invaluable assets. Their mental fortitude and combat prowess warranted the government's attention and recruitment. While the Public Security Bureau busied itself with the information from the suddenly surfaced tertiary informant, Juju lingered a moment longer. There were peculiar elements at the nest location. Surely, it couldn't be the spawn of the monsters. But if there were offspring, could they be sold? Juju had always trusted his instincts. The monsters within were indeed terrifying, yet fundamentally honest creatures. He did not find the imagined humanoid rat offspring. In fact, whether these creatures could reproduce remained an enigma. As he sifted through the debris with his long knife, he stumbled upon something far more intriguing. The peculiar sensation emanated from a tattered book. Though it was termed a book, it was essentially a compilation of several yellowed pages, inscribed with strange characters and symbols. Squinting, Juju perused the pages for a time, convinced that this book was no ordinary tome. Even merely holding it, he could sense peculiar whispers swirling around his ears. The shadows nearby seemed to contort momentarily, as if a beast lay in wait to pounce. Could a book truly influence one's mental state? Quite fascinating. While others speak of treasures hidden within books, this one seems to harbor a mental disruptor. He casually rolled a few pages and tucked them into his pocket. The surrounding hallucinations persisted, now intermingled with visions of complete mutation. Juju frowned, glancing around before suddenly roaring. This is quite impressive, yet utterly futile. The creature lurking in the shadows showed no sign of retreat. Instead, it extended dark tendrils toward Juju. How disrespectful. This state following complete mutation was the source of Juju's greatest frustration. Yet, he could not prevent its emergence, only endure it as best he could. Wu-Tong drove directly to the construction site on 3rd Avenue. As Juju jumped into the vehicle, he immediately spotted it. I'm a bit dirty. Should I call a taxi instead? Opening the door, he observed the clean, fragrant back seat, and then glanced at his own blood-stained and sewage-soiled attire. He felt reluctant to sit. Oh, come on, are you looking down on me? Just sit down. Look at the front seat. I've made quite a mess of it. It'll all go to the cleaners anyway. Wu-Tong, upon hearing this, hastily closed his laptop and turned to speak. His own area was hardly pristine, cluttered with snack crumbs and suspicious stains. You're not scared, are you? Drinks. You were so excited during that 1-on-2 match that you spilled your drink. Wu-Tong pointed at the beverage beside him, droplets of water glistening atop the lid. That's good. Please take me straight home. I don't want to be seen in this state outside. It could lead to trouble if someone calls the authorities. Throughout their conversation, Juju maintained a minimal posture, ensuring that, should he soil anything, the area would remain contained. Wu-Tong, observing this through the rearview mirror, couldn't help but smile slightly. A person's character is never determined by external reputation, self-introductions, or self-aggrandizement. Chapter 32. Permission Upgrade. Wu-Tong sat in the car, gazing at the dilapidated building beside him. His partner actually resided in such a place? In the heart of Yi City, these types of structures had long been demolished, and even comparable residential buildings boasted facilities far superior to the one before him. Juju, needing to relocate in the near future, would find it difficult to find a private rooftop like the one here, especially since a newly acquainted friend lived next door. Well, if you ever decide to move, do contact me. I will assist you in finding a new place. Juju was reluctant, and Wu-Tong could not force him to change his residence, so he simply reminded him before driving away. As Juju hurried up to the rooftop, he activated the order wristwatch, which emitted a prompt. The screen unfolded before him, and the sound of jingling coins filled the air as his modest savings of 50,000 rapidly skyrocketed. 800,000 federal coins in hand. Not only that, but after the bounty was credited, Juju's personal background automatically opened. The merit points, which had increased after apprehending 2 gang members, soared as well. Congratulations. You have ascended to a level 2 informant. Permissions upgraded. Congratulations. You have ascended to a level 1 informant. Permissions upgraded. Current merit accumulation. Level 1 informant, 10,000. It usually took others at least 2 years to ascend from level 3 to level 1. Juju accomplished it in a single night. Of course, advancing further may not be as easy. Becoming an investigator from a level 1 informant requires not only substantial merits, but also an assessment by the government. No wonder that fellow seemed as excited by these monsters as he would be by money. The rewards were indeed plentiful. Reflecting on the earlier incident at the barbecue stall, Juju had been puzzled by the man's initial reaction upon seeing the creature, but now it all made sense. These were not merely monsters. They were treasures bestowing money and merits. Although, it must be noted, these treasures possess considerable lethality. The Bluebird, music played. He removed his clothing and entered the bathroom with a long blade, rinsing the knife with water. He commanded the Bluebird to play music, and unsurprisingly, it was a song sung by Gu Yinxing. In truth, it was the only music stored in the Bluebird. The effect seemed to diminish. After listening for a while, the strange sensation in his mind lessened somewhat, yet not as significantly as during previous listens. Juju was not particularly surprised. Even the most effective medicine could lead to a degree of resistance after repeated use. Perhaps he should consider having Gu Yinxing sing different songs? If one grew weary of a particular tune, a change might yield new effects. While contemplating this, he began washing the meat pieces in the basin. His gaze landed on the chunk of flesh extracted from the original specimen's skull. In contrast to the finger-thick slices from the mutants, the piece from the humanoid rat's skull was a pale blue, darker in hue and significantly larger. Since experiencing the lightness after consuming by Yaki's flesh, Juju had grown increasingly interested in the meat obtained from these creatures. How could there be so little? It was insufficient. As he stared at the few boxes of meat, his hunger intensified, accompanied by more severe hallucinations. To distract himself, he decided to open the marketplace on the order wristwatch. With his enhanced permissions, a greater array of options awaited him. Juju had no intention of saving the 800,000 federal coins. Converting it into combat power was paramount. Naturally, his first focus was on weapons. With money in hand, he could acquire a superior long blade. But his informant-level permissions remained somewhat limited. The best long blade he could forge would cap at 100,000, merely enhancing his current blade with effects akin to electric shocks or vibrations. Although he had a considerable sum, he found it imprudent to squander it. Thus, he ultimately closed the weapon screen and turned to examine some special equipment. The cross-energy barrier. This was the very item Wang Dong had used last time. He recalled that in the shop, it had been employed to block bullets fired by a wanted criminal. Priced at 30,000 federal coins, as long as it remained undamaged, it could be used continuously. Juju held little interest in this protective gear. He merely glanced at it out of familiarity. He often needed to wield dual long blades, and fighting while holding a cross frame would be quite inconvenient. Nonetheless, possessing such a protective item was somewhat necessary. He certainly did not have the capacity to withstand bullets with mere flesh. Perhaps he could endure a few normal bullets. But in a world where blades could be crafted to deliver electric shocks and burns, bullets were a different matter altogether. His fingers scrolled down the screen, and Juju's gaze finally settled on a mechanical wristband. Product name: Guardian Wristband. Type: 1. Manufacturer: Crown Mechanical Group. Product effect: can form an energy barrier in a designated area through specific gesture recognition. Defense level: 3 stars, 10 stars. Product parameters. The parameters appeared as odd data to Juju, so he quickly jumped to the price and purchasing permissions. Priced at 100,000, it was precisely the highest grade item a level 1 informant could procure. Compared to the cross-energy barrier above, it eliminated the need to hold it, offering strong concealment and spontaneity in the face of danger. Activating it with a gesture was far more convenient than fumbling for a cross frame from his pocket. After clicking to purchase the wristband, Juju casually scrolled down, discovering numerous intriguing items, among which a pair of gloves particularly caught his eye. Chapter 33: Evolution. Kinetic Gloves. Type 1. Originating from the Crown Mechanical Group. This device not only serves as a protective bracelet, but also enhances the wearer's strength, functioning akin to an exoskeleton. It is equipped with a compact energy device capable of emitting short-range energy shockwaves. Its design bears a striking resemblance to the mechanical gloves featured in the film Iron Man, which Juju had viewed in a previous life. With the advancements in contemporary technology, the fantasies of bygone eras have become a reality. Much like the ability serum that Wang Dong had previously shown Juju, the powers of a spider are not beyond replication. In fact, elite serums might even achieve the extraordinary levels Juju envisions, perhaps even surpassing them. Alas, insufficient permissions hinder such pursuits. Leaning back on the bench, he realized from the dim interface that this item could only be procured by investigators, with a staggering price tag of 300,000. After purchasing the protective bracelet, he navigated to the firearms section. The battle in the sewers had illuminated the undeniable significance of firearms in modern combat. While Juju's primary weapon is a long knife, having a firearm at his side is undoubtedly prudent. After all, in the eyes of many, the intimidation factor of a firearm far exceeds that of a knife. Irrespective of his possession of a long blade. Lacking familiarity with contemporary firearms, Juju's selection criteria were merely threefold: rapid firing rate, substantial power, and the presence of a sight. Ultimately, he opted for a pistol named Green Wing, priced at 60,000. This weapon boasts the best composite data available to first-tier operatives. Its name derived from the numerous green patterns adorning it, and it is notably lighter and more compact than other firearms of equivalent grade. In less than 10 minutes, 120,000 federal credits vanished from his account, and this was merely for 2 items. For individuals like them, earning money is swift, and spending it is equally rapid. The carbon within the furnace had reached an intense heat, and placing a clean iron grate atop it, the glowing coals cast a crimson hue upon Juju's face. He first placed the chunks of meat acquired from the sewers onto the grate, savoring the aroma that wafted forth before indulging in each bite. Unlike the previous encounter with the Bayaki meat, where a monstrous presence had emerged within him, this time no such phenomenon occurred. That incident had evidently been an anomaly triggered under peculiar circumstances, the specifics of which remained a mystery to Juju. After consuming the final piece of the primordial meat, Juju felt a tingling numbness in his legs, not a painful sensation, but rather akin to the exhaustion following an extreme exertion, soon transforming into a stimulating electrical sensation reminiscent of awakening from a nap, with his legs sprawled across the table. Motionless, he felt nothing. However, even the slightest touch sent waves of electric-like tingling through his legs. Remembering the remedy for this sensation, he resorted to stomping his feet. Recklessly and without hesitation, he began to stomp. Logically, one would assume that the more he stomped, the more numb he would become, yet given his current state of discomfort, the stomping seemed counterproductive. Thud! Rising from the chair, he stomped down with one foot, hardly registering the sensation in his legs before he felt his body inexplicably leap upward. An astonishing height of 1 meter. This occurred entirely without his volition, merely a casual stomp. Had he suddenly acquired springs? Looking down at his legs, he remained momentarily bewildered. He nudged the chair aside, turned, and, seeing the door 3 meters away, crouched and leaped, feeling a rush of wind at his ears, and in the next moment, he found himself at the door. He had completely forgotten about the roasting meat, pulling out his phone to activate the timer. Positioning himself at the edge of the rooftop, ready to sprint back and forth. The instant his foot lifted, his body shot forth like a bullet. The explosive speed propelling him across a total distance of 50 meters, nearly a second faster than his previous attempt. This was a full-power sprint over 50 meters, breaking through his limits in a mere second, signifying Zhu Ju's agility had reached an entirely new echelon. As he continued to bounce and jump, the lingering numbness in his legs gradually faded, replaced by a warm, expansive sensation, each muscle cell in his legs seemingly roaring, eager to unleash the surging power within. Goodness, this is quite astonishing. Zhu Ju had not anticipated that the primordial meat would prove so beneficial, enabling his body to achieve yet another breakthrough. What if an ordinary person consumed it? Would they instantaneously transform into a world-class athlete? How implausible. An ordinary individual consuming this meat would likely turn into a monster in an instant. He chuckled at his own fanciful thoughts, shaking his head to redirect his focus back to the roasting meat. Outside the government's technology laboratory in Yi City, an armed squad was escorting 4 metal crates through a tunnel, attracting the attention of researchers in lab attire along the way. What a day it was. Delivering 4 at once? Had they encountered a horde of monsters? Several researchers trailed behind, whispering among themselves, yet their pace remained brisk as they followed into the underground laboratory. In contrast to other labs, this one was evidently distinct, with conspicuous black and yellow warning signs alerting all that entry required full protective gear, or one would bear the consequences. Quickly, lift the primordial specimens inside. A figure clad entirely in protective gear commanded the incoming team. Before him was a large space enclosed by transparent glass, above which hung numerous mechanical arms connected to various devices. The control panel outside illuminated, and within seconds, the mechanical arms descended, dexterously opening the metal crates and extracting the corpses within, prompting gasps from the researchers outside. Indeed, it was the primordial specimen. The Public Security Bureau had finally undertaken a task worthy of their role. Hasten, prepare for the experiment, and ensure success this time. The lead researcher directed his assistants, and all immediately set to work, cutting, sampling, analyzing. In the corner of this laboratory, behind one-way glass, several monkeys were moving about, their gaze fixed on the humans outside. Sensing something amiss, they suddenly began to exhibit signs of agitation. Chapter 34. Mastery. Water Splash Leap. Having consumed all the remaining provisions in the refrigerator and tidied up the utensils, it was already deep into the night. Instead of retiring to bed, Zhu Ju turned on the desk lamp in front of his bed and placed the tattered book he had acquired from the lair of the humanoid rat onto the table. Unsurprisingly, the pages of this damaged tome still exerted a disturbing influence on his psyche. Initially, Zhu Ju speculated that perhaps the proximity to the lair had triggered such an effect. However, it was now evident that the book itself harbored a problem. What could cause a book to have such an effect? Was it the material it was composed of? His fingers grazed the pages as he glanced at the shadows untouched by the lamp's light, where the indescribable darkness lingered. Compared to the severe mental trauma induced by a complete mutation, this level of psychological disturbance was trivial for Zhu Ju. He merely confirmed that it was a mental alteration and chose to disregard it. The tome was neither leather-bound nor composed of any special material. The yellowed pages and the jagged edges indicated it had aged considerably. If the material of the book did not provoke the psychological turmoil, then only one possibility remained. the content of the book was problematic. Activating the Qingyao, he opened the network interface. Contact, a communication technique? Zhu Ju rubbed his nose, uncertain if it was merely his imagination, but as he began to comprehend the contents of the book, the surrounding shadows seemed to thicken at that moment. The few remaining pages detailed a ritualistic procedure, lacking any specific incantations, but featuring a peculiar mark. It required offering certain benefits to these vile creatures, which possessed a modicum of intelligence. If they were nearby and sensed someone attempting to establish contact through the incantation, they would come forth, and the communicator would have to pay a price to gain control over them, a rather harsh condition. The contents of the pages were limited, and after reading, Zhu Ju instinctively furrowed his brow. This was a communication script that could also be interpreted as a summoning technique, indicating a certain level of intelligence. It would not be the humanoid rat that would respond, would it? Zhu Ju believed his conjecture to be correct, regretting not having paid closer attention to the situation within the lair. What did he wish to see? Perhaps some human remains, or maybe a specific spell mark residing somewhere. Regardless, one thing was certain. The emergence of these monsters was not a consequence of the current environment's mutation, nor could it be attributed to a hazardous chemical leak. They had existed long before. A century ago? Or perhaps, millennia? What does it matter to me? Hey, water splash leap, quite delightful. With a smirk, he closed the book, pulled back the chair, and leaped onto the bed like a flopping carp, causing the bed frame to creak. Having earned some money and with spare time, it was only natural to seek out a form of entertainment. As someone who had transitioned from the old era to the present, Zhu Ju was keen to experience the games of this age. Holographic simulations. Groundbreaking masterpieces, he wished to try them all. However, upon surveying the options, he discovered that this era imposed numerous restrictions on gaming. Many of the currently popular games required a connection to brainwave interfaces to prevent overly realistic environments from adversely affecting players' mental states. Zhu Ju's mental condition appeared outwardly normal. Or rather, mostly normal, but there were times when the monsters within him might manifest due to hunger, even if only briefly, which could cause the instruments measuring his aura to go haywire. At such a moment, simply exiting the game would not suffice. He might find police cars waiting outside, a whole squad of officers prepared to take him for a comprehensive examination. What to do? What could he do? Silently, he closed the intriguing official game websites. If holographic simulations were off the table, perhaps he could explore some real-world entertainment activities? He might as well consult Wu Tong. Sleepyhead 123. What do you think someone like me should do during leisure time? Wu Tong. How about games? There's a recent one called Red Dead Redemption 12, which supposedly allows players to experience a wild society from centuries ago. If you're interested, I have a gaming pod and the best helmets available. I won't have time to play for a while. Should I send them to you? Sleepyhead 123. I don't play games. Do you have anything more realistic? Zhu Ju clicked his tongue, unwilling to reveal his true reasons, and pretended to be a young man disinterested in gaming. On the other hand, Wu Tong was straightforward, reasoning that such an impressive individual must prioritize physical fitness and would have little time for games. Wu Tong, how about catching a movie instead? Du Wang Dong. I just saw on the order watch that you've been promoted to level 1 informant. What is going on? Is your order watch malfunctioning? Having added each other as friends on the Talk app and order watch after their previous encounter, Wang Dong stumbled upon Zhu Ju's remarkable promotion when checking his own achievement status just a few days later. Sleepyhead 123. No malfunction. I inadvertently eliminated a first sequence monster, which bumped my rank to level 1 informant. Wang Dong. A first sequence monster, and you say it was by chance? Sleepyhead 123. Yes. Wang Dong. How about grabbing a drink tonight? Let us discuss the monsters. I've yet to see a single one, and here you are, having taken one down in just a couple of days. Truly, it's infuriating how impressive some people can be. Zhu Ju chose not to correct Wang Dong's misunderstanding. If he were to learn that Zhu Ju had actually defeated 4 monsters, he would likely come rushing over. Chapter 35. The handsome man outside the universal repair shop. Zhu Ju observed Fu Yingxiong, who was crouched before an electric bike, engrossed in his work while holding a bag of snacks he had casually taken from the store. Old Fu, could you craft a scabbard for a long knife? One that conceals its contents, as I constantly feel misjudged carrying it on my shoulder. Yet, I have no intention of purchasing a conventional scabbard that requires a lid to be opened. It would be quite embarrassing to ask my opponent to wait while I retrieve my weapon during a confrontation. The prototype was a mechanical pet, naturally equipped with the necessary functions. We're a repair shop, not a forge, nor a shopping mall for your wristwatch. Where would I procure a mechanical scabbard for you? Fu Xiong, wielding a wrench, lacked the astuteness he displayed when modifying the order watch. His grease-stained appearance resembled that of a common artisan. Then why not craft one? You seem rather unoccupied, and I'm not withholding payment. How about 100? No, 1,000 federal coins? Do you think I am simply dismissing a beggar? The mechanical scabbard you desire must conceal a knife and allow for swift retrieval. Have you considered the length of your blade? A standard mechanical scabbard cannot accommodate it. It requires a propulsion mechanism, ideally featuring gesture verification, like having the handle present itself when your hand nears the lid. Do you truly believe such an operation can be completed for 1,000 coins? Seated on a small stool with a wrench in hand, he immersed a disassembled tire in a basin of water, searching for punctures. In this era, such methods of repair were rare, yet Fu Xiong seemed to relish the task. Have you ever seen someone dismiss a beggar with 1,000 coins? Do you think I possess a mine at home? But since you seem knowledgeable, I'll raise it to 10,000, and that's my final offer. Zhu Ju remained intrigued by old Fu's proposal, willing to add another 10,000 was not a significant sum for him at this point. Consider that crafting such a mechanical scabbard would require special materials, which you surely would not want to procure. The sound of a knife being unsheathed echoed. 3 days' time, including today. Come pick it up the day after tomorrow at noon. But you must pay in advance, or I won't have the funds for materials. Now that's more like it. I'll transfer the money. By the way, could you add a compartment for a firearm within that mechanical scabbard? I've recently purchased a gun, which should arrive shortly. They are essentially 2 complementary items, and I expect delivery today. Zhu Ju glanced at the delivery notification on his phone, confirming that the goods were en route. A multifunctional storage box? Crafting one is certainly feasible. I can create a more intricate box that can store knives and firearms, functioning as a compact armory. However, you must promise me one thing. The next time you encounter those monsters, remember to collect a sample of their muscle tissue, their arms, thighs, and such. That should not be too difficult for you, right? Fu Xiong set down his tools, casually remarking as he propped his elbows on his thighs, chin resting in his palms, scrutinizing old Fu's silhouette. You're not. Never mind. I should have mentioned this earlier. You can actually defeat the primal beings? You are human. After all, did you go in with a mech? Fu Xiong turned, visibly surprised by Zhu Ju's inquiry. What is wrong with people these days? Mechs. Are you referring to those towering mechanical warriors? Zhu Ju's eyes sparkled. Mecha? That is the epitome of a man's romance. No, not exactly towering. While such mechs can currently be constructed, their combat capabilities are quite questionable, and they are unnecessary as there are no monsters to combat. The Federation may be chaotic, but it has not yet descended into a state warranting such ultimate weaponry. I refer to personal combat armor, but you wouldn't know what that is. Think of it as a scaled-down version of a humanoid mech. The current situation had not deteriorated to the point where formidable weapons were essential for maintaining order. Although various sectors in the Federation experienced friction, they largely exercised restraint. All right, I shall take my leave. Should the opportunity arise, I will assist you in acquiring a sample. But I must caution you, those creatures are exceedingly dangerous. The delivery notification indicated that the items had arrived, prompting Zhu Ju to depart without further delay, planning to return in a few days for his order. As he exited through a narrow path, he spotted a man cornering a girl at the alley's entrance. She had a short golden ponytail, ear piercings, and was clad in a loose shirt and a suit jacket, her appearance akin to that of a character from a comic. Hey miss, did you know? I always believed myself to be perfect until today when I encountered you. I realized my greatest flaw. The man leaned against a wall, pressing the girl against it as Zhu Ju's gaze shifted to her face. A round face, a flat nose. It was needless to elaborate. Regardless of the era's beauty standards, this girl could hardly be deemed attractive. What flaw? The girl appeared bewildered and frightened, her hands clasped over her chest, softly inquiring. I lack you. The collar must be open, correct. The ear piercings should shimmer, correct. The eyes must shine, correct. The smile must radiate warmth, perfect. Zhu Ju stifled a laugh, nearly choking on his own saliva. He had no objections to the man's approach. After all, everyone has their preferences. And there is a saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. However, the romantic lines delivered by this handsome man were among the most kitsch he had encountered in his previous life, and to his astonishment, such expressions were still employed in this era for declarations of love. Unable to contain himself, he interjected, "Humph, does being handsome make you special?" The girl's expression darkened significantly. Despite her overwhelming desire to embrace the impossibly handsome man before her, she averted her gaze and fled. "Hey, we haven't even begun dating. Why is it inappropriate? You may hurt me, but I won't retaliate. I shall torment you with my love." The man swiftly retrieved a note from his pocket, glanced at it, and continued to call out. Juju was on the verge of dying from laughter. Chapter 36, an odd setting. "Hey, you've been chuckling beside me since earlier. What? Do you have an issue with my flirting techniques?" "It's not that I have an issue. I just find it rather amusing." Juju glanced at him, halfway through his words, when he suddenly sidestepped. A fist narrowly missed the spot where his head had been. The gust from the punch tousled Juju's hair. "Interesting. You managed to evade my strike. You are indeed no ordinary person. However, anyone who questions my flirting skills is unforgivable." The impeccably dressed young man faced Juju, his previous warmth replaced by an expression of cold determination. "Oh, so you possess such a persona, yet your flirting skills are truly abysmal." Had Juju not been quick to dodge, that punch would have landed squarely on his cheek. Juju was not one to easily back down. Gripping his long knife, he slammed it down, the scabbard plunging into the ground, fracturing the surface around them. "Quite a bit of strength you have." With a casual strike, he had penetrated the concrete pavement. The handsome young man narrowed his eyes, his gaze on Juju growing serious. The two locked eyes until, in a sudden burst, the young man lunged forward, throwing another powerful punch at Juju. Unfazed, Juju retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision produced a dull thud, and several cracks appeared beneath their feet. "Your strength is impressive." This was not mere mockery. Juju's strength in human form could rival that of mutated monsters. The man before him evidently lacked any mechanical enhancements, perhaps having consumed some physical enhancement elixir or practiced a unique body tempering method. That last punch had carried 60% of Juju's strength, yet the young man remained steadfast, indicating he had more to spare. However, the young man evidently did not share the same assessment. Before Juju could finish speaking, the young man vanished from view. His upper body coiled like a spring, hands planted on the ground, right leg extending in a swift horizontal sweep aimed at Juju's lower body. Had this been any earlier, a momentary lapse in Juju's reflexes could have led to disaster, but last night's training had sharpened his agility. As the sweeping leg approached, his own legs had already left the ground, executing a nimble backflip, landing beside his long knife. "Hey, that's enough. I have no intention of fighting to the death with you. I still have a package to collect." Resting his left hand on the knife's hilt, he opened a message on his phone, indifferent to whether the young man could see it, and turned to address him. "After mocking my skills, you wish to flee?" The young man remained perturbed by Juju's earlier jibe. "Yet your sweet nothings are indeed lacking. The lady must have thought you were mocking her." Juju said, "You don't actually think you were jesting, do you?" As she mentioned, does being handsome grant one the right to act without consequence? Juju found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by the peculiar temperament of the man before him. "Is that so wrong? I merely, ultimately, unless you utter a convincing line of affection, I shall not let you depart." He hesitated, as he had genuinely expressed his feelings. But the responses from each recipient had been rather uniform. All he desired was a genuine romance. "What is your name?" Juju pondered for a moment before suddenly asking. "Xiaoko." Though uncertain why he was being asked, the young man answered, "Please do not change your name in the next life." Juju abruptly hoisted his long knife onto his shoulder and took large strides toward the other side of the road. "What? So I may find you in the next life?" Xiaoko fell silent. "Do you understand the sentiment?" He muttered under his breath. "What a splendid phrase, truly remarkable. I have encountered a master. Hey, where did he go?" Upon reaching the universal repair shop, he craned his neck to see the worker inside. "Master, I have arrived." With his coat unbuttoned, he stepped into the workshop and retrieved his toolbox from a heap of scrap metal. "Why are you so late? Did you encounter any oddities on the way? Did someone beat you up?" Fu Wingxiong turned his chair, seeing Xiaoke's disheveled appearance, exuding a look of exasperation. His apprentice was commendable in many aspects, yet occasionally struggled with common sense. "Master, how can you call your apprentice odd? I was merely pursuing love. As for the dirt on me, that's from a recent spar with a skilled opponent. He was quite formidable, and his flirtation was commendable. Too bad I missed the chance to befriend him. I wanted to seek his guidance." Xiaoko changed into work attire, transforming the plain outfit into something that exuded a certain competence. A highly skilled individual, A young man with black hair, wielding a long knife wrapped in cloth? Oh, so that cloth contained a long knife. You truly are impressive, master. Your acquaintances are indeed extraordinary. Slap. A sharp smack landed on Xiao Ke's nape. Do you realize that young man once killed a deep diver mutant barehanded in front of me? Had you provoked him, I would have had to collect your remains. Fu Wingxiong felt he might one day be driven to his demise by this apprentice. Master, please do not be angry. I shall exercise more caution from now on. However, that deep diver mutant is hardly a threat. I could defeat it in a one-on-one. I understand my mistake. Seeing his master's stern expression, Xiao Ke could only awkwardly apologize. Today, your task is to construct a mechanical box capable of storing long knives and firearms. I have already prepared the blueprints. Go procure the materials yourself. Do you have the funds? He reclined in his chair, munching on the snacks Juju had left unfinished, crossing his legs. Having an apprentice to command is truly delightful. Chapter 37. A Beautiful Life. Thank you for purchasing products from Crown Machinery Group. The goods have been delivered. And if there are any discrepancies, returns and exchanges are accepted within 7 days. This small truck is quite similar to the one from the previous Yuanfan Machinery Group, merely with a different emblem. Carrying 2 boxes, one large and one small, I glanced at the various ingredients in the neighboring bag, mostly meats, chicken wings, and pre-cut chicken thighs. Yet atop it all were several steamed buns, pumpkin cakes, and tofu slices. The absence of a means of transportation suddenly became a significant concern. I recalled that the mall should have such items for sale. After all, if Yuanfan Machinery Group offers motorcycles, the other 2 companies would likely not overlook this market either. I hoisted the bags onto the rooftop, systematically placing the ingredients on the table. By chance, I noticed a message on my phone. Fish Monster Air, here is a photo from today. Below was an image of that peculiar individual I had encountered on the rooftop before. Compared to last time, his condition seemed to have deteriorated significantly, with more than half of his head resembling that of a fish monster. The title I had assigned him, Fish Monster Air, was not without merit. Fish Monster Air, friend, have you found a solution? I am barely holding on. Sleepy 123, I advised you to try controlling the monster within you, but it appears you have failed. Although I wish to inform you that I possess a method to save you, the harsh reality is that I cannot even save myself. Given your current state, may you find solace. The mutation process does not exceed 3 days, and the complete transformation occurs within a month. It is indeed strange that he still retains some rationality. It seems I need to find a time to meet him soon. If his remaining sanity disappears, as expected, he will inevitably become a mutated being. At that point, his existence would no longer hold significance. Death would become their ultimate liberation. In truth, deleting the software is not as simple as it seems. This is government-issued software. For ordinary phones, unless formatted, merely deleting the surface files is futile. I glanced at the screen displaying the location. He was still at home. Understandably, in his current state, if he dared to venture outside, he would be apprehended within minutes by the Public Security Bureau. The outcome would be far from a mere death. Juju, I'm coming. On the other side of the rooftop, Gu Yinxing waved energetically. Earlier, while purchasing ingredients, I had contacted her, inviting her to join for a barbecue. She happened to be home, and as a newly debuted group, they had few activities to engage in. Wait, jump slowly. Noticing Gu Yinxing preparing to leap backward again, I hurriedly tossed the blue-winged pistol box into the house and secured the Guardian wristband onto my arm. What did you just throw inside? Today, she wore a sleeveless knit top over a white shirt, her feet clad in fluffy bunny slippers, and she held the pink mechanical rabbit from earlier. Her face was unadorned, radiating innocence. It's just a box, nothing to worry about. Aren't you cold in such little clothing? I sought to divert the conversation with a casual remark. Not at all. Today is bright and sunny, but the weather forecast predicts a cool change ahead, with 3 consecutive days of heavy rain. But look, I'm wearing fluffy slippers. My feet are fine. However, it does affect my jumping distance. I almost fell off the rooftop earlier, huh? With carefree laughter. She sat on the chair before me, recounting her near misadventure. I'll have someone break through the stone wall between the rooftops to create a passage. It's only a little over a meter apart, and it won't take long to complete. Listening made me apprehensive as I rekindled the coals in the fire pit, allowing them to smolder slowly. You bought so many vegetarian dishes. Are they for me? Surprised by the assortment of vegetarian options, Gu Yinxing cupped her face in delight. Of course. How could I invite my idol to lunch without proper preparation? I readily admitted, helping to lay out the items on the table. Your bracelet looks peculiar. Where did you get it? This. is a gadget issued by our police department, designed to deflect bullets. Really? You're not joking, are you? How could a bracelet stop a bullet? With chopsticks in hand, she pointed at me, pouting with a playful glint in her eyes. I'm not deceiving you. It can be activated with gestures. Just a moment. I picked up the instructions from the ground and followed the steps to activate the Guardian wristband. I thought the gesture should not be too common to avoid accidental activation, so I mimicked Spider-Man's web-slinging motion from a past movie. When a built-in indicator on the wristband lit up green, I quickly turned to the adjacent empty space and made the activation gesture. In the next instant, an energy crystal from the wristband emitted a beam of energy, forming a protective shield nearly the height of my entire being in the air. Wow, that's incredible. Gu Yinxing clapped in astonishment, her eyes filled with envy as she gazed at the Guardian wristband, though she said nothing about it. Haha, it's nothing extraordinary. I certainly noticed the admiration in her eyes, but chose not to address it. I had seen information online indicating that her birthday was just a week away. The coals glowed red, raising the temperature in our area considerably. I was responsible for placing the items on the iron net, while Gu Yinxing took charge of brushing oil and sprinkling seasoning. Before long, the rooftop resonated with the sound of Gu Yinxing's singing. Chapter 38. A life of suffering. The streetlights filtered through the curtains, casting what should have been a warm, golden glow into a somber shade of bluish-purple. The man wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, his gaze wandering around the dimly lit room. On the table lay a haphazard stack of instant noodle containers and torn packaging, while crumbs of bread scattered across the floor. A few mice scurried near the bed, feasting openly before him, living in a manner more comfortable than his own. He had been holed up in his home for 3 days, telling his parents and girlfriend he was on a business trip, when in truth, he had long since resigned from his job. He could not bring himself to venture outside. Previously, he had managed to conceal himself with a scarf and mask, but now, the changes to his body extended beyond merely his face. Moreover, the haunting and terrifying visions that once plagued his dreams began to manifest with alarming frequency. He often felt as though he were submerged in a river or the ocean, his body enveloped by the water, surrounded by an infinite darkness where the shore was nowhere to be seen, and within that darkness, there seemed to be a peculiar presence watching him, accompanied by unsettling whispers calling out to him. This sensation was utterly despairing. The sound of squeaking mice filled the air as a webbed hand emerged from beneath the blanket, pushing aside the covering that shrouded his head. His eyes fell upon a mouse standing at the edge of the table, gazing back at him. He felt a wave of nausea, yet when he considered his own appearance, the mouse appeared almost endearing. Oh, this could hardly be termed a transformation. It was more akin to a grotesque mutation. The whispers grew more pronounced, and the scene before him oscillated between clarity and obscurity. The mouse that had stood beside the table suddenly morphed into a grotesque creature, adorned with numerous tentacles and slanted eyes. Repulsed, he erupted in rage, leaping from the bed and striking the mouse with his clawed hand, undoubtedly resulting in a squelching mass of flesh and blood. His strength and agility had surged immensely. This was the first moment he truly felt the power coursing through him, an odd mix of emotions surfacing within him. Gazing at the gory remnants in his hand, or rather, the mass emanating a peculiar, indescribable black aura, he raised his palm momentarily before letting it drop. In the next instant, he struck his mouth with ferocity, consumed by a ravenous urge akin to a wild beast devouring its prey, oblivious to the fact that this insatiable hunger was leading him toward a precipice. Not enough. Not nearly enough. His back began to swell, his shirt tearing apart, and from his mouth, filled with jagged teeth, a mist escaped. While the light of humanity in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a chaotic darkness, a frantic female voice echoed from the doorway, yet to the man in the bedroom. It transformed into an eerie whisper. It is all your fault, you monsters, for this wretched state I find myself in. I shall devour you all. He rose from beside the table, his stature, once around 5 feet 7 inches, now towering over 6 feet. Stumbling toward the door, a scream pierced the air, followed by an unsettling silence. Approximately an hour later, someone leaned against the wall, trembling hands stained with blood as they activated a communicator and opened a chat. The air of the fish monster. I feel as though my ailment has lifted. I have returned to normal and feel quite well. Would you like to come and see? From the shadows, he grinned, remnants of flesh caught between his teeth. On the other end, Juju arrived at the tavern door, wielding a long knife. Having arranged to meet Wang Dong here. Upon glancing at the message on his phone, Juju was taken aback. Just this afternoon. His companion had seemed on the brink of death, yet now he claimed to be well. Sleepy 123. All right, I shall come by shortly. Are you able to send a photo? The air of the fish monster. I'm in the shower, so it's not convenient. I'll see you soon. Water cascaded from the shower head, transforming into a crimson hue before draining into the floor's outlet. How intriguing that even his tone has changed following the mutation. Juju pocketed his phone, a vague sense of unease stirring within him, yet he brushed it aside and stepped into the tavern. Wang Dong awaited him at a bar counter situated on the outer edge. Did you specifically seek me out for something? Casting a glance at the swirling screen before the bar, Juju ordered a drink and turned to Wang Dong, inquiring further. I merely wish to engage in conversation. On one hand, I am curious about the creature you vanquished, and on the other, I have something to discuss with you. Before Juju could settle the bill, Wang Dong took the virtual invoice and merged it with his own, ordering a plethora of snacks. They found a spot at the bar, the ambient sounds enveloping them. What I eliminated was a primitive entity. I've heard it referred to as a known pollutant source number 1. Its strength was somewhat formidable, to be honest. It required considerable effort on my part. Discussing the events in the sewers, Juju was candid, as this was part of his work. And dispatching a primitive entity was nothing to be ashamed of. Rather, it should be regarded as a point of pride, at least within the Public Security Bureau. He had gained notoriety. To speak of vanquishing a primitive entity with such nonchalance, you wouldn't truly be contemplating eliminating the puppet master, would you? Of course. If I had no intention of doing so, why would I venture upstairs? To seek my own demise? Juju regarded Wang Dong with surprise, assuming this was an obvious conclusion. It seems I overthought this. I didn't realize that despite your youth, you possess a ruthless nature. Would you consider collaborating on future cases? Investigators and informants differ. They possess a degree of autonomy, and the police occasionally reach out to them for assistance. Wang Dong's proposal for collaboration seemed to signify a recognition of Juju's status as a first-grade informant. Not interested. My focus lies solely on those pollutant sources. As for other criminals, if I encounter them, I will kill them. If not, I have no desire to expend effort searching. Juju was no deity. He could only manage what lay within his reach. Chapter 39 Caution is warranted regarding the activities of that man in the old town. This was my intention to remind you, but it seems I ought to remind myself instead. Wang Dong sipped his drink while simultaneously transferring funds to Juju, who was still owed 200,000. Caution about what? Juju queried, swallowing a small cake, perplexed by Wang Dong's words. A man whose hands were stained a muddy yellow, as if encased in damp sand, had recently emerged as a B-level fugitive in Yi City. Intelligence reports indicated his presence in the eastern old town, and I have transmitted the warrant for his capture to your wristwatch. Take a look. After a brief silence, a blue light suddenly glimmered in Wang Dong's eyes, and he could faintly discern data flashing before him. Without any manual intervention, the order wristwatch activated and began transmitting messages. Is this the rumored real-time control of an electronic brain? The fugitive, named Mawala, age 35, was depicted in the photograph wearing a black leather jacket, with long hair grazing his ears, his eyes vacant, and a gaunt face reflecting a state of bewilderment. Multiple murders. Robbery. Should I say that appearances can be deceiving? Gazing at the detailed account of crimes below, Juju struggled to connect the face in the image with the actions described. Generally, one's features can reveal their mental state and character traits. It is easy to distinguish between a troubled individual and a sane person. No, your sense of unease is justified. Do you know the context in which this photo was taken? 2 months ago, he stole an electric bicycle and was caught on the spot. When he was taken to the police station, he was subdued by a young man. Who would have imagined that 2 months later, he would transform into a murderous fiend? The family that brought him in did not survive. Wang Dong dragged the screen closer, scrolling to the first entry in the crime log. Theft, resulting in a 15-day detention. The gap between this record and the next was nearly 2 months. The subsequent criminal record detailed a massacre of an entire family. Did that young man unlock some hidden potential within him, or did he gain peculiar insights from the act of stealing the bicycle? The disparity in timeline is staggering. Do you recall what I mentioned earlier? Pay attention to the man with muddy yellow hands. According to the intelligence shared by officers who have previously encountered him, his hands possess strange capabilities. They can morph into various forms and absorb the flesh and blood of others. Juju raised an eyebrow, astonished at how the conversation had taken such a fantastical turn. The ability to consume human flesh and blood is already a step beyond mere predation. This man seems to operate on an entirely different level. The latter half of that statement was derived from observations made at the scene. Victims of Mawala reportedly disintegrate into sand shortly after death, their flesh and bones entirely consumed. Envisioning that scenario, Wang Dong downed his drink and leaned closer to Zhu Ju. Continuing, there is also a rumor circulating, confined to our profession, that this fugitive possesses an item capable of absorbing the flesh and blood of others to extend his own life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ju's hand froze mid-air, and he looked at Wang Dong with astonishment, perceiving a deeply hidden fervor in his gaze. The pursuit of longevity has been a quest for humanity for eons. Do you believe it? Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. The crucial point is that many do. In search of this individual, both we and the underworld factions are converging here. It won't be long before the nights in this area cease to be tranquil. Such matters have always been a case of better to believe than to disbelieve. Indeed, reluctance to dismiss the possibility. Many minds are preoccupied with the notion, what if it is true? Missing such a golden opportunity would lead to profound regret. A notification chimed on his phone, prompting him to glance down. Fish Monster Air. Hurry, I have new findings. New findings? Zhu Ju switched off the talk feature, contemplating before setting down his drink. Understood. Thank you for the information. You may deduct 35,000 from the debt you owe me as a fee for this intel. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. To claim he was uninterested in this life-absorbing fugitive would be disingenuous. Yet he had to admit he lacked the extensive intelligence network of Wang Dong. Wait, Zhu Ju, shall we collaborate? Noticing Zhu Ju's intent to depart, Wang Dong promptly stood up. I lack the confidence to apprehend this B-level fugitive on my own. I am aware that you have just become a government employee and are still merely an informant, thus facing challenges in intelligence gathering. I can share information with you, and we can split the rewards after taking him down. This was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Wang Dong. Initially, he had only intended to caution Zhu Ju about safety. Now, recognizing Zhu Ju's formidable capabilities, he felt inclined to form an alliance, knowing he could not seize the meat from the hands of those pursuing Mawala alone. All right, keep me informed of any developments. With someone offering free intelligence, Zhu Ju was more than willing to lend a hand. The rewards for capturing a B-level fugitive would be no less than those from dealing with monsters. Thus, they reached a verbal agreement, and Zhu Ju departed from the tavern, opening his phone to access the talk feature. Sleepyhead 123. You're still in the same place, right? Any new discoveries? Zhu Ju was somewhat intrigued by this sudden return to normalcy from the other party, hailing a taxi at the roadside. Fish Monster Air. I've discovered a method to avoid transforming into a monster. I believe I can control this power now. Reading this new message, Zhu Ju rubbed his thumb along the edge of his phone. This individual is remarkably capable, resolving their physical issues within mere hours, and now seems to have gained control over their own power. Driver, step on it. With the long knife resting upon his legs, Zhu Ju was eager to learn what method had been uncovered. 10 minutes later, standing in the alley beneath a building, he hoisted the long knife onto his shoulder and ascended the stairs. Stopping on the second floor, he walked to the front corridor, glancing into one room. Zhu Ju sniffed the air, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Fish Monster Air, I'm on the rooftop. Sleepyhead 123. Understood, I will be there shortly. Placing his hand on the doorknob, he pressed down, and a soft click echoed. Outside the rooftop door, someone leaned against the wall, one hand raised in front, forming a blade-like gesture with their fingers, the uneven nails poised threateningly at the door. The door slowly creaked open. Die! A low growl erupted as his right hand surged forward with blinding speed toward the individual about to step through. Chapter 40. It is not me who is wrong, but this world. The imprint of a foot pressed against my chest, while a blade hovered perilously close to my brow, obstructed by a forceful barrier. Haha, cough, cough. This is a method I recently discovered, simple yet effective. But why did you kick me? I was merely trying to frighten you. Just a jest. Qi Lin rose from the ground, his laughter interspersed with coughs, still attempting to close the distance. I was only joking, so please do not come any closer, otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I won't continue my little jest. Narrowing my eyes, Zhu Ju sensed a change in the individual before him, yet he could not discern its nature. Didn't you wish to know the method? I was preparing to come over and tell you, but standing so far away, with the wind on the rooftops so fierce. Can you even hear me? Eating people? Zhu Ju, disinterested in playing riddles, lifted his chin and softly inquired. What are you saying? That is impossible. What I meant to say was, Qi Lin's face bore an absurd smile. Eating people, right? Zhu Ju interrupted mercilessly, revealing the hilt of a knife hidden beneath his cloth bag. Qi Lin's smile froze. No, what I meant was not eating people, but merely eliminating. Let me think. The only ones who would come looking for you at a time like this are your family or friends, your parents, or perhaps your girlfriend. I did catch a whiff of blood from the second floor. You truly are capable of violence. Zhu Ju spoke as if in a trance, entirely disregarding Qi Lin. You are mistaken. The ones I killed were the monsters threatening me. You know nothing. Be quiet. Be quiet. Kneeling on the ground, Qi Lin covered his face with his hands, uttering fragmented, chaotic phrases. He believed he had committed no wrongdoing. The one at the door was the monster, there to harm him. Killing it, consuming it was his means of restoring normalcy. Is there a fault in this? The fault does not lie with me, but with this world. He lifted his head, and the world around him suddenly distorted, as if everything had been submerged in water. The door to the rooftop, the walls, the tiles, all were entwined with seaweed, and a series of bubbles rose through the cracks in the floor. Lifting his gaze, he saw the moon above cloaked in a murky green hue. It twisted and changed, in a moment transforming into a colossal sphere, with countless black tendrils extending into this world, adorned with various grotesque, distorted eyes. It wasn't a restoration to normalcy, but a complete aberration. Observing Qi Lin's face, now marred by dark patterns, and his murky eyes, one could say his reason still existed. However, it had transformed into the rationality of a monster, rather than that of a human. If I kill you and consume you, I will regain my normalcy. The fish monster continued to articulate its beliefs, convinced of its innocence. Indeed, from the monster's perspective, there was no fault. By your logic, I am at a disadvantage. After all, consuming your flesh will not restore my normalcy. Gripping the hilt, I slowly drew the knife, its blade glistening under the moonlight, reflecting Zhu Ju's stern visage. With a screech, the monster's claw embedded itself into the wall, leaving a deep scratch. Zhu Ju raised his long knife, the blade aimed at the monster's wrist, and cut downward. The blade met the scales, which had seemed easily cleavable, yet only penetrated a small portion. In the next instant, the monster's other claw struck with ferocity, combining strength with speed. Bending down, I kicked off the adjacent rooftop door, using the force to propel myself away, rolling across the ground before regaining my footing. My right hand swung the knife, blood painting a streak on the ground. Zhu Ju furrowed his brow. He had slain several fish monsters before, and previously, even in human form, he could suppress them. Now, with his strength increased and armed, it seemed more challenging. You are no ordinary mutant. Observing the creature carefully, Zhu Ju quickly realized that its size surpassed that of the fish monsters he had encountered before, and the sheen of its scales indicated an unparalleled level of defense. Why is it exceptional in every aspect? Roaring, the fish monster withdrew its claws from the wall and turned to charge at Zhu Ju once more. It seemed futile to ask you anything now. Let the government study you slowly instead. Without hesitation, I countered with a thrust of my knife, our figures colliding violently. Meanwhile, I searched for the monster's vulnerabilities. No creature can sustain high-intensity, continuous attacks for long. Monsters are not robots, and even machines experience mental fatigue. Seizing upon the brief moment of pause during its claw swing, I kicked at the monster's calf to disrupt its balance, swiftly raising the long knife to cleave at its head. This monster's reaction speed far exceeded that of ordinary fish mutant types. As the blade approached, it crossed its arms to forcefully block. Yet, disappointment was absent from Zhu Ju's expression. Shifting from dual-wielding to single-handed, he reached for his waist, producing a firearm adorned with faint azure patterns. Are you stunned? I have a gun. The barrel angled upward, a red dot appearing on the monster's cheek. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, 3 shots rang out. The monster's face erupted in crimson blossoms from the close-range gunfire, its arms unable to maintain their previous strength. To think it remains alive, its hide is remarkably thick. Observing the creature still capable of motion, Zhu Ju exerted force with his right arm, silver-gray patterns suddenly manifesting on his face. His arm transforming as the long knife plunged into the monster's shoulder, dragging down like a saw, creating a long gash. Roaring in fury, the monster, despite its grievous injury, charged recklessly towards Zhu Ju's abdomen, its mouth agape, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth ready to bite down. You are a fish, not a dog. Oh no. As I kicked out, I felt a twinge of regret. The intent was to create distance, but in my haste, the force was excessive, leaving several meters between me and the monster. It was deliberate. The fallen monster, now devoid of its previous ferocity, turned and sprinted toward the edge of the rooftop, leaping without hesitation. Next to this building lies the winding alleys of the old city. Juju, armed with knife and gun, pursued to the rooftop's edge, peering downward but finding no sign of the creature, closing his eyes to sense its presence. How is this possible? What on earth has emerged from this aberration? The monster's aura vanished from Juju's perception. Chapter 41. A clash of ruthlessness in a dimly lit alley within the old city. Qilin leaned against the wall, a long gash on his left shoulder. He was not stretching his legs in search of comfort. Rather, it was the throbbing pain that compelled him to do so. Gritting his teeth, his face contorted in agony, heavy breaths escaped his lips. Damn it, that bastard. How could he be so strong? His initial intent had been to eliminate the last person aware of his identity, allowing him to continue living under this guise. Instead, he had summoned a more formidable adversary, and not only had he failed to kill him, but he had nearly lost his own life in the process. If only I had known. I should have feasted on a few more. Such thoughts echoed from deeper within the alley. Qilin paused, perplexed. What was happening? He touched his mouth, realizing he hadn't spoken. He still retained the ability to discern such matters. The other individual was equally startled. Is there someone else here? One peered inward while the other glanced outward, instinctively drawing closer to one another. Qilin caught sight of a gaunt man with shoulder-length hair. One of his arms was twisted at an unnatural angle, and he bore multiple gunshot wounds. Conversely, the man opposite him observed someone with a severely injured shoulder, a gaping wound on his left wrist that nearly severed his hand. Both were momentarily bewildered. Fellow fallen souls, why must we be strangers in this encounter? Fallen souls indeed. Brother, your timing is impeccable. Qilin's eyes sparkled with delight. He was in dire need of sustenance, and this man presented himself as an ideal source, especially in his half-dead state, making him convenient for consumption. His body adorned with dark markings. Qilin's form suddenly surged in height as he lunged forward, claws gripping the man's shoulder, ready to feast. With one bite, flesh and bone separated. The other man remained motionless. Naturally, he would be paralyzed with fear. A being like Qilin would leave any ordinary person petrified. How could this individual possibly contend with him? Qilin was gravely mistaken. Brother? Ha ha ha. Your timing is indeed fortuitous, but alas, your method of consuming flesh is far too slow. Allow me to impart a swifter technique. Marvera seemed entirely oblivious to the pain in his shoulder, chuckling ominously. Two beings of darkness, forming an alliance? Such a notion was ludicrous. They were not on the same path. The soil-colored hands that hung at Marvara's sides suddenly lifted at an unnatural angle, fingers transforming into two streams of sand that surged forth. Midway, they morphed into two eyeless, sandy serpents that burrowed into Qilin's shoulder wound, voraciously devouring flesh and blood. Miraculously, Marvara's twisted left arm began to mend. The alley echoed with the sickening sounds of flesh being torn apart, blood staining the walls. The screams and struggles were ensnared within the shadows. Time passed, though it felt indeterminate, until a man emerged from the alleyway. He glanced down at his restored, soil-colored hands. The peculiar black markings faintly visible, yet his eyes were devoid of murkiness. So this is how it is. Fascinating. He stripped off his blood-soaked shirt, cleansing himself of the crimson stains, his body now unblemished. Passing a trash bin, he discarded the shirt and strode away, leaving behind a severed head gazing forlornly at the night sky. Truly, it was a case of escaping the tiger's den only to stumble into the wolf's lair. Hey Wei, what is wrong with you today? You've been lost in thought, Wu Tong remarked, observing Zhu Ju seated beside him. They had planned to prepare a video together that morning, but upon Zhu Ju's arrival, he seemed to drift into a stupor intermittently. I fought a monster last night, but I didn't wear my sunglasses. Otherwise, it would have been quite the spectacle holding a bottle of yogurt. Zhu Ju was candid with Wu Tong, as he was already privy to enough information. Are you sure your mind isn't affected? This is serious. Should we go to the hospital? I have a friend on duty there who can check you for free. Upon hearing about the monster encounter, Zhu Ju had not used words like killed or slain, indicating to Wu Tong that the creature had indeed escaped. I'm mentally sound. I'm just pondering the nature of that monster. Tell me. A creature that retains its intellect, a peculiar kind of intellect, and can transform between human and monster forms. When it takes on a human guise, it is indistinguishable from any other person. How does one find such a being? Juju was preoccupied with thoughts of the fish-like creature, certain of its uniqueness. He had deliberated for hours on why it had suddenly vanished from his perception. The only conclusion he could arrive at was that this creature could indeed become human, truly human. I asked how to find it. What are you afraid of? I inflicted a wound on its shoulder, nearly severed its left hand. If not for my blunder afterward, it would have transformed into my bounty and merit points. If you can devise a way to locate it, I could offer you a reward. A larger share of the video's proceeds. This wasn't merely about monetary gain. Juju was eager to unravel how the creature maintained its sanity after consuming human flesh while seamlessly transitioning between its monstrous and human forms. Previous encounters with monstrous aberrations had yielded beings with nearly zero rationality. Yet this creature had exhibited the capacity for tactical thought even amidst combat, fostering Juju's growing intrigue. Why not post a missing person notice? Wu Tong suggested, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of a larger share. Not a chance. That creature will certainly hide after fleeing. Do you think those notices would be effective? Besides, I lack any photographs of it in its normal state. Only images from its mutated phase. The few photos stored on my phone depict it during its transformation. When we met last night, we exchanged mere words before battle erupted. I didn't bother to memorize its features. I had no intention of investing effort in someone I deemed doomed. Perhaps we should report it to the police. They have surveillance footage, which would surely aid in the search. Wu Tong. Are you an imbecile? After spending several days together, Juju felt comfortable speaking candidly. Wu Tong took no offense. Such familiarity implied that Juju did not regard him as an outsider. My goal in capturing that monster is to exchange it for money. The government pays for monsters. As you know, if I inform the police, I'll merely become a tipster, earning perhaps a few hundred for a small token of appreciation. What a waste. The rewards for information providers and monster captors differ by several magnitudes. I've got an idea, Wu Tong exclaimed, springing up, causing his chair to topple over. Chapter 42. A warning of temptation. You possess the means, yet do you also wish to perform a backflip in celebration? With one hand gripping the chair, I observed Wu Tong, who had just risen from the ground, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. Alas, I had expressed my reluctance to act as an informant. Yet I had hoped for a more promising solution from you. Manipulating the control interface of the Bluebird, I cast a disdainful glare at Wu Tong. With his right fist striking his palm, Wu Tong excitedly exclaimed, "Isn't that illegal? If discovered, it could have considerable repercussions for her. Moreover, what if she were to report the videos we captured to the police? Should we give it a try?" Perhaps he believed that this method was currently the most viable option, as he indeed had no alternative means to locate this individual. Let us give it a shot. Asking won't hurt. Even if she declines, given our relationship, she wouldn't betray us. After all, what we are doing is not unlawful. Hey, redhead, could you do me a favor? Wu Tong's tone was surprisingly casual, though the moniker was rather peculiar. What is up? Have you committed a crime? If I catch you, it's a minimum of 3 years. The woman on the other end seemed unfazed by the nickname. Could you use the police department's information system to look up a person for me? You're not actually breaking the law, are you, Wood? I must inform you, federal prison is no pleasant place, and in your state, you'd gain at least 3, 4, maybe even 6 sizes. Wu Tong's surname, Wu, sounds like tree, hence her playful nickname for him. With a sudden burst of laughter, I accidentally sprayed yogurt into the nearby trash bin. Hey, my friend is right next to me. Have some respect. The individual I need you to find is a transformed monster. I know you probably won't believe me, but let me show you a few photos. By the way, where are the pictures you just shared with me? Pointing at the photos, I swiped to the call interface, transmitting them in real time, while Wu Tong conveniently handed me 2 tissues. Silence hung on the other end. Where did you acquire these photos? The individuals in them. You didn't alter them, did you? I must admit, those images were indeed striking. On the other end, the red-haired girl, clad only in her pajamas, scrutinized the photos before climbing out of bed to access today's news segment. Entering the address Wu Tong had just sent. Eastern North District, dismemberment case, perpetrator, an ordinary employee of a certain company. The scene was utterly chaotic. Wu Tong, how does your friend know about this? What is your objective? Staring incredulously at the photos alongside the published images of the suspect, the resemblance was uncanny. She restrained herself from immediately reporting these findings to the police, her voice low and serious. My friend is a government employee a monster expert. I can't divulge too much, but this monster is quite unique. My friend is searching for him, and the police are surely also on the hunt, though they likely perceive him as just a particularly dangerous ordinary person. When the time comes, the response team will be merely ordinary officers. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. If you could share just a sliver of information, it might save countless lives. What do you say? This creature evidently surpassed the capabilities of typical mutants, and in my opinion, ordinary officers would be courting death. Only professionals could handle such a situation. However, he is already dead. This morning, a head was discovered in an alley in the Old Eastern District, a prime suspect in the dismemberment case. Do you not follow the news? Accidentally glancing at a news item below, the woman leaned closer to read it thoroughly, her expression and tone decidedly odd. What? Wu Tong and I exclaimed in unison. Hastily searching for trending news, it was not long before I spotted the headline. In large letters, dismemberment case. The killer has been dismembered. He is dead? Just like that, dead? It felt akin to discovering a formidable monster while gaming, brimming with anticipation of acquiring some powerful item or treasure from it. Yet before I could make a move, another player swiftly eliminated it. I felt a pang of disappointment as I zoomed in on the news content, ultimately fixating on one particular line. A significant amount of yellow sand was found at the scene. It couldn't be more evident. This individual had fortuitously encountered the special B-level fugitive who had arrived in the Old Eastern District while attempting to flee. Well, both were fugitives, and one was more ruthless than the other. This was not merely a case of two enemies meeting. It was a fierce struggle between two tigers, where one would surely perish. Qi-Lin. Oh Qi-Lin, what can I say about your luck? Had I not inflicted such damage upon him, perhaps in his prime state, he could have put up a fight against that individual, yet here we are, with him so easily dispatched. However, how dare he seize my prey? Our grudge has been firmly established. Fixated on the news, I murmured to myself. I had intended to uncover Qi-Lin's secrets, yet he had been so effortlessly slain. This matter is far from over. Chapter 43. Video review. With the passing of lives, the need to seek out Qi-Lin has become obsolete. Oh, your editing is quite commendable. It certainly evokes a certain ambience. Those creatures have been processed, and the psychological impact seems to have diminished. Juju remarked while observing the edited video on the computer screen. The enhancement of hue values is not an extraordinary feat. As long as the prefix remains in a clear state, there should be no issues. Wu Tong has managed this aspect quite well. Which website do you plan to upload it to? To monetize it, of course, the largest video platform in the Federation, CloudMap. I have an account there, and I am a Platinum member. Let me communicate with the backend staff to prioritize our video in the latest updates for 3 minutes. Although we cannot immediately set it to pay-per-view here, there is a tipping system in place, and once the favorites reach a certain standard, we can apply for paid viewing. Moreover, hosting the video here protects against theft. CloudMap maintains stringent controls in this regard, as long as our video passes their review. Any duplicate uploads will be considered piracy and plagiarism. Wait, you should start a thread on our forum. I am still the administrator and will promptly pin your post to the top. The more people we can attract, the better. Wu Tong logged into his CloudMap account and suddenly remembered that the person beside him is quite a celebrity in their forum, having not appeared for several days. Alright, let me think. What should the title be? Human versus Beast? That title is too bizarre. Let us choose another. How about we use the title from our video? The Unspeakable Series I, the Rat? What do you think? That works. It must be said that having backend support is advantageous. Within 5 seconds of Juju posting, Wu Tong utilized his administrator privileges to immediately pin and highlight the thread. The forum is highly active. Within minutes, numerous replies began flooding in. Hey, this post has such low views. Why is it pinned and highlighted? You don't understand. This is a post by the great Wu Xing. It's authentic. Are you new here? Wow, darling, you finally showed up. You're actually going to post a video. Just from these images, it's clear it's extraordinary. You're amazing. Ugh, the person above is a pervert. Assessment complete. Despite the plethora of unreliable comments, the post's popularity surged instantly, surpassing 3,000 views. Alright, I'll contact the CloudMap reviewer. Wu Tong continuously monitored the post's data from the forum's backend, feeling it was time to reach out to the internal reviewer at CloudMap using his Platinum member privileges. As the highest-tier annual member, he possessed this authority. He didn't even need to type. The other party promptly sent a voice communication request. I wish to upload a horror-themed video. Could you assist with the review and ensure it's pinned to the latest updates for as long as possible? Certainly, please hold on. We will conduct an immediate manual review. Normal system reviews require queuing, but given Wu Tong's special status, he naturally enjoyed certain privileges. By the way, remember to connect the holographic imaging. The video lacks a bit of depth without it. Wu Tong reminded with a mischievous grin. Understood. On the other side of the video, regarding the requirements for Platinum members, the staff would not cut corners. They retrieved a holographic helmet from the equipment box beside their chair, donned it, and activated the video. A brief darkness ensued before the visuals began to materialize, immersing him fully into the video. The image quality was impressive. A gangster district? Intriguing. However, as a back-end staff member for CloudMap, he had seen countless videos pass before his eyes daily. Those tattoos on the individuals, are they truly gang members? Surely, they can't be real fights. No, how could an ordinary person's strength possibly shatter a mechanical arm? The effects are so lifelike. Gripping his coffee cup, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, a common occurrence with holographic imaging. Soon, the scene transitioned to a construction site at a sewer entrance. So reckless. Jumping down directly, there are no safety measures? Did they hire an athlete? His body jolted as the sudden drop and ensuing darkness on screen startled him. Is this a sewer? He turned to survey the surroundings, confirming the scene. Continuing forward, individuals clad in orange work uniforms gradually emerged from the shadows. What on earth is that? What kind of monstrous entity is this? The creature lunging at him, its fur rendered in exquisite detail, the splattering of blood and flesh. That chilling long knife. The hyper-realistic imagery caused him to spill his coffee all over his lap, utterly oblivious. A scream from him drew the attention of those in the surrounding office. Within CloudMap's premises, there were numerous offices. They were merely in a medium-sized review room with over 20 people. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Holographic imaging. Are you watching a horror film? A nearby colleague turned, surprised at the sight of the helmet atop his head. What horror film is so intense that it has old Xiao this frightened? Let us watch together. Meanwhile, a young man held an audiovisual stick, connecting it to the data line at the back of the holographic helmet to export the image directly. Shut up, watch me perform. As he opened the video, a deep male voice resonated, followed by a barrage of gunfire. What the hell is going on in here? Even in flat imagery, he was so startled that he dropped the audiovisual stick, retreating several steps, which attracted even more people around him. Are you out of your mind? Just switch to panoramic view. Xiao Lu, close the curtains. With his index finger and thumb, he lifted the audiovisual stick's upper right corner and flicked it. The office's sunlit windows were swiftly concealed by descending curtains. Panoramic mode activated. A mechanical voice echoed as a light ring swept across all the surrounding equipment. Flickering several times, and the office they occupied transformed into the sewers of Yi City. Suddenly, the creature resembling a human-faced rat from the video materialized before them. In panoramic mode, the scene was an exact simulation under virtual influence. Screams from both men and women reverberated throughout the floor. Chapter 44. The surge. The most profound terror can drain a person's strength in an instant. Whether this statement holds true or not, at least the security personnel of Yin 2, upon entering, were greeted by the sight of a group of individuals slumped in their chairs, utterly drained. Wu Tong had grossly underestimated the power of that video. Wearing a mental protection device, he trembled in fear as he gazed at the monstrous figure on the computer screen. He nearly lost control of a particular function. Moreover, those who dared to watch the video in panoramic mode were truly experiencing an unparalleled immersion. Fortunately, it was a version edited by Wu Tong. Otherwise, many here would likely have been ushered into the psychological safety room. The video went live, accompanied by the latest updates. Within half an hour, he monitored the view count and the audience comments. This video was entrusted to him by a Platinum member, correct? Maintain contact with him. The series of indescribable entities. He might possess similar videos. We must ensure his retention. As anticipated, the video that had nearly incapacitated more than 20 viewers was promptly featured on the homepage of Yin 2 by the group leader, who had just regained composure but still felt weak in the legs. It was imperative that they were not the only ones terrified. This video was bound to provide great satisfaction to those who incessantly lamented the lack of engaging content on the site. Today happened to be a holiday, with schools and companies closed, so naturally, the number of people online watching videos would be substantial. The indescribable series, Mouse? The title appeared rather intriguing. At the moment the video was released, Juju immediately posted a real-time alert in the forum, urging others to watch. The response was explosive. "This is the monster of my nightmares. Not awake. This video is yours, isn't it? I recognize your voice. It has a slightly hoarse quality. You are incredibly handsome." That line, "Shut up and watch me perform," nearly made me crush the glass in my hand. So stunning, oh my. There was another individual filming alongside Not Awake. Did you notice that someone was conversing with him throughout? Wait, this post was pinned within seconds by a moderator. Surely, there must be some hidden transactions behind this. I don't care, I want to film a video with Not Awake too. I'm so excited. Is that Not Awake wielding the long knife? His technique seems fierce, and it doesn't appear to be a prop, but an actual blade. He must have practiced extensively. Just a whisper, I might have peed a little, I hope no one noticed. You two are wet? Group leader. The video that the review team instructed us to monitor closely has skyrocketed to the top of today's charts, almost entirely receiving positive reviews, with the negative ones mostly from those terrified by the content. Group leader? What is wrong with you? A staff member from the Yun2 video traffic regulation team entered the office, holding a data-logged audio stick, only to realize the group leader was slumped in his chair, wearing a holographic projection helmet. A horror short video, lasting 20 minutes, released by a Platinum member account named Little Monster, had surged to the top of the daily view count within half a day, boasting a nearly 95% approval rating. Initially, this news circulated only within Yun2, but under the influence of the review team's enthusiasm, employees eagerly clicked on the video, resulting in a chorus of screams echoing throughout the floor. Amidst this cacophony, an increasing number of viewers began contributing to the video's clicks, favorites, and rewards. Its popularity soared at an unprecedented pace. Moreover, as the audience grew, it inevitably touched upon various societal aspects. In the office of the E-City Public Security Bureau, there was a hurried knock at the door. Enter. The inspector, engrossed in paperwork behind his desk, did not raise his head. He actually uploaded the monster-slaying video for so many to see. Urgently notify Yun2 to take it down immediately. What a fool. Does he not realize the mental harm such videos can inflict on the general populace? This video must not circulate, otherwise, other factions will learn that someone has slain the monster. It would lead to significant complications. We must compel Yun2 to remove it, citing the graphic nature of the footage and its potential damage to public mental health. Upon being informed that there would be no psychological pollution to the public, the inspector's expression improved slightly, yet he remained adamant about having the video taken down. Sir, I have already communicated with Yun2. They have classified the video as restricted to ages 18 and above and included it in a paid viewing channel. However, they have refused to remove it, asserting that the content does not violate any laws. If we wish to force a removal, we must issue a written notice stating our reasons. The video was uploaded by a Platinum member of Yun2, and they require a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, we risk losing a significant client. Furthermore, we may need to seek the video creator's consent, for even if we manage to remove it from Yun2, if we cannot shut down the source, he could easily re-upload it elsewhere, including private forums and spaces. It is nearly impossible to achieve a complete ban on information flow in today's age unless he himself agrees to it. Contact informant number 357. I will speak with him personally. To erase this video from the internet, they can only persuade the original creator to cease its distribution. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? A deep voice responded. I, in the capacity of the inspector, demand that you immediately take down the video from the indescribable series and destroy it at once. Reason? This is an order from the Public Security Bureau. Click. The call ended. Chapter 45. External recruitment within the office. The officers gazed at the somber-faced inspector. Their heads bowed in silence. Hello? You must take down the video. The inspector's voice was firm. And what is the reason? Juju inquired, standing his ground. The inspector found himself at a loss for words, as the video in question was not illegal. It was merely a homemade horror short. Such videos, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, were uploaded daily, and moreover, Yun2 had already processed it. He could not legally ban our video online. He sought to persuade us to take it down voluntarily, hence his current approach. I am a Platinum member of Yun2, and have already made arrangements with them. However, do not be too forceful, politely decline. After all, he is from the Public Security Bureau, Wu Tong typed on the computer screen beside him. Since he was seeking cooperation from Juju, it was evident he was prepared for this matter. The annual fee for this Platinum membership was no trivial matter. This video may attract the attention of certain powerful factions. They might come after you because you have slain monsters, leading to, the inspector began, but then hesitated, fearing that revealing the latter part of his statement might inadvertently guide this individual, who could independently eliminate sources of spiritual pollution, towards a new avenue for profit. The government was currently pursuing these newly emerged monsters, hoping to eradicate them and extract something unique from them. However, the desire to exploit these creatures was not confined to the government. Top-tier technology conglomerates harbored similar ambitions. Just considering the funding for laboratories, the sale of equipment from the government's Order Watch, or other medicinal injections necessitated collaboration with mechanical and chemical groups. One could discern their willingness to invest substantial resources. Capital held paramount significance in this era. At the very least, he was still willing to hand over the corpses of those monsters to the Public Security Bureau. If this channel of revenue were to be severed, who could say he wouldn't take desperate measures? Thus, upon reflection, it seemed more prudent to allow him to continue making videos rather than letting him tread a path he ought to avoid. A small loss was not worth incurring a greater one. Let us each make a concession. I shall not interfere with your video production, but you must guarantee that should you encounter such a monster in the future, regardless of the outcome, be it a kill or an escape, you must promptly inform the Public Security Bureau. What do you say? After careful consideration, the inspector proposed a new agreement. Concerned that this video might draw the attention of certain individuals, who could then lavishly attempt to recruit this unknown entity. The Order Watch was not a control device. Neither the government nor the Public Security Bureau could command these individuals through such equipment. Moreover, since he was merely an informant without official registration with the government, should he refuse to cooperate, the Bureau would find itself powerless. However, as long as he consented to his demands, the existence of the video would become inconsequential. On the other side, Zhu glanced at Wu Tong, stroking his chin. After some contemplation, he inferred the concerns of the Public Security Bureau from the inspector's words. In order to ensure the smooth progress of his plan, providing them with a guarantee in this matter seemed reasonable. I agree. Let it be so. Goodbye. Was that successful? Indeed, I have agreed to a condition with the Public Security Bureau. The inspector indicated that he would no longer interfere with our video. In any case, just focus on your work. Quickly check the status of the video. How is it performing? Upon observing the pinned video on YouTube's homepage, Zhu found himself more concerned about the performance of his revenue-generating tool than the verbal agreement made earlier. Rest assured, our video has bypassed the application process and has been directly listed on the paid channel. This was arranged by the Uncanny team in advance. Once the video gains traction, it will immediately cease free viewing, thus sparing us considerable trouble. At the very least, those children will not see this video, should anything occur. It would certainly be under someone else's account, and we bear no responsibility. Currently, our video is priced at 6 yuan for ordinary viewers, allowing unlimited views within 2 days. For members, it is half price at 3 yuan, also valid for 2 days. The complete film can be purchased for 20 yuan with unlimited views. So far, ordinary purchases have exceeded 250, member purchases 607, and complete film purchases 879, and this has only been half a day. Zhu, we have struck gold, Wu Tong exclaimed, his excitement causing him to squirm in his seat. The video's popularity had surpassed his expectations. He initially thought it would take time to gain momentum, but it soared to astonishing heights right from the start. Should we prepare to shoot a second video? The idea was to film the content for the second installment while the first video's popularity still thrived. In doing so, they could also invest some funds into ensuring the accuracy of information or even cultivate a few individuals specifically tasked with seeking such information for them. Scrolling down with the mouse, he observed numerous comments requesting the rapid release of the second video. Previously, Zhu had considered this merely an attempt to earn money. Even if it failed, it would not significantly impact him. However, now that the video had achieved unexpected success, he suddenly realized that it could genuinely serve as a pivotal tool in his quest to locate those monsters. Listen to me. What we need now is not to rush into filming a second video, but rather to capitalize on the heat generated by this video to swiftly establish a reliable studio. As you mentioned, we must have collectors of monster intelligence. Since we have already achieved preliminary success, it is crucial to determine whether the second video can replicate this success. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Whenever work-related topics arose, Wu Tong's smile would gradually fade, replaced by a more serious demeanor. This was his vision. Although still in its early stages, he had his own plans and ideas. What do you suggest? Zhu had never been a dictator nor one to monopolize tasks. He firmly believed in delegating professional matters to those who specialized in them. Regarding operational preparations, he had faith in Wu Tong, as Wu Tong had yet to disappoint him. Of course, discussions were still essential. We are just getting started. We do not need many hands, but 2 people alone is insufficient. I plan to post an external recruitment announcement, inviting candidates to submit their resumes to my email for online interviews. We urgently need someone well-versed in the internet and adept at gathering information. This is crucial. I have been preoccupied with video production lately and simply have no time to hunt monsters. As Wu Tong spoke, he used his account to post in the comments section, the content being a straightforward reiteration of his earlier words. He added a few phrases about a relaxed work atmosphere, a comfortable environment, and that salaries were negotiable but would never be low. Pinned, highlighted, and the comments surged. I need to prepare a test question. I have a feeling my email will soon be inundated with resumes. Observing the comments beneath his post, Wu Tong turned to Zhu and said, "Ding dong, ding dong." Just as he finished speaking, the notification sound from the email began to chime incessantly. Chapter 46. The Climber Scorpion. This is the test content prepared by Wu Tong. By the way, I almost forgot. Our team still lacks a name. Currently, the name displayed under that video is my account name, Little Monster, which sounds rather juvenile. We need something more striking and impressive. We certainly cannot introduce ourselves as the Little Monster Studio. How about Big Monster Studio? That would be even less appealing than Little Monster, though it does carry a hint of cuteness. Is there a more reliable option? Well, the monsters we are investigating are often associated with various legends and mysterious events, so let's simply call ourselves the Grotesque Research Group? Yes, that name resonates well. I will change the name of the publisher below. This shall be our studio's title moving forward. I could also register an exclusive forum for us online, inviting those who watch our videos to post here. By offering rewards, we can encourage them to share their discoveries of strange occurrences, effectively creating an intelligence relay station for us. Wu Tong's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly transitioning to the comments section beneath the Cloud Map website, and then to the forum creation page to fill out some information. His thought process was exceptionally agile, effortlessly making connections across various topics. Given their division of labor, this aspect of work naturally did not require Zhu's concern. Bored, he decided to rise and sit on the sofa at the back, opening the marketplace on his order watch. With hundreds of thousands still in his bank account, he contemplated spending a bit more. Wu Tong, I plan to buy a motorcycle. Do you have any recommendations? Nothing too flashy, just something practical. I can't rely on you for transportation all the time. For motorcycles, you might want to consider products from the Uncanny Mechanical Group. The Crown and Blue Wing brands do not compare to Uncanny in this regard. They offer a wide variety of motorcycle types. You could look into the Climber model. I've heard it ranks among the top 10 for stability in the current Federation motorcycles. Advertisements claim it can maintain stability even in a level 7 earthquake and can function as an off-road motorcycle, displaying remarkable adaptability to any terrain. He casually clicked on it. The latest model from Uncanny Mechanical Group this fall, the Climber Scorpion, features the newest intelligent control system. Virtual projections, extended dotted lines in various directions, accompanied by an audio description. Zhu found himself perplexed by some specialized terms, yet a few points left a deep impression on him. For instance, the Climber Scorpion's intelligent system allows for autonomous driving. By simply emitting a preset voice signal through a Bluetooth headset, one can summon the Scorpion within a kilometer radius, prompting it to drive right up. Moreover, these vehicles employ both fingerprint and facial recognition. Any attempt at theft before disabling the security system will trigger immediate warnings and notify the vehicle owner. It can even perform one-click alerts and target lock on the thief. Purchase options confirmed. Level 1 Informant, Mr. 357. Due to your unique status, Uncanny Mechanical Group will select suitable operational accessories for your environment. Please choose additional combat equipment for the Climber Scorpion. As the mechanical voice concluded, images of various components began to appear around the Scorpion, such as a collision shock absorbing attachment at the front, a diamond-shaped sharp metal horn, rapid-fire machine guns on either side of the front tire, and a nitrogen acceleration device at the rear, which could instantaneously boost the speed to 200 kilometers per hour when fully equipped. All of these can be controlled via voice. Purchasing through the marketplace on the order watch differs from accessing the Uncanny Mechanical Group's official website, which only provides standard models. The former, being defaulted for government employees, grants direct access to online weapon configurations. The base price for the Scorpion is $450,000. Upon selecting an accessory, the price surged to $530,000, truly a high-tech product. No external attachments, just the base model will suffice. Zhu contemplated, realizing he still had around $500,000 left in his account. Although he had initially intended to spend some of it, he did not wish to deplete his funds entirely in one go, thus refraining from extravagant modifications. Moreover, most of the accessory permissions require the user to be an investigator. High-powered weapons like those rapid-fire machine guns cannot simply be affixed at will, even in its basic form. The latest Climber Scorpion can reach a maximum speed of 120 km per hour, and with its various built-in features, it suffices for Zhu. External attachments cancelled. Thank you for choosing Yuanfan Mechanical Group. The voice and virtual imagery vanished in an instant, leaving only the final checkout interface. Purchase successful. Watching the figures in his account dwindle at an alarming rate, Zhu clicked his tongue. The money had barely warmed in his hands before it was all spent. Slumped on the sofa, he felt as though he had been drained of energy. Wu-Tong, you need to find me something to do quickly, otherwise. My heart aches for my money. Zhu squirmed on the sofa like a caterpillar, discomfort washing over him at the thought of the scant thousands left in his account. Chapter 47. The Scholar. A senior student at Yeqing Media University, having secured the prestigious first-class scholarship for 3 consecutive years, and boasting an impressive A rating in the university's examination assessments. How could such an individual possibly be interested in our recruitment? Seeking merely a part-time job during the holidays? Wu-Tong first cast a glance at the email sender, Ice Lotus Heart. Then she shifted her focus to the profile summary, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is she truly formidable? Zhu, still preoccupied with her financial concerns, glanced at Wu-Tong's astonished expression and inquired. Yeqing is a first-tier city in our Anqing prefecture, and Yeqing Media University undeniably ranks among the top institutions in Anqing. To be a student there, excluding those who gained admission through connections, and to receive scholarships while achieving top grades in the rigorous university assessments, such individuals, irrespective of their major, have no trouble securing employment after graduation. Moreover, their initial internship salaries are certainly in the range of tens of thousands. Would you not consider her impressive? In this era, Earth has unified into a world federation, commonly referred to as the Federation Government, with divisions categorized into states, prefectures, cities, and districts. Taking Zhu's current residence as an example, East State, Anqing Prefecture, Yeqing, Old Town. What could such a person possibly seek by submitting a resume to us? After Wu-Tong's thorough explanation, Zhu too found the situation peculiar. If this individual is seeking to earn money, surely they could find opportunities anywhere? It is worth noting that while Wu-Tong mentioned the studio offers competitive salaries, it is still relative to the average individual. One cannot possibly afford to pay her according to the standards of large corporations. It is no wonder she completed my test questions so swiftly. Such a person likely sent her resume on a whim. Should we take a look? Perusing the contents of the resume, Wu-Tong propped her chin on her hand and asked, "Why bother with this? It would merely be a waste of time." Stretching languidly, Zhu was acutely aware of their current success with videos, but that did not imply they had transformed into a highly sought-after studio. Have you ever encountered a studio with only 2 staff members that skyrocketed to fame within mere hours of registration? They likely harbor a plethora of disparaging thoughts about them after learning the truth. All right, you make a valid point. Wu-Tong contemplated for a moment, moving the mouse towards the red cross at the top, poised to delete the email. Ding dong. Just as she was about to click, a new message appeared within the email. Is the creature in the video real? This was the question posed by the sender. And Wu-Tong and Zhu exchanged bewildered glances. How could she have guessed? Wu-Tong had believed her video editing skills were quite polished. Yet someone had discerned it so swiftly. Since 2 months ago, the account Sleepyhead123 had begun posting paid videos on a monster forum, predominantly featuring vague images of creatures. Through certain symbols and visuals present in the footage, I managed to trace some locations. Currently, all videos are centered around Yeqing. And I have reason to believe the videographer is based in Yeqing as well. With your studio situated here, I suspect Sleepyhead123 has a connection with you. I merely wish to uncover what transpired during the barbecue stall incident in the eastern Old Town. Specifically whether a monster was responsible for the death of government employee Li Go. You are correct. This person is indeed talented. However, why does she care so much about the events at the barbecue stall in the eastern Old Town? I recall you indeed posted that video, wherein the creature. Bayaki, what exactly occurred then? At this moment, Wu Tong was no longer anxious. She turned to ask. I was enjoying barbecue when the Bayaki mutant appeared. And then Li Ge showed up, seemingly to pursue it. The outcome was predictable. The Bayaki mutant is exceptionally powerful, and Li Ge, merely an informant, lacked strength. How could he possibly contend with it? Ultimately, I eliminated the creature. You've seen the photographs before. Wait, could you scroll up and check this person's name and photo on the resume? Suddenly struck with a thought, Zhu Ju leaned closer to the computer, urging Wu Tong to scroll up to reveal the personal information. Indeed, it was her, Li Lianting. She is Li Ji's sister. No wonder she is so concerned. When Zhu Ju had seen the wallet, she recognized the photograph as identical to that on the resume, which clarified everything. Her brother's sudden death near the barbecue stall in the Old Town, coupled with the government's silence regarding the source of the mental pollution, left Li Lianting with no choice but to investigate on her own, ultimately leading her to this point. Allow me. Taking the keyboard in front of her, Li Ge had indeed fallen victim to a monster. As this message materialized on the computer screen, Li Lianting, disheveled with bloodshot eyes, clenched her teeth. She had long harbored suspicions, her fists tightening as she continued typing. What about the monster? It was surrounded by the police and should be dead. Was it killed by Sleepyhead 123? I do not know. They merely recorded photos and videos. Is your studio still planning to create videos by eliminating monsters? Allow me to join. You may set any salary you wish. Although I have not yet graduated, I have completed the majority of my coursework, with my credits long since fulfilled. I am fully capable of meeting your work requirements. She seeks vengeance against these monsters. What should we do now? Wu Tong gazed at the messages on the screen and turned to ask. Li Lianting was aware of what they were engaged in, which alleviated much of the hassle. There was no need for them to explain why they were pursuing such peculiar rumors. Moreover, her capabilities had just been demonstrated. Zhu Ju did not concern herself with the other party's motivations. Her skills were sufficient, and she was even willing to accept any salary offered. Employees of such caliber are indeed rare to find. Chapter 48. Innate divine power beneath a semicircular dome. An expansive area of several hundred square meters is adorned with a multitude of the most advanced technological devices of the era. Personnel traverse the space, some wielding audiovisual rods to document experiments, others peering through microscopes to examine the latest materials, and still others engaged in data calculations on large screens. The scientific elites of this age diligently fulfill their respective roles within this realm. At the entrance, fully armed guards stand vigilant, their helmets completely enclosing their heads, displaying a distorted H-shaped halo. Beside them, hollow mechanical armors lie poised, ready to merge at the first sign of danger, transforming them into formidable protectors. Their uniforms, as well as the armors beside them, bear a common insignia, a green sapling, rather than the flag of the federal government. Experiment Subject 035 has perished. Experiment Subject 036 has perished. Experiment Subject 037 has perished. Outside the experimental chamber, a cold, mechanical voice repeatedly announces the grim updates. A dozen researchers, donned in protective gear, gaze at the large screen displaying the grim state within the chamber. Strange, fragmented flesh covers the floor, while blood obscures the glass walls on either side. Why did it fail? The researchers seem to inquire of one another, yet their questions resonate as if spoken to themselves. It must be an issue with the experimental material, mutants. All of the mutants. The evolutionary flesh from these contaminated humans is a product of secondary pollution. It is impure, and the internal energy cannot be utilized for research. The voice of one researcher rises sharply, followed by a frustrated kick at the equipment before him. His position in this laboratory is paramount, even amidst such commotion. The others can only watch in silence, some hastily retreating to a nearby room to connect to a communicator. In a holographic projection, a figure stands with his back to the screen, flanked by several individuals in black attire. He appears to be situated high within a skyscraper, with aerial vehicles merely traversing below him, as if insignificant. Boss, the experiment has failed once more. The doctor insists he requires a native specimen to continue his research on evolutionary flesh, but we currently lack any captured specimens. Then we shall procure one, at any cost. If manpower is insufficient, I will dispatch a specialized team. His experimental demands must be met. Understood. A deep bow is performed, eyes fixed on his shoes, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence despite being on the opposite side of the screen. Oh, I am utterly exhausted. My old bones feel as if they will collapse. Straightening his back, he supports himself with one hand on a case, wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow. Your acting skills are commendable, yet an increase in pay is out of the question. You merely wiped a small section of the case. Those unaware might think you accomplished something significant. How does this device function? He inquires, approaching the silver mechanical case. Your knife, comes the reply. Here. He hands over the long knife he has been gripping tightly. This is quite heavy. Juju, to be frank, you are a veritable monster. I am beginning to suspect you are a rational entity clad in human skin. Observing Juju's relaxed demeanor, old Fu accepts the knife with one hand, struggling to stabilize it as the tip touches the ground. You've caught me. I am so frightened. What to do? Should I eliminate you to silence you? He feigns terror, his performance falling short compared to the seasoned veteran before him. I suspect you have injected yourself with some form of gorilla power serum, granting you extraordinary strength. In any case, pay close attention to the usage of this case. First, it does not require you to lift the lid or enter a password, merely activate it. He removes the cloth covering the long knife, bringing it close to the mechanical case. In the next moment, the right side of the case opens of its own accord, revealing a mechanical knife holder that springs forth. This holder can be adjusted to fit the specifications of the long knife, securely clutching the sheath. I have designed 2 additional holders, meaning you can store 3 long knives simultaneously. When you wish to use them, simply reach toward the respective side. I have incorporated 3 fingerprint switches. Try it on your back. As Juju places the long knife into the holder and secures it on his back, the weight poses no challenge for him. Reaching behind, he feels a soft component and presses it. Instantly, the knife holder springs out, placing the hilt conveniently within reach. Old Fu, quite impressive. I underestimated your capabilities. This will serve as my weapon case from now on. But is there a way to make this silver case less conspicuous? Surprised by the unexpected features of the weapon case, Juju explores it with fascination. Wait outside for a moment. I need to check the design blueprints. You crafted this, yet you still need to consult the design blueprints for its functions? Juju muses, contemplating whether the old man is suffering from memory loss. Hey, Chiao-ku, does that thing have a camouflage effect? Oh, I see. We can switch to a wooden case. If anyone inquires, we can claim it contains musical instruments. Perfect. He gestures, extending a finger while sweeping it outward. Very well, I shall take my leave. I will seek you out for future endeavors. Juju departs, content with the weapon case slung over his shoulder. This data displayed above. Ordinary humans. Innate divine power? He shakes his head in disbelief. A look of astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 49, the second video, Departure. Ting Ting, have you found a job? In the dormitory. Li Lianting had just donned her headphones and switched on her computer when a roommate leaned in, gently resting her arm around Li's shoulder. As fellow residents, they were well aware of Li Lianting's circumstances. She had relied solely on her brother, who tragically passed away in a recent car accident. Previously, with her brother Li Ji's support as a top informant, their financial situation was significantly better than that of an average family. However, with Li Ji's untimely death, their source of income was abruptly severed, leaving her with less than 100,000 in savings. No matter the depth of her sorrow, once the tears had dried, she must swallow her pain. Life must go on, and finding a means of livelihood became her utmost priority. She had to persevere, carrying on not just for herself, but for her brother's memory as well. The bizarre studio opportunity was merely a coincidental choice that had emerged. Do you remember the video you watched yesterday? I joined that studio, isn't that cool? Today is my first day of work, so I won't be going out later. She had simply arranged her long hair and maintained a smile on her face, even though her eyes still concealed lingering sadness. She did not wish to burden her friends with her grief. This was a personal sorrow that required no sharing, and certainly no pity. Perhaps in an effort to dispel the recent somber atmosphere in the dormitory, her friend embraced Li Lianting's shoulders, gently shaking her. The agreement drafted by Wu Tong did not require Li Lianting to be at the studio. On one hand, it served as a secret base for him and Juju, filled with an assortment of snacks, drinks, and gaming consoles. The sudden arrival of a girl, especially one as attractive as Li Lianting, might create an awkward situation, a clear reflection of a straightforward male perspective. On the other hand, neither of them wished to expose their identities to outsiders. In their eyes, Li Lianting was merely an employee, not a companion. Once her roommates left for class, Li Lianting, who had already completed her credits, rose to shut the door, opened her computer browser, and retrieved the research she had conducted the previous night. She then launched the computer application and joined a chat room. Sleepyhead 123, eating, sleeping, and battling monsters. There were only these two usernames present. She activated the microphone on her headphones and spoke. I am ready. All right, you'll contact Sleepyhead directly. He just acquired the equipment and is ready to depart. I have preparations for the video to attend to, so I will log off for now. The initial surge in the video's popularity was just the beginning. Advertisements and online promotions needed to be orchestrated to ensure the video reached a broader audience. You can call me Sleepyhead or just not awake like Wutong. I'm ready to set off. Let me know how to get to Fondo Mountain. Regarding that video, share any information you gather along the way. Just a moment. Continue and bring my vehicle down. In the background of Juju's voice, the faint sound of an engine starting was audible. The equipment Wutong mentioned was not a weapon box, but rather the rock climber, Scorpion, delivered by Yuanfan Mechanical Group. This helmet is a gift from our company. It features an integrated voice control system, and its protective capabilities are top-notch in the industry. Rest assured, the Scorpion's energy supply is currently full, and you'll receive prompts when it requires replenishment. All energy supply stations from Yuanfan Mechanical Group in Yi City are always at your service. It was also a dedicated vehicle from Yuanfan, but this time it was a delivery truck. The rear doors gradually opened, sunlight pouring in, revealing the true form of the Scorpion before Juju. Despite having thoroughly examined it online, witnessing it in person evoked a different sensation. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had begun to gather, many individuals snapping photos. As a motorcycle specifically designed for government employees, it had undergone basic modifications. Unlike the exposed engines of ordinary motorcycles, the Scorpion's engine was encased in a layer of dark brown armor, meticulously crafted to resemble a Scorpion's exterior, complete with an additional layer of protective gear at the front, likely a basic crash bar. Curiously, two claw-like devices were affixed to the left and right sides of the front, with only their tips visible. Juju had seen a description online. These were the Scorpion's unique mechanical claws, designed for grasping targets, capable of lifting objects weighing up to 200 kilograms without issue, even achieving maximum speed while maintaining a grip. Noticing the crowd swelling around him in the eastern Old City, where such motorcycles were exceedingly rare, Juju donned his helmet and mounted the motorcycle. As his hands gripped the Scorpion's handlebars, and he lowered the helmet visor, an instantaneous assessment report of the motorcycle's status and component performance appeared on the visor screen. Unsurprisingly, everything was in excellent condition. To onlookers, the motorcycle rider's visor merely flickered with a brief glow before plunging back into darkness. Crab activation. To prevent criminals from hacking the motorcycle's control system, the Scorpion was equipped with both a fingerprint lock and a voice lock. Riders could personalize their command prefix with a keyword of their choice. Without knowledge of this keyword, even if someone managed to hack the system, they could not drive it away. Juju set his keyword, crab. Aren't they both equipped with claws? Scorpion is on standby. Ice Lotus Heart. That's a cumbersome title. Do you have a simpler nickname? Tell me how to get to Fondo Mountain. You may call me Lotus Leaf. You need to head to the high-speed railway station in Yi City. Riding a motorcycle would take significantly longer. Her original nickname had been Lotus Flower, but that felt awkward to her, so she opted for a simpler name since this was their first encounter. At that moment, her computer displayed information about the rock climber, Scorpion, and she had overheard Juju's conversation with the employee from Yuanfan Mechanical Group. Understood. Target established. Yi City High-Speed Railway Station. Initiating autopilot. The area behind the motorcycle's headlight, typically reserved for the instrument panel, was now equipped with a smart display. After Juju announced the destination, it generated the latest route in mere seconds. With the roar of the engine, the Scorpion surged forward. Chapter 50. So professional fingers danced upon the keyboard, producing a crisp sound. The information gathered last night materialized on the screen in the form of small windows and folders. With a switch of modes and a touch of the screen, she pressed the spacebar, projecting everything on the screen directly onto the chair in front of her. As an exceptionally skilled multimedia professional, she possessed a unique method of operation when immersed in her work. I have investigated the origins of the video you provided. Although its content has been banned from online viewing, the two individuals who filmed it can be traced. The principal photographer, Lu Yulin, and his assistant, Xia Lin, mentioned a photography exhibition that will take place this August. With a deft motion, Her index finger clicked on an image displaying details of the August exhibition. Its bold theme highlighted wildness. She extracted it from the folder and proceeded to open another document, revealing an aerial view of several mountains, accompanied by an introduction. To participate in the exhibition, they must have filmed the video in advance, likely visiting Fondo Mountain in June or July. I researched Fondo Mountain, a region classified as a Level 2 federal nature reserve, where only the outermost sections permit vehicle access. The interior is devoid of any recreational facilities, hotels, cable cars, or tourist roads. Holding an audiovisual stick, she unfolded a small independent screen displaying a summary report based on her various findings. An uninhabited zone? I have arrived at the high-speed train station. Juju steadied his motorcycle, removed his helmet, and placed it in the trunk, pressing the activation button on his Sand Scorpion control wristband. In 20 minutes, a train bound for the area encompassing Fondo Mountain, known as the Green Tree District, would depart from Zone A2. Acknowledged. Approaching the entrance, he queued for security checks, carrying only a backpack filled with filming equipment and some small props for climbing, prepared by Wu Tong. Besides that, he had only a mechanical pet, Qingyao, and a weapons case. The former posed no issue, but the latter would inevitably trigger an alarm upon passing through the circular security gate. As his turn approached, he rolled up his sleeve, adjusted his order wristwatch to the identification interface, and presented it to the staff member stationed at the security gate. The workers, familiar with the procedure, glanced at the number, entered it into the nearby machine, and after verification, handed Juju a special ticket while opening an alternate passage for him. This was the privilege of government employees. They were permitted to carry weapons aboard the high-speed train. Old Fu's skills remained trustworthy, as this type of transport did not require electroencephalogram detection, allowing for smooth passage. He continued, take a seat and observe the information screen in Zone A2. Although Fondo Mountain itself is an uninhabited area, there are residents outside. In fact, hotels and inns are concentrated in a nearby tourist town. I just examined Fondo Mountain's area. Without any restricted zones for exploration, a month would scarcely suffice. Thus, I have tentatively set a target, the area featured in the video, which I suspect to be a monsters activity zone. The theme of the photography exhibition Lu Yulin is participating in is wildness. Since they chose to film here, they likely sought the purest natural scenery within Fondo Mountain, indicating a strong possibility that they would venture deep into the mountain. Given the nature of camping, neither Lu Yulin nor Xiaolin are from the Green Tree District. To ensure safety and prevent getting lost in the forest, they would have either GPS navigation maps or a local guide. The absence of a third voice in the video leads me to favor the former possibility. Online, there exists a layout map of the buildings in the tourist town outside Fondo Mountain, with only 2 shops selling route maps for the mountain. Soon, I will send the location directly to the chat room. These 2 missing individuals must have generated some local rumors, and I advise you to inquire with the townsfolk upon your arrival. I relayed the information I had collected to Shuabuxin 123, delving beyond superficial details, engaging in analysis and contemplation, and providing feasible plans. I will urge Wu Tong to reconsider your salary. You are deserving of a higher rate. Such a diligent employee deserved recognition. And Juju felt a twinge of guilt for not advocating for a raise sooner. Thank you for your commendation. I have some special information to share. The disappearance cases in Fondo Mountain are not unprecedented. They have become increasingly frequent in recent years, with most individuals vanishing without a trace. Even with specialized technological tracking, there have been no results. In this era, as long as the missing individuals carry communication devices, wristwatches, or any smart products, provided there is no deliberate destruction, the government should possess methods to locate them. Yet, the reality is otherwise. Moreover, peculiar local customs seem to exist. For instance, residents rarely hike at night, let alone camp on the mountain. I encountered such statements in tourist posts on a Fondo Mountain forum, though the number of affirmations was scant, and the authenticity of the information remains uncertain due to its unofficial nature. In this age, the degree of connectivity renders secrets nearly impossible to conceal. If one desires to investigate and has the means to do so, hiding certain information proves exceedingly challenging. Attention passengers. The train to the Green Tree District is about to depart. Please board in an orderly manner. The announcement echoed as Juju rose from the bench. Surrounded by numerous others headed in the same direction, most donned in casual attire and carrying climbing backpacks. They were predominantly tourists. The frequency of disappearances is to be expected. After all, Monsters are not easily satisfied with devouring one or two individuals. Yet, the inability to find any trace of them is peculiar. Surely, there should be some evidence left behind. Moving forward with the crowd, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Chapter 51. Fire on the Mountain. I am here at the terminus ahead. In the Green Tree district at the foot of Fondo Mountain, Jiju cradled a weapon box in his arms while the blue bird perched on the windowsill beside him, a child nearby persistently reaching out to tease it. Fondo Mountain is not merely a single peak. Rather, it is a collective term for several interconnected mountains. It earned its name due to the funnel-like depression at its center that resembles a somewhat rectangular shape. The locale is quite picturesque. Jiju, not one to miss out on capturing the moment, took out his phone and, under the peculiar gazes of a few young men and women nearby, snapped several photos. A few were sent to the Strange Studios chatroom, while others were forwarded to Guinching. His gaze then gradually shifted towards the upper part of Fondo Mountain. Although this region is also predominantly deciduous forest, the density of the trees is significantly higher than in other areas, resulting in a tangled mass of branches and leaves that cling together, sticky and intertwined. Occasionally, a few blackbirds, of an unknown species, would take flight in startled alarm from the thicket. The video was filmed at the end of summer, yet now, autumn had set in, transforming the forest environment. Exiting the high-speed train station at Fondo Mountain, one could observe the sparse presence of modern architecture, likely a consequence of deliberate restrictions due to its status as a secondary natural reserve within the Federation. Outside the station, the cacophony of honking vehicles was absent, replaced instead by a few tour buses powered by clean energy, their sides adorned with intricate cutouts. Ahead of Jiju stood a small group, 3 men and 2 women, seemingly on a tourist expedition. Compared to them, Jiju appeared somewhat solitary. Upon leaving the train station, a road wound along the mountainous base. Seated within the tour bus, Jiju found himself positioned against the mountainside, moving at a leisurely pace to allow tourists ample opportunity to capture the scenic views. He donned his filming sunglasses early on. Not only did they shield his eyes from the harsh sunlight reflecting off the mountains, but Wu Tong had also imparted some wisdom from previous shoots, advising him to capture as much of the scenery as possible. The notion being that only through the beauty of nature could the shadows of darkness be truly appreciated. Thus, he proceeded to film. For Jiju, wearing sunglasses was merely a trivial matter. However, as the tour bus traversed midway, his attention was drawn to a wisp of smoke rising ahead. Fire on the mountain. A prison sentence awaits. A solitary plume of smoke from the mountain, a police station below. The fire is in the woods. The station is at the foot. A series of bold slogans flashed through Jiju's mind. Who would dare ignite a fire on the mountain? Especially in front of so many people? Is it permissible to set fire to Fondo Mountain? Unable to fathom this, he reached out to inquire. Activating Bluetooth to contact He. It is permissible, but only for small campfires under the supervision of a tour guide or forest ranger. Please hold on. After setting aside his chopsticks, he accessed Fondo Mountain's official tourism website to verify the information. He continued, Fondo Mountain allows tourists to camp, provided there is a guide or a local resident present to prevent littering and potential fire hazards. Nearby, a roommate overheard Li Lianting conversing and leaned closer. Catching sight of the illuminated username Sleeping 123 in the Strange Studios chatroom, which sparked a flurry of excited whispers. Wu Tong had listed the creators and cast in the credits of the first video, with only one lead, Sleeping 123. With the video's burgeoning popularity, this name naturally attracted considerable attention. Never underestimate the power of netizens. Before long, the association of this name with a monster video creator on a forum spread across various discussion boards, resulting in Jiju's previously recorded videos gaining a notable increase in views and an unexpected financial windfall. On the other hand, Jiju, possessing sharp hearing, caught wind of these murmurs. Is there someone beside you? Yes, just a roommate from my dorm. Is that a problem? She anxiously closed some screens, concerned that if Sleeping 123 desired a private work environment, she might need to find a secluded spot on campus to work. It's fine, just don't disclose our work to them. Our whereabouts are inconsequential. The video's viewership will reveal itself. However, I cannot allow this account to be leaked. No speakerphone. Understood. Having enlisted a university student, Jiju was naturally prepared for this. His mind, however, was not on He at that moment. As the tour bus continued its journey, he soon passed the location where the smoke had risen. It was not from the mountain, but rather from the roadside. Being seated at the edge, Jiju had a clear view of what appeared to be stones arranged in a peculiar pattern, with a burning white candle, a partially burnt incense stick, and a strange black object in their midst. Pressing the control core on his chest, the blue bird transitioned to flight mode, soaring from the tour bus. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and the weapon box in his left hand, he leapt from the vehicle. Although the tour bus was moving slowly, no one had entertained the idea of jumping down. Hey, I'm talking to you. No jumping down. The driver, concerned for the reckless youth, hastened the bus's speed, fearing they might leap out like soaring eagles. Chapter 52. Sacrifice candles and incense. Such items had long been rare in Juju's previous life. Yet here they appeared beside the road at the foot of this mountain. Individually, they might seem trivial, but when combined, they undoubtedly formed an arrangement imbued with ritualistic significance. Ancestral worship, offerings to the kitchen god, or perhaps a blessing for the commencement of work at a construction site. Positioned by the roadside, facing Fongdo Mountain, was a makeshift altar for the mountain deity. A few flat stones were stacked together, with incense and candles inserted at the forefront. Between them lay a triangular bone fragment smeared with black, upon which a peculiar symbol was drawn in white powder. Hey Hii, could you look into the meaning of this altar for me? Upon receiving the photo, Hii was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing as flashes of recognition flickered. Though she couldn't quite place where she had seen it before, this appeared to be some sort of ceremony, perhaps a local custom. However, the triangular bone fragment was peculiar. It seemed to be a ritual tool, yet the symbol was unlike anything found online, resembling either graffiti or a haphazard sketch. Attempts to search for similar images yielded no new information. Graffiti? Juju dismissed this notion, bending down to retrieve the triangular bone fragment, eager to inspect its material closely. He had no qualms about potential offense. Since it lay there, it had surely been handled by others before him. Suddenly, a whoosh of air. As he bent down, Juju's right hand shot up, as if guided by an instinctive awareness, to intercept a stone hurled down from the mountain. It was still caked with dirt and dried grass. He glanced up to see a ledge nearly 3 meters high, likely carved out during road construction to prevent debris from the mountain from tumbling down onto the road. Atop that ledge, amidst the trees, stood a figure clad in a brown coat and hood, gazing down at him. Tossing stones carelessly was hardly a commendable habit, even if no one was hit. It was still detrimental to the flora. Gripping the stone tightly, Juju fixed his gaze on the individual, calculating that they were indeed the one who had thrown it. A warning? One eye concealed beneath the hood, the other hidden behind dark sunglasses. Yet, what happened next darkened Juju's expression. The figure moved their hands in an unusual gesture before bringing them together in a prayer-like pose, bowing forward. To the average observer, this gesture might appear as a common sign of supplication, often accompanied by gentle swaying. However, the individual in the woods followed this with a deep 90-degree bow. The meaning had shifted entirely. When was this posture most typically seen? At a grave site. In that instant, as the figure made this gesture, Juju sensed an unsettling presence, as if something was watching him from the wild grass by the roadside, among the branches of the forest. Or perhaps lurking behind a road sign. Most individuals might have merely cursed and moved on, dismissing the other as simply bothersome. However, Juju was not most people. This individual was certainly no ordinary person. Are you attempting to worship me? That is a death wish. He cast aside his backpack, rushing forward in swift strides. The person atop the mountain hadn't anticipated such a fierce response from a random passerby. As Juju approached, they stumbled back in surprise. Weren't you being all mysterious just now? Why the sudden retreat? Go on, show me another bow. No, I cannot bow to you. Just now, I was merely paying respects to the mountain deity, hoping to avoid incurring their wrath. A youthful voice emerged, as the hood was lifted to reveal a fair-skinned girl with flowing black hair, tied at the ends with a red ribbon. Were you the one who threw the stone? Juju narrowed his eyes and inquired. Yes, it was I. I saw you attempting to desecrate the altar, hence my actions. This is a custom of ours at Fongdo Mountain. If the altar is disturbed, calamity may befall us. Her reasoning was clear and valid, and coupled with her charming appearance, most men would likely nod in acknowledgement, dismissing any misunderstandings, while secretly hoping for another chance encounter with this enchanting girl. Bang! His fist grazed her cheek, the force of the wind erasing the smile from her face as he struck the tree beside her, sending a shower of dry leaves and twigs cascading down. The atmosphere had shifted. Juju had cornered the girl, Yet the air was thick with danger rather than flirtation. Speak. What is the purpose of that altar down there? Otherwise, my next punch might just land on your head. How cruel. At this point, Juju had disabled the recording function of his sunglasses and severed communication with He. I don't know what you're talking about. The girl suddenly darted towards the ledge, and as Juju turned to pursue her, he realized her speed was surprisingly swift. Without hesitation, she leaped from the edge. On the road below, a sightseeing vehicle approached. Quick, stop. It looks like someone has fallen. The occupants of the vehicle were the same young men and women Juju had seen earlier at the high-speed train station. Xiao Gao, go check it out. The girl in the passenger seat gently tapped the arm of the driver, who promptly pulled over while two young men in the back rushed out. After helping the girl to her feet, they were surprised to find that she was quite beautiful. Are you all right? One of the young men, referred to as Xiao Gao, draped an arm around her shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the dirt on the ground. I think I twisted my ankle. I was up there. She looked up, only to find that the mysterious figure had vanished, quickly altering her words. The girl pressed her hands together and nodded repeatedly at the others. Of course. I'll carry you. What was there to refuse when it involved carrying a girl, especially a pretty one? However, as they turned to leave, they failed to notice the white smoke from the incense wafting up from the small altar, clinging to their jackets in a sudden gust of wind. Chapter 53. How Audacious You Are. The Green Tree District is a federally designated secondary nature reserve, where the construction of any factories or facilities that could potentially harm the environment is strictly prohibited. The streets are devoid of cars or motorcycles. Instead, one can only encounter energy-efficient human-powered bicycles or vehicles utilizing clean energy. The entire town nestles at the foot of the southern Fangdo Mountain, surrounded by hills on three sides, with an area comparable to the eastern Old Town of Yi City. The atmosphere here still retains the essence of nature, standing in stark contrast to the state of Yi City. Boss, are these truly wild pheasant eggs? Zhuaju inquired, eyeing the wild pheasant eggs skewered on the iron grill, which appeared indistinguishable from regular chicken eggs. The astonishing price tag beside them prompted a sense of disbelief. If they are counterfeit, I will demand tenfold compensation. After grilling 2 eggs, the vendor handed them to Zhuaju, then retrieved a bag of eggs from beneath the barbecue stand, labeled with exactly 20. He sells these grilled eggs for 60 federal coins not far away. A nearby egg vendor watched silently, petting a stray dog beside him with a smile. Oh, my friend, could you grill these 20 eggs for me? I'll offer you an additional processing fee, if that is acceptable. Zhuaju inhaled sharply, scrutinizing the seemingly simple barbecue vendor. The wisdom hidden beneath apparent simplicity is truly fearsome. Following. No, tracking is a refined skill. What could he do? After all, he possessed the Azure Bird. He moved a wooden stool beside him, placed the control core on the table, opened the video feed, reducing it to the size of his palm. The screen displayed the whereabouts of the group he had just rescued the girl from, focusing on the girl who was clinging to someone's back and tracking her movements. They were currently located in the town's hospital, just 100 meters left down the street from Zhuaju. Peeling the eggshell and dipping it into the prepared sauce on the table, Zhuaju's gaze occasionally flickered toward the hospital entrance, though mostly he was observing the surroundings of this quaint town. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Fresh mountain goods are here. A truck approached from the opposite side of the street, its cargo area ingeniously transformed into metal cages. Mountain chickens, wild rabbits, and various leather goods hung around the exterior, while inside, he could glimpse several stacked cages containing live creatures. Is hunting still permitted in these mountains? Zhuaju turned to inquire, taking in the truck's bounty. That's more like it. I happen to have a large appetite today, so I won't hold it against you. Suddenly, a ringing in his ears caught Zhuaju's attention, prompting him to leap to his feet, sending his chair tumbling to the ground. The barbecue vendor looked at him with confusion. Keep the eggs grilling. I need to check something over there. Grabbing his weapon case. The surveillance feed from the Azure Bird remained intact as Zhuaju approached the truck, his instincts having alerted him to something unusual within. Today, I present to you a bobcat, scientifically known as lynx, captured in my trap. This is a rare beast indeed, and mine is particularly special. It has 3 tails. Perhaps due to the lack of immediate interest, the truck came to a halt at the roadside, and the driver began employing other means to attract attention. As soon as the mention of a 3-tailed bobcat was made, tourists and locals alike quickly gathered around, intrigued. 3-legged frogs are known, having lost a leg. But a 3-tailed bobcat? Surely, you can't just attach 2 more tails. Your trap is something else. A voice called out from the crowd, eager for a spectacle. Easy now, it's still inside. If you enjoy the show, don't forget to buy some of my mountain goods. The driver, holding a remote control, pressed a button, causing the outer fence to fold outward, revealing the secured mountain goods. At the back of the cages, one was noticeably larger than the others, covered with a black cloth. With a swift motion, the driver grasped the edge of the cloth and pulled it away, revealing the creature within to the astonished audience. A bobcat measuring nearly 1.30 meters, its body cloaked in dark brown fur adorned with sporadic spots, stood with its robust limbs tucked beside it. Its ears crowned with tufts of gray fur about 3 to 4 centimeters long. Zhuaju tightened his grip on the weapon case, his gaze fixated on the bobcat, particularly at its back where several small lumps were visible, and at its rear, which indeed bore 3 tails. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, accompanied by the clicks of various cameras capturing the moment, as virtual screens illuminated the scene. Why isn't it moving? It can't be dead, can it? If I recall correctly, isn't this a protected species? Your actions are illegal. In the midst of the excitement, some began to question the legality of the driver's hunting practices. As a local resident, the driver seemed well versed in regulations and had clearly anticipated the crowd's skepticism. Anesthesia? If it had been injected, would it be able to open its eyes? A bystander, filming the bobcat's head, posed a perplexed question as he observed the enlarged image on the virtual screen. Are you joking? My anesthesia would keep it asleep for at least 2 days. If it opens its eyes soon, that means it has awakened. The seasoned hunter was well aware of his equipment's efficacy. I'm not jesting. It truly has opened its eyes. All eyes turned toward the magnificent creature within the cage. The driver, also a hunter, scanned the crowd, noticing everyone was fixated behind him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly made a gesture resembling a gun with his hand, playfully pointing at the crowd, swaying his body. If one person deceives me, I take it as a jest. But if you all conspire to say it has awakened, has the world truly become this unreal? Zhuaju glanced at the creature behind him, which was beginning to rise, its body swelling and distorting, then back at the swaying driver. How audacious you are was all he could think to utter at that moment. Chapter 54, Roar. The claws shattered the iron cage's mesh, and a growl echoed at the back of the driver's head. He finally realized that not the entire world was deceiving him. Rather, he had misunderstood this reality. Monsters. The crowd's gasps rose and fell in a cacophony, with tourists who had previously jostled forward to witness the spectacle now fleeing at what might be the swiftest pace of their lives. Before them stood a creature indeed terrifying. The once cute bobcat now bore a back riddled with torn flesh, from which several black tendrils emerged, swaying in the wind. Its sharp teeth remained, yet the corners of its mouth inexplicably elongated, giving the unsettling impression that its grin reached towards its neck. The fur on its limbs appeared as if it had been submerged in mire and then dragged out, matted and stained with dark sludge, a sight too gruesome to behold. Their mental faculties seemed intact. Thus, the driver felt vindicated in his observations. Indeed, it appeared that those entities had influenced this transformation, suggesting that animals too could undergo mutations. However, it seemed incomplete, devoid of the mental corruption that afflicted humans, retaining much of its original characteristics. Could it be that, like that other creature, it had not fully mutated and required a process? As the crowd dispersed, only Zhuju remained, staring at the creature that had burst forth from the iron cage. His thoughts a whirlwind of confusion. This type of monster was unprecedented for him. His past encounters had only involved human mutations. This was his first encounter with a beast transformed into a monster. Could it communicate? Mimi, he thought, recalling the term he used for all cats he had encountered. Perhaps because he had none of his own. Yet the creature, pausing only for him, showed no inclination to engage. Its gaze locked onto Zhuju as it lunged forward, inciting another wave of gasps from the onlookers. It appeared yet another mindless mutant, a disappointment indeed. He had hoped for a new discovery, only to find it was still a senseless beast. With his right hand, he grasped the weapon box, and with his left following suit, he turned and swung it at the airborne beast mutant. The weapon box, constructed entirely of metal and housing mechanical devices alongside Zhuju's long knife, was not to be trifled with. Combined with his current strength, he sent the beast mutant crashing aside, where it rolled twice before barely regaining its footing. This beast mutation was not fully realized. Its strength was merely marginally superior to that of the humanoid rats he had encountered in the sewers, perhaps the equivalent of 2 such creatures combined. It seemed only slightly stronger than its original form. For Juju, this level of power posed no threat unless the beast mutant could match the speed of the original humanoid rat. Undeterred by the failed assault, the beast mutant charged again, its tendrils extending and elongating from its back, as if attempting to ensnare Juju. Pressing a button on the edge of the weapon box, the upper half of the left panel suddenly parted, revealing a handgun adorned with light azure patterns. Juju had no intention of wasting time with a creature that was little more than a beast. He gripped the gun's handle and swiftly drew the azure-winged pistol, his thumb brushing over a button on the grip, causing a faint azure light to flow through the weapon, accompanied by the soft clicks of mechanical reconfiguration. The rapid-fire mode was activated. A cold mechanical voice emanated from the firearm. He pulled the trigger and did not relent, transforming the azure-winged pistol into a miniature submachine gun. Within mere seconds, 20 bullets discharged upon the beast mutant, blood spraying forth in violent bursts. Curiously, its strength was lacking, and its constitution was rather mediocre, weakness that was somewhat unexpected. The beast mutant's original form was a bobcat, while its size had grown post-mutation. It barely surpassed 1.5 meters. In terms of strength, constitution, or agility, it fell short of the title of beast mutant. It could at best be classified as a robust, medium-sized animal. Aside from the gunshot wounds he had inflicted, the creature's right hind leg bore 2 gaping wounds, approximately a finger's width apart, with a span of nearly 5 centimeters between them. These must have been inflicted by a snake, perhaps a python? No wonder it could not exert much force. It was already in a state of severe injury. A partial, incomplete mutation. Hey, bring me a knife. Juju suddenly called out to the driver, who was also a hunter and likely had a short-bladed hand. The driver, who had been hiding while worrying about his cargo, hesitated for a moment before emerging from his refuge and retrieving a short knife from the driver's cabin. Please, go ahead, he said, his expression laced with obsequiousness, fully aware that Juju's earlier display of strength had proven him a formidable individual. Without hesitation, Juju plunged the short knife into the creature's skull, prying it open and stirring the insides with the blade. The driver's face paled, alternating between shades of green and white, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit as he covered his mouth, fearful of disturbing Juju. Indeed, this creature barely qualified as a typical mutant, merely a bobcat affected by pollution. That entity on the mountain truly was a source of contamination. This beast had only experienced some physical aberrations due to the pollution, but had not fully transformed into a mutant. The best evidence was Juju's earlier search. He found no special flesh strips indicative of a mutant or original form within the creature's skull. Despite the corruption, it remained a beast. Chapter 55. Abduction. The discovery of a monster in the tourist town of Fangdushan swiftly came to the attention of the local police. Initially, they cordoned off the area with warning tape and barriers, covering the creature's corpse with a waterproof tarp to prevent onlookers from taking photographs. Before long, officials from the Public Security Bureau arrived to remove the monster. As for the individual who had shot the creature in the street, he vanished without a trace. Despite efforts from both the police and the Public Security Bureau to locate this nameless hero, no leads emerged. It was said that he concealed his face and wore sunglasses, making it impossible to discern his features. The only clue was a brown wooden box he carried, adorned with a musical symbol, from which he produced an authentic firearm. Interestingly, the incident did not deter visitors from flocking to the tourist town. In fact, after someone posted a video online, local residents found themselves drawn to Fangdushan, eager to witness the monster firsthand. They cared little about the possibility of trembling in fear upon encountering the creature or the chance of being captured as a snack. After all, they had not yet seen it. If the time came to plead for mercy or feign death, they would manage. Although I was merely an apprentice tour guide, I had grown up in Fangdushan and knew several splendid scenic spots. Hiring me was indeed a wise choice. A girl who had recently sprained her ankle received some rudimentary treatment at the hospital and now wielded a hiking pole, radiating youthful vigor. Standing at the foot of the hiking trail, her bright smile complemented the breathtaking scenery that surrounded her. The 3 men in the group spontaneously lifted their cameras, capturing the moment with a flurry of clicks. I couldn't help but think it was serendipitous. Xiao Wei had been injured just as we found her, and we happened to be here for a hiking and camping trip. What a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Wei, a local girl and also an apprentice tour guide, was precisely who we needed. Truly a match made in heaven. Having grown accustomed to the heavily made-up women in the city, encountering this fresh-faced, lively girl in nature significantly uplifted my spirits. Is match made in heaven an appropriate expression for such a scenario? The three infatuated men in the group seemed oblivious to the short-haired girl's frustration as she observed Xiao Wei and the three who were practically glued to her side. They were all classmates from the same university, and this trip was intended to foster connections. Yet now, while connections were being made, the object of their affection was not among them. Was a wildflower's allure greater than that of a garden flower? Let us proceed. To catch the best views. My chosen destination is somewhat off the beaten path, so we shall require some time. We will need to set up camp as well. Though I may be small in stature, I can assist you with bedding. With her neat ponytail cascading over her shoulder, she looked particularly charming. Yes. What are we waiting for? Hurry, Xiao Wei. My sleeping pad is the latest model, self-regulating temperature. It might be a bit troublesome to set up, but we can manage together. Gripping her hiking pole, the three boys eagerly followed her into Fangdushan. Unbeknownst to them, a mechanical bird perched high in a tree, observing their every move. A short distance away, Juju shook his head at the video he was watching. A bunch of fools. Haven't they ever seen a horror movie? Anyone who insists on leading you into the remote wilderness without a word is not to be trusted. He held a bag of roasted eggs, which would likely serve as his meal for the evening, dismissing any concerns about cholesterol. From a distance, he watched the group, led by the girl, deviate from the usual safe hiking trails and ascend towards the mountain's peak. Juju had no intention of intervening, since they had become targets of that entity. He would simply observe. He was curious to see where they would ultimately be led and hoped they would serve as his guides. As evening approached, the group finally arrived at a hollow in the mountains. This rare low-lying area offered a splendid view. From here, one could gaze upon the basin at the heart of Fangdushan or retreat to a rocky platform to survey the surroundings. It was an enticing prospect for the young men and women, as they could venture deeper into the wilderness or utilize the platform to set up a lookout. If they were to set up a telescope or appoint a lookout, any approaching individuals would be noticed immediately. Choosing such a location revealed their sinister intentions. Juju casually selected a bare rock nearby and sat down, allowing the mechanical bird to remain in place for the time being. The sunset appeared particularly crimson today, casting a blood-red hue across the landscape. The sunlight bathed the forest in brilliance, enhancing the already exquisite scenery. Waking up, are you already in the mountains? Could you share the camera feed with me? I wish to behold the beauty of Fangdushan. He spoke into his earpiece. Shortly, a video request arrived on his computer, and upon opening it, he was transported into virtual projection mode. The winter sunset, fleeting as it was, had already begun to dip below the horizon by the time Lien connected the video call, revealing nearly half of the sun submerged beyond the distant line. Darkness rapidly enveloped the surroundings. After a brief observation, the camera pivoted to face the forest atop Fangdushan, where the absence of light was steadily expanding, resembling a curtain descending over the trees. The woods appeared oddly peculiar. Perhaps it was the contrast with the beautiful sunset he had just witnessed. Now, the encroaching darkness felt unsettling. After a brief stretch, it was time to commence work. The autumn nights fell quickly, and in the blink of an eye, a campfire was ignited. The group gathered around the fire, roasting sausages and singing songs. In the shadows of the forest behind them, several dark figures approached stealthily. Chapter 56. For the Alliance. Xiao Wei, this is a quaint tourist town. I haven't seen a school around here. Where did you attend university? In Yi City. The only large city surrounding the Green Tree District is Yi City, where most universities are concentrated within its academic enclave. His inquiry was naturally aimed at eliciting the name of Xiao Wei's university. If it happened to be in Yi City, the opportunities would abound. A boy nearby, clad in a blue down jacket, immediately gave a thumbs up. I don't attend school. The flickering firelight illuminated Xiao Wei's face, and her smile vanished without notice. Come on, not attending school. That can't be true. That statement barely qualifies as a joke. I truly do not attend school. Since childhood, my parents have taught me to read and write. All my knowledge comes from them. With a twig in hand, she poked at the fire. Turning to the young man who had spoken to her, her face breaking into a wide smile. He found himself inexplicably unable to return her smile, feeling an unarticulated sense of discomfort instead. His instinctual fear made him feel lost. That must mean Xiao Wei's parents possess a profound educational background. They don't trust outside teachers and prefer to teach you themselves. Impressive. While some fell silent, others seized the opportunity to interject, eager to flatter. They're not that remarkable. They're just two ordinary believers. Ah, I didn't realize that as believers, one could read so many books. Are they perhaps the legendary recluses? In a bid to win Xiao Wei's favor, this individual was willing to go to great lengths, exemplifying the adage, if one does not genuinely care, who would willingly become a sycophant? Yet, the fate of a sycophant often ends tragically. Is Xiao Wei religious as well? Generally, if parents have a religious belief, their children would too, right? Perhaps unable to tolerate the sycophantic demeanor of her companions, a girl in their group proactively shifted the topic. The faceless sect. At the mention of this, Xiao Wei's demeanor shifted noticeably, transforming from a seated position on the grass to a crouched stance, her legs splayed awkwardly. The girl was taken aback. She had never heard of this sect, glancing at her companion, who similarly shook her head, indicating ignorance. The faceless sect? That name sounds entirely fabricated, devoid of meaning, almost juvenile in its absurdity. What does your sect believe in? A peculiar compulsion propelled the girl to inquire, and as the words escaped her lips, she instinctively covered her mouth, sensing she should not have asked. There exists an entity whose name cannot be uttered. It manifests only in our prayers, sometimes emerging from the depths of the forest, at other times descending from the skies. Do you wish to meet this entity? Her voice suddenly dropped in tone, and as she spoke, shadows began to materialize in the trees outside the tent. Xiao Wei, why does your tone sound so? She could not bring herself to utter the word terrifying. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you wish to accept it? In the depths of the old forest at midnight. Some matters need not be shrouded in secrecy. Accept what? Xiao Wei, you seem somewhat strange, you. A long, black-spined tail began to emerge from behind the seemingly youthful girl before them. I asked you all, and your silence implies consent. To serve him is your honor. Why are you not running? With arms crossed over her chest, a slender, sharp tail whipped behind her. Pure slaughter was, after all, a base act. Although these individuals were doomed, they still had a task to fulfill, to spread fear and despair throughout the forest. This place would become a breeding ground for terror. The scene fell into silence as the young men and women sprawled on the ground, panic-stricken, struggled to retreat. Xiao Wei extended her hands to the side. In the shadows cast by the fire, several dark tendrils reached out. Entities that should have been impervious to flames now appeared to ooze like a pool of black liquid, engulfing the warmth of the fire. A complete extinguishing. What remained in the forest was merely a sliver of moonlight amidst deepening darkness. Close your mouths. Do not disturb others. Remember, if you lag behind, you will die. A layer of twisted, viscous shadow enveloped the mouths of the young men and women, rendering them unable to speak, forcing them to turn and flee into the woods. Splitting up was the most common escape strategy. The group scattered in different directions, squeezing every ounce of strength from their bodies as they frantically raced down the mountain. The shadows behind the tent finally emerged, mirroring the fleeing figures, 3 men and 2 women. Some bore skin that had turned glossy black, glistening under the moonlight. Others sported inward curving black horns atop their heads, and some had wide bat-like wings sprouting from their backs. These were incomplete mutants. Xiao Wei, well done. With arms transformed into black claws, a pale-faced woman regarded her daughter with a smile. Standing at the far right of the group, the only one with bat wings, he looked down at his arms, now marked with faint black patterns. Just a little more to go. He appeared impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, his wings flapped vigorously, lifting him into the air. The scent of incense filled the air, so unmistakably potent that as long as they could still smell it, none would escape. For the great faceless god. With a low growl, he soared forward, his speed eclipsing that of the others, and the number of lives he would claim would surpass theirs. As this thought crossed his mind, his features contorted, his mouth twisted into a grimace, yet before he could fly far, a glint of cold light suddenly flashed before him. For the Alliance. In a cry of ambiguous significance, someone leapt from a branch several meters high, bearing a silver-gray mechanical box, wielding twin long knives, and cleaved straight towards the creature that had just landed beneath the tree. With a resounding thud, the severed halves of the creature's body fell to the forest floor. A wave of blood reeking of death instantly flooding the area. Indeed, regardless of the content, a battle cry serves to elevate morale. It is no wonder that you all feel compelled to shout whenever you undertake an endeavor. At the sight of the fallen creature, Zhu Ju observed the crowd and kicked the upper half of the monster toward them, grinning as he declared, "Next." Chapter 57. The feeble half-mutant Juju had always been lingering near the campsite of these individuals. Yet he refrained from revealing himself upon sensing the presence of multiple mutants nearby. Part of the reason for his concealment was that he was recording a video. The terrifying tales around this campfire had an extraordinary resonance with people. Surprisingly, these beings, in a fit of madness, chose to release their captives. Once the individuals scattered, the mutants would inevitably disperse as well. He had no desire to chase after them across the mountains, so when a winged creature soared past his feet, he seized the moment to strike decisively. First, he would eliminate the flyers. The remaining ones could merely run or jump, which would be manageable. It was you. As soon as Juju appeared, Xiaowei recognized him, her expression dazed as she gazed at the corpses on the ground. You can still speak. May I inquire about the nature of your grotesque, unrestrained limbs? This defies the laws of nature, does it not? Even in mutation, shouldn't there be a semblance of transformation? The mutation is still in progress, not completely insane. In other words, the strength is average. Kill him. The information must not be leaked. Xiaowei's mother raised her hand, pointing at Juju, as those beside her surged forward. An encirclement? So you are the commander. Gripping the long knife tightly, Juju understood that the best way to confront an ambush was to charge fiercely at a single target. He lunged straight toward the woman with mutated arms, his speed surpassing even that of a nearby bipedal mutant. Before they could react, he was already upon her. The woman, too, was ruthless. She swung her arms at him as soon as he approached, aiming to strike his head. Too slow. In that instant, Juju halted his advance, his agility far exceeding that of the creature before him. He stepped back, tilting his head to the right as the mutant's claws barely missed his left ear by a mere 5 centimeters. The woman attempted to pursue him, but as she leaned forward, the cold muzzle of a gun pressed against her nose. With his left hand gripping the chingy, the firearm was undoubtedly effective against these creatures, whose bodies had mutated yet retained some semblance of humanity. Surprised? Unexpected? Turning to look down at the woman, he pulled the trigger. Blood and flesh splattered onto the tree trunk behind her. Juju glanced back, noting that the defenses of her normal body parts had not been significantly enhanced. It was merely a transformation of limbs. With a crackle, a barbed tail came flying from the side. Juju thrust his long knife upward, ensnaring the tail of Xiaowei, and immediately began to twist his wrist, wrapping the blade around her tail. Hurry, kill him. Under the mistaken assumption that she had restrained his weapon, Xiaowei urged the others to converge quickly. Did you misunderstand something? Juju looked at Xiaowei with a hint of curiosity as silver-gray patterns emerged on his right arm. With a single mutated arm, the purple-black claw grasped the long knife, aiming it directly at the approaching adversaries, along with Xiaowei's tail, dragging her into the air like a human meteor hammer, smashing down upon 2 of them. Including Xiaowei, only one remained, a horned creature charging forward. However, as it reached Juju, it was locked onto by the red dot of the Chingy pistol, and its chest was reduced to a puddle of blood and viscera. I truly do not understand the purpose of your horns. Are you planning to use your head to crush me? There are still 3. You are weaker than the cat at the foot of the mountain. Shifting his feet, he stepped onto Xiaowei's back, the long knife still entangled with her tail, and thrust it backward into her shoulder. A wretched scream escaped her lips, yet her shoulder was firmly pinned to the ground, and no matter how she struggled, escape was futile. Have you not realized? To you abominable beings, I am your god. If you are unconvinced, I offer you the chance to summon your deity. This is the extent of power I can grant you. Likely a worthless one. Releasing the long knife, he temporarily secured her to the ground, as there were still questions he wished to pose, sparing her life for now. With the Chingy pistol in hand, he approached the remaining 2 mutants. Only you 2 remain. So speak, how would you prefer to die? Juju noted a singular advantage these creatures possessed. They would not flee. At least these 2, despite witnessing their companions being mercilessly slaughtered, maintained their fighting spirit. Perhaps it stemmed from a certain belief they held? The bipedal mutant charged forward, and Juju leaped into the air, spinning, his foot landing on its right ear. It was unable to emit a sound before its neck snapped, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Roar! The remaining creature, perhaps trying to express its rage, let out a primal scream, frustrated that the sacrificial ceremony had been disrupted by Juju. Before it could fully comprehend, it found its mouth stuffed with a coarse, hard object. Why are you roaring so loudly? Ugh, how nauseating. I should have known better than to stuff it in. Kill, kill. I will kill you. Witnessing her companions fall one by one, Fury consumed Xiao Wei's reason, and this loss of rationality seemed to resonate with the force within her. Whispers echoed in the shadows of the forest, dark tendrils creeping onto Xiao Wei's face, penetrating her eyes, ears, nostrils, infiltrating every part of her being. Buzz. A sudden ringing filled Zhu Ju's mind, momentarily shocking him before an inexplicable smile graced his lips. He hurriedly stepped forward, withdrawing the long knife embedded in her, even releasing her tail, and instead seated himself on a nearby rock. I did not anticipate that you peculiar beings could undergo complete mutation. This suggests that your prior state was merely a retention of your rationality. Once that rationality is wholly transformed into madness, you will achieve complete mutation. How intriguing. I await you. Gazing at the bodies on the ground as they gradually transformed, he rested the long knife across his lap. Fear was absent, rather. There was a sense of anticipation. After all, it was within the heads of these fully mutated beings that he would find what he sought. Chapter 58. Transformation into Invincibility? The transformation commenced with a grotesque expansion of her body, as her once delicate visage gradually became indistinct, shrouded by a viscous layer of black liquid. The facial features that retained some semblance of definition morphed into a shape reminiscent of an inverted triangle, resembling a fragmented, tendril-like mask. The various components that had previously dispersed among the individuals nearby now coalesced onto Xiao Wei, whose mutated form had swelled to several times its original size. With a primal instinct, she braced herself against the ground, preparing to rise, her consciousness nearly obliterated, yet the ember of fury within her remained undiminished. She sought vengeance. The particulars of her target and the rationale for her wrath had become lost in the fog of her mind. Yet she resolved to annihilate every living entity within her perception. There appeared to be a presence nearby, but he stood uncomfortably close. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of a blade severing flesh and bone. The monster's perspective spun into chaos, and when clarity returned, it found itself parallel to the ground, engulfed in a profound darkness. Do you not care for the proximity of others during your transformation? With the blade resting upon his shoulder, Zhu Ju observed the decapitated corpse with a smirk. He had previously awaited this creature's metamorphosis, only to discover that the initial phase was excruciatingly slow, requiring complete immersion, during which the mutant had entirely disregarded his presence. Consequently, Zhu Ju had brazenly approached within 2 meters of the creature, gripping his long knife. Poised for the moment of completion, as it attempted to rise, his hand struck, and the creature's head fell with a thud. Some matters are disarmingly straightforward. Did you truly believe you were invincible in your transformation? Having dispatched the freshly mutated beast, he extracted the flesh from its cranium. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The individuals who had undergone such transformations surely relied on an extant mutant or primordial entity within this forest. Zhu Ju had embarked on this journey for that very reason. The dilemma arose from the unforeseen mutation of a captive he had intended to leave alive for information, severing the trail he had hoped to follow. Had he foreseen this, he might have preserved another witness. Nevertheless, Zhu Ju felt little regret. These individuals harbored a fervent, almost religious devotion to the creature, making it exceedingly difficult to coerce them into revealing its whereabouts or to accompany him in the search. Zhu Ju had his own methods. They identified themselves as followers of the faceless god cult. He was unaware of the nature of their connections or why, upon encountering the creature. They retained a semblance of rationality, not succumbing to madness as would a typical individual. Yet one certainty remained. A form of communication or resonance must exist between these followers and the monster, as the cult itself would not have been able to flourish otherwise. The creature's appearance mirrored that of the one seen in the previous video. Zhu Ju's intent was simple: to lure another beast using the head he now possessed. Qing Miao illuminate. He ventured deeper into Fong Do Mountain, directing Qing Miao to perch upon his other shoulder, illuminating the path ahead. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was 11 p.m. Uncertain of the beast's exact location, he could only hypothesize its presence deep within the mountain. Little boy, carrying a monster's head through the woods, unafraid of the dark tendrils, nor the frenzied creature. An eerie melody reverberated through the forest as Zhu Ju hopped along, the incline of the slope gradually leveling off. He had reached the summit of the mountain. Beyond lay a depression nestled between Fong Do Mountain. Still no sign. How troublesome. Calling out into the void, he sought the peculiar friend. Are you home? Frustrated in his search, he stood atop the mountain, seeking an open space, and bellowed. "Friend, are you home? Are you home?" Searching and searching for a friend, only to find a faceless beast, resembling both bat and bull, with its severed head wandering the mountain. His melodious chant echoed across the valley of Fong Do Mountain as Zhu Ju stood confidently on the ledge, practicing his lung capacity. Meanwhile, the young men and women who had been terrified by Xiao Wei and her companions, fleeing until exhaustion claimed them, lay hidden within the thicket, trembling with fear, awaiting the return of danger that never came. They had anticipated the imminent threat lurking in the darkness, yet were met only with this enigmatic song, bewildered and scanning their surroundings. "Hey, faceless creature, if I call your name, will you dare to respond?" His voice hoarse from shouting, Zhu Ju began to gather his belongings, preparing to delve deeper into Fong Do Mountain, and shouted one last time. Suddenly, a hissing sound, akin to that of a serpent, pierced the air, causing Zhu Ju to halt in surprise and turn. "So, you enjoy this tune. You should have mentioned it sooner." As he beheld the approaching monster hovering above the treetops, he glanced around before retreating to a densely wooded area, positioning himself behind several branches that formed a natural barrier. Setting aside his weaponry, he placed the severed head before him, the long knife poised at his side, reloading Qingyi. Regardless of prior battles, Zhu Ju would not underestimate a mutant that had existed for so long. A harsh noise assaulted his ears. He quickly raised his gaze to the bizarre creature perched about 6 meters above on a branch. "First meeting, here's a little gift." He stepped back, then kicked the head forward, launching it towards the creature. A dull thud echoed as the head collided, and the light from Qing Miao illuminated the scene, revealing the faceless head being effortlessly pierced by 5 claw-like appendages, crushing it as if it were mere dough, reduced to a puddle of viscera. It remained silent, the only sound being that of flesh and bone being ground to dust. "You are not a primordial entity, quite perilous." No longer dismissive, he raised his left hand, aiming the Qing-E handgun. In rapid-fire mode, bullets cascaded toward the faceless creature's head. Its massive bat-like wings enveloped it like a fleshy shield, sparks flying as the two forces collided. Chapter 59. The clash of technology against the arcane. The moment the gunfire faded into darkness, the faceless creature vanished amidst the trees. This creature, endowed with wings and remarkable flying prowess, posed a significant challenge for Zhu Ju. What troubled him even more was the eerie silence accompanying its flight. The only sound that reached his ears was the whispering wind weaving through the forest. Shadows of its massive form flickered among the branches, as if it were playfully toying with Zhu Ju, silently amplifying his psychological strain and provoking irrational actions. With a long knife clutched in one hand, he furrowed his brow and scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of the azure bird on his shoulder. Behind him, the faceless creature descended along the trunk, its elongated tail inching closer to Zhu Ju's neck, poised to strike. With a ferocious roar, the creature propelled itself off the trunk, not in an attempt to ambush, but rather to glide gracefully through the air, its wings unfurling to their fullest extent. Zhu Ju, who had anticipated a direct confrontation, found himself bewildered as the creature exhibited no desire to engage. In a moment of frustration, he kicked off the tree trunk, attempting to intercept the creature midair. Yet, the creature's wings granted it an advantage Zhu Ju could not match. His agility was insufficient to reach the height allowed by a mere momentary boost. He could only watch helplessly as the faceless entity slipped away. It was resolute in its intention to prolong this encounter, possessing the aerial superiority. The creature could easily escape if it chose not to engage in battle. Zhu Ju, lacking jetpacks or any sophisticated mobility device, was at a distinct disadvantage in the dense woodland. His gaze fixed on the screen before him, he observed the creature perched on a branch to the northeast. It was through the azure bird's aerial reconnaissance that he had previously detected its presence. These monsters, oblivious to the mechanics of technology, remained oblivious to their own visibility. What should have been a sharp counterattack had turned into a glaring opening, as the creature opted for a tail strike, evidently underestimating Zhu Ju's capacity to inflict harm. A realization dawned upon him. If the creature intended to remain, it was likely planning another ambush. Once discovered, it would attempt to retreat via gliding. There was a solution. He pressed the control core of the azure bird, summoning the interface before him. Selecting a tree in front of him, the azure bird descended, aligning itself with Zhu Ju. Maintaining the pretense of searching for the creature, he exposed his back. As anticipated, the faceless being circled around, preparing for another stealthy assault. Having concluded that this human posed no threat, even if the ambush failed, it could retreat unscathed. With a familiar sequence unfolding, Juju blocked the tail strike with his blade and charged toward the tree where the creature lingered, which was poised to escape through gliding. "If you revel in aerial displays, allow me to illuminate your path," he declared, activating the bright light mode on the Azure Bird's illumination interface. The Azure Bird emitted a blinding flash aimed at the branch where the creature was gliding. The faceless entity, despite lacking eyes, possessed other sensory organs that were clearly overwhelmed by the sudden brilliance. This momentary distraction threw it off balance, triggering a chain reaction. Juju's movements were markedly different this time. Rather than a sudden turn, he was prepared. As he leapt, his body began to spin, stabilizing his momentum as he planted his feet against the trunk, accelerating with newfound steadiness. The creature struggled to regain its flight, its limbs thrashing in an attempt to stabilize. However, time was not on its side. Before it could ascend to safety, the blade struck its left wing. With a resounding thud, the nearly meter-long wing fell to the ground, and Juju drove his knife into it, shaking his hand and rolling his shoulders as he watched the faceless creature, now limping with one wing, succumb to gravity. "You'd better find a way to fly with half a wing, for I will not take this lightly." He withdrew his long knife, advancing towards the creature with increasing speed, culminating in a powerful sprint. The night breeze swept across his face as he lowered his body, pushing his speed to its limits. This was his first unreserved dash. The surrounding trees blurred as he dashed past. Regardless of the creature's nature, severing a wing would hinder its ability to fly unless it could miraculously regenerate it. The faceless being, rising from the ground, attempted to retreat, its damaged form fueling its fury, yet it continued to back away, seeking refuge in a nearby tree. It was afraid. The reason was simple. The figure before it was no mere human. The aura emanating from Juju sent the creature, which was evidently more intelligent than the fish-like monstrosities or the rat-headed beings, into a state of panic. The Azure Bird maintained its blinding light, illuminating Juju's features, revealing the contours of his face, as his arms swelled with power. Silver gray, fur rippling in the wind. It dared to flee. With a final thrust, Juju dragged his long knife across the creature's chest, spinning his body to infuse the blade with renewed energy. The strike, diagonal from upper right to lower left, cleaved through flesh and bone. He stepped forward, retracting the knife, arms compacting to his side, before thrusting forward like a spear, the blade piercing the creature's chest. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, collapsing as it could no longer support itself. With a swift motion, Juju retracted his knife, restoring his stance, and executed a horizontal slash, its head soaring into the air, engulfed by the spray of blood as Juju leapt back, evading the splatter. Exhaling heavily, he steadied his breath, pursed his lips, and announced, "That will conclude today's footage. Don't forget to save and support." As for how Wudong would interpret the video's content, Juju was indifferent. Should he inquire, he would simply attribute it to the use of a potency injection. Chapter 60. The unusual corpse knock, knock, knock. The door of the inspector's office was rapped upon, interrupting the conversation of the two individuals inside. "Come in." Li Jin turned his head towards the entrance. "Good evening, Chief." Executive Officer Qin. The female officer who stepped through the door greeted the officer seated before Li Jin with a hint of surprise. Qin Shengren, a frontline officer at the Yi City Public Security Bureau, had only been in service for less than 2 years. Yet he had already become a role model, or perhaps an idol, for ordinary officers, thanks to his remarkable personal qualities and achievements. Li Jin and Qin Shengren were contemporaries. The former had also ascended to the position of resident inspector at a young age, leading his own team, albeit mostly composed of administrative officers. The first-level informant numbered 527 has once again detected a source of mental contamination. This time it appears to be the known entity number 5, and he seems to have uncovered some peculiar existence as well. What? He has managed to locate the source of mental contamination again. Shengren, do you recall the odd individual I mentioned earlier? This is the first-level informant. Let us go see for ourselves. Rising, he donned the coat hanging on the back of his chair and patted his friend on the shoulder. I recall that number 5 is known as the Nightmare. I heard mention of it during an online conference with officers from other regions. Its combat style differs significantly from that of other monsters. It rarely engages in direct confrontation, favoring ambush and mental interference instead. It is certainly not an easy adversary. Does this informant have a team of his own? If he has assistance from a team, then he wouldn't warrant my attention. By the way, have you watched that video I sent you, the series on indescribable entities? As they reached the office door, Li Jin suddenly recalled this matter and turned to inquire. Not yet. You know how it is. I'm either training or working outside. I scarcely have time to watch such short clips. If you truly care, why not help me obtain the training videos of the top 100 competitors from the Extreme Path tournament? I would certainly watch them daily. The nature of the Extreme Path tournament is akin to boxing matches from centuries past, but with the advance of time, it has evolved into an armored combat competition, still a beloved sport among men. That video isn't merely for your leisure. I'll explain later. Pushing open the office door, he accepted the mental protection device from the officer and approached the main screen. Zhu had been waiting on the other side with growing impatience. To ensure the Public Security Bureau personnel could see clearly, he had rekindled the campfire and even dragged a corpse closer to the flames. 527, what is this? Li Jin inquired, frowning at the image on the screen depicting a corpse adorned with dark, pointed horns. I recognize your voice. Finally, there's someone who keeps their word. I cannot ascertain what they are, half-human, half-monster, possessing human intellect and self-identifying as followers of the faceless god, whose worship seems to revolve around the faceless. Nightmare. This one is relatively normal. There's another with wings, but you'll see for yourselves when you arrive. He wiped the long blade in his hand with a towel, the weapon box resting beside him. How many such beings are there? Are there any survivors? This was an unprecedented phenomenon. While religions centered around monsters had existed, they mostly attracted ordinary individuals easily swayed. The emergence of individuals whose bodies had mutated due to faith was a first. Li Jin recognized that this case would provide them with unparalleled insights. Thus his tone grew urgent. 1, 2, 6 in total. Perhaps I should say 5. The sixth was initially meant to be kept alive, but upon witnessing her companions slaughtered, she went mad and ultimately transformed into a monster. Oh, and there are roasted sausages here. Even corn? Accidentally discovering a bag of roasted sausages under a nearby backpack, Zhu mused that he had saved these individuals' lives without demanding payment. Indulging in some roasted sausages seemed reasonable. Li Jin fell silent, not out of disbelief, but because Zhu's statement contained a wealth of information, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed with questions and uncertain where to begin. I noticed you have 2 tents nearby. Are there any civilian casualties? Qin Chengren glanced at Li Jin and followed up, prioritizing the well-being of the public as an officer of the Bureau. As long as those few didn't stumble while navigating the mountain paths, they should be safe. You mentioned that some individuals transformed into monsters during the battle. How did this occur? It's difficult to describe. They suddenly lost their sanity and morphed into monsters. However, her transformation appeared to last for quite some time. Then you have 2 mutated nightmares and 5 half-human, half-monster beings in your vicinity, all deceased? Since they are half-human, half-monster, we can allocate the bounty for the nightmares accordingly. Do you have any objections? Agreed. You've done well. I'll end the call now. Please send a team promptly. The dialogue was succinct, and Zhu expressed satisfaction with the bounty proposed by the Bureau, considering the minimal effort he expended dealing with these half-mutants. It calculated to be equivalent to 5 full mutants. Including the 2 additional mutants, that totals 4. 5. A bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, within the Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was equally charged. A team was promptly dispatched to retrieve the corpses from Fangdo Mountain, particularly emphasizing the preservation of the half-human, half-monster remains. In Li Jin's eyes, the value of the mutated corpses was incomparable to that of these half-mutants. The latter validated a possibility that the human body could merge with the powers of these monsters while retaining its intellect, representing a groundbreaking advancement for the research department. As an officer, Qin Shengren's focus was evidently more on the combat prowess of this first-level informant numbered 527. In truth, Zhu was simply very hungry. Chapter 61. The lynx perched by the tree, with a warm sausage in hand. Zhu's gaze was fixed upon a pair of golden eyes that sparkled in the night. Just as he was about to depart after a conversation with the Public Security Bureau, he noticed this little creature hiding amidst the nearby grass, a young lynx. Its black stripes and grayish-white fur illuminated by the moonlight, presenting a unique beauty. This juvenile lynx, roughly the size of Zhu's foot, appeared to be barely born. Having previously hunted a lynx at the foot of the mountain, he was aware that such creatures inhabited the area, yet he had not anticipated encountering one so young. This small creature had surely not yet separated from its mother. Juju, leaning against the tree, surveyed the surroundings, but found no adult lynxes nearby. Wait, this one is small, but down there is a larger one. What a remarkable coincidence. Suddenly, Juju sprang to his feet and dashed towards the young lynx. Startled, the little one turned and burrowed into the grass, but its petite size was no match for Juju, who swiftly scooped it up into his arms. The fur of this lynx differed from that of the one at the mountain's base, but such variation in coloration was typical for this species. However, its eyes astonished Juju, brilliant golden orbs. Can a lynx possess such colored pupils? Ignoring the young lynx's struggles, he gently stroked its back, running his fingers through its fur while studying its eyes. The lynx emitted a peculiar sound. It lacked the imposing roar of lions or tigers, resembling more a cat's meow or a fox's call, contrasting sharply with its fierce appearance. The sound it produced was truly a matter of life and death for Juju. He broke the sausage in half, crumbled it, and offered it to the young lynx. It sniffed the morsel and finally ceased its frantic movements. Its presence here was not mere chance. It had become separated from its mother and, having caught a whiff of her scent in the forest, had instinctively followed it, ultimately finding Juju. Yet, the other scent emanating from him posed a significant threat. Under normal circumstances, it would have fled, but an inexplicable sense of familiarity held it back. It merely huddled nearby, observing the creature that bore such a striking resemblance to its mother. With the sausage before it and the gentle caress along its back, the young lynx gradually relaxed, its primal hunger heightened by a day without food, overpowering its fear as it quietly nibbled on the sausage, its three little tails wagging in delight. 3 tails? Juju bent down, rubbing his eyes several times to confirm that this was not a figment of his imagination. Remarkably, the lynx he had killed at the mountain's base was indeed the mother of this young one. Juju felt little guilt. If that adult lynx had not been captured, it too would have undergone mutation, descending into madness and anguish. Its offspring would have surely perished. Could you also transform? The young lynx tilted its head at Juju, a remnant of the sausage still clutched in its mouth. Its golden eyes sparkled with life and beauty. Regardless, if you might become a monster, I shall watch over you. Until the moment you transform, I will care for you. And if you truly descend into madness, I shall personally bring your end. Juju turned the young lynx to face him. In its eyes, the creature that held it appeared to cast a shadow of a ferocious beast, causing it to instinctively retract its limbs and squint in fear. He hoisted his weapon case, stowed his sunglasses in his backpack, and activated the route recorded by the Qingmiao system since ascending the mountain. Activating auto-navigation mode. The Qingmiao's battery was low. Would you like to enter power-saving mode? After a night of use combined with the previous high-intensity mode, the battery had significantly drained for the first time. Power-saving mode activated. Command confirmed, mode engaged. The front lights that illuminated the path ahead were extinguished, replaced by a blue luminescent glow that encircled the Qingmiao as it flew before Juju. Fortunately, as he reached the mountainside, the trees began to thin, allowing the moonlight to illuminate portions of the trail ahead. Upon reaching a certain point, a faint sound of stones rolling nearby caught Juju's attention. Furrowing his brow, he placed the young lynx on the ground, his fingers poised over the button of his weapon case, ready to draw his blade. Come out. There was no sign of any mutated creature. But when those faceless cultists appeared earlier, he had detected nothing, leading him to believe this could be another hidden threat. Are you human? A figure emerged from behind a tree. A girl. If I weren't human, would I be a talking tree? Her question was utterly nonsensical. Glancing at her figure, he noted there was nothing unusual. She was likely one of the young people who had fled earlier. Sensing no danger, Juju turned to leave. Wait. There are monsters on this mountain. That's why I'm heading down. Juju replied. Since we've crossed paths, let me give you a heads up. If you continue straight in my direction for about 10 minutes, you should reach the trail. If you feel it's dangerous, you can wait here. The police should arrive soon. After glancing at the route on his screen, he waved his hand dismissively. Juju had no intention of descending the mountain with them. He feared being remembered. Once the video was released, he would undoubtedly be recognized. Moreover, he had a unique little companion with him, and if discovered, it could lead to trouble, as it was a protected species. Can you wait for me? I have a few friends nearby. I'll have them follow me down. I can't. I have things to do. Just wait here for them to arrive, all right? Don't worry, there are no monsters on the mountain. At least not around here. With that, he jogged away, leaving only his silhouette behind. Chapter 62. In the depths of shadows ahead lies the inner sanctum of the Fangdo Mountain Nature Reserve. Entry strictly prohibited. A metallic warning sign stands tall amidst the woods, encircled by an unusual glow to ensure visibility for those who approach. Fangdo Mountain consists of 4 peaks and a central valley. In reality, only one peak is open to the public, hence its designation as Fangdo Mountain. The other 3 peaks have been designated by the federal government to safeguard the dwindling natural resources of this era. Approximately a few hundred meters beyond the warning sign, red and blue lights flicker alternately. These are the warning lights of the Public Security Bureau. Below the high slope, a large contingent of personnel has gathered. Some stand in the woods, donning mental protection devices, observing the corpse of a mutant lying a few meters ahead, refraining from approaching. The officers beside them exhibit similar caution. The rationale is simple. Even from afar, the aura values of these creatures appear unstable. While proximity poses no immediate threat, direct contact or excessive closeness, regardless of the protective gear provided by the Public Security Bureau, remains perilous. Should a malfunction occur with the mental protection device, an additional body might need to be carried out, and none would wish to find themselves on that stretcher. Li Jin stands at the forefront of the group, equipped with a Bluetooth device and a wristwatch displaying order interfaces, which significantly differ from those of informants like Juju. Permission verification in progress. Federal Level 3 Inspector, Li Jin, verification successful, orders dispatched. Shall the Alpha Intelligent Robot be activated? Confirm activation. Command, attention. A flash of azure light crosses his gaze as the electronic brain connects to the core AI of Yeching. Yes, sir. Suddenly, a synchronized sound of boots striking the ground resonates behind him, as a squad of 10 officers clad in simple blue uniforms responds to Li Jin. If not for the thumb-sized blue light rings on either side of their temples and the electronic eyes gleaming in their gazes, these simulacra would appear indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Identified as mental contamination source number 5, the collection of corpses commences. There is no need for further commands. The moment these robots are activated, they connect to the AI, capable of autonomously interpreting Li Jin's orders. As the highest authority on site, he holds exclusive command over these machines. At your command, officer. Unhindered by any protective gear, the robots carry varying-sized refrigerated containers, ensuring the vitality of each body part they collect. They proceed into the contaminated area, fraught with danger for humans. Working methodically under human scrutiny. Li Jin, come take a look. On the other side, Qin Chengren, initially seeking a long-lost friend, has also joined this operation. Tasked with collecting the bodies of the faceless sect members, a process that does not require the use of robots. Have you lost your mind? Why aren't you wearing a protective device? Upon approaching, Li Jin notices Qin Chengren inspecting a body without any mental protection. That is precisely why I asked you to come over. Observe the aura values on the protection device. What? The aura values are stable. A swift glance reveals no fluctuation on the mental protection device, indicating that these half-human, half-monster entities do not pose a threat of mental contamination to humans. The federal government designates these creatures as mental contamination sources precisely because their psychological harm far exceeds any physical damage. Resolving this mental contamination has been a foremost concern for the federal authorities in recent years. Indeed, eliminating this psychological threat, which is more terrifying than certain forms of radiation, would render the lethality of these creatures comparable to that of the federal wanted criminals. Clear the area for the body handlers, Li Jin commands. Shifting his attention to the traces of battle and the wounds on the corpses, I have examined the situation closely. The individual designated as number 527 appears to favor a long blade and carries firearms. Numerous bullet casings are scattered on the ground, and the body bears knife wounds. They were likely gathered in a group, suggesting this individual faced a siege alone and annihilated them all. Additionally, examine these 2 corpses. As a frontline executor, Qin Chengren possesses an essential skill in accurately assessing battle evidence. The 2 bodies he points out include one mutant, bisected at the waist and adorned with wings, and another, a legged mutant with a neck broken by a single kick. The ability to cleave an individual with enhanced physical attributes in half with one stroke, or to sever a neck with a kick, indicates that this person has undergone significant body augmentation or possesses a special ability serum. Yet, records show he is merely a level 1 informant. 2 weeks prior, he was only a level 3 informant. The capabilities he demonstrates are typically accessible only to level 2 investigators and above. Have you considered how he acquired such prowess? Previously speculated within the Public Security Bureau, Qin Shengren now confirms his suspicions through field investigation. Are you suggesting someone is providing him with private military enhancements or serum production? Federal law stipulates that any private military augmentation and serum production is illegal. However, despite such regulations, the federal government often lacks the means to deter the actions of various conglomerates. The pressing question remains, does this newly emerged Level 3 informant have a backing of a corporation? Their discussion continues atop Fangdo Mountain, while on the other side, a peculiar bird now stands before the warning sign. This creature, boasting 3 crimson eyes and an oddly swollen flesh pouch behind its wings, gazes at the distant red and blue lights for a moment before taking flight into the untouched depths of Fangdo Mountain. Amidst the treetops, a nightmarish entity, significantly larger than the mutants previously slain by Zhu Zhu, crouches among the branches, its barbed tail thrashing about. It observes a creature the size of a bull retreating, with a head resembling that of a horse, limbs positioned mid-body, and an expansive pair of bat-like wings upon its back. Chapter 63. The heart. He had always remembered the promises he made. Old Fu, do you possess a mental protection device? Standing at the entrance of the universal repair shop, clutching a backpack. I don't need one. These eyes of mine are specially modified, equipped with various functions. They merely observe monsters. By the way, have you acquired any mutant limbs? Fu Yingxiong, who was tinkering with a semicircular metal bearing, turned his head in surprise. It had only been a few days. Zhu Zhu had an agreement with the Public Security Bureau to notify them immediately after eliminating any monsters. It is important to note that Zhu Zhu mentioned only the immediate notification in the communication and not the obligation to hand over all his findings. Naturally, Zhu Zhu was quite satisfied with the current bounty offered by the Bureau, thus he was willing to continue this form of collaboration. The bounty for the known 5th source of mental pollution, the Nightmare Mutant, had already been transferred to his order wristwatch early this morning, amounting to 200,000 for a single specimen, which was double that of the previous human-faced rat mutant. Consequently, Zhu Zhu's account had seen an increase of 900,000, bringing his total balance to over 1,000,000. Additionally, his merit points surged by 360, now standing at 460,100 as a level 1 informant. The heart? Undoubtedly useful, though I would say it's just adequate. If you manage to acquire more hearts or brains in the future, perhaps we could engage in further collaboration. While I cannot assist in modifying your weaponry, I can certainly craft some smaller items for you. Setting aside his current task, he hurriedly stepped outside, seizing his backpack. Initially surprised, he glanced at Zhu Zhu, who was perched on a metal platform over a meter high, fiddling with a wind chime. He quickly composed himself, feigning casualness. Such as? Zhu Zhu turned, noticing a furry little creature attempting to grasp the wind chime with its paw, seemingly enchanted by the chime's crisp sound. Perhaps a better weapon box. Fu Yingxiong instinctively began to speak, but abruptly altered his words upon noticing the creature in Zhu Zhu's arms, diverting the topic. Is that a cat you have? No, it doesn't resemble a cat. Oh, it's just a rather unique kind of cat. Its name is Wind Chime. Yes, that's it. Zhu Zhu chuckled. Did you just think of that? What, do you have objections? I shall take my leave. Feel free to summon me again when you need repairs. Cradling Wind Chime, he leapt down from the metal platform, with Sand Scorpion lingering nearby. Ignoring the outside world, he promptly shut the glass door, the sound of the lock clicking into place resonating through the air. Opening his backpack, he retrieved an oddly large heart, encased in 2 layers of plastic bags. Its surface displayed a grayish-green hue, speckled with what appeared to be moss, reminiscent of summer's long-forgotten green moldy eggs or other decayed matter. In good condition. Zhu Zhu, you are quite skilled. As the outside light gradually faded, the interior of the shop grew increasingly dim. In the shadows, Fu Yingxiong's electronic eyes began to illuminate with a glow. Inxing, Inxing. Inside a dormitory, someone was shouting excitedly. A girl, clad in a coat and wearing holographic equipment, trembled in bed. Recently, she had heard about a video on a cloud platform that had dominated the adult video charts for over 2 days, and it was a paid viewing. It is well known that many people instinctively seek free content. Even if the viewing fee were only a few coins, they would tirelessly scour the internet for free resources. Hence, once a video carries a paid label, its click-through rate typically dwindles. However, this particular video was different. It was crafted with holographic imagery as a premise. rendering the viewing experience on ordinary screens significantly diminished. Although still terrifying, it paled in comparison to the immersive holographic experience. To achieve the most exquisite viewing experience, one could only utilize holographic equipment, which, in turn, propelled the video's popularity, compelling many to pay for access or borrow devices to watch. Knowing of such an intriguing video, the girl felt fortunate for having purchased holographic glasses during her birthday celebration, despite the risk of overspending. Initially thrilling, her excitement waned once she ventured into the sewers, where she discovered the monsters could be terrifying to such an extent. Tangwan, what's wrong? Ha. I must capture this moment. Yu Yinqing, still munching on snacks, laughed heartily at her friend curled up in the corner. Hey, I'll get you back for this. Being terrified and then mocked, Tangwan snatched off her glasses and lunged towards Yu Yinqing's bed, leading to a playful tussle that lasted a while before they stopped. I'm telling you, that video is truly frightening. You should see it for yourself. Exhausted from their antics, Tangwan pointed at her holographic device. I don't believe it. How scary can a video be? Emerging from her blankets clad in a thick pajama, she jumped onto Tangwan's bed, donned the holographic equipment, and resumed the video. Before long, screams echoed once more. However, unlike Tangwan, who had halted midway through, Yu Yinqing watched until the end, removing the holographic glasses with a slightly pale face. What a realistic video. I wonder how much they spent producing it, and the person slaying the monsters. Their voice is so magnetic, right? And their movements are exceptionally cool. Indeed. Actually, Yu Yinqing wanted to say that the voice in the video sounded familiar to her, and that long knife seemed like one she had encountered before. Chapter 64. Terror in the Ice and Snow. Why are there others at the beginning? These are new monsters. Good grief. What are these people? Half human, half monster. And they can still speak? How cruel you are to that girl. Alright, this guy can actually mutate completely. I'm impressed. Perhaps a bit of ruthlessness is warranted. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a breather. Removing the mental protection device. As someone who can view all the video content, Wudong often felt as if he had chosen a monster as his partner. It doesn't seem right. I don't care. Fengling is something I found on the mountain. So small and unable to hunt for itself. If I don't save it, it will starve in a couple of days. You mentioned it would take months for it to grow, so there is no rush. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. Rolling over from a prone position to lying flat, with his hands resting behind his head, Wudong sprawled across the sofa while Fengling frolicked on Juju's belly. What is the status of the first video? Quite good. To be honest, somewhat unexpected. In less than a week, the total viewership across the Federation has surpassed 500,000, with 300,000 transitioning to the paid section. Even if we assume they are all members watching, that still amounts to 900,000 views. The website has split the earnings with us equally, in just under a week. We have already made 450,000. Adding in those tips and video purchases, although the video's popularity will decline over time. By the time we settle the accounts next month, excluding costs. What costs do we have? All this equipment was purchased long ago. They think we spent a fortune on special effects for the videos, but in reality, that's where the savings are. Thus, our pure profit should exceed 1 million, and revenue will continue to flow in. This is merely the first video. Once I finish and upload the second, we will create a brand effect, and our fame will rise, marking the real beginning of our profits. Speaking of this, Wudong could hardly contain his excitement. Initially, he only intended to experiment, but he never anticipated such success with the first video. This only bolstered his confidence further. Yes, very well done. The voice grew softer. Of course I fell asleep. Wudong wanted to continue speaking, but discovered that Juju had closed his eyes at some point, breathing steadily. Now that everything had finally settled, his mind relaxed completely, fatigue and drowsiness overtook him, and he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. After all, Juju was still human. Fengling stood on Juju's belly, observing him, then turned in place before gradually crawling down, equally exhausted. At this moment, he seemed like an ordinary person. The midday sun shone brightly, and as time passed, the light on the floor began to slowly move indoors, crossing over the low table laden with soda and snacks, ultimately resting on the man's cheek on the sofa. The sunlight, which should have felt warm and comfortable, did not suit his complexion. His brow was furrowed, and Wudong was busy noting down time points for video modifications, oblivious to Juju's unusual condition behind him. Snow. An expanse of ice and snow. Juju looked around, feeling somewhat bewildered. He was still dressed in the same clothes as before, and every sensation felt so real. Moving forward, his steps pressed onward, as if an inexplicable call was urging him forward. Walking through the snow that reached his knees, the cold seeped into every inch of his skin. Juju was uncertain of what was happening. He believed this to be a dream. A remarkably vivid dream, so real that he didn't know how to escape it. Outside the dream, Juju on the sofa exhaled, and a layer of frosty mist formed in his breath, a hint of chill lingering in his features. This was no mere dream. Uncertain of how long he had wandered in the snow, Juju vaguely spotted something black and white moving ahead. Penguins? He hurried a few steps, hoping to get closer for a better look. His guess was correct. They were indeed penguins, waddling in groups across the ice, their plump bodies swaying adorably. Juju felt his mood lift slightly. This group of little creatures brought him joy. However, in the next moment, he seemed to spot a dark, glossy green mass in the distance. Instantly, discomfort washed over him, a blend of nausea and fear. That was a mass resembling viscous nasal mucus, its amorphous body writhing forward, growing larger and larger. It appeared to be emerging from beneath the snow, its size rapidly expanding, resembling a dark greenhouse with countless thick tentacles bearing down upon the penguins. They continued along their unchanging path, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Juju sensed that something was about to occur. He reached out, opened his mouth to speak, and lifted his right leg to step forward, but hesitated and abruptly turned around. The thought of fleeing this area, escaping that grotesque entity, consumed his mind. Coughing and gasping, as if awakened suddenly from drowning, Juju bolted upright from the sofa. His head throbbed painfully, and everything around him began to distort in that instant, terror flooding his entire being. Wudong, Wudong, wake up, what is wrong with you? Chapter 65. A word to awaken the dreamer. Within the confines of the studio, Juju, with headphones adorning his ears, reclined on the sofa, seeking to relax his mind. Juju, what just happened? You seem to be trembling all over. Should we consider a visit to the hospital? Wutong presumed that Juju was affected by those monstrous entities, a possibility indeed, for ordinary individuals lack protective gear while confronting such beings, making the collapse of mental fortitude an undeniable risk. It's nothing, merely a nightmare. There's no need to concern yourself. A brief respite will suffice. I've experienced this before. Simply regard it as a residual effect from the encounter with the monsters. After all, even normal people suffer nightmares after watching horror films. This is just a transient phenomenon. I shall return to normal shortly. Raising a hand to halt Wutong's further inquiries, Juju found himself disinclined to discuss his condition. In truth, even he was perplexed by the meaning behind that recent dream. The sudden emergence of an icy world, the unexpected appearance of penguins, and the manifestation of a monster. Past experiences of complete mental upheaval often placed him in dark realms, confronting that bear-like creature or witnessing bizarre transformations in his surroundings. Yet, this instance was unprecedented. Why did such dreams occur? Why did he witness those scenes? Some assert that dreams are extensions and fantasies of one's thoughts. If so, what purpose did the penguins serve, and what did the amorphous creature surging from beneath the ice symbolize? As his palm caressed the wind chime, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Juju struggled to comprehend, or perhaps such dreams defied rational interpretation, leaving him to passively accept their occurrence. Fortunately, the disquieting sensations did not linger for long. After approximately half an hour, his mental state regained its equilibrium, and vitality surged back into his body, prompting a sigh of relief. Having endured numerous peculiar phenomena following his complete transformation and maintaining consciousness throughout, Juju's mental resilience was beyond question. The earlier panic was merely an unconscious bodily response. Now that his subjective awareness had returned, the unsettling state dissipated accordingly. Are you feeling better? Wutong inquired, having noticed Juju's relaxed exhalation. Yes, I'm fine now. I was merely startled by a nightmare, he replied casually, grabbing a soda from the table and gulping down half the bottle, tilting his head back to burp, dispelling the remnants of his unease. There's no need for concern. My mental state is quite healthy. Otherwise, how could I withstand those terrifying scenarios? Juju had never perceived any psychological issues within himself, at least under normal circumstances. He would even assert that there were few with a stronger will than his own in this world. I'm not suggesting you have a psychological problem. Rather, I believe consulting a therapist could alleviate your stress. I visited a few times when I felt unwell, and each time brought significant relief. If you have any lingering worries or peculiar thoughts, like your nightmare, you could share your dream with her. She would help analyze it, identifying the sources of your unease and providing explanations. Trust me, it can be quite effective. Wu Tong seemed to hold the therapist in high regard and wished for Zhu Ju to experience the benefits as well. She can interpret dreams. Could you assist me in scheduling an appointment? Preferably within the next few days. Ultimately, Zhu Ju did care about the dream he had just experienced. His prior refusal was simply a reluctance to share his ordeal. She should be relatively free lately. The number of appointments is limited due to the high cost. However, rest assured, I have a rapport with her, so securing a discount shouldn't pose a problem. Just a moment, let me inquire now. It's best to arrange psychological counseling promptly. What if you forget the details of your nightmare in a couple of days? Well, I suppose I can linger a bit longer. After all, I have no pressing matters at hand. A glance around revealed that the items on the interface had drastically diminished. What once spanned 5 or 6 pages now condensed to a single page, showcasing only a sparse collection of fundamental combat techniques, with previously seen skills having vanished. Zhu Ju scrolled to the bottom of the screen, confirming that the techniques interface had indeed been reduced to these few items. He opened the order wristwatch to contact Wang Dong, inquiring about the situation, and soon received a call request from the latter. Do you not know that this interface is about to be discontinued? Wang Dong's voice resonated in his ears. Why is it being cancelled? He asked, astonished as he navigated the interface. Wang Dong's response left Zhu Ju momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Wang Dong continued, That's not the case. I utilize a long knife, which you have seen before. Thus, I seek to refine my swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? That's even simpler. Mastering such skills through personal exploration typically requires months of rigorous training. Why exert such effort on a seemingly thankless endeavor? Cold weapons rely primarily on speed and strength. Simply equip yourself with a high-speed dynamic capture electronic eye and mechanical prosthetics, then wield a sturdy long knife. At that point, cleaving bullets would be within your reach. Let alone any swordplay techniques. Those so-called masters of swordsmanship would pale in comparison. Wang Dong expressed astonishment at Zhu Ju's perspective, unable to fathom why anyone would still contemplate honing swordsmanship, promptly offering an even more effective enhancement method. So that is how it works. Zhu Ju paused, then mused aloud, a word to awaken the dreamer. Chapter 66. The Age of Progress in a World of Yesteryears. No matter how diligently one trained, there were inherent limitations. A robust physique could still succumb to a single fatal blow. Consequently, those who found themselves at an impasse in physical enhancement began to pursue the pinnacle of combat techniques, with an array of weapons and strategies emerging in abundance. This was indicative of the constraints of the era. However, the current technological revolution has liberated humanity from its previous shackles, transcending limits and addressing issues at their very roots. The once astonishing skill of hitting a target from 100 paces away has been rendered trivial, with the advent of electronic eyes and automatic locking mechanisms. Stationary targets can be struck from distances of thousands of paces. Dynamic tracking, motion analysis, and predictive capabilities have taken precedence. In fact, if one were to adopt a different perspective, mechanical prosthetics and enhancement serums could, in a sense, be likened to legendary martial arts manuals. Zhu Ju resides in the future, yet his thoughts remain shackled by the past. He had not realized that his combat prowess was not merely a result of his mastery of sword techniques, but rather stemmed from his remarkable strength and speed. The monster within him granted this enhancement, and by consuming the flesh of other monsters, this ability continued to amplify. This was the true source of his combat strength. Without it, even if he were to master every exquisite sword technique in existence, he would still find himself at a disadvantage with the frailty of an ordinary human body. Moreover, traditional sword techniques were designed for combat against humans, and thus inherently considered the human form. In essence, many of these techniques were applicable only to regular humans. Yet now, Zhu Ju's adversaries were towering monsters, impervious to bullets, capable of transforming their bodies into weapons or even morphing into monstrous forms themselves. The sword techniques remained unchanged. This era is grounded in reality. No matter how sophisticated the swordsmanship, one cannot conjure a blade of energy extending several meters. Such occurrences exist only in the dreams of a select few, purely fanciful notions. Naturally, some might argue that if learning sword techniques alone is futile, combining them with electronic eyes or mechanical prosthetics would yield greater strength. Undoubtedly, this would enhance one's capabilities. It is an irrefutable fact. Thus arises the question. The years spent honing swordsmanship are not merely conceptual, while one practices. Others may be mastering the utilization of their equipment, researching how to maximize its power, acquiring the latest technological gear, or obtaining special enhancement serums to amplify their abilities. Both parties are growing stronger. Who, then, is mightier? Furthermore, those who have painstakingly trained in potentially powerful sword techniques for years may encounter an opponent with an electronic brain storing the same techniques. The opponent need not possess skill. A mere command would prompt the electronic brain to analyze the deficiencies and gaps in that swordsmanship. How would one then engage in combat? To strive against the relentless march of progress with mere determination is not perseverance. It is obstinate folly, destined to be unceremoniously cast into the ruins by the inexorable flow of time. This is not to dismiss individual effort or skill, but rather to emphasize that effort must be directed wisely, and techniques must evolve in tandem with the times to yield their intended effect. Consider, for instance, an ancient plow in today's world. No matter how finely crafted, it cannot compare to a modern agricultural machine. A person's energy is finite, even in gaming. Specialization is key. The time spent training in swordsmanship yields far less enhancement compared to Juju's acquisition of new gear through monster slaying and the subsequent consumption of their flesh. In the time dedicated to sword training, one could instead engage in the slaughter of several monsters, which is far more advantageous. With sufficient speed, one can evade all attacks, moving so swiftly that the opponent cannot even analyze one's actions. With immense strength, a casual swing of the blade surpasses the effectiveness of any so-called technique by countless magnitudes. Even if detected, the enemy would be powerless to intervene. What is the point of engaging an enemy that could be dispatched with a mere finger, only to feign complexity with elaborate swordplay? Thus, Juju had an epiphany. He redirected his focus towards seeking external means to bolster his combat prowess. Given the uniqueness of his body, converting it into mechanical prosthetics was not an option he considered. An evolving body was far superior to cold, lifeless machinery, a conviction he held firmly. Hence, he resolved to pursue enhancement serums or full-body armor. Though he lacked access to such resources at present, alas, his permissions were insufficient. Many useful items existed, yet with his current privileges, purchasing them was unattainable. Even wealth would not suffice, leaving him in a state of waiting. After all, it was rare for someone like him to ascend from a Tier 3 informant to a Tier 1 informant within a month, and even rarer to soon become an investigator. Wake up. The appointment is confirmed. You have 2 patients in line. Just head over, and it should be your turn by the time you arrive. I'll send you the address. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Don't forget to inform me once the video is ready-o, and remember to give Hee a raise. Her skills are quite impressive. If possible, we should keep her on. After closing the order wristwatch, Juju recognized that unraveling his nightmares was of utmost importance. He tucked Feng Ling into his backpack, leaving a small gap open, and rode off on the Sand Scorpion, heading towards the heart of Yi City. This time, he was truly entering the city center, unlike his previous visit to the outer districts compared to the eastern Old Town. As a first-tier city of Anqing Prefecture, Yi City spans a considerable area, with its overall structure presenting a circular, tiered formation. The outermost layer comprises the 4 old districts, where Juju had resided for less than half a year, perceiving it as nothing out of the ordinary. However, in this present era, such underdeveloped districts are synonymous with impoverished slums. Fortunately, due to the relative stability of society, the government maintains a degree of control in these areas, allowing for a semblance of peace on the surface. Moving inward from the old districts, one reaches the outer districts, home to the middle class and numerous large factories, reminiscent of the industrial parks Juju had previously visited. This led Juju, who had only ventured into the outer districts a few times and never to the true city center, to initially perceive Yi City's center as merely a place encircled by an artificial river with slightly taller buildings and wider streets. Thus, when he finally rode through the outer districts and beheld the encircling river and the central city behind it, Juju felt a sense of bewilderment. Chapter 67. The Filth Beneath the Splendor. As it was his inaugural visit to the heart of Yi City, a blue and white robot at the mechanical passageway gestured for Juju to halt. This was protocol. Individuals from the outer and old districts were required to present identification upon their first journey to the central district of Yi City. Conversely, residents of the central district were exempt from such measures. Zhu, a third-class citizen with no employment, no notable family background, and lacking special permits, was met with an apology. "I'm afraid, sir, that the Central District is not suited for you." The bionic robot, indistinguishable from an ordinary human, merely glanced at Zhu's identification and gleaned all necessary information. In adherence to privacy regulations, the details were not disclosed aloud, but were conveyed in a tone only audible to him. It became evident that citizenship was stratified. Previously, in the outer and old districts, he seldom utilized his citizen card. On rare occasions when he ventured out, he simply used his order wristwatch. This time, however, he discovered he was categorized as A3 no individual. Why was he a third-class citizen? Zhu pondered if his past misdeeds, having transgressed the law, had led to this punishment. His annual tax contributions had not exceeded 50,000 federal coins. Furrowing his brow, he mused that this was the first time he had heard of insufficient tax payments resulting in third-class citizenship. The truth was, he had indeed paid minimal taxes. As a government employee, the bonuses he received were not counted towards taxable income. Otherwise, the 900,000 he earned yesterday would have incurred substantial taxes. Furthermore, he had yet to receive any income from the videos he had uploaded to the cloud, and the revenue from his previously filmed videos barely amounted to 100,000. Although he had begun paying taxes, it had only been in the last 2 months, and the sum had not surpassed 50,000. "My information has not been updated. Can I use this?" After a moment's contemplation, he directly activated his order wristwatch and presented it. With the citizen card deemed ineffective, this was his only recourse. ID number 527, Class 1 informant, no adverse records. Recognized as a special contributor. The system detected that his citizen card was not linked with the order wristwatch and advised him to log into the federal website to bind and update his identification information. "Understood," he replied. However, after placing the citizen card back in its holder, he dismissed the matter from his mind. The order wristwatch itself operated on the advanced technology of the old system, which was, in a sense, illegal. Binding his citizen card to it would undoubtedly create complications. Glancing upward at the mechanical eye hovering nearby, Zhu realized that by presenting the information on his wristwatch, he would inevitably expose himself. It seemed that whether he bound his citizen card or not, the outcome would be the same. He considered this and found himself unperturbed. He currently maintained a cooperative relationship with the Public Security Bureau, and as long as he committed no crimes, they would not take special interest in him. Even if they discovered something amiss, it was likely they would feign ignorance, provided he had not committed significant offenses such as murder or kidnapping. Clearly, his actions had already made a notable impact within the Bureau. The title of special contributor mentioned by the robot resonated with him. It undoubtedly referred to his recent undertakings. Although he was unsure why delivering a few corpses warranted such a designation, he was determined not to disrupt this delicate balance. Perhaps it would be prudent to alter his order wristwatch and identity through legitimate channels before they discovered the truth. This seemed the most judicious course of action, albeit potentially fraught with complications, requiring an opportune moment. Once again mounting the sand scorpion, he gradually followed the flow of traffic into the passage ahead, which resembled a semi-enclosed bridge spanning an artificial river. Above the exit ahead, a large number 3 marked in blue paint indicated the passage's designation. Zhu wondered why this peculiar design was implemented for the bridge, yet observed that the expressions of those around him were nonchalant. They appeared accustomed to this state of affairs. Listening to the cacophony of sounds around him, he moved with the crowd forward. "Welcome to the Central District of Yi City. Please take a left in 500 meters. How may I assist you?" The passage featured 2 exits, and upon entering, Zhu had encountered bionic sentinels and duty officers. Now, as he exited, he was met by 2 elegantly designed female robotic guides stationed on pedestals, who would bow and inquire as soon as anyone approached. The disparity was evident in every aspect. Exiting the passage, Zhu allowed the sand scorpion to drive itself, adjusting the speed to its lowest setting to better survey his surroundings. Clean and orderly, this was Zhu's initial impression of the area. Everything was meticulously arranged. As a first-tier city, such standards were to be expected. However, what truly captivated his attention was the cultural ambience of the Central District. He had anticipated that cities in this era would be saturated with futuristic technological aesthetics, while the old district retained some human warmth due to its lower living standards. The outer district was characterized solely by a rigid urban layout, Uniform architecture, skyscrapers with glass facades, and construction sites brimming with steel and concrete, all bustling with hurried pedestrians. In this environment, individuals had become mere tools or components of society. On the surface, everything appeared to function smoothly, with each fulfilling their role. Yet the vitality of life was inexorably eroded by the relentless pace of existence. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a society. It was implausible for busyness to reign unchallenged. With so many laboring day and night, there had to be some tangible outcomes, right? And those results were concentrated in the central district of Yi City. In stark contrast to the dilapidated buildings of the old district, the central area of Yi City was replete with structures exuding a distinct East Asian essence. Coming to a halt beneath a vermilion beam, Juju's gaze fell upon the exquisite and ornate upper decorations. He remained oblivious to the dirty mud surrounding the gray stone platform at his feet. Chapter 68. Multiculturalism. The vibrant holograms of birds flutter above, crafting a more authentic world for you. Loader fashion, with its retro elegance, leads the trends of the future. Yuanfan Mechanical Group, where technology shapes tomorrow. Towering virtual hummingbirds, soaring overhead, and a girl with simple short hair, clad in an antiquated student uniform reminiscent of the Republic of China era, stand in sharp contrast to the imposing machinery of the ubiquitous mechanical conglomerate in Yi City, marked by its gigantic gears, which remains conspicuously visible even in the heart of the city. Currently, the Federation is home to three major mechanical groups, Yuanfan, Crown, and Blue Wing, to avert cutthroat competition. While their operations inevitably overlap, their core industries are distinctly delineated. Yuanfan Mechanical specializes in weaponry and mechanical prosthetics. Nearly 80% of the arms supplied to governmental forces or circulating in black markets are products of Yuanfan, with the remaining 20% contested by underground arms factories, private workshops, and the other two mechanical groups. Crown Mechanical, on the other hand, focuses on special apparatuses and everyday products, such as the protective wristband worn by Zhu Ju and the cross-shaped energy shield previously presented by Wang Dong, alongside the mechanical cameras hovering around the city. One group nearly monopolizes the weapon market, while the other reigns supreme in special tools and consumer goods. Blue Wing Mechanical, however, diverges from the norm. They neither sell weapons nor everyday items, showing little interest in those sectors, yet their competitiveness is undiminished. Their primary focus lies in bioengineered humans and intelligent mechanical creations. All the lifelike robots in the Public Security Bureau originate from Blue Wing, as do the heavy construction robots and the cleaning robots tasked with clearing debris from sewers. In the marketplace, if robots and bioengineered humans do not bear the Blue Wing emblem, they are often regarded as inferior, lacking any assurance of quality. This underscores the formidable presence of Blue Wing in this domain. Naturally, all three companies bear the suffix Mechanical Group, indicating that despite their expansion into various sectors, they ultimately remain within the realm of machinery. Other commercial sectors also feature leading enterprises, such as the imposing building before Zhuju, which rivals the height of Yuanfan Mechanical Group's headquarters. Lohua Pharmaceuticals promises lifetime assurance in the plaza before the group's entrance. A virtual projection depicts tender green sprouts breaking through the earth, flourishing into a magnificent tree that stands tall before Lohua Pharmaceuticals. Curiously, this tree faces the colossal gears of Yuanfan Mechanical from a diagonal perspective. The competition between biopharmaceuticals and mechanical groups is evident, even to an outsider like Zhu Ju, despite their seemingly disparate realms. Of course, these matters bear no relevance to Zhu Ju, at least for now. As he traverses the street in front of the two groups, entering the residential area, virtual projections of verdant trees and fountains are omnipresent, interspersed with real trees shedding their leaves, swiftly cleared away by cleaning robots. The once captivating scorpion in the old city has now become a mere commonplace sight. Pedestrians navigate through a myriad of entertainment venues. Fashion here diverges significantly from the ordinary leisure attire Zhu Ju had previously encountered, presenting a rich tapestry of diverse cultural expressions. There are religious figures draped in red cloaks adorned with beads and marked by intricate facial patterns, alongside trendy youths sporting mechanical masks that shift designs with their movements. There are also individuals clad in sleeveless leather jackets, embellished with rivets on their shoulders and waists, holding a book titled Humanity beneath the machinery, which has recently become a bestseller. Is this truly the authentic visage of this world? Having encountered an abundance of new experiences in such a brief span, Zhu begins to question his prior perceptions. His understanding of this world is scant, yet he is compelled to gradually immerse himself in it. The destination has been reached. The voice emanating from the scorpion interrupts Zhu's contemplation. The support frame automatically lowers and stabilizes as Zhu disembarks, and the vehicle resumes its driving mode toward a nearby parking lot. Are you all right? Are you hungry? Holding a weapon case, he shifts his backpack to the front, glancing at the wind chime within, before retrieving a sausage and unwrapping it, offering a piece to the wind chime. Initially, Zhu intended to leave the wind chime in his studio, fearing it might feel lonely if it could not find him. Thus, he decided to carry it with him. He opens the zipper slightly wider, repositioning the backpack behind him as he gazes at the building ahead, instinctively pursing his lips. The architectural style of this structure is indeed peculiar. From the entrance, it resembles a colossal duck egg magnified beyond recognition, with an aperture at the top. The exterior appears to be crafted from some unique material, revealing a glimpse of a circular layered framework within, yet the true contents remain obscured. Taking a few steps toward the entrance, a voice resonates in his ear. Welcome to the Sanctuary of Souls. Upon entering this unusual edifice, the first sight to greet him is the central lift, surrounded by an intricate network of aerial bridges. The interior of the building is suffused with lively music, the temperature calibrated to the most comfortable level, and the countenances of the visitors reflect a serene demeanor, indicative of their esteemed status. Activating his phone, he opens the Talk app. Wutong has already sent his appointment details. 5th floor, room 7, Dr. Yiyun. Ascending via the lift to the 7th psychological consultation room. He notes the building's egg-like shape, with the ground floor being relatively spacious, while the upper floors, already narrower by the 5th level, accommodate only a few rooms. Within this giant egg-shaped structure, a higher floor signifies a doctor of greater prowess. And to possess an office on the 5th floor implies that the physician's abilities are recognized within the industry. Zhu feels somewhat uneasy, observing the arrangement of sofas and the notice board ahead. The environment perpetually evokes the sensation of visiting a clinic, which leaves him feeling disconcerted. Chapter 69. Dreaming. The room was shaped like a crescent moon, primarily adorned in shades of blue and white. Two deep blue sofas faced each other, one resembling a chaise lounge, allowing one to recline comfortably, while a single deep blue armchair was placed beside it. Zhu. A woman standing by the door inquired of the young man entering, her gaze assessing him. He held a mechanical box in his left hand, his index finger absent-mindedly hovering around a pale button that likely activated some mechanism. What purpose did this mechanical contraption serve? Was it storing weapons or something else? His eyes wandered the room, lingering longest on the chairs in the front row, as if contemplating which seat he should occupy. It was evident that this was his first visit for psychological counseling. After all, no one else would enter with both a mechanical box and a backpack. Yes, it's me. Upon entering the room, an uncomfortable sensation grew more pronounced. The decor, possibly reflective of contemporary aesthetic trends, felt alien to him. With its enigmatic mechanical instruments and the furniture that appeared elegant yet somewhat cold. Do you find this environment unsettling? Before Zhu could respond, the doctor spoke first. Having discerned his thoughts, at this moment, he realized she was not merely a servant welcoming him at the door, but the only other person in the room aside from himself. She was a tall, well-proportioned woman dressed casually yet tastefully, holding an audiovisual device and an electronic pen. What? Zhu was puzzled by her question. I mean, what kind of environment makes you feel relaxed? Just an ordinary quiet room would suffice. Initially thinking it a trivial question, Zhu found himself unsure of how to respond, offering a vague answer instead. AI way, switch the environment to setting 3. Command received. Transitioning environment. In the next moment, from the left corner of the room, wallpaper, flooring, ceiling, and surrounding furnishings were enveloped in a shimmering illusion, constantly transforming. The drink dispenser morphed into a bookshelf, the white floor changed to a warm brown wooden surface, the ceiling became a familiar concrete style, and an olive green ceiling fan hung above. The once modern window now resembled an old-fashioned wooden frame. To Zhu, the European style evoked memories of his own era, simple and serene. Even the audiovisual device and electronic pen in the woman's hands transformed into a notepad and an ordinary pencil. Despite knowing these were mere holographic projections, the discomfort dissipated. Please take a seat. I am Wutong's sister, Yiyun. You may call me Dr. Yi. As a psychologist, She was naturally attuned to her patient's emotional transitions, and Zhu Ju's evident relaxation indicated his appreciation for the new environment. Sister? No wonder Wu Tong highly recommended you. It turns out you are relatives. Just a cousin. We see each other occasionally each year. Shall we begin now? Yiyan did not discuss her consultation fees, believing that anyone associated with Wu Tong would have no issues with the charges. All right. Zhu Ju settled into the sofa, realizing this chaise was likely intended for him. As he reclined, the angle was adjusted perfectly, allowing his gaze to align naturally with Dr. Yi's. Can you share your current situation? Although Wu Tong had mentioned some details in their conversation, she preferred to hear the patient's account directly. I had a dream, though I'm unsure if it qualifies as a nightmare. It felt very real. I dreamt I was in a snowy landscape, but not just any snow. I believe it was a polar expanse, with only ice and snow in sight, and it was freezing. I saw penguins. They were adorable, waddling in groups. Since he sought clarity regarding his dream, Zhu Ju did not conceal its content. What was your impression of the penguins? Dr. Yi noted the word penguins on her notepad. Impression. Very comforting, akin to seeing my own pets. It felt endearing. This was the sentiment Zhu Ju experienced upon first seeing the penguins. Please continue. Then, I noticed something strange appearing on the ice further away, a mass of undefined, dark green liquid. More precisely, it resembled a gel-like fluid, emerging from beneath the ice, growing in volume. It bore numerous eyes, an unsettling mixture of brown and green, eyes whose shapes I could scarcely describe, and it moved toward the penguins. After a brief pause, Zhu Ju glanced at Dr. Yi, noticing her rapt attention. What impression do you have of this amorphous creature? Disgusting. Exceedingly disgusting, and I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. No, it wasn't merely a desire to escape. When it first appeared and charged at the penguins, I had the fleeting thought to confront it. In that moment, I wasn't afraid. The fear arose only after I turned to run. A curious sensation. What are dreams? They are often the unrestrained manifestations of strong emotions such as desires or fears during sleep. Some suggest that dreams arise from suppressed subconscious thoughts surfacing into consciousness. No dream occurs without reason. Each signifies some inclination within the dreamer's mind. Do you think this is why you experienced fear and tremors after your nightmare? Initially perceiving Zhu Ju as just another young individual seeking solace from a nightmare, Dr. Yi soon realized the complexity of his dream. She found his unusual dream intriguing, particularly the creature he described, which evoked an inexplicable chill down her spine even as she listened. Unbeknownst to her, the young man seated across from her was gradually straightening his posture. It has appeared again. Chapter 70. The Frenzied Hue Value Zhu Ju? Mr. Zhu Ju, what is wrong with you? As Ian noticed the young man on the bench sitting upright, his eyes intensely focused on a particular spot in the room, she realized something was amiss. This phenomenon is quite common among certain patients due to extreme mental disarray and a sense of oppression. They may conjure a powerful image that exerts pressure on them, or an entity that they perceive as a companion in their struggles. The taut vigilance and crisis awareness exhibited by Zhu Ju at this moment suggested that he was indeed conjuring the former. This was Yi Yun's interpretation. Yet in Zhu Ju's eyes, her presence had already faded away. A chilling sensation surged from the depths of his being, causing his brow to furrow tightly. This coldness swiftly affected his movements, rendering even the slightest motion of his fingers sluggish, as if he were a robot encased in an icy wasteland. His cold resistance was reasonable, his mind remained operational, but his body was immobilized by the frost. Indeed, aside from the place where his body was situated, the icy plains of his dream had not manifested this time. A chattering sound emerged nearby, and as Zhu Ju concentrated, he became aware of a small penguin that had appeared at his side. It was adorned with soft gray plumage and a ring of short black feathers atop its head. A juvenile penguin yet to shed its down. It gazed at him, swaying its body, first to his left and then shuffling its tiny feet to change its position, occasionally tilting its head and clapping its flippers. The penguin's bright, curious eyes reminded Zhu Ju of wind chimes, as if it were assessing him and pondering the nature of this imposing figure before it. Why are you here? Zhu Ju instinctively inquired, reaching out to stroke the creature. Initially, he assumed this was merely a figment of his imagination, yet upon his fingers grazing its feathers and the penguin leaning closer, his heart swelled with the same sense of relaxation and joy he had felt upon first encountering a penguin in his dreams. Meanwhile, Yi Yun, oblivious to Zhu Ju's consciousness, was increasingly intrigued and exhilarated. As a psychiatrist, there is no greater stimulus for her curiosity than such a unique patient. Initially filled with trepidation, she now observed Juju reaching out to caress an unseen presence, a smile breaking across his face, indicating the emergence of another aspect of his consciousness. Quietly rising, she approached a nearby bookshelf, reaching through a holographic projection to retrieve a special pair of glasses. These were a hue value assessment device crafted by the Crown Mechanical Group specifically for psychiatrists, capable of measuring not only one's own hue value, but also the current hue status of any biological entity within sight. Upon donning the glasses and observing Juju, a series of data and waves culminated in a startling revelation, Clarity 3. This data indicated that the individual before her possessed a mental state devoid of any issues, even suggesting a health and stability surpassing that of the majority. The hue value of an average person typically fluctuates between Clarity 20 and 60. Exceeding Clarity 60 implies a tendency towards mental illness, necessitating psychological intervention, while dipping below Clarity 20 signifies an extraordinary resilience of will, an unflappable nature in the face of adversity. Juju's Clarity 3 was exceedingly rare, potentially warranting a mention in personal records as an asset. Could such an individual harbor psychological issues? Yian found this notion implausible. She scrutinized Juju with a mix of annoyance. On one hand, she detested men who attempted to engage her through performance, and on the other, she was incensed at her own susceptibility to his act. Raising her hand to remove the glasses and dismiss him, she felt a sudden shift in the data displayed before her as her fingers brushed the frames. Clarity 10. Clarity 30. Clarity 50. Clarity 100. Confusion 20. Confusion 50. Confusion 80. And still rising. Entering the realm of confusion signified an alarming instability in mental state, ripe for the emergence of dangerous thoughts and inclinations. Yiyun had encountered numerous typical and atypical cases, yet she had never witnessed a hue value escalate from Clarity 3 to Confusion 89 within mere seconds, and it continued to rise. As a professional psychiatrist, her immediate instinct was to activate the mental protection protocol for the patient, while soothing his mental state and promptly notifying the 3rd Hospital of Yi City to dispatch a specialized team with utmost urgency. She darted towards the nearby apparatus. But before she could reach the control button, Juju, still seated on the bench, abruptly raised his hand and struck the weapon case beside him, drawing forth a long knife and hurling it in Yi Yun's direction. The blade struck true, embedding itself into the mental protection device before her with such force that the hilt trembled, having penetrated halfway. Detecting a crisis state. Should we alert the authorities? An electronic prompt echoed from an unknown source. Do not move. I am fine. Please, do not move. Juju's sudden declaration interrupted Yi Yun's next action. Before safeguarding the patient's mental state, she needed to ensure her own life was secure. What do you intend to do? In Juju's perception, he cradled the restless little penguin, fixated on the looming shadow before him. This shadow, appearing now largely due to hunger, had yet to consume the 2 pieces of meat he had collected. Yet, Juju also sensed a different emotion emanating from it, anger. Chapter 71. A failed creation. From the depths of the inky shadows ahead, a 6-legged beast emerged, its true form obscured, revealing only a faint silhouette. Unlike previous encounters where it would attack without hesitation, this time the creature stood before him, silent and still, devoid of any growls or heavy breathing. Were it not for its ongoing movements, Juju would have thought time itself had halted. The beast was filled with rage, yet Juju remained oblivious to its cause. This marked the first instance he sensed an emotion in the creature beyond mere hunger. Juju was acutely aware that this monstrosity was beyond communication. It did not resemble the characters from the stories he had encountered, which, despite being steeped in malevolence, could at least engage in conversation, allowing him to discern their meanings and intentions. This creature, however, had never exhibited any semblance of thought. Encounters had always devolved into one-sided carnage, claws or fangs tearing into flesh. Juju was not devoid of empathy. Often, in moments of contemplation, he pondered the nature of his relationship with this beast. Were they companions? That notion seemed absurd. Could one truly consider a partner who sought to obliterate one's will upon first meeting? An enemy? That label felt somewhat unjust, given that the source of Juju's current power lay with this very creature. Even though he had absorbed a significant portion of its strength to enhance himself, this undeniable truth remained. He believed that the creature did not truly exist within him, Rather, like the mutated forms of Bayaki and nightmares, he had merely become a vessel for its will, resulting in his current aberration. Perhaps the beast had recognized him as an anomaly, viewing him as a failed creation or something else entirely. One thing was certain: this monster did not wish to see his existence. To draw an analogy, this situation resembled the process of baking cookies or crafting pastries, where all ingredients are meticulously prepared according to specific molds and standards. Yet, occasionally, a few pieces emerge strangely shaped or with an undesired flavor due to unforeseen influences. In such cases, what is typically done? Most would either consume the flawed creations or discard them entirely, pretending the misstep never occurred. Juju found himself in a similar predicament. His former self had likely been a competent mutant, yet his interference had rendered him a failure in the eyes of the beast. Naturally, the creature regarded him with disdain. However, due to the prolonged invasion of its will, some of its powers had already transformed his human form. Fortuitously, its original body was not nearby, preventing it from consuming him or eliminating him outright. Instead, it could only rely on its will to attempt to obliterate Juju's own, aiming for a second transformation or direct annihilation. This was why Juju believed that each encounter invariably culminated in the shattering of his will. And this instance was no exception. It resulted in a temporary collapse of his rationality, yet he remained unyielding, his spirit always finding a way to return to normalcy. To the beast, Juju was an existence it could neither tolerate nor eliminate. The expression of anger was fleeting, before Juju could grasp the full extent of it. The creature's claws were raised once more. Juju himself did not exhibit much response. He yearned to resist, but felt utterly lost as to how to enact such defiance. On a subconscious level, he remained an individual shrouded in ignorance. Interestingly, the small penguin that had leaped onto the bench and nestled in his embrace exhibited a fervent agitation at that moment, struggling intensely as if eager to confront the beast on Juju's behalf. Yet, Juju did not release his grip. A dwindling sense of reason urged him to protect the little creature, deeming it crucial. As the dark claws slashed through the air, the penguin vanished, and the beast too dissipated. Juju fell back onto the bench, his brow furrowing tighter, an unsettling sensation rising in his mind. Fortunately, he had refrained from fully mutating during the previous night's battle, thus the current mental strain remained within tolerable limits. At the very least, he need not reveal his discomposure before the bewildered doctor beside him. You. They spoke simultaneously, both wearing expressions of acute awkwardness. Juju glanced at the equipment he had directly pierced with his blade, while Yi Yun's gaze was fixed upon him, or more precisely, on the hue index displayed on her glasses. Clarity 78. In a span of 10 minutes, one individual's hue index had surged perilously close to the highest danger level, only to plummet back to clarity. This was far from typical psychology. If it were not a malfunction of her device, then the anomaly lay with the person before her, whose mental state was evidently extraordinary. If she could uncover the secret behind this, perhaps those tormented by psychological issues could find salvation. Those confined within the 3rd Hospital or Yi City Psychiatric Institution, already identified as having dangerously high hue values, might be rescued. The mere thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through Yi Yun's body. Forgive me, I must be on my way. I will compensate you for your machine. Juju believed that the woman before him could not resolve his peculiar issues. Such an oddity was likely beyond the capabilities of most. Moreover, in his desperate attempt to prevent her from alerting the authorities, an assumption based on her reaction to his abnormality, he had hastily destroyed the device. An act for which her refraining from reporting him was a gracious concession. This equipment certainly warranted replacement, and it would likely come at a substantial cost. Not only had he resolved nothing, but he had also embroiled himself in further complications. Juju felt a throbbing headache. Both physically and psychologically, he was in pain. No, you cannot leave. Rest assured, I will indeed compensate you for this. I am friends with Wu Tong. Simply inform him of the price, and I will transfer the funds promptly. Juju assumed she was concerned he might abscond without settling the debt, and hurriedly explained. This is not about the machine. Yes. Your mental state is quite unique. Do you understand? Just now, the fluctuation in your hue index was unlike anything I have ever witnessed. You must grant me the opportunity to assist you. I do not require compensation for the machine, as long as you are willing to cooperate with my treatment. Even the consultation fee will be waived. It will be completely free. In Yi Yun's eyes, Zhu Ju had transformed from a mere patient into an immensely valuable research subject. She would not allow this individual to slip through her fingers. Chapter 72. It still smiles at us. I apologize, but I do not intend to continue this consultation. The recent incident was unforeseen, and Zhu Ju does not wish for a repetition. However, since you have already accepted my treatment and new symptoms have arisen in my presence, I must take full responsibility. If you were to leave now, it would reflect poorly on my reputation, as it would indicate that my patient has not only failed to improve, but has deteriorated further. Please grant me an opportunity. I will exert my utmost effort to assist you. Yi Yun stood at the doorway, obstructing Zhu Ju's exit, concocting a temporary excuse for herself. She awkwardly touched her nose, for this matter was her greatest secret, one she was reluctant to share with anyone else. Old habits? Why did you not seek the help of a psychologist sooner? Zhu Ju's words caused Yi Yun to furrow her brow immediately. She had previously thought this was a complication following a dream, but was surprised to learn it had long existed. This situation is akin to a spring. Whether stretched or compressed, it can return to its original state as long as it remains within certain limits. However, once it surpasses a threshold, it transforms into an entirely different scenario. The shift in address would indicate to those familiar with Yi Yun that she was indeed somewhat displeased. It is essential to prevent issues before they arise. Waiting until the moment of crisis to remember remedies is ultimately a step too late. In truth, she had misunderstood Zhu Ju. It was not that he was unwilling to alter his mental state, but rather that his situation was unique. My condition differs from that of the average person. My mental state is undoubtedly normal. In fact, I believe few possess a greater resilience to external mental stimuli than I do. The earlier incident stemmed from certain peculiar external factors, mental pollution sources. Never mind. I will compensate you for the items. Farewell. Zhu Ju never considered himself mentally ill. His troubles originated from the psychological impact of the monsters, not from an internal issue. Moreover, following this consultation, Zhu Ju suddenly recognized a stark reality. In the mental struggle against those monsters, he might be unable to rely on anyone. This was not merely due to it being his secret, but also because they were ordinary humans. The sights and experiences he encountered were beyond their capacity to endure. Forcing his issues upon others could easily draw them into bizarre circumstances. Furthermore, if he were to seek treatment from another, it would imply that the doctor must confront and comprehend these phenomena. Otherwise, they could never grasp his predicament. Ultimately, whether he could be cured is uncertain, but it is guaranteed that those individuals would face peril. Zhu Ju did not wish to endanger others due to his own troubles. What is a mental pollution source? This is a government classified project. Despite the increasing frequency of monster appearances, such events are evidently not reported to the public, making Yi Yun's ignorance understandable. It is nothing, merely a thought. He opened the door to the consultation room and departed briskly, not allowing Yi Yun the chance to impede him. Mental pollution sources. The handles on either side were adorned with white crystalline substances. Squatting at the edge of the bench, her fingers brushed against the handle, collecting some of the white crystals. The texture was icy. She interlaced her fingers, and it quickly transformed into a puddle of water. Frost? She gazed curiously at the liquid on her fingertips, her knowledge informing her that it resembled the frost typically found on blades of grass on winter mornings. The issue lay in the fact that the entire dome structure housing the consultation room maintained a constant temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius, and it was no different here. How did this small patch of frost form? She always conducted a thorough check of the consultation room after each patient departed, ensuring that no items were left behind or that no equipment malfunctioned. She could ascertain that no such substance had existed on the bench before Zhu Ju's arrival. His dreams involved ice and snow. How could this be? No, it cannot be. It must be some sort of accident. As a scholar, Yi Yun's rational thinking led her to habitually consider various phenomena through a scientific lens, yet the current situation left her perplexed. The liquid on her fingers was gradually evaporating. As she moved to the other side of the bench, she noted that the frost on the handle was also dissipating. This time, Yi Yun did not merely observe, but swiftly retrieved a glass from nearby, carefully directing the water stains into it. As her fingertips made contact with the frost once more, a sudden whisper echoed in her ears. It lasted but an instant, vanishing before she could fully comprehend it. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The sound of knocking diverted her attention, prompting her to place the glass on the adjacent table. Xiao Yun, I may not be able to attend the class reunion later. The Public Security Bureau just assigned me a new task, and I must head to the Eastern Old City. What is wrong? You seem a bit preoccupied. Qin Chengren stood at the door, and as an officer operating on the front lines, his observational skills were undeniable. He quickly noticed that something was amiss with his friend's complexion. Oh, it's nothing. Please come in. I have something to ask you. Setting the glass aside, she beckoned Qin Chengren into the room. You are a level 3 officer in the Public Security Bureau. You should have access to numerous individuals and matters. Do you know what a mental pollution source is? Chengren, you should know that you cannot deceive me. I am fully aware of your habitual lying gestures and expressions. The two had been friends for many years. And although Yiyin did not particularly enjoy analyzing those around her, her profession had ingrained in her a wealth of observations. Most matters concerning mental pollution sources were government secrets. Well, perhaps not entirely classified. Those in our line of work are generally aware. But it is not publicly announced. Such incidents are typically summarized as accidents. In reality, mental pollution sources refer to a classification of certain entities. Despite the increasing frequency of discoveries related to mental pollution sources across the Federation, the government is currently unwilling to disclose actual information to the public. A classification of entities. You say? Do they share any common characteristics? Zhu Ju had previously advised her against delving into this matter. However, for most individuals, the phrase "do not investigate" only serves to intensify their curiosity. Characteristics. These entities continue to manifest in various forms. My knowledge on the matter is limited. However, I can affirm that these monsters are perilous. Even a fleeting glimpse can lead to mental disturbances in ordinary individuals. By disturbances, I do not merely refer to nightmares or mental fatigue, but rather a direct breach of clarity into chaos or murkiness. His hands braced against his sides, his gaze lacking focus as he stared out the window. The sky was obscured, the towering buildings blocking his view. But it was evident that the daylight had grown considerably dimmer since his arrival. Why are the consequences of merely catching a glimpse so severe? The notion that a mere glance could cause mental harm seemed exaggerated to Yiyun. Yet, recalling Zhu Ju's recent intense fluctuations in clarity, she began to surmise the plausibility of such occurrences. Perhaps those monsters possess some peculiar mental fluctuations that directly stimulate the brain upon visual contact. Who knows? Such inquiries are the responsibility of the Academy of Sciences. As an officer, his role was to accept assignments from the Public Security Bureau and to engage in combat for the protection of the public. It was as simple as that. At this moment, what are those tasked with researching the sources of mental pollution engaged in? Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a muted, gray metallic ceiling. Supporting himself against the bed, his gaze lingered. Before him lay a robust, pitch-black arm, with fingers hanging down like slender blades. He descended from the bed and, glancing down, noted that his body was intact, his legs functioning well. Why had his hands transformed in such a manner? What are hands? His fists clenched and relaxed. A surge of strength coursing through him, a sensation both invigorating and satisfying. His vision swayed side to side. This space felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of a prior stay, albeit with a changed atmosphere. There were individuals ahead. What are people? Bewildered by the thoughts swirling in his mind, he observed the figures outside, all gazing in his direction, pointing and seemingly conversing about him. Intrigued by their discourse, he approached the two nearest individuals. Their expressions shifted to one of surprise at his proximity, yet they did not retreat, but rather leaned in for a closer inspection. Their gazes were repugnant, inciting a sense of displeasure within him. Thus, an emotion began to envelop his mind. How bothersome. So bothersome. He felt a pang of hunger. How he longed for a banana. How he yearned for an apple. How he craved to eat a person. So what exactly are people? These creatures before him? Pressing his palm against the transparent wall, he opened his mouth, his teeth scraping against the glass, producing a grating sound. How he wished to devour them. Outside the experimental chamber, a researcher exclaimed, "Doctor, we succeeded. The chimpanzee has not gone berserk. It is even smiling at us." They pointed at the chimpanzee within the chamber, its mouth agape, revealing a full set of sharp teeth, astonished by its demeanor. Its comprehension must be remarkably optimistic. A dozen researchers, donned in mental protective gear, gathered around. Fixated on the chimpanzee, which was now moving about with pronounced growth in its arms, its outer fur long since shed. Its smooth skin glistened under the lights of the experimental chamber, reflecting an oily sheen. One researcher pulled up data on a screen, isolating several sets of figures for analysis. These once extremely volatile monstrous genes had become stable after dispersal and fusion with human bodies. They were becoming controllable. If we could replicate this method for indoor cultivation, eliminating the mental disturbances they cause, these mutated creatures might create an entirely new genetic system, potentially an order of magnitude stronger than the capability injections developed by pharmaceutical companies. Indeed, that would signify a lifetime of wealth and luxury. Some contemplated scientific contributions, while others were already envisioning the profits to be made from this technology. Had it not been for their contracts with the government, discussions of switching to other pharmaceutical firms for greater riches would resonate deeply. Of course, such talk was often mere banter, a fleeting indulgence, as they understood that securing a position at Luhua Pharmaceuticals was uncertain at best. Though they harbored their doubts, they still had to boast when appropriate. For instance, recalling how much a certain pharmaceutical company had offered to recruit them, only to abandon lucrative offers for the sake of serving the Federation. The truth of such claims was secondary. At least the semblance of status had been established. These individuals belonged to the category that relished verbal indulgence, while those truly capable were immersed in recording experimental data or monitoring the specialized machines in the laboratory restroom, observing the progress bars of data transmission. The former grounded themselves in genuine skill, while the latter relied on cunning. Regardless, they were vastly superior to those who remained stagnant, merely reminiscing about the past. Chapter 73. Perception of scope. Raindrops cascaded from the night sky, striking the neon signs and gliding along their edges, scattering vibrant colors across the street. As the rain intensified, the neon lights became hazy, enveloping the entire street in a luminous halo. Passers-by, shielded by umbrellas, stood close together, yet conversation was scarce. They merely moved in and out of the shops lining the streets. Puddles formed on the ground, and occasionally, an unfortunate soul would step into one, cursing softly. Juju sat at a stall by the street, propping his chin on one hand, watching the rain streaks fall from the edge of the awning before him, while also gazing at the nightscape of the outer city. He glanced at the sand scorpion parked by the roadside, its fully enclosed state protecting it from the rain that might damage the machine. The sizzling sound of meat being grilled nearby caught his attention. The vendor inside wore a cheerful expression, unbothered by Juju's apparent gloom. After all, a sudden patron had come in and purchased half of the shop's meat inventory without hesitation. A bountiful harvest. Boss, could you grill these 2 pieces of meat for me? But they need to be washed first. Juju retrieved 2 chunks of nightmare mutation meat from his backpack and handed them to the vendor, while he casually snatched a skewer of grilled pork tenderloin, taking a bite before tearing off a piece for the fluffy wind bell peeking out from his bag. A notification chimed in. Guinxing, what are you doing right now? Seated on the edge of her bed in the dormitory, she had tidied her space, neatly organizing her clothes and shoes into a suitcase. Guinxing, I'm moving. The company conducted an internal selection, and I passed, so I'll be transferring to a training institution in the outer city and need to switch dorms. I guess I won't be able to eat grilled meat anymore if I want to maintain my figure. Shui Buxing, that's wonderful. Passing the selection proves your capabilities. As a fan, I will continue to support you. In the old city, being an artist ultimately held little promise, as the residents' consumption levels could not compare to those in the outer or main urban areas. Your grilled meat is ready. Her singing had a restorative effect on his spirit, and Juju felt gratitude for this girl who had helped him. He sincerely hoped for her bright future. They exchanged a few more words, and Guinxing inquired about a video on YouTube, but Juju deflected, merely stating that there was someone who resembled her and, as a police officer, he could hardly film videos. Their conversation did not last long, for Guinxing had to prepare for her move, and soon her avatar faded from view. A sense of emptiness lingered within him, yet it was merely a fleeting sensation. She was destined for greater heights, so there was no reason for sadness. Setting aside his phone, he took another bite of the grilled meat from the nightmare mutation, its aroma enticing, though the taste remained bland. After a few chews, he swallowed it down. Based on previous experiences, this meat should enhance certain abilities within his body, and so he waited. Approximately 10 seconds later, a subtle warmth enveloped him. But the sensation dissipated quickly, unlike the previous meat from the man-faced rat, which had left his legs tingling with electricity. Clenching his fist revealed no sense of increased strength, and when he extended his legs to kick, he felt nothing unusual. Is the preservation time really that short? If I'd known, I would have roasted it by the campfire. TSK, to think I dug it out just to roast it, that seems absurd. Well, consider it a lesson learned. He fiddled with the meat slices on his plate, as Wind Bell poked its head out of his backpack, softly calling to him. Still hungry? He tore off a piece of pork tenderloin and offered it. Wind Bell turned its head away, avoiding the offered morsel. Its front paws reaching for the remaining white meat on the tray, its gaze fixated. You want this? No, this is. Perhaps I should let you try? Thinking he wouldn't experience any effects, he pinched off a small strip with his nail and held it to Wind Bell's mouth. It opened eagerly, swallowing it down in haste. After consuming a piece, Wind Bell seemed to sense something, becoming increasingly eager to emerge from the backpack. It suits your palate. I haven't offered this meat to anyone else or any other creature. Perhaps I should find a test subject next time? All right, no more fuss. He tore off another small piece for Wind Bell, but as it was eating, he turned to look behind him. Someone approached. A sudden realization struck him. A figure was stepping under the awning, holding an umbrella. Boss, give me a few skewers of kidneys. Juju was certain he had not heard any footsteps or the voice of a customer before. He sensed the presence only 3 seconds ago when the person was still several meters away. Why was he able to perceive this? Could it be that the meat from the nightmare mutation had enhanced his senses? It seemed plausible. This creature had no facial features. Yet it moved effortlessly through the darkness of the forest, suggesting it possessed some sensory organs that Juju had overlooked, or it could perceive its environment in other ways. He tore the remaining strips of mutated meat on the tray in half, devouring one while offering the other half to Wind Bell in his palm. After swallowing, he awaited the familiar warmth to spread throughout his body, slowly closing his eyes. Initially, he was engulfed in darkness, but soon, rough outlines began to emerge. The tray, the table, the chairs, the surrounding awning, and the grill. Although his eyelids obscured his vision, he could see everything within a certain range in a different manner. In essence, at that moment, Juju resembled a humanoid sensory device, capable of perceiving all objects within a 5-meter radius as outlined in his mind. Beyond that distance lay a void of darkness. Despite this limitation, Juju felt elated. At least the meat hadn't spoiled, right? No need to worry about an upset stomach. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the rain, which had continued for nearly half an hour without sign of abating. The temperature dropped steadily, and the clouds thickened overhead. Amidst the crackling of the charcoal fire at the barbecue stall, Juju's thoughts began to slow. At one moment, the rain streaks before him seemed to synchronize their pace with his own thoughts, and in his line of sight, everything appeared to move in slow motion. Adhering to its original trajectory, his consciousness observed these changes as a bystander. Juju sensed the unusual state, but could not comprehend the cause. He attempted to raise his hand and turn his head, only to find his movement slowed. Or rather, his perception had been amplified, causing a discord between his thoughts and actions. Ding! The notification tone from his phone jolted him from this state. Exhaling deeply, Juju was uncertain whether to feel pleased or irritated. He glanced at the name on the screen, Wang Dong. The message contained an address, indicating he had located the hideout of the previously mentioned B-level wanted criminal and requested Juju's assistance. He quickly finished the remaining grilled meat on his tray, then mounted the sand scorpion parked nearby. Upon arriving at the location, he spotted Wang Dong standing beneath an overhang. Juju was now clad in a raincoat purchased from a roadside shop, though the clothes beneath were still damp. Sand scorpion? Certainly. Your speed and earning is rather impressive. When you arrived just now, I hesitated to acknowledge you. Wang Dong's own vehicle is also a motorcycle, which gives him some knowledge in this regard. Is the person inside? He inquired, gesturing towards the nearby residential building. Not here. Such wanted criminals are very sensitive to sound. Our vehicles are not ordinary motorcycles, especially your scorpion. Approaching too closely would undoubtedly alert him. That is why I chose to meet here. The individual may be across the way. He pointed toward a distant building, still under construction, with its skeletal structure visible, shrouded in mechanical scaffolding and construction equipment, surrounded by a site cluttered with various building materials. Under the gloomy skies and rain, it appeared ominous, evoking thoughts of something sinister. Perhaps? Juju questioned, raising an eyebrow as he removed his helmet and placed it in the scorpion's trunk. Nothing is ever certain. I just received information that someone resembling Mavala has been seen entering and exiting that unfinished building. I can't recklessly venture in alone. Such a special B-level wanted criminal. I'm not confident I could subdue him by myself. As an investigator, Wang Dong was aware of his own limitations. Most B-level wanted criminals possess considerable combat abilities. This Mavala, rumored to possess treasures, has survived thus far, which certainly implies he is not without skill. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from the upper levels of the construction site, snapping both men from their conversation. Wang Dong immediately retrieved a black monocular from his bag, directing it towards the source of the sound. Damn it! Someone else has arrived before us. That informant sold this information to someone else. Through the magnified lens, they observed a figure wrapped in a brown sand column, struggling as it was propelled through the scaffolding from about the 20th floor. Let me see, Jiju said, taking the monocular from Wang Dong. Just as he focused the lens, they witnessed the figure being released, plummeting from a height of 20 floors. The ground below was concrete. At such a height, the outcome would be nothing short of gruesome. What now? They've already discovered our position and will be on guard, Wang Dong lamented. Hands on his hips. He had intended a surprise ambush, but now, with the situation escalating after a murder, a direct confrontation seemed ill-advised. At that moment, he spotted Jiju, donning a raincoat and rushing out with a brown wooden box in hand, leaving his backpack behind. Since we VE confirmed their location, what are we waiting for? Jiju called back to Wang Dong, who remained rooted in place. We VE come this far. If we flee now, this rain will have been for naught. This is not your style? With a sigh, Wang Dong retrieved his weapon from the motorcycle's trunk and followed Jiju's lead. They rushed to the front of the building and, as expected, found the mangled body lying on the ground. Twisted limbs and crushed flesh mingled together, barely retaining a semblance of form, having fallen face down. This individual was an enforcer for a gang, Wang Dong deduced. Having worked as an investigator for several years, he was familiar with various characters in the underworld. Despite the disfigurement, the large, colorful tattoos on the corpse's back remained evident, a hallmark of gang affiliation. Additionally, the distinctive animalistic traits, clawed hands and patches of unshorn fur, suggested that he had used a beast transformation serum prior to his demise. Is there an issue? Jiju asked, wiping rainwater from his face, confused by Wang Dong's contemplative demeanor. His presence here indicates that a gang in the Ebony District has discovered Mavala's location. Given their modus operandi, it won't be long before a large contingent arrives. Gangs do not engage in solitary combat. Once they confirm a target, they employ overwhelming numbers. At that point, it will be evident that we are the ones being overwhelmed. Chapter 74. Monsters against monsters against monsters. The vacant floor, with its unpaved concrete, lay shrouded in dust. The dim sky further darkening the already obscure environment, marred by the scattered bloodstains on the ground. An essence known as despair was permeating the air. Bang, bang, bang. Fingers incessantly pulled the trigger, yellow-tinted bullet casings clattering to the floor. The claw-like hand bent to the right, pale shards of bone piercing through flesh, while the man's face, drained of blood, appeared quite tragic. The click of the empty magazine's firing pin made him grit his teeth involuntarily. Damn it, a monster! Before him stood a wall of brown gravel, where all his fired bullets were lodged. There was no plea for mercy. He gripped the gun and hurled it at the sandy wall. He then reached for a small satchel behind him. As the gravel receded, a tawny hand calmly grasped the firearm, revealing a man with sunken eye sockets and cheeks tinged with a sickly flush. Monster? That claim seemed misplaced. In our current state, you resemble the monster more, do you not? Although I am unaware of why your hand has transformed into that of a beast, it matters little, for it is merely as it is. Gripping the gun, enveloped in gravel, it soon became a mere iron shovel tossed aside. Mavala leaned forward, his distorted pupils reflecting the figure before him as if making a discovery, and spoke. You are a member of the gang, are you not? When I dealt with that man, I saw a multitude of tattoos on his back. You must be of the same ilk. And if I am? He shrugged off his clothing, injecting the syringe into himself, a surge of electrifying sensation flooding his body. It was simply exquisite, regardless of your belief. I once held a deep-seated fear of your kind, tattooed from head to toe, kicking me when you found me unsightly, and beating me when I caught your eye. I often pondered, should I attain power, I would relish treating you lot with the utmost care. With hands clasped, he twisted before the gang member in a bizarre, undulating manner, his neck swaying as he spoke with a flamboyant flourish. You? Without that mound of gravel, I could dismantle you with one hand. He stared at the hands before him, realizing that the object others spoke of in reverence, claiming it could prolong life, was in fact a deadly weapon. Without it, come now, let us refrain from such childish banter. Do you expect a beast to extract its own teeth in battle? Oh, my apologies, I forgot. Your kind indeed lacks a certain level of education. Even as a vagabond, I might know more than you. Mavala gazed at the corpulent figure on the ground, the mockery evident in his eyes, akin to a hunter observing prey ensnared in a trap. After a moment of silence, scratching his head, flakes of dandruff cascaded like snow. Before he continued, "Hey, are you done yet? I've been theatrically exhausting myself to activate the effects for you. What was that syringe you just used? The effects are rather sluggish." He had long noticed the gang members' furtive movements on the ground, but had chosen silence. He needed sustenance. A regular person would never suffice. He craved the thrill of devouring someone enhanced. Slow to take effect, that is merely to better crush you. In an instant, his form swelled, clothing and fabric tearing apart, hair suddenly cascading to the ground, his left hand grasping his severed right arm. The serum's power could not restore the lost limb. Instead, he ripped it off and stuffed it into his already wolfish maw, mercilessly chewing and swallowing his own flesh and bone. The metallic tang of blood flooded his mouth. His eyes suffused with a beastly crimson hue. The B-class wolf transformation serum, priced at 380,000 per vial, was his true trump card. Such serums would inevitably leave severe side effects for those whose bodies were incompatible, but in this life and death moment, if he could kill the opponent and seize that heap of gravel, he still had a chance for a miraculous comeback, perhaps even to grow stronger. "I shall devour you. Consume you." The formidable creature, towering over 2 meters, lunged at Mavala, the ground beneath cracking and shattering. Thunder rumbled outside, and in a flash of white light, 5 razor-sharp claws descended upon Mavala's head. Yet he remained unfazed, gravel surging in his palm, naturally forming a shield. This time, it wasn't he, a mere deflection. It sank in, the back of the sand wall protruding with evidence of the B-class serum. 380,000, 5 minutes. This expenditure was not in vain. Even with an incompatible body, tremendous power was still exhibited. The muscles in his left arm swelled once again. Since he could not break through the sand wall, he would send both the wall and the man flying. With immense force, he crashed into a load-bearing pillar, debris and dust billowing outward, obscuring the scene, revealing only a blurred shadow collapsing to the ground. "Humph, your hands may be formidable, but your body is ultimately that of an ordinary person. I've heard from friends that they severely wounded you merely with firearms. Your recovery to this state suggests that gravel possesses unique properties. I shall not grant you the chance to escape today." The pursuit of Mavala continued. Many in the gang had engaged him in combat before. The intelligence he received indicated that this man had been shot multiple times and severely injured, and that last impact he inflicted was no less than a cannon's bombardment. Charging through the haze, he envisioned the pile of gravel radiating brilliance in his grasp. Crush him. Cough, cough. Just before the wolf's claws could shatter Mavala's skull, a claw no thinner than his own arm, gray-green and webbed, clutched his throat. "This serum of yours is quite extraordinary. Had it been a week ago, I would have perished from that slap against the pillar, but now, I'm afraid you fell short, and I apologize for disappointing you." Gills fluttered beside his neck, and large, protruding grayish-white eyes fixated on the wolfman before him, skin textured like a fish, with dorsal fins swaying like shutters. Speaking in human language. Yet Mavala was far from human. "You, bastard." Such a creature was beyond his comprehension. He struggled to retreat. Yet the claw around his neck showed no sign of releasing. A man of the underworld, even in the face of imminent death, he would fight to the bitter end with this strange being. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 sandy serpents plunged into flesh, one piercing his heart, the other his skull. "I have no intention of dying alongside you. On the road to the underworld, you shall walk alone." The claws tightened, blood spraying from the wolfman's mouth. A red that suddenly appeared in Mavala's vision, drawing his gaze. Rapid-fire mode, activate. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets surged towards Mavala's eye, following the red light. "Blessed be. Are you mad? That guy is clearly more than just an ordinary B-class fugitive. Are you rushing to your demise?" Wang Dong, poised to descend the staircase, exclaimed in exasperation. The building is still under construction, and naturally, there are no elevators. The external hoist is unknown as to where it can be activated, leaving them no choice but to ascend the stairs on foot. The two possess ample strength, yet they have only just reached the 20th floor. At first glance, Wang Dong is met with a creature resembling a werewolf, its form bearing an uncanny resemblance to that of a wolfman, an extensive bodily transformation only achievable through B-grade potions. His second glance reveals an even more horrifying entity, one that is gripping his neck while speaking alongside the shifting sands. Undoubtedly, it is Mavala. Deciding not to linger, Wang Dong swiftly turns to flee. Pardon my intrusion. For this battle, he has made preparations, carrying with him a C-grade spider serum worth 200,000, which could significantly enhance his strength, agility, and danger perception in a short span. Yet, upon arrival, he finds a burly man under threat, his life hanging by a thread, leaving him with no course of action but to feign ignorance. As he reaches the midpoint of his escape, his companion pulls a handgun from his bag, aims briefly, and pulls the trigger. Is this how the youth behave nowadays? He muses. As I mentioned, since I am here, I shall not leave empty-handed. No, that metaphor is not quite right. In any case, you should make your exit. I can handle this fellow. Thank you for the intel. And consider the debts you owe me as payment for this information. Also, please keep an eye on my backpack. There's a cat inside. And I wouldn't wanted to wander off. Replenishing his emptied magazine, Zhu Ju steps back and glances toward Wang Dong in the corridor. Take care of yourself. Staying behind to observe? Absolutely not. Wang Dong surmises that Zhu Ju's confidence stems from some preparation, but this is not his fight. Remaining here could spell disaster if Zhu Ju is merely overestimating his capabilities. Should Zhu Ju emerge victorious, the spoils would likely be solely his, etching Wang Dong out of the equation entirely. At least now, he is relieved from the burden of repaying that debt, is he not? Take care. Wang Dong, poised to retreat, suddenly notices a sand serpent lunging toward Zhu Ju. He sidesteps and retreats a step, the serpent narrowly gliding past him. Throughout, Zhu Ju's gaze remains fixed on the corridor, his body instinctively reacting in anticipation. Be on your way. As Wang Dong departs, Zhu Ju's pistol is reloaded, and he aims at the advancing sand serpent, pulling the trigger. A flash ignites at the barrel, the bullet embedding itself without a ripple, or perhaps a sand ripple. Zhu Ju assesses the creature before him, retrieving his phone from his pocket. He opens a photo of Qi Lin, comparing it to the beast before him, noting a striking resemblance. Previously, did you consume a fish monster? You bear quite the likeness to it. You know him. Is he your friend? The sand shield he conjured morphs back into a serpent, reaching toward a nearby corpse. Bang! With the gun aimed at its head, the sand shield reassembles. The sand serpent, summoned by his left hand, attempts a surprise attack from behind, yet Zhu Ju evades it effortlessly, leaving Mavala visibly perturbed. Do not misconstrue. I do not associate with your ilk. That fellow is no saint either and deserves his fate, yet he possesses something of particular interest to me. I wish to inquire, who do you think you are to snatch my prey? As he secures his phone, his fingers glide over his weapons compartment, revealing the knife's hilt, which he then grasps firmly. Thunder rumbles and lightning flashes, transforming the dimly lit floor into stark black and white. Your prey? How intriguing. It seems you have become mine. Mavala bends forward, arms outstretched in a grotesque display, roaring at Zhu Ju. With that repugnant appearance, do you intend to instill fear in me? You may not believe it, but I have encountered creatures far more grotesque than you. Or is it your parasitic companions that you rely upon? Seeking death. The mention of parasites provokes Mavala, who ceases his chatter and, disregarding the corpse at his feet, charges directly at Zhu Ju. Your reaction. Indeed, others were not mistaken. They are not a part of you, but merely tools at your disposal. Am I correct? Thus, should I eliminate you, they would become mine. Zhu Ju grins, stepping back slightly, knees bending in readiness. You understand nothing. The distance of 10 meters closes in mere strides, the fish monster towering over Zhu Ju, its left claw enveloped in sand, grotesquely enlarging its talons. Indeed, I lack understanding. Thus, after I dispatch you, I shall explore my newfound knowledge at leisure. With a sidelong glance at Mavala, Zhu Ju propels himself backward with a force matching his opponent's, bringing down his long sword with precision. As Mavala closes in, he suddenly feels a chill coursing through him. Swiftly raising his sand-encased left arm to block, the blade approaches. The immense force is unbelievable. How can a mere human possess strength surpassing that of the werewolf from earlier? There is no time for contemplation. He must concentrate on his right arm, intent on crushing Zhu Ju's midsection. Yet, in the next instant, a violet-black claw intercepts his strike mid-course. Chapter 75. An uninvited guest with fingers intertwined yet devoid of intimacy. The struggle was palpable. The strength displayed was considerable, yet I was not here to engage in frivolous hand-holding games. The opposing pair of hands met in a contest. and Zhu felt that acknowledging the adversary's current mutated form, bolstered by the surrounding debris, indeed rendered them formidable, capable of holding their own against his own single-arm mutation in a normal state, even gaining the upper hand momentarily. However, this strength was limited to the arms enveloped in rubble. The fish-like creature exhibited a robust upper body with immensely powerful arms, yet its lower limbs were short and stout, akin to an elephant's legs. While they possessed significant strength, executing rapid leg lifts proved challenging, as it would jeopardize their balance. This was reminiscent of Zhu. During complete mutation, his power and physique surged, yet his speed remained constrained by his massive size when standing on two legs, unless he opted for a six-limbed stance. Zhu had no intention of undergoing complete mutation, at least not against this foe. The pain accompanying such a transformation was an unnecessary burden. "Hey, are you still around? You creature that usually relieves itself?" What followed was a swift kick targeting the vulnerable area between the creature's legs, inflicting considerable agony and causing its body to bend uncontrollably. Despite its willpower to resist, the strength in its grasp dissipated significantly. Zhu was aware of the moral implications of his actions, yet he deemed the cannibalistic creature unworthy of such discussions on ethics. Moreover, with its life in jeopardy, the relevance of such matters diminished. A swift kick struck the back of Mavala's knee, and despite its stable base, the creature faltered due to the blow to its vulnerable area. The impact was nearly unimpeded, sending Mavala tumbling forward. Seizing the moment, Zhu stepped back, brandishing his long blade, prepared to strike. At that instant, a blinding white light erupted from the side of the floor Zhu faced. Behind this brilliance hovered a mechanical airship, its surface shimmering with blue light. Two machine guns poised above. "Open fire, eliminate them." The order was given, and twin tongues of flame erupted, unleashing a barrage of orange-red bullets toward Zhu and Mavala. An unexpected turn of events. The downward motion of Zhu's blade abruptly halted as he faced the onslaught of bullets. He instinctively raised a specific gesture, activating the protective bracelet on his left wrist, which conjured an energy screen before him. With his back turned to the glaring light, a fierce glimmer ignited in Mavala's eyes. A sudden piercing sound erupted as Zhu raised his hand to shield against the bullets, inadvertently granting Mavala a prime opportunity for retaliation. A wall of sand formed behind him, intercepting the bullets aimed at him, while another hand coalesced into a sand serpent, piercing into Zhu's abdomen. I truly appreciate these well-meaning individuals. Otherwise, how could such an opportunity arise? Mavala, half kneeling on the ground, gazed upward at the sand serpent burrowing into him, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. How could one not rejoice when snatched from the jaws of death? Zhu swung his long knife horizontally before him, severing the sand serpent. His blade, devoid of any special effects, sought only sharpness and durability, capable of cleaving through the flesh of a mutant, let alone this lesser entity. With a grim expression, Zhu severed the sand serpent. The battle had nearly reached its conclusion, yet this unforeseen occurrence was disheartening. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the protective bracelet, which had withstood the initial wave of gunfire. Observing the sand infiltrating his body, Mavala executed a lazy roll to evade Zhu's proximity, positioning him as the target of the gunfire behind. Clutching his wound with one hand, Zhu gritted his teeth and retreated into the stairwell, using the height differential to evade the bullets. What manner of beings were these? This was the 20th floor of a high-rise building. Their sudden appearance at the window, coupled with the absence of helicopter rotor sounds, suggested they must have arrived via an airship. After severing the sand serpent, the portion of sand connected to his body flowed from the ruptured wound. Even Zhu found himself momentarily flustered, casting a glance towards Mavala, who lurked behind a supporting pillar, observing him with a gaze that could pierce through flesh. The coarse sand traversed within his flesh, the dull pain akin to being struck repeatedly with a rod embedded with iron spikes. A fist slammed into the nearby wall, the impact causing fissures to spiderweb across the surface as Zhu exerted his strength. "How does it feel? Unpleasant, I presume? You have no idea of the agony I endured to attain this parasitic connection. Yet, it was all worth it, especially in witnessing your delight during this ordeal. Don't hold on too long. It's merely a matter of minutes, and you could easily take the path of self-destruction." The sounds of gunfire persisted. Mavala was convinced that if he could just endure a little longer, he would regain his strength, at which point he could feast on the unwelcome guests outside, making for a splendid evening. This thought elicited a chuckle from him. "This is of your own making. Zhu did not perceive himself as cornered. As long as he could eliminate Mavala and seize control of the peculiar sands, the intolerable pain would cease instantly. Emerging from his head was a spiraled, dark golden protrusion. With 6 limbs poised for action on the stairs, a gaze filled with murderous intent locked onto Mavala. You. Mavala realized that the sand he had previously infiltrated into Zhu's body had severed its connection. How could this happen? What manner of creature are you? Return my sands. Mavala's right hand, now noticeably pale, filled him with dread greater than Zhu's transformation. All right, I shall return it to you. Let us see if you can handle it. With a maw brimming with sharp fangs, Zhu was indeed a compassionate individual. Roar! The ferocious roar echoed through the stairwell, swiftly capturing the attention of others within the building. Within the airship, a figure clad in a black trench coat, adorned with a row of white buttons, reclined against the chair, donning dark sunglasses. What a peculiar roar! Can it transform into a monster? I must not have been mistaken earlier. What sort of creature is this? A newly emerged ability serum? From his vantage point, he observed the interior of the building, noting 2 peculiar life forms behind the supporting pillar in the stairwell, their physical characteristics appearing somewhat bizarre. Hey, bullets are ineffective against them. Switch to sonic shockwaves. Stop wasting time. In his estimation, these 2 had likely utilized some special beastification serum. In such a state, conventional bullets would scarcely inflict damage, even upon direct hits. While they had also brought powerful firearms, their primary objective was to retrieve a specific item. If their intent had merely been to kill, there would have been no need to approach so closely. Understood. He retrieved 2 significantly larger projectiles from a nearby box, loading them into the weapon and pressing a button on the side. Trailing blue flames, 2 sonic shockwave grenades surged into the building, striking the locations where Zhu and Mavala were positioned. There was no explosion. The grenades lacked the power to penetrate walls. Upon impact, they fell to the ground like 2 canned fruits, the outer metallic casing unfolding to reveal small mechanical devices within. A low hum resonated as a localized, powerful sonic shockwave erupted. Not only did the dust on the ground tremble, but the walls also exhibited numerous cracks. The sonic shockwave grenade landed a mere half a meter from Mavala, and before he could react, he was struck by a direct impact. Clearly, he lacked any form of defense against such an assault, as he began to convulse and wail within 3 seconds, maintaining a state of complete mutation. Zhu's thought process was straightforward. Eliminate Mavala at the quickest possible speed, then proceed to crush the unwelcome guests outside, one by one. However, at that moment, Mavala made a new decision. Above all, survival was paramount. Previously engaged in close combat with no means of escape, he now recognized a window of opportunity. He had not chosen to remain here to merely endure the biting cold of a November night in Yeching. His body, rendered nearly immobile by the sonic shock, could not move, but the surrounding debris was unaffected. 2 serpentine forms of sand slithered from his palms, grasping the unglazed opening behind him, with the one on the right appearing noticeably thinner due to prior losses. The sand serpents clung to the window like the elastic bands of a slingshot, with Mavala as the central stone. Die! With his limbs pushing against the ground, the foremost pair of dark purple claws struck towards Mavala's head from either side. The sound of impact echoed, yet it was not the anticipated flesh-squashing thud. The attack had missed, thanks to the pulling force of the sand serpents. Mavala propelled himself through the gap at a critical moment. The dilemma was that he was on the 20th floor of a high-rise building, nearly 100 meters above the ground. His actions equated to hurling himself into the void, with a concrete floor awaiting below. The outcome was evident, as the fate of the individual below served as a stark reminder. Zhu could hardly fathom Mavala's willingness to choose a disgraceful demise over a dignified one. Well, having one's head turned into a pulp could hardly be considered dignified. Yet, it was certainly preferable to being reduced to a mere mass of flesh. However, it became evident that Mavala's choice of this incomplete, windswept skyscraper's 20th floor as a temporary refuge was deliberate and logical, maximizing the spread of his limbs. The sand quickly filled the voids around him, and Mavala appeared to don a gliding suit, riding the night breeze toward the horizon. Everyone presumed this location to be a dead end, believing escape was nearly impossible except through the stairwell, yet they were oblivious to his meticulously devised plan. This was, in fact, his true escape route, with open spaces in all directions. Should he encounter an insurmountable foe, He could simply leap from the 20th floor in any direction and utilize the sand-formed flying suit to swiftly vacate the premises, eventually transforming the sand into a parachute upon reaching safety. Perfect. This fellow was not lacking in cunning. Gripping his azure-winged pistol, Juju shattered the two sonic devices on the ground, watching as Mavala's figure vanished from sight in the distance. His words casual despite the fury evident in his clenched hands. Fortunately, it seemed that Mavala could not control the sand from a distance, and the dull ache within Juju had dissipated, replaced by a peculiar sensation. There was no time to ponder this now. He turned his attention to the hovering airship outside the building. The battle that should have concluded long ago had almost allowed him to sever Mavala's head. Had he succeeded, none of this chaos would have transpired. Truly, it was your fault, no matter how one considered it. Releasing his body from mutation, he picked up the long knife from the ground. Captain, Mavala has escaped. The people in this building. Forget the people in the building. They are merely government employees or gang members. Mavala is the target. There is still a chance to track him. Preparing to pivot and pursue once more. Before he could finish, a long knife flew from the corridor, piercing through the hatch that had been opened for shooting, directly impaling the person on the left. Blood splattered across those nearby. Juju emerged slowly from the floor, his mutated arm reverting to normal, facing the airship that had just turned. With both hands outstretched, fists clenched, he raised his middle finger defiantly. Chapter 76. The Battle That Cannot Continue. Internationally recognized gestures. Juju's intentions were unmistakably clear. A death wish. Bring the airship closer. Killing one's own subordinate in front of him was an affront he could not simply ignore. However, as for Moira, do you not comprehend my words? Moira could be captured at any time. But that fool inside the building needed to understand that certain entities were beyond the reach of lowly beings like them. It was as if he was asserting that he would not act when they descended. The airship hovered outside the building, its thrusters emitting blue flames, while mechanical panels extended from the cabin's edge to bridge the gap to the building's floors. A man clad in a black trench coat stepped onto the metal platform and into the edifice. Was this the Matrix? A savior? A cosplay? Regrettably, he was far from handsome. Juju observed this figure, reminiscent of a character from a film he had once watched, and scoffed. To him, this person was merely attempting to feign a lack of weaponry, intending to nullify Juju's advantage in armament. Arrogance. Wait until I twist your head off and stuff it up your backside. Then you'll know if I'm being arrogant. He approached the man in black with clenched fists, his pace quickening. An electronic eye scanned the figure, revealing no mechanical prosthetics, concealed weaponry, and a body in a normal state, devoid of any performance-enhancing injections. Had the sonic shock earlier rendered him senseless? It seemed this individual was simply mentally impaired, and engaging with such a person was beneath his dignity. The once azure pupils of the electronic eye now bore a fifth of their area tinted with orange-red. Calculating his opponent's trajectory, Juju unleashed a punch that met the man's fist precisely. In his estimation, this blow would shatter the opponent's metacarpals. A disdainful smile graced his lips. The sensation of bullying the weak failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. Seeking death, these individuals had disrupted his plans, and Juju acted in fury, his biceps swelling. Even a mere punch emitted a piercing hum as it displaced the air. As their fists collided, the man in black widened his eyes in shock. The airship, comparable in size to a small cargo vehicle, swayed violently from the impact but managed to stabilize. Juju would not grant his adversary any chance to retaliate. He charged into the airship, following the trajectory of the man he had just struck. The individual previously tending to a comrade's corpse was momentarily bewildered by the sudden shift in battlefield dynamics. Before he could grab his firearm, he was met with a direct blow to the face, his skull slamming against the airship's wall with a resounding thud. What is happening? What is going on? I'm lowering the altitude. The pilot felt the entire airship trembling and had no desire to perform aerial acrobatics at this height, especially with the right side hatch fully open. Your fist is quite solid. That strike didn't even break your arm. Juju, fueled by rage, held nothing back. Despite the man's body being propelled by Juju's force, he sensed the opponent's flesh was remarkably sturdy, likely due to mechanical enhancements. Yet this individual seemed to be of a superior caliber compared to those he had encountered before. Before he could finish his thought, Juju raised his fist once more, intent on delivering a finishing blow. The black-clad man's arm, now exposed and torn by the earlier strike, revealed a series of peculiar tattoos etched along its inner side. featuring black circular and arrow-like patterns. As he snapped his left thumb against his ring finger, accompanied by a low growl, 3 arrows illuminated consecutively, while the black circles glimmered with what appeared to be a swirling radiance. Another clash of fists reverberated through the airship, causing it to shudder and descend further, prompting the pilot to hastily lower the vessel. Evenly matched. Who are you? The scan indicated that the opponent's strength was purely physical, and Juju was confident his electronic brain would not deceive him. I'm the one who will kill you. Juju had no interest in discussing identities. To him, the man's recent actions had irrevocably marked him as an enemy. Thus, he deserved to perish. Just you? Juju's thumb pointed toward his pinky, having been struck down in such a manner for the first time in years. While it was partly due to his underestimation of the threat, it nevertheless ignited a profound anger within him. Nonsense. Juju recognized that this man, having arrived on an airship to apprehend Moira, possessed both status and strength. As he sensed the opponent's movements, he began to summon his internal power, preparing for a complete transformation to eliminate the threat aboard the airship. Suddenly, the blaring of police sirens pierced the air. Individuals inside the airship, you are surrounded. Exit with your hands on your heads. The principle that law enforcement would arrive 15 minutes after an incident seemed to have failed this time. Juju, on the verge of transformation, recoiled, realizing there were at least a dozen officers surrounding him. Should his transformation be exposed, he would likely become a high-priority target for the government, a consequence he sought to avoid. As anticipated, upon exiting the airship, Juju was greeted by a sight of numerous police vehicles, including standard patrol cars from the outer districts and hovering units from the city center, their blue and white bodies emblazoned with government insignia. Dozens of firearms were trained on his head. The battle was no longer feasible. Hey, it's not me causing trouble. I'm a government employee. This man thwarted my attempt to capture Moira, and now you're pointing guns at me? How does that look? Juju deliberately angled his order wristwatch toward the police squad, sensing a significant decrease in hostility. Indeed, this layer of identity often proved advantageous. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Where's everyone else? Come out. Qin Chengren stood at the forefront of the group, waiting for a response, yet only one individual emerged. He certainly noticed the markings on the airship, the logo of the Yuanfan Mechanical Group. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air as a long knife was flung from the airship. Juju sidestepped, grasping the hilt, the blade's tip touching the ground. Hey, this isn't over. I'll be back for you. The man in black, now seated in the airship, had shed his outerwear, revealing only a tight-fitting undershirt, showing no intention of exiting. I'm busy. When we meet again, ensure you bring a fee. Around 1 to 200,000 will suffice. It appears your identity is quite remarkable. They seem to be waiting for you to leave. Observing the seemingly frozen police squad, Juju's gaze shifted back to the Yuanfan emblem on the airship, instinctively furrowing his brow. Individuals inside the airship, step out. Only Qin Chengren, armed, approached. Sir, those are Yuanfan personnel. A nearby officer hastily intervened, fearing Qin was unaware of whom he had just addressed. Do I look blind? What of Yuanfan? They have no authority to apprehend our suspect. That violates federal law. Qin Chengren received an order from the Public Security Bureau to apprehend Mawala. However, upon arriving at the scene, he encountered an unexpected situation, compelling him to maintain order. After waiting for several moments, it became evident that the occupants of the airship had no intention of emerging, seemingly disregarding their presence. Let us go, the man in black stated to the pilot, showing no concern for the 2 bodies on the ground or the surrounding officers. The airship ascended once more, departing without so much as a farewell, completely ignoring the police. As he spoke the latter part of his sentence, a murderous intent tinged his tone. Although the earlier encounter had been an accident, he had suffered a hidden disadvantage during their initial skirmish. While he appeared unscathed, he bore some injuries, a source of profound humiliation for him. Yet, he would never concede defeat. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was confident he could have triumphed, had he not been interrupted by the throng of police. What had begun as a tranquil evening was now marred by the relentless rain and the arrival of multiple disturbances. When Juju finally descended, the police were tending to the bodies outside, while Qin Chengren awaited him nearby. 357, I require your cooperation in this investigation. So it is you. Qin Chengren had numerous inquiries for Juju and could not permit him to leave unchallenged. All right, but you'll need to wait a moment. A friend of mine is still nearby. Could we perhaps converse in a more comfortable setting? Surely, You wouldn't want me, a convalescent, to discuss matters in this downpour, Zhu Ju replied, extending his hands. He understood Qin Chengren's line of questioning pertained to Mawala and the individual from earlier. He perceived that this information could earn him a complimentary treatment, which he considered a fair exchange. I noticed a restaurant on the way here. How about we find a private room there? Is that your suggestion? Just as well. I didn't have enough for dinner. 20 minutes later, Zhu Ju, bandaged and surrounded by several empty plates, looked at Wang Dong and Qin Chengren, who were both staring at him in disbelief. I've never seen someone with a hole in their abdomen eat with such vigor. Is this your secret to overpowering Mawala to the point of fleeing? He inquired. And what about that peculiar creature in your arms, the one with 3 tails? I assure you, I'm not intoxicated. In truth, Zhu Ju was far from the ease he projected. A closer observation would reveal that he paused after every few bites, blinking incessantly. The lingering effects of his transformation were affecting his mental state, yet he had been diligently concealing this struggle. Fortunately, the duration of the transformation had been under a minute, remaining within tolerable limits. Chapter 77. The transaction that changed again and again. I mentioned that this is a peculiar little bobcat. It is not a monster. Have you ever seen such an adorable creature? Could it possibly be a descendant of the bobcat from Fondo Mountain? The case at Fondo Mountain was one he investigated alongside Li Jin, and while reviewing case information, he naturally took note of that extraordinary bobcat. You see, after I dealt with those monsters on the mountain, I found it. A bobcat with 3 tails. There are probably only 2 in this world. And Zhu Ju knows he can't just keep it. This is an immensely valuable research subject. I believe you should report it. Hey, officer, give me a chance. Don't be so ruthless. It won't do anyone any good. Since Zhu Ju summoned Feng Ling here, he clearly does not mind Qin Chengren seeing it. Feng Ling will inevitably grow, and he cannot walk around with a future 2-meter-long Feng Ling stuffed in his backpack. Otherwise, people might think he is hiding a corpse. Presenting it now is merely a way to gauge this government official's thoughts. What if I were to report its existence to the federal government? This creature, possessing the genes of a source of mental pollution, yet not devolving into a mad monster, would surely pique the government's interest. Qin Chengren did not cease this line of dialogue. Instead, he continued. You could try to snatch Feng Ling from beside me. Zhu Ju was indifferent to their intentions regarding Feng Ling. It is his pet now, and regardless of how it may change in the future, it is not up to others to advise him. The atmosphere at the dining table shifted abruptly. Qin Chengren furrowed his brow, not out of fear of Zhu Ju. If he were easily frightened by a few glances, he would not occupy his current position. Rather, he sensed a distinct disdain for the federal government in this man's words. To him, the authority of the government seemed non-existent. I have a solution that could satisfy both parties. It depends on your perspective. Zhu Ju thought. So this is what he was waiting for. If he did not wish to make an enemy, the best course of action would be to become friends. Recruiting him into the Public Security Bureau was Qin Chengren's true intention. On one hand, Zhu Ju's combat capability is undoubtedly impressive, having eradicated numerous mutants at Fondo Mountain. Coupled with his recent skirmishes, sufficiently demonstrates that his strength likely resides at AB grade or higher. Such talent is valuable wherever it may be, particularly in the current climate, where the government desperately needs combat personnel. On the other hand, although this individual seems to harbor no respect for the government, he similarly shows no fear towards the Yuanfan Machinery Group. His audacity to assault high-ranking members of that corporation in Yi City and to confront 2 of their subordinates directly signifies that collaboration between the 2 parties is unlikely. The Public Security Bureau currently lacks individuals like him. Reflecting on the officers who had been advising him earlier, it became clear that their hesitance was not due to incompetence or moral failure. Rather, they were naturally intimidated by the name Yuanfan Machinery Group. You protect me? Spare me. Previously, when they made a bold escape, few dared intervene. Frankly, I am quite curious why Yuanfan Machinery Group can act so brazenly without any consequences. Zhu Ju's perspective remains rooted in his era, believing that capital is constrained by politics. However, here, the reverse is true. Control? Of course they wish to exert control. But the issue lies in the fact that 60% of your weapons, uniforms, workplaces, and equipment come from sponsorship by Yuanfan Machinery Group. Among your superiors, 3 out of 10 were recommended by Yuanfan, and 3 more support them unconditionally. Of the remaining 4, 2 remain neutral, while only the last 2 ponder who should wield power. This is merely a metaphor, yet reality is not far removed from it. Qin Chengren's tone remained steady throughout. as if he were recounting a mundane occurrence or describing a situation already deemed commonplace in Yi City. TSK, 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 it sounds rather unsettling. But merely sounds that way. For Zhu Ju, the identities of those above him hold no sway. After all, he does not rely on them for his livelihood. He possesses sufficient skills to thrive anywhere. As for those who might vanish around a street corner or in a small park, should they encounter him, the fate of whom may vanish remains uncertain. You suggest I join the Public Security Bureau, so please provide me a compelling reason to do so. If I am not mistaken, when you capture monsters, it's always a collective effort, yielding no monetary reward, merely the accolades, correct? I can eliminate monsters on my own, collecting rewards amounting to hundreds of thousands, while you expect me to forego that in exchange for a monthly salary of over 10,000. Do I look like a fool to you? Zhu Ju regarded Qin Shengren with surprise. He had thought he wore his refusal on his sleeve, yet the man failed to perceive it. Furthermore, you do not believe I fear them seeking retribution, do you? Had you not intervened earlier, the Yuanfan personnel would likely be cold by now. This was indeed the case. Had the officers from the Public Security Bureau not interrupted, he was confident he could have crushed that cosplay enthusiast of the Matrix in a short time. Are you an outsider? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Shengren suddenly posed a question seemingly unrelated to the current discussion. By outsider, he did not merely refer to someone not from Yi City, but rather someone without significant ties here, friends or family. To some extent, you guessed correctly. But there is no reward. I have friends. Yet Gu Yinxing and Wu Tong hardly qualify as a threat compelling enough to make me abandon my resistance. As for others, the situation is even more pronounced. He is not merely an outsider. No wonder you hold that attitude. As the saying goes, those without burdens fear not those with them. Individuals like him, unencumbered and empowered, are the most formidable. For aside from their own lives, there is nothing that can restrain or, to put it bluntly, threaten them. If pushed to the brink, retaliation is not beyond the realm of possibility. In fact, I possess a truly mutually beneficial solution. Wang Dong, who had been mostly silent until now, interjected rather abruptly. Zhu Ju is currently a government employee, in a sense. He is in a collaborative relationship with the Public Security Bureau. However, due to his relatively low status, he is unable to access information from the Bureau. Wang Dong had previously discussed the hierarchy of government employees with Zhu Ju. Although Zhu Ju is now a level 1 informant and his promotion is swift, becoming an investigator remains somewhat challenging, not due to a lack of accomplishments, as his current pace would suffice within 6 months. The real obstacle lies in the government's evaluation process. Becoming an investigator represents an elevation from the informant role, transitioning from passively receiving orders to actively engaging in communication with the Public Security Bureau. The gap between these roles is self-evident. Consequently, to ensure the personal qualifications of investigators are sound, the Public Security Bureau maintains stringent standards in this regard. Wang Dong had to endure a 2-year delay to ascend to the rank of investigator. By bringing this matter to light, he aims to convey to Qin Shengren that recruiting Zhu Ju will require more than merely offering what appears to be a stable position. For Zhu Ju harbors no desire or ambition for such a role. In Wang Dong's perspective, Zhu Ju seeks nothing more than a substantial remuneration and a liberated working environment, while Qin Shengren desires the formidable and somewhat unreasonable combat prowess of the former. By appointing Zhu Ju as an investigator, he can assist him in passing the governmental assessment, thereby elevating Zhu Ju's authority to procure new equipment, and he would ultimately become a genuine extraneous personnel of the government, unlike those informants who could be discarded at any moment. Consequently, the Public Security Bureau naturally established a connection with Zhu Ju, as the saying goes, a token of appreciation for a gift. With this newfound relationship, whenever they encounter a formidable monster, they could rely on Zhu Ju for assistance, allowing him, as an extraneous investigator, to receive compensation. Though not full payment, it would still be considerable. That makes sense. I find his approach commendable. If you are willing to assist in upgrading my identity to that of an extraneous investigator, I am open to negotiation. Under the table, Zhu Ju discreetly gave Wang Dong a thumbs up. This was precisely the situation he desired. Although he possessed a fair amount of money, he was constrained by his limited authority, leaving him only able to gaze longingly at most items in the marketplace. Having funds, yet no means to spend them, was a source of considerable frustration for Zhu Ju. He contemplated whether to explore the black market, but soon realized he had no knowledge of its whereabouts. Regarding the governmental assessment, I cannot intervene. I am merely a level 3 executor. I have reviewed your records. It took you only a month to ascend from a level 3 informant to a level 1. You are still significantly lacking in the achievements required for the investigator role. This is not a datum to be disregarded. You must first fulfill the prerequisite of accomplishments before I can recommend you to the Public Security Bureau. I have several acquaintances who might assist in this regard. May I inquire about your educational background and family circumstances? These factors are crucial in the assessment. Qin Chengren was not attempting to pose difficulties for Zhu Ju. In truth, his capacity to assist was quite limited. Well, could we perhaps change the subject? He awkwardly shoved a few slices of beef into his mouth. Regarding those two aspects, no matter how capable Zhu Ju was, he could not alter them. Educational background? Just a month ago, Zhu Ju was in a state of utter rational disarray. What could one expect him to learn? Family background. The memories of his former self had been utterly obliterated by that creature, and he only discovered his name upon viewing his citizenship certificate. Judging by his living conditions at that time, it was evident he belonged to the lowest social strata. It seems there is no way forward. If you wish to enter the Public Security Bureau, I can facilitate an exceptional promotion as an executor and vouch for you. But the appointment of an extraneous investigator is beyond my purview. With that, the conversation appeared to reach a natural conclusion. Qin Chengren rose from his chair, preparing to settle the bill. What if I could present a sufficient number of achievements? Isn't the existence of government employees meant to assist the government? As you mentioned, exceptional promotions. Could that be a possibility? This is not merely an issue of achievements. The assessors will only consider whether your accomplishments meet the required standards. If I am not mistaken, the maximum achievement points from a level 1 informant to a level 3 investigator is 1,000. Once this threshold is reached, it becomes fixed. Only upon advancing to investigator will the point tally reset, and any surplus points will be converted into monetary compensation. Thus, the issue you mentioned does not exist. In simpler terms, if one cannot pass the investigator assessment, then regardless of how many achievement points Zhu Ju accumulates, they will be promptly converted into remuneration in his account. Then let me take a step back. What if I merely wish to gain access to marketplace privileges? Please do not misunderstand. My desire to become an extraneous investigator is not out of a wish to communicate with the Public Security Bureau. I have no interest in providing information on wanted criminals, as capturing a few fugitives pales in comparison to the rewards from slaying monsters. My aim for this identity is solely to avoid purchasing equipment in the black market. In truth, upon learning that validating his identity was a prerequisite to becoming an investigator, Zhu Ju had lost all hope. What he had always desired was merely the authority to make purchases. After all, if he were to venture into the black market, the prices for identical items could vary vastly. Simply enhancing his privileges, without becoming an investigator and foregoing the exclusive benefits afforded to investigators, would only open a few more avenues. This was not an unattainable goal. Chapter 78. Change of ownership of gravel. The products within the Order Watch originate from 3 mechanical conglomerates. Initially, when the Order Watch was first announced for public sale, there were no restrictions. As long as one possessed wealth, any level of equipment could be purchased outright. The current tiered permissions were subsequently instituted by the Public Security Bureau to prevent certain informants from collaborating with underground forces in an unrestricted manner, thereby acquiring new weapons at internal prices in bulk. While I could assist you with the elevation of your permissions, you must demonstrate a certain level of merit. Only then can I submit a request on your behalf, similar to the prior incident involving Fong Doshan. As an executive officer, even a level 3 executive can easily facilitate a level 1 informant as permissions, but a valid reason must be established. I am aware of the precise location of a living primordial entity. As Zhu Ju spoke, he subtly shifted his body, sensing something amiss. Wang Dong, who had just taken a sip of his drink, sputtered it out, barely managing to turn away to avoid spattering the dishes before Zhu Ju. You heard correctly. It is a source of mental pollution, a primordial entity I stumbled upon. I wish to inquire what kind of remuneration you could offer if I were to assist you in capturing it. The existence of the fish monster primordial entity had finally proved useful. This was the bargaining chip Zhu Ju had long considered. Previously probing the limits of the Public Security Bureau, the lake in Green Tree Park, in Zhu Ju's perspective, resembled his own fish pond, with the primordial entity within akin to his cultivated fish. Regardless of others' willingness, Zhu Ju was determined to sell it, and at a lucrative price. Provide me with the location, and your permissions can be activated tonight. Qin Chengren held no doubts about Zhu Ju's intentions, promptly affirming his stance. Any primordial entity is of immense value to the federal government. No, 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 you misunderstand. This is my discovery. Previously, I could not eliminate it and had to hide it. Although my strength remains somewhat lacking, it is merely a monster that generally does not wander. Previously, I lacked the opportunity. Now, with adequate funding and specific tools, the chance to eliminate it is not impossible. Why should I disclose its location to you? I wish to know what price you can offer for this primordial entity, including the activation of permissions. After patting his bulging belly and tearing strips of muscle to feed to Feng Ling, Zhu Zhu reclined, feeling like the master of the situation. You underestimate the importance of a primordial entity. If we know its fixed location, eliminating it on-site is merely the second option. We can prepare thoroughly for its live capture. The research value of a living primordial entity is incomparable to that of a deceased one. I was unaware previously, but now I understand. Living monsters are indeed more valuable. To be frank, my price has risen. You must consider carefully what you can offer in exchange. Or I may choose to keep this information to myself or share it with those who desire it even more. Zhu Zhu was oblivious to the fact that there were actually two price tiers for these monsters. He had always eliminated them and extracted the flesh from their skulls, intending to resolve the fish monster primordial entity in the same manner. Not a problem. As long as you provide us with the information, feel free to name your price. The federal government is willing to pay far beyond your imagination for a primordial entity. Qin Shengren was unconcerned by Zhu Zhu's attempt to inflate the price. He was merely an executive officer, and the compensation was not his responsibility. Then allow me to present my conditions. First, resolve Feng Ling's issue for me. Acquiring a protected animal breeding certificate should not be difficult. Additionally, the order watch I currently possess has undergone some minor modifications. As I cannot undergo surgery to implant an electronic brain, you must procure a new watch for me, one that is registered under a legitimate identity. Password or fingerprint activation will suffice. I only desire the marketplace function. With a living primordial entity as a prerequisite, certain special matters can naturally be brought to the table. The certificate is manageable, but your order watch, well, you cannot become an investigator. As an informant, merely utilizing the marketplace function is not an issue. It is akin to discovering a 100 yuan note on a bus seat with the price of acquisition being only 2 yuan for the ticket. Secondly, I require payment. The reward for the deceased humanoid rat primordial entity was 500,000. This living fish monster primordial entity should fetch at least 3 to 4 times that amount. Indeed, Zhu Zhu was making a bold demand, fully aware that selling a mere piece of information for 2 million was unrealistic. This I cannot guarantee. I must consult the Public Security Bureau. We will provide you with a reasonable offer, though 2 million is certainly out of the question. However, around 1 million might be possible, considering you are only providing information. In truth, if it were an ordinary person, the Public Security Bureau would struggle to offer even 200,000 as a reward. However, since Zhu Zhu could resolve the primordial entity himself, if they did not provide a satisfactory price, he might discreetly eliminate it and sell it on the black market. Even a dead one could potentially fetch 2 million. The third condition was an impromptu addition. Zhu Zhu had a decent first impression of Qin Shengren. The latter's bold reprimand of individuals from the Yuanfan Mechanical Group indicated he likely adhered to principles. Trading with such a person was preferable to dealing with the negotiators sent by the Public Security Bureau, as it ensured he would not be subjected to underhanded tactics. 3 conditions were all he proposed, and the third was not truly a condition. The first 2 were matters the Public Security Bureau could readily fulfill. Zhu Zhu understood the importance of knowing when to stop. The first 2 conditions were what he needed most, resolving his and Feng Ling's identity issues. Acquiring a substantial sum of money and unlocking permission levels was sufficient for him. After all, as Qin Shengren stated, he was merely providing information. With a clear understanding of the negotiations, Qin Shengren settled the account before departing, leaving Zhu Zhu and Wang Dong behind. The latter did not linger long. Having called Zhu Zhu for this meeting, but ultimately participating in nothing, becoming merely an observer. At least he had gained something from this. He no longer owed Zhu Zhu the money. In the end, only Zhu Zhu remained, continuing to eat from the plate before him, watching as the door to the private room closed, at which point he halted his actions. Leaning back in his chair, he furrowed his brow. It was not that Zhu Zhu wished to stay. Rather, the strange movement of the gravel within him greatly concerned him. This gravel had entered his body through Mavala's sand snake, initially consuming his flesh and blood. However, after Mavala's escape, The gravel, having lost control, had come to a standstill within him. Yet, his body was not a mere glass vessel. It could not hold whatever it wished. The embedding of copious gravel within his flesh, that sounded lethal. Zhu Ju did not disclose this matter to Wang Dong or Qin Chengren. His initial intention was to end the conversation and rush to the hospital, regardless of the cost, to ensure the gravel was extracted. However, as he continued consuming food, his digestive functions activated completely, leading to new changes in his condition. While digesting the food, it seemed his stomach also stimulated his body, beginning to absorb some energy. This state resembles the transformation he underwent after consuming the flesh of a monster, as his body's absorption capacity is extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhu Ju realizes that the gravel within him seems to be digesting in tandem with his flesh and blood. Do not misunderstand. This digestion does not imply that his flesh has swallowed the gravel. That is an impossibility. No matter how formidable his absorption abilities may be, it is inconceivable for him to digest these inanimate objects. What he truly absorbs is a certain force that was originally attached to the gravel. They possess the ability to move independently, harboring some form of energy or consciousness within. Encountering Zhu Ju is indeed unfortunate for them. Initially, they were forcibly suppressed by the will and powerful physique of Zhu Ju's transformed bear-like form. Just as they managed to break free from their mutation, the one who could control them fled, leaving them without a commander and thus immobilized. The consequences of being unable to act on another's territory can be dire. Zhu Ju's body can consume the powers of monsters and claim them for himself, and this occasion is no exception. After sitting for nearly half an hour, intermittently eating to keep his digestive capabilities fully engaged, Zhu Ju's upper body begins to tremble uncontrollably while he continues to stuff chicken legs into his mouth. His left palm rests upon the table, his right hand still engaged in the act of eating. Initially, a small area at the center of his knuckles turns yellow. Gradually, this yellow hue expands until his entire hand exhibits an earthy yellow texture. He chuckles softly, struggling to contain his laughter but ultimately succumbing, raising his hand before his eyes. Reclining back, his gaze roaming over the food on the table, finally settling on the platter of beef. The original consciousness has been erased, replaced by Zhu Ju's own will. These gravel particles now heed his command, setting down his chopsticks and leaving the restaurant. As he reaches the entrance, Zhu Ju stands there, calling out to the sand scorpion through his Bluetooth headset, glancing down at his palm, where the yellow hue is gradually fading, merging into the flesh of his hand. Outside, the rain has ceased and transformed into swirling snowflakes. The first snowfall in Yi City has finally arrived. Initially, his pursuit of Marvera was for the bounty. Now, however, a more valuable objective has emerged, and Zhu Ju is determined to seize it. The sand scorpion autonomously drives up to him from the side of the street, and donning his helmet, he ventures into the snow. Meanwhile, in a certain area outside Yi City, someone continues to pound against the walls of an alleyway to vent their pent-up frustrations. Damn it, that bastard, that scoundrel. How could he take my treasure? Why? I endured so much suffering to possess that treasure. How could he snatch it away so effortlessly? With his forehead pressed against the wall, snowflakes settle upon Marvara's head, and before long, tears stream down his face. He weeps like a child whose beloved possession has been stolen, not because his heart is particularly fragile or sentimental, but rather due to a diminishing capacity to control his emotions. He appears quite pitiable, yet the sand snake extending from his hand still feasts voraciously upon the fresh corpse nearby. The sand snake, devouring flesh and blood, suddenly becomes a closer kin than any other existence in his eyes, a phenomenon that was previously unimaginable. Marvara's pupils, now distorted and unfocused, reveal a waning grasp on his sanity. The sand snake, engaged in its meal, suddenly lifts its head and turns toward the left side of the alley. Who is there? Come out. Rising from the wall, his eyes are filled with a predatory madness. I am merely someone like you, out here searching for food for my child. Sir, it seems you have encountered some misfortune. Do you require my assistance? A figure clad in a heavy robe emerges from the opposite side, their face obscured by the shadow of a wide hood. Behind them, two bipedal creatures, leaning forward with skin resembling rubber, appear more akin to dogs than humans. A mere glance is enough to instill a sense of revulsion. Chapter 79. Guests to entertain in the primary research chamber of Luohua Pharmaceuticals. Shinohara Yuji scrutinized the data displayed on the virtual screen before him. As the chief researcher of Luohua Pharmaceuticals, he was the first to receive the processed intelligence freshly obtained from the government. He had anticipated a groundbreaking discovery. The government's approach to merging human and monster DNA was fundamentally flawed. They focused solely on how the human body could integrate with the monster's genes, neglecting the psychological ramifications that would ensue once human bodies exhibited signs of monstrous life. The experimental subjects they had identified were inherently problematic, making it impossible for them to uncover the true method of evolution. How much longer must I wait for you? Even the government occasionally receives new experimental materials, while I am left to rely on mere fantasies and simulated data for my experiments. The progress of my research is at a critical standstill. This is no longer a theoretical issue, but a pressing necessity for the evolution of the original body to facilitate the next phase of the project. Otherwise, everything is but idle talk. Yet these people have yet to procure this most crucial element. It is utterly exasperating. Dr. Shinohara, there is abnormal activity in the experimental subject of Laboratory 3. An urgent message arrived from a researcher. What? It has awakened? The unexpected change occurred today, of all days. A group hastily made their way from the main research chamber to Laboratory 3. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a massive transparent experimental pod at the center, containing a swirling mass of yellow sand, nearly 3 cubic meters in volume, violently colliding against the walls of the pod. This entity possessed independent consciousness, a fact the researchers at Luohua Pharmaceuticals had long acknowledged. However, such a state had never been observed before. What has caused this condition? What stimuli have you applied to it? Shinohara inquired of the head of Laboratory 3. It had remained dormant until today, suddenly exhibiting such intense activity. There had to be a specific reason behind it. As the lead on the yellow sand experimental subject, he understood its significance well, and this abrupt change was indeed unexpected. Could it be that its previous sluggishness was a factor? Perhaps the earlier experiments had stimulated it, and it was only now responding? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Regardless of the cause of its awakening, it was a positive development, indicating that the experiment could proceed. The effects observed in Mavala, akin to the yellow sand parasite, were sufficient to demonstrate that such an existence could indeed split and be independently enhanced. I assign you the task of isolating a portion of the yellow sand parasite within the shortest possible time frame and commencing biological experiments. I must understand the reasons behind Mavala's acquisition of this power and his ability to control it in combat. Indeed, within this experimental pod resided the extraordinary entities rumored to extend human lifespan. Compared to the mutable parasite within Mavala, this mass, though immense, had shown no signs of activity until today. In the eyes of the researchers at Luohua Pharmaceuticals, if they could control and thoroughly study this enigmatic parasite, they might achieve monumental success. Yet, could Mavala truly control the portion of the yellow sand parasite residing within him? At least, the Mavala seated across from another person in a dimly lit room did not believe so. Creaking sounds of flesh being devoured echoed nearby. In the shadows of the unlit room, 2 monsters feasted heartily, while the sand snake in Mavala's hand also consumed its share. This was the top floor of a residential building in the outer district, a temporary stronghold they had hastily secured. The previous occupant had laid everything bare to accommodate his unwelcome guests. Yes, seated across from Mavala was the individual he had encountered in the alley. With long, flowing golden hair, sunken eye sockets, and a prominent nose, the light from a fish tank equipped with blue neon lights cast a diagonal glow across his face. He was currently gazing out at the snowy landscape beyond the window. Mr. Ma, I refer to absolute control, not a mere partnership or dependency. Do you wish to obtain this method? The man's fingers snapped, and the 2 monsters, which had been feasting moments prior, crawled to his feet, their heads resting submissively at his feet. This was an unequivocal display of obedience. Having recently lost a part of their physical form, they required substantial nourishment, rendering them uncontrollable at this moment. Their relationship resembled that of a person and their pet to a certain extent. Mavala, with the sand particles clinging to his hands, sought targets to eliminate and consume their flesh and blood. In return, during combat, these particles would heed his commands, aiding him in slaying foes and even repairing or augmenting his body. The transformation into a fish-like monster was a prime example, albeit at the cost of his sanity nearing collapse. However, this did not imply that the sand particles would obey his commands without question. Even the most domesticated pets retain their instincts, let alone such a peculiar existence as the sand particles. Did he wish to control the sand particles? Undoubtedly. He yearned for it intensely. The dilemma lay in the fact that even the current relationship had been forged at the cost of his life, leaving him uncertain of how to command such a unique entity. Consequently, when he discovered that Juju had evaded the sand snake's predation and severed his control, he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Now, this man before him claimed to offer him the opportunity to fully command the sand particles, and without hesitation, he had followed him to this place. What must I do to achieve your level of control? First, you must extinguish its will, then imbue it with your own. Humph. Do you think I am unaware of such methods? But how could a human possibly accomplish that? Mavala dismissed the notion as absurd. Little did he know that others had succeeded, and surprisingly so. This is not something you need to worry about. If I say it can be done, it certainly can, provided you are willing to exert the necessary effort to achieve such results. The individual before him was not part of his original plan. Yet his current condition and innate abilities presented an opportunity for Mavala to gain control over him, a being whose sanity was on the brink of collapse, yet possessed an extraordinary obsession with a particular matter. What could be more useful than someone like that? Take everything besides my life and that of the sand particles. You may have it. Mavala's thoughts were limited. He had placed all his hopes upon the sand particles. Here as to a fruitful collaboration. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lucas Keene. The man stood, extending his hand towards Mavala, who reciprocated the gesture. Strangely, the sand particles recoiled from Lucas's hand before contact, causing Mavala's eyes to narrow. He could sense the emotional state of the sand particles. What do you wish for me to do? A simple task. Kill. Lucas spoke of this with casual ease. Whom shall I kill? There is no specific target. What you must do is kill, regardless of age or stature. Be they elderly or infants, tall or short, as long as they are human, it is acceptable. No target. What is the purpose of this? Even Mavala, despite his propensity for indiscriminate slaughter, had no particular inclination to seek out victims. It is needless to mention such senseless slaughter. What do most people fear the most, Mr. Ma? And what do you fear? Lucas suddenly rose from his chair and walked to the window, gazing at the scene of the outer district in the dead of night. Snowflakes continued to fall gracefully. Twinkling lights adorned the area, and his silhouette was cast against the glass. Of course, it is death. This is an irrefutable truth. Every living being instinctively resists death. Those who claim to fear not death have merely subdued their bodily instincts with formidable willpower. Indeed, everyone fears death, which is precisely why I shall bring them death, for this terror that emanates from the depths of one's being drives one to madness. However, the death of one person, or even two or three, does not evoke such fear, for it is the demise of others, unrelated to oneself. Thus, it is disregarded. I need you to use slaughter to convey to the people of this outer district that death may descend upon them at any moment, and I require those corpses. I need this fear to accomplish an unprecedented endeavor. I yearn for a magnificent existence, even if it is merely a glimpse within a dream. Yet it still grants me strength. I wish to invite it here. There must be something to offer, do you not think? Lucas's gaze swept over the densely packed residential buildings around him. He had already conceived what to offer, but it merely required time to prepare. If one were to speak frankly, he only knew that the guest he wished to entertain was likely extraordinary. On the other side, Qin Shengren, having concluded his conversation with Juju, promptly contacted the chief of police within the Public Security Bureau using his order wristwatch. A level 1 inspector, whom he regarded as neutral and also the one who had promoted him, was a person he owed a debt of gratitude. According to the inspector, many level 1 inspectors within the Bureau had personal agendas, and such information must not be disclosed to others until it was properly arranged. Qin Shengren acknowledged this, and the two soon met within the Public Security Bureau. He first reported the content of his negotiations with Juju to the inspector, then waited for further instructions. Please, take a seat. Our relationship is not bound by many formalities. You have performed exceptionally well this time. If the intelligence regarding the source of mental pollution is accurate, this will indeed be a significant achievement. Your current position might even warrant a promotion. Dong Faping clasped his hands on the table, a barely concealed joy illuminating his face. Noticing that Qin Shengren remained standing, he urged him to sit down. This enthusiasm seemed a tad excessive. It should be noted that the discovery of the source was indeed a considerable accomplishment. But the individual before him was one of the few level 1 inspectors in the Bureau. An elevation in rank would lead to the level of deputy director. which could not simply be attained through a single source. Those conditions, no problem, as long as the source truly exists. It's just a bobcat. Let him keep it. The authority of the Order wristwatch is already configured here, enabling it is not a challenge. His ability to provide this information proves his usefulness to the Public Security Bureau, making an exception this once is feasible, but the remuneration of 2 million is excessive. I suspect that was merely a figure he tossed out casually. Today, Inspector Dong seemed particularly agreeable. Qin Shengren had anticipated he would need additional time to ponder. I believe his psychological price point should be around 1 million. Then offer him 1 million, but do not inform him immediately. Contact him again tomorrow morning and state that this is the result of your reasoned negotiation. The response was swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Understood. I will take my leave. Wait, Chungrun, aside from you and me, do not disclose this matter to other Level 1 inspectors, understood? This is a significant achievement. I intend to approach the director personally regarding it. Rest assured, I will not neglect you. You are aware of the current situation. Most other inspectors have backing. And the influence of Yuanfan Machinery Group over the Public Security Bureau is increasingly severe. This is a venue for upholding justice. It must not be tainted by money. His expression suddenly turned grave. You need not worry. I will not inform anyone else. That is good. Now go attend to your duties. He supported his forehead with one hand, seemingly troubled by the corruption gradually encroaching upon the judiciary. However, the moment Qin Chengren exited the office and closed the door, Dong Feiping swiftly opened the password box to his right, retrieving a phone that had evidently been specially treated, dialing the sole number stored within. I found it. A living source. As for the price, 3 million, are you joking? This is alive, do you comprehend? 5 million. If you cannot meet this amount, I will contact Yuanfan Machinery. They would surely be interested. Now that's more like it. By the way, the informant regarding the living source demanded 150,000 for the information. No problem. Grant me 5 days. Cash on delivery. Let us proceed thus, goodbye. As he hung up the phone, Dong Feiping clapped his hands on the armrests of his chair, springing up from his seat. Number 1. Play a rousing and passionate song. 5 million. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. He swayed his hips in rhythm with the music. When it comes to flamboyance, who in the Public Security Bureau can rival him? Chapter 80. The Unspeakable Series 2. Shadows in the Mountains. The first snowfall in Yi City fell intermittently for 2 days, coinciding with the weekend. Upon opening her laptop, she noticed that the chatroom on Talk was still active, populated by a few others who had ventured to Fondo Mountain. They had maintained contact over the past few days, offering each other solace to alleviate the lingering emotions within. Noticing the lack of new messages, she rose to freshen up. Upon her return, she discovered a flurry of messages on the screen. Sue, what are you sending? Quick, watch this video that just came out. The creature in it is exactly what we encountered on Fondo Mountain. Glancing at the video title, Unspeakable Creatures Series 2, Shadows in the Mountains, she recalled that she had seen the first installment, which was terrifying. Are you not afraid of scaring yourself by watching this? Others in the chatroom chimed in. You'll understand once you watch it. The content depicts those monsters from Fondo Mountain. Remember Xiao Wei? She appears in it too. This message jolted Han Jia from her stupor. She clicked on the link and hurried to retrieve her holographic device from a nearby cabinet. Paid viewing. Upon opening the video, darkness engulfed the screen, which gradually illuminated to reveal towering peaks and vibrant red maple forests. Fondo Mountain, she murmured to herself, as these images had haunted her dreams in recent days. As dusk approached and shadows enveloped the mountains, her body began to tremble, even before the monsters appeared. Her eyes widened as the familiar campsite emerged, the campfire flickering, the backpack strewn about, and that terrifying figure. In fact, an initial edited version had existed. Zhu Ju had recorded them, but when he showed it to He, she claimed it infringed upon the privacy of others involved. If they pursued the matter, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Wu Tong re-edited the footage, removing all content pertaining to ordinary individuals. Gripping the device tightly, she hesitated to stop, recalling that she had watched the first installment of the Unspeakable series. If memory served her correctly, the theme revolved around monstrous confrontations. She yearned to witness that scene. Sure enough, not long after, the video began to jolt violently, as if plummeting from the sky, revealing a winged beast before her. The ensuing carnage of blood and flesh splattering was relentless. As the subject of this video, Han Jia did not scream. Instead, she clenched her fists. She had endured this horror and was now tormented by it. The relentless violence unfolding on screen provided her with a cathartic sense of exhilaration, a destruction of terror. Many fear ghosts, not merely for the terror they evoke, but for their uncanny abilities. Yet, if one day those ghosts were to be mercilessly slain before one's eyes, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, while donning holographic projection gear, would one still harbor fear? At the very least, Han Jia derived confidence from conquering her fears, thus persevering to watch the video in its entirety. She glanced back at the chat room, where it seemed the others had also finished watching the video and were fervently discussing. Remember the police who arrived that night after the incident? I am certain I didn't hear gunfire on the mountain when I left, indicating that no battle broke out. This video is far from fictitious. It is very real. Are you implying that the person in the video who slayed the monsters like they were mere clay figures is also real? Of course. While the monsters in the video were enhanced with special effects, we know they truly exist. Could that individual have persuaded those monsters to cooperate in this performance? As Han Jia observed their conversation, her mind conjured the image of the person she had seen on the mountain that night, carrying a backpack and a long, rectangular wooden box. Minimizing the talk chat room, she directly sought information on the so-called abnormal studio on the Junta website. There were no photographs of anyone. The studio lacked any introduction, only displaying basic information. Yet, upon further searching, she stumbled upon a forum they had created, which appeared to be buzzing with activity. Posts had hundreds or even thousands of comments, and she quickly discovered threads discussing the authenticity of the video. The original posters seemed to be from Yi City, sharing news briefings about the events at Fondo Mountain that had transpired a few days prior, along with photographs almost identical to those in the video. The ensuing discussions were fervent. Han Jia refrained from commenting, instead messaging the forum administrator, hoping to establish contact. The rationale was simple. There were too many individuals attempting to reach Wu Tong through the forum, Yuntu, or other channels. Email 99. I'm overwhelmed. If this continues, should we recruit a few more people? The volume of emails is excessive. Perhaps you could share your email too? Wu Tong sat in a chair, scratching his head incessantly. After the release of the second video that morning, his inbox had exploded. The content he viewed just a moment ago vanished in a sea of emails with a mere refresh. Can't you create another email? If someone wants to sponsor or for any official matters, let them use that one and set conditions to filter out ordinary emails. Do you know where I can find some teething sticks? Feng Ling's teeth are sharp and growing quickly. Zhu Ju, already clad in a fleece hoodie, sprawled on the studio couch, enjoying the air conditioning. Snow had been falling intermittently for days, and his rooftop was now entirely blanketed. He didn't want to spend time cleaning it, planning to wait for the sun to melt the snow. Thus, he had arrived at the studio early today. Feng Ling gnawed incessantly on his fingers, and Zhu Ju couldn't shake the feeling that she had grown significantly larger, her teeth sharper, causing a slight pain even in his fingers. As the video was released today, Zhu Ju hadn't paid much attention, trusting Wu Tong to handle it. His focus was on a transaction and a peculiar life form he had dubbed Quicksand from the night before. Qin Chengren had agreed to his terms, but he insisted that the Public Security Bureau must see the original specimen before the transaction could officially commence. Thus, he promised to take them to Green Tree Park today. On the Marauder front, Wang Dong was still pursuing the investigation. Zhu Ju had promised him half the bounty once he captured Marauder. All he needed to do was help him locate Marauder. Unconscious, I plan to call Qing Lian over. What do you think? Her ability to process information far surpasses mine. Looking at this mound of emails gives me a headache. Perhaps having her around would be beneficial. Does he not have school? Facing those familiar old objects daily, she didn't wish to drown in sorrow all the time, so she intended to change her environment. I have no objections. Though this place is small, it can accommodate 3 people. Zhu Ju held some faith in He's abilities. Wu Tong's suggestion to bring her in implied a desire to groom her as a formal employee, which he didn't mind. Had I known, I should have rented a larger space from the beginning. If you're willing to move to the city center, I might find a studio there that would be infinitely better than this one. While contacting He to send her the location of the studio, Wu Tong turned to Zhu Ju and remarked, "Now I have to wake up early and drive for an hour to get here every day. It was manageable before, but with winter setting in and the cold outside, it has become quite a hassle. Recently, I have been persistently urging you to move to the city center of Yi City." "Really? You've agreed?" Zhu Ju replied, surprised. "Weren't you adamant about not moving before?" The two had deliberated on this matter several times, each discussion concluding with Zhu Ju's stubborn refusal. Yet now, his agreement came swiftly. The reason behind Zhu Ju's change of heart was simple. After visiting the Central District once, he had developed a rudimentary understanding of the area and had to admit that the old Eastern District was indeed lacking. With Gu Yinxing having moved away recently, he saw no reason to remain in his current residence. One must not neglect oneself, right? Help me find a place to stay, no rush. But the housing prices in the city center are likely quite steep, aren't they? Renting is fine, as long as it is comfortable. When I have enough money, I will consider buying. Zhu Ju wasn't lacking in funds. According to their agreement, he was set to receive $1 million from the government. Including his current savings and the anticipated revenue from the unnameable series, his account balance would soon reach $3 million. If he were to invest all of it in a property, living alone would allow him to acquire something quite splendid. However, with the permissions on his order watch about to increase, he also intended to purchase new equipment and weapons, which would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. Thus, he preferred to save up for now. Renting is fine? Then you need not worry. I can certainly help you find a satisfactory place, Wu Tong said. Wake up and come take a look. She beckoned Zhu Ju as if she had discovered something new. I'm trapped on the sofa. Just tell me what you found. He replied, absent-mindedly fiddling with the wind chimes bells while glancing at Wu Tong's computer, where she seemed to be browsing their forum. Someone has discovered that the videos we filmed are, in fact, real events. They posted on our forum, demanding an explanation. The number of comments now, 50,000? Isn't that outrageous? The popularity of the top video on the YouTube video sharing site was no laughing matter, and the unnameable series was indeed of high quality. After all, the monsters were real. How could it not be? The video withstood external scrutiny and criticism, leading to its soaring popularity. With more viewers, it was hardly surprising that someone nearby would recognize them online. So what if they recognize us? If we don't speak of it, can they approach the Public Security Bureau for verification? Besides, even if they did, would it affect us? Zhu Ju mused. The content of this video does not violate any laws. In my view, regardless of what they say, we have already brokered a deal with the Public Security Bureau. As long as they don't cause trouble, we are in the clear. That is true. Even if it is discovered to be real, it might not be a bad thing. Perhaps it could even generate some additional buzz for us? Wu Tong suggested. No, we cannot disclose anything. Make sure to inform He Yi as well. Our three voices must be consistent. This is all fake, merely special effects. We must absolutely not admit to anything. Trust me, doing so will undoubtedly bring a multitude of troubles upon us. What others say and what we say are two different matters. No matter how much evidence the outside world presents, it remains mere rumor. Most people are simply entertained by the spectacle, seeking something to gossip about, and do not genuinely care about the truth. Once Wu Tong makes a statement, the situation transforms entirely. Regardless of the spiritual contamination source being a state secret, the media will undoubtedly come knocking. Do you have evidence that the monsters in the video are real? Does the government have no countermeasures against such creatures? Who is the person who killed the monster in the video, and why do they possess such abilities? Questions like these would inevitably arise, and at that point, a simple no comment would not suffice. Public opinion would thrust them into the spotlight. All right, forget I said anything. This is not the time to discuss such matters. After hearing Zhu Ju's explanation, Wu Tong quickly dismissed the thought. However, one cannot hide a fire indefinitely. It is merely a matter of when it will blaze forth. Chapter 81. The Guy Greetings, I am Li Qinglian. With a suitcase in tow and a hint of trepidation, Li Qinglian stepped into the studio, immediately bowing at a 90-degree angle. Upon raising her head, however, she was met with an empty room. To her left, a cluster of computer equipment lay scattered, while to her right stood a comfortable sofa accompanied by a low table, littered with open snack packages and a few unopened bottles of beverages. The sound of flushing echoed from the restroom. How did you arrive so quickly? Wu Tong emerged hurriedly from the restroom, having only sent her the studio's address an hour prior. Glancing at the disarray on the sofa and table, he forced a smile and added, Don't misunderstand. This mess isn't mine. It's from Wuxing and his cat. He has a habit of being disorderly. Unbeknownst to her, merely 3 minutes earlier, he had been indulging in various snacks while watching a recent film with Zhu Ju, leading him to rush to the restroom to alleviate his overindulgence. Was Wuxing here just now? Li Qinglian inquired, surveying the room, as she had not seen anyone else upon her entrance. He was here a moment ago, but he has likely left by now. The Public Security Bureau summoned him for a matter concerning the original entity, Wu Tong explained. The urgency from the Bureau regarding the original entity was palpable. fearing that Zhu Ju might suddenly retract his agreement and halt the transaction. Consequently, after Qin Shengren communicated the deal to Zhu Ju yesterday morning, preparations for various equipment commenced swiftly. This was not merely the apprehension of a common criminal. They were confronting a genuine source of mental contamination, the destructive potential of which was not to be underestimated. Moreover, this time they were taking the initiative, intending to capture the creature with knowledge of its whereabouts. Should they provoke it and fail to contain its actions, it would ultimately be the Public Security Bureau bearing the consequences. After a full day and night of preparation, Qin Shengren reached out to Zhu Ju again this morning, confirming the continuation of their transaction. The rendezvous point was set for the east gate of Green Tree Park. Zhu Ju, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a weapon case in hand, observed the bustling crowd on the street, occasionally glancing at a distant figure clad in a thick down jacket. For reasons unknown, he possessed an extraordinary tolerance for the cold. While Wu Tong was bundled up like a rice dumpling, he found comfort in merely a fleece-lined hoodie layered over a long-sleeved shirt. After a while, in a fit of restlessness, Zhu Ju began to peel the bark from a nearby camphor tree, while Fengling mimicked his actions, sharpening its claws. Two black vans came to a halt in front of him, and the first to disembark was Qin Shengren. "Hey, get your facts straight. You're the ones who need me to guide you, not the other way around. Do you think it's enjoyable for me to stand here in the cold?" he remarked. "Apologies, the final equipment checks and changes took longer than expected. Where's the creature?" Qin Shengren replied, glancing back at the two vans which housed several individuals. Zhu Ju estimated around 5 people in total, indicating a group of about 10. "You'll need to coordinate with the staff if you intend to drive into the protected area of Green Tree Park," Zhu Ju advised. "Understood. Yanmu, take your team to inform the park's management and request an immediate evacuation of the visitors. At this hour, there shouldn't be too many people, so it should be manageable. All right, leave it to me." As individuals exited the van, 2 men and a woman, they headed straight for Green Tree Park. "How many personnel did you bring? That creature's combat capability is no joke. An ordinary person might not withstand a single strike from it." While they communicated with the park staff, Zhu Ju casually initiated a conversation to pass the time. "My elite team is all here, 12 in total, excluding 5 first-level investigators. We have 2 third-level operatives, 2 third-level inspectors, and 1 second-level operative and inspector each. What is your plan for dealing with that creature? Surely, you don't intend to confront it head-on?" Zhu Ju asked, feigning ignorance about the ranks of inspectors and operatives, genuinely curious about their strategy. "Are you referring to the deep diver? After all, it's an original entity. The Public Security Bureau possesses scan information on original entities, and this particular one is the first discovered in Anqing. Thus, we've procured the best available capture equipment under current conditions, which should prove effective." The Public Security Bureau had engaged with these monsters on numerous occasions, having eliminated quite a few deep diver mutants, yet original entities remained exceedingly rare. Crafting a comprehensive response plan on short notice was impractical, so they opted to upgrade equipment originally designed for combating deep diver mutants. The similarities between mutants and original entities were numerous, making this approach the best immediate choice. "Deep diver? Is that the creature depicted in the photos you sent us?" According to the Bureau's internal records, it is classified as the known mental contamination source number 3. Oh, he mentally noted this name, relieved he no longer needed to refer to it as the fish monster. "Are you the one who discovered the traces of the original entity?" A burly man approached after exiting the vehicle and continued, "I am Gao 1, a second-level operative of the Public Security Bureau. I appreciate your willingness to share this information with the government. Had you sold it to Yuan Fan or Luo Hua, we wouldn't have had the opportunity to claim this credit." He spoke without reservation, patting Qin Shengren on the back, indicating a congenial relationship. Such statements should not be made publicly. If overheard, it could yield unfavorable repercussions. Qin Shengren cautioned in a hushed tone. Currently, the government maintains a facade of harmony with Yuanfan Technologies and Luohua Pharmaceuticals. But why worry? After all, we're all on the same side here. His role as an operative rather than an inspector warranted a level of confidence. Don't be foolish and attract trouble for our team. The turmoil within the Public Security Bureau due to the power struggle between Yuanfan and Luohua for control of the judicial institutions is already chaotic enough. This remark came from a tall, striking woman clad in a black trench coat, her golden hair framing piercing blue eyes. Leaning against the vehicle, her slender fingers held a cigarette, wisps of smoke curling around her cheeks. This is our team leader, aside from Inspector Dong, a second-level inspector, Verabosi, who is overseeing this operation. We already communicated with them. They decided to close the park, publicly claiming it is for snow removal. In such situations, the orders from the Public Security Bureau retained significant weight. As they would need to conceal their identities upon entry, Zhu Ju joined Qin Shengren in the vehicle. The route I previously took involved climbing over barbed wire. Your vehicle likely won't make it through. Do you have a map of Green Tree Park? Seated in the passenger seat, Zhu Ju scrutinized the individuals in the back. Some were manipulating images on virtual screens, others were checking their mental protection devices, while a few observed him through the rearview mirror. Are you all here on a mission, yet brought family along? Zhu Ju noted a girl with ear-length hair, appearing no older than a teenager, seated in the last row. Qin Shengren had mentioned 5 first-level investigators, leading Zhu Ju to expect rugged, hardened individuals. Yet this girl exuded a harmless demeanor, prompting him to wonder if she was perhaps the daughter or girlfriend of someone present. Family? How is this possible? This is a confidential mission, and these matters are... Wait, hush. Let us cease this discussion. Some things must remain unsaid. Qin Shengren initially looked at Zhu Ju in astonishment, then followed his gaze to the girl in the back seat. His expression stiffened, and he hurriedly whispered. However, his earlier words were not spoken in a subdued tone. What is happening? Why does it feel like the temperature in the car has suddenly dropped? Isn't the air conditioning on? He placed his hand near the car's air conditioning vents, still feeling warm air blowing out. Behind him, the girl referred to as a family member wore a sullen expression, while several others straightened their postures, fearful of being caught in a blunder, casting resentful glances at the primary informant in front of them. Why bring this up? This is taboo. At that moment, Zhu Ju sensed an almost palpable gaze lingering on the back of his head, and upon noticing Qin Shengren beside him discreetly signaling, he realized he had misspoken and awkwardly fell silent, focusing on directing the Public Security Bureau personnel. Using the internal map provided by the staff, the 2 vehicles entered the protected area as forest through a side passage, stopping after approximately 200 meters. Why have we halted here? The lake is still about a kilometer away. Naturally, it is to avoid alarming the deep diver prematurely. We need to set traps and capture devices without letting it notice us. Qin Shengren opened the car door and glanced back at the others, instructing them to disembark. Zhu Ju folded the map and followed suit. The crunch of snow underfoot echoed in the untouched snowy area, some drifts barely reaching his ankles, forcing Zhu Ju, clad in sneakers, to shuffle and shake his feet as he walked. The wind chime in his backpack seemed quite animated, wriggling incessantly, eager to break free. I can let you out, but do not run amok. Grasping the nape of the wind chime, he released it to frolic in the woods. As a lynx, its affinity for the wilderness was instinctual. Its fluffy gray fur soon blended with the scattered grasses and the snow, and fortunately, its 3 tails kept waving, allowing Zhu Ju to track its movements. The Public Security Bureau officers nearby undoubtedly witnessed this scene, the 3 tails of the bobcat. It was impossible to remain inconspicuous. Enough staring. It is permitted by the Public Security Bureau, so do not covet it. Hurry and start moving the equipment. Qin Shengren exhaled a puff of white breath. The 2 vans' trunks were filled with large, dark green boxes, clearly heavy. Of course, they would not each carry a box. What he meant by moving things was to remove one particularly unique silver-gray box from the vehicle. Inside was a transport robot, a simple construct with 4 mechanical legs, a foldable steel plate, and 2 mechanical arms, designed to stack all the boxes and advance under control. Qin Shengren, if my memory serves me right, the 3-tailed bobcat is from Fangdo Mountain, correct? Yes. The creature from Fangdo Mountain was also eliminated by him. We merely came to collect the remnants. By himself? Isn't he a primary informant? Did I mishear? Not many within the Public Security Bureau were familiar with Zhu Ju, and the act of scavenging was not something to boast about. You heard correctly. You may find it hard to believe, but he was not even a tertiary informant 2 weeks ago. Chu Yun, you are an inspector. You should understand what this implies better than I. Indeed. The girl named Chu Yun was a tertiary inspector at the Public Security Bureau, merely 25 years old, a true elite. He must possess secrets. Have you not investigated him? She still remembered the previous events. It yields no results. His prior information is almost blank, and the only verifiable detail is his family background. A resident of the old Eastern District, of little relevance. The Public Security Bureau would naturally seek to probe into such individuals. but it was evident that Zhu Ju had no discernible information. What can one expect from someone who was a madman just 2 weeks ago? At that time, Zhu Ju was influenced by the bear monster, essentially one of the mutants. If he were to deliberately undertake any actions, it would undoubtedly not bode well. Qin Shengren did not consider this angle. After all, if Zhu Ju had committed illegal acts, collaborating with the government now would be tantamount to courting death. Zhu Ju, having lost all memories of his former self, was equally incapable of contemplating this matter. But how did he acquire such strength? Something must have transpired in these past 2 weeks. Chu Yin, that is enough. Listen to me. Do not investigate him. Qin Shengren interrupted Chu Yun, glancing at Zhu Ju, who was amusing the wind chime with a stick. Why? When the topic of surrendering the wind chime arose at the dinner table, Zhu Ju had put down his chopsticks, and from his gaze, Qin Shengren perceived a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 82, Striking the Elder Brother. Provoking the younger brother as the distance to the lake diminished, the atmosphere within the group grew increasingly tense. Bare branches, burdened by the weight of accumulated snow, snapped and fell to the forest floor with a muted thud, drawing the anxious gazes of all present. Several first-level investigators had donned their mental protection devices early, fearing the sudden emergence of a creature. Navigating through a densely wooded area, the lake became vaguely visible ahead. The remaining personnel from the Public Security Bureau each retrieved their mental protection devices, and Zhu Ju similarly extracted the device he had obtained from Wu Tong, though he did not don it immediately. Instead, he approached Qin Shengren and gently patted his shoulder. The lake ahead is the hideout of the deep diver. You should be able to see it. Whether you can extract it from within is your responsibility, and I trust one need not accompany you any further. Zhu Ju was merely acting as a guide this time, having no intention of participating in the capture. Had it not been for his desire to witness the combat prowess of such a primordial entity firsthand, he would have departed after leading them here. No need for that. We have no intention of getting too close. You may find a place to hide, and try not to interfere with our operations. The equipment they carried was not readily deployable. Some required time to set up. This operation was akin to battling a boss. Recklessly engaging the creature would only invite trouble. Various buffs and traps needed to be established beforehand. Zhu Ju scanned the surroundings and found a sturdy tree nearby, marking it as a point of reference. He sent the Qingniao soaring high, seeking a vantage point overlooking the lake. Then shut off the visual interface and approached the Public Security Bureau team to observe their trap setup. He remained intrigued by their methods of capturing the deep diver, knowing full well that this would involve live capture, and that surrender was not an option for such primordial monsters. The Public Security Bureau had a dedicated pharmacology division, and they had commissioned the creation of a highly concentrated sedative. Just a few drops would render even an adult elephant unconscious. Combined with the mechanical gun stations and magnetic binding nets, the plan was to resolve the situation within minutes, provided everything went smoothly. Qin Shengren welcomed Zhu Ju's presence and took a moment to share the plan, knowing the deep diver would not overhear. The Bureau's strategy involved luring the deep diver out from the depths of the lake, as they could not simply plunge into the water to confront it. Once it was drawn to a certain position, a magnetic net capable of covering a 5-meter radius and automatically locating its target would be deployed from prearranged launchers, restricting the creature's movements and incapacitating it with electric currents. Following this, the machine gun stations would inject the sedative into the deep diver. If all went according to plan, the operation would conclude swiftly. The entire plan seemed remarkably straightforward. When dealing with such monsters, overly intricate strategies could lead to unforeseen complications. Simplicity was key. From the sound of it, it seems the others are unnecessary. Zhu Ju mused, feeling that the plan could be executed by a single individual. What I described was the ideal scenario. In practice, unexpected developments may arise. If the deep diver were to deviate from its intended path, say, abandoning the chase or redirecting its focus elsewhere, additional personnel would be required to make adjustments and ensure the plan's success. The Bureau had engaged with such creatures multiple times and was well aware of the need for vigilance in these matters. After hearing all of this, I feel compelled to applaud you. I wish you swift success. I shall await your call once you have captured the creature. As the preparations around them neared completion, Zhu Ju wisely retreated to the tree he had marked earlier, skillfully climbing onto a branch and shaking off the snow. Perching high to observe the collaboration of the Public Security Bureau, he donned his hood, hanging his backpack and weapon pouch from a nearby branch. Shortly, I will accelerate to my maximum speed and charge past the designated point. Be vigilant for the deep diver behind us, Gowan declared, removing his outer coat to reveal a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated his muscular physique. As a second-level executor, he was the strongest in close combat. Aside from the figure perched in the tree, he opened a box in front of him and retrieved a mechanical helmet, connecting it via a black circular data line to the electronic brain interface. The once dull visor transitioned to a gradient of orange hues. Muscle charging mode. The black combat suit, which previously resembled thermal underwear, rapidly expanded, emphasizing the muscle patterns as energy coursed through him. His already formidable physique grew even larger, resembling not so much inflation as the addition of a unique armor. Impressive. Juju marveled at the sight of such a combat suit for the first time. As everyone lay in ambush around the traps, Juju suppressed his presence, activating the aerial perspective of the Qingyao. Gowan approached the lake's edge, holding 2 explosives, with 3 firearms, 2 short and 1 long, secured at his waist and back. Gazing at the ice-covered surface of the lake, all signs of life had vanished. His companions had concealed themselves, maintaining complete silence, and the stillness heightened his own tension. He raised his weapon and aimed at the layer of ice 20 meters ahead, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Boom, boom, boom. 3 small projectiles exploded upon the lake's surface, sending shockwaves rippling across, causing the ice to buckle and crack, swiftly creating a 10-meter-wide opening in the water. Gowan stood firm, scanning the lake's surface with his gaze. Not enough. From several dozen meters away, Juju observed the aerial imagery through the Qingyao. Sensing no strong reactions from the creature, it likely remained at the lake's bottom. Could the deep diver be hibernating? On the other side, Gowan realized that the previous disturbance had not been sufficient to rouse the creature. He retrieved 2 mechanical bombs resembling discs and hurled them into the newly formed ice hole, watching them sink into the depths of the water, his left hand gripping the detonation device. After approximately 10 seconds, ensuring the bombs had descended to a sufficient depth, he pressed the red button. A muted explosion erupted beneath the lake, followed by 2 massive columns of water shooting several meters into the air, the resultant shockwave further expanding the previously opened ice. Surely that will coax it out. Here it comes, Juju murmured to himself, his senses heightened as he observed Gowan's top posture. The thermal imaging within his visor detected the sudden emergence of a colossal creature beneath the surface of the lake. A head encased in grayish-green scales broke the surface, its dorsal fins undulating, water droplets cascading down. 2 pale eyes locked onto Gowan, and thick white mist exhaled between its sharp fangs. Its body was hunched, with powerful claws partially submerged in the water. Come forth, my dear. With unwavering aim, he unleashed a rapid 3-round burst, the projectiles trailing flames as they sped towards the deep diver's primordial form. The creature's webbed claws rose to intercept the oncoming projectiles, creating a violent explosion before it. As the massive form surged swiftly towards Gowan, skimming the lake's surface. With the threat now at the forefront, evasion was no longer a feasible option. Moreover, for it, the concept of escape was non-existent. Gowan had long been prepared, swiftly turning towards the trap, following a pre-established route. Having cleared the obstacles along the way during his earlier passage, the deep diver surfaced, its speed slightly diminished compared to its movement underwater. Yet it remained a terrifying velocity for the majority. This speed fell short of the original form of the Ratman by approximately 40%. As he created a document on the screen, his fingers pressed against the virtual keyboard, Juju observed the 2 figures drawing closer. The speed of the deep diver's original form could not match that of the Ratman's, but for most, it was still a formidable pace. At least, Gowan, enhanced by specialized combat gear, could not outpace it. Juju introspected, realizing his own speed was also inferior to that of the deep diver. Despite having gained some agility from the Ratman's flesh, as consuming it did not equate to possessing all of its swiftness. Gowan was acutely aware of the approaching creature, a scenario he anticipated. He needed to maintain a pace that allowed his pursuer to keep up. If he managed to completely distance himself from the outset, there was a risk the deep diver would abandon the chase, resulting in the utter failure of his baiting strategy. The trap set by the Public Security Bureau lay merely a few dozen meters from the lake's surface, and it would take mere seconds to reach the target location. Crossing the illuminated markings on the ground, the beeping resonated in his ears. Ahead, 3 dark hatches opened in the snowy expanse. Fueled by momentum, Gowan leaped, evading the expansive magnetic nets. In contrast, the deep diver, now close behind, was ensnared by the heavy metal nets connected at the ends before it could react. The device activated. Vera issued the command, and the individual nearby pressed the activation button for the magnetic net. Several heavy metal spheres instantaneously generated formidable magnetic forces, colliding and attracting one another, causing the specially crafted net to contract, effectively binding the deep diver in place. An electrical current surged through the grids, stimulating every part of the deep diver's body, while a small machine gun platform on the other side opened fire, injecting numerous tranquilizer darts into the creature's body. Soon, its struggles began to wane, clearly under the influence of the sedative. The plan succeeded. In this era, human technology proved to hold significant sway. Whether in aiding Gao 1 to evade the deep diver in a short span with specialized combat gear, or in employing the unique magnetic nets capable of immobilizing even a rhinoceros. It was evident that, with ample preparation time, even a monstrous entity like the deep diver could not evade the coordinated actions of these devices, rendering it helpless. Juju watched as the deep diver gradually succumbed to slumber. The entire process unfolded in under 5 minutes. However, this brevity did not imply simplicity, for the tools utilized were likely the result of years of experimental testing and substantial financial investment. Should they yield no results, it would indeed be a farce. As he prepared to secure the footage captured by the blue bird, Juju reached for his backpack and weapon case, ready to descend from the tree. When he inadvertently glimpsed the footage, his motion halted. Had the image not stuttered, he would have seen several grotesque heads resembling that of the deep diver surfacing on the lake hay. Behind you, there's more. Donald, perched in the tree, shouted to the Public Security Bureau team as they jovially prepared to clear the scene. What are you saying? Qin Chengren gazed at Juju with confusion, momentarily unable to grasp the implication of his words. Deep divers. At that moment, Chu Yun, facing the lake, also observed the heads emerging, sending a chill down her spine. They were rapidly approaching the surface. This was indeed a breach into another S-layer. How had so many gone unnoticed on his previous visit? These creatures were not original forms. Juju had intended to pack up and retreat, but upon witnessing the smaller size of these deep divers compared to the previous one, he realized the distinction, mutants versus original forms. Such a distinction was monumental. Chapter 83. Partners of Justice. It has long been established that the progenitor can exert control over its mutants, a fact that Juju witnessed firsthand in the sewers. There is a reason Juju frequently encounters deep divers among the mutants near the Old Eastern District. If there is mental pollution in the vicinity of such progenitors, the likelihood of mutations into deep divers is evidently greater than that from other sources of mental contamination. The last time he encountered a deep diver progenitor was half a month ago, and it is not surprising that it has been manipulating several mutants through mental pollution during this interval. The Public Security Bureau's team faces 6 deep diver mutants, with a secondary inspector and an executive officer each confronting one, while the remaining 4 are besieged by the other 10 members. The strength of the deep diver mutants is not particularly formidable, at least in Juju's estimation. Their power pales in comparison to Bayaki. Their speed does not match that of the man-faced rat, and they lack the intelligence and flight capabilities of the nightmare. Overall, they exhibit a balanced development, which often equates to mediocrity, making them suitable as a standard for measuring combat prowess. Under these circumstances, Juju finally gained insight into the combat capabilities of the Public Security Bureau personnel, allowing for a point of reference for comparison. A first-level investigator cannot contend with a deep diver mutant alone. At least the individuals before Juju cannot. In one-on-one encounters, they cannot defeat these monsters. Yet they can form an effective suppression in 2-on-1 situations. Thus, 1 deep diver mutant is roughly equivalent to 3-to-1. 5 first-level investigators. Observing the battle between Qin Chengren and Chu Yun, both employed ability serums. The former's palms had transformed 3 fingers into sharp claws, with a layer of brownish-yellow scales adorning his arms, making him akin to a meat shield, seemingly matching the strength and physique of the deep diver mutants, enduring several collisions. The latter had discarded her coat at some point, revealing a rather thin black fitted shirt beneath. Clearly, she hailed from a wealthy family, sporting wings that Juju could not help but marvel at. This was the first time he realized that ability serums could bestow flight upon humans. Perhaps due to Chu Yun's petite stature, her wings appeared particularly large, lifting her into the air, where she wielded a heavy sniper rifle, deftly maneuvering through the forest. playfully suppressing the deep diver mutants that attempted to leap and attack her. Seeing that the deep diver mutants were effectively subdued, Juju felt it was time to join the fray. It was neither the time nor place for hesitation. The deep diver progenitor was a promised target for the Public Security Bureau, so he would not interfere. However, these mutants had appeared unexpectedly, and he believed that those who witnessed should share in the spoils. With his weapon raised, he drew his blade and scanned the battlefield, selecting the most challenging encounter, where two first-level investigators seemed to falter due to one tripping over a root. "Do not worry, friends. I am here to assist," he exclaimed, sprinting forward. With his left hand, he pulled the fallen investigator back, while the claws that should have struck him embedded into the earth beneath the snow, carving out several lines. "Thank you." The investigator had yet to finish his gratitude when he found himself airborne, landing several meters away in the snow. "No need for thanks. You appear injured. It would be wise to rest aside." The deep diver mutant, unfazed by the change of opponent, charged again, its right arm angling upward to strike at Juju's head. Yet, as the claws approached, Juju leapt, flipping in the air, delivering a kick that connected with the deep diver mutant's neck, sending it crashing into the snow without hesitation. To rise again was now a futile hope. With a swift stroke of his blade, the creature was dispatched. "My friend, you seem weary. Why not sit and rest while keeping an eye on my spoils?" Another first-level investigator, witnessing the demise of the monster they faced, attempted to assist elsewhere, only to be restrained by Juju's grip on his shoulder. "I am not tired. If I say you are tired, then you are tired. Do not move. Rest well." With a sudden increase in pressure, Juju forced him down. Reminiscent of a domineering CEO with a timid counterpart, albeit in this instance, it was two grown men. The so-called CEO was now solely focused on the surrounding prey. Meanwhile, Chu Yun's rifle occasionally spat fire, each bullet striking the deep diver mutants, which had previously been agile, now reduced to a mere jog. She knelt in the snow, one knee down, beads of sweat on her brow from exertion. Raising her weapon, she aimed at a mutant's head just a few meters away, her finger poised on the trigger, when suddenly, the target vanished from her sight. It transformed into that insufferable fellow. "Do not worry. I am here as your valiant partner." The targeted mutant lay several meters away in the snow, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. As Juju had sprinted with all his might to intercept and break its neck before she could fire. "Hey, you." She had been on the verge of dispatching the creature herself, only for him to intervene. "I know what you wish to say. No need for thanks. This is merely my duty." Juju understood her intentions and was unwilling to grant her that opportunity, turning to charge towards another battlefield. Ultimately, thanks to the assistance of the enthusiastic citizen, Mr. Zhu, the battle concluded unexpectedly swiftly, with only 3 investigators sustaining minor injuries. "What are you doing?" Qin Shengren inquired, observing Juju busily tending to the heads of the 3 deep diver corpses. "Processing my spoils. By the way, do you want these 3 corpses? I can offer you a discount, considering your contribution." With deftness, he placed the freshly extracted meat strips into a box and approached another corpse. "This was originally taken from me. I was but a shot away from—" "Oh, officer, why are you being so unreasonable? I just helped you, and now I am merely seeking a small reward. Is that excessive? What use do you have for these corpses? That small credit. I will ensure you receive a commission afterward. Is this enough?" Juju leaned towards Chu Yun, nudging her shoulder, then shifted to gesture a 5 with his hand, implying 50,000. In his estimation, the body of that mutant was worth at least 200,000. A 15,000 discount seemed fair, allowing him to pocket 100,000. Since the deep diver mutant had indeed been his quarry, he was willing to compensate. The police had merely contributed a token effort, far less substantial than his tangible gain. What do you mean? Are you not satisfied with this offer? How about a 50-50 split? Will that suffice?" What do you mean? This is excessive. A 50-50 split is unacceptable. Wait, do you not earn 70,000 Federation dollars a month? Go to hell." She raised her weapon, aiming at Juju, but he had already evaded, positioning himself behind her. "Qin Shengren, why do you not counsel your friend? This is a substantial sum, 70,000. That could buy 100 meals of barbecued meat. Before my very eyes, you attempted to bribe the police officers from the Public Security Bureau, which is rather inappropriate. Don't you think? I heard everything, and you even wished for my assistance in your bribery, Chu Yun. Perhaps you should just accept it? For those officers who have long been on the front lines, such occurrences are all too common. When they apprehend wanted criminals, Any cash found on them naturally becomes theirs. This has become a customary practice among government employees. According to the regulations, individuals from the Public Security Bureau are not permitted to engage in such activities. Everything must be handed over. However, in practice, the Bureau often turns a blind eye. When their lives are at stake, it is only reasonable to provide some form of compensation. Otherwise, anyone would be inclined to slack off. You may have the bodies, but you must first tell me what you were digging for just now. Qin Chengren spoke, clearly indicating a desire to show some favor. Chu Yun was not about to jeopardize her relationship with colleagues over such an unspoken matter. Casting a glance at the corpse on the ground, she inquired, "Digging? I merely intended to ensure the demise of these monsters, to shatter their skulls, thus confirming their death. It is my habit, if you don't mind. I wish to do the same to those few deep divers' corpses." At the lakeside, Zhu Ju washed the blood from his blade, deliberately turning his back to the others while he carved the strips of flesh, not wanting them to witness his every action. "You need not trouble yourself with that. We shall handle it ourselves shortly." Qin Chengren, gradually regaining his composure, halted Zhu Ju's advance. "Very well, may I take my leave now? When shall I receive my payment?" Zhu Ju understood that they would likely not believe his words, yet even if they did not, what could they do? As long as he remained silent, could they truly detain him and subject him to torture? In any case, this mission had been a resounding success. Not only had they captured a living deep diver specimen, but they also acquired 6 mutated deep divers, a significant achievement indeed. "All right, then, farewell. I relish this collaboration, and should any lucrative discoveries arise in the future, I shall seek you out again." Did you observe his combat techniques clearly? Once the individuals had distanced themselves, Vera Boki turned her gaze to the 2 first-level investigators who had initially been saved by Zhu Ju. Logically, they should have seen everything, yet they did not comprehend. "What do you mean?" Lighting a cigarette, her emerald eyes fell upon the investigators, who instinctively straightened their posture and aligned their feet. "Reporting, sir. I did not detect any signs of ability serum usage from him. His combat against the deep divers likely relied on some form of specialized mechanical prosthesis. The use of ability serums often manifests in external signs, yet Zhu Ju maintained a consistently lean human form throughout. He hardly appeared to be a user of such serums. His strength is formidable, and his movements remarkably swift. I distinctly saw him initiate his attack a moment after the deep diver, yet his leg struck the creature's neck first. Not only did he strike after, but he also managed to topple the deep diver with a single kick. These monsters beneath his control, they resembled bundles of federal currency awaiting his collection. Nearby, Galwan, who was operating a mechanical arm to secure the deep diver specimen in a prepared capture device, conjured an apt metaphor. Mechanical prosthesis, what caliber of prosthesis could achieve such feats? Grade B? Grade A? The costs run into the hundreds of thousands, even millions. Not to mention the subsequent maintenance and enhancement expenses. Do you believe he could afford such a sum? If he were indeed outfitted with mechanical limbs, would he dare to kill someone from the Yuanfan mechanical group? Would he not fear them sabotaging his prosthetics during repairs or upgrades? Exhaling smoke rings from her crimson lips. Vera did not subscribe to the notion of a specialized mechanical prosthesis. Should we send someone to investigate him? Chu Yun remained preoccupied with the matter. Chengren, since you have already interacted with him, you will be responsible for communication moving forward. Keep a close watch on his movements without my explicit consent. No one is to delve into his affairs. This individual's hidden prowess should not be underestimated. It likely rivals my own and Gao Wen's. Given that he poses no threat to public safety and is willing to collaborate with us, we have no justification to jeopardize this relationship, particularly you, Xiao Yun. She playfully pinched Chu Yun's cheek, well aware of her subordinate's nature. If she did not caution her, she would undoubtedly attempt to investigate clandestinely, potentially stirring up trouble. Her combat abilities were indeed exceptional, yet her straightforward disposition often led to errant judgment. This was not to imply she was lacking in intellect. Her admission into the Public Security Bureau with commendable results and her rise to the rank of third-level inspector attested to her intelligence. Rather, at times, her judgments did not align with the prevailing trends of the current era. And in this prevailing climate, the majority often favored those disconnected from justice and fairness. Chapter 84. No room for error. Report to the commander. The mission has been successfully completed. We have successfully captured the original entity of the deep diver, and it is currently being transported to the Public Security Bureau. Understood. Vera Bosch, the leader of this operation, naturally handled the communication with her superior. After reporting the progress of the mission, a new command relayed through her earpiece caused her to instinctively furrow her brow. She absently rubbed an antique metal lighter, intricately engraved with a delicate rose. After a moment of silence, she addressed Qin Chungrun, who was driving ahead. Chungrun, reroute to Pausen Gold Street on 2nd Avenue in the Central District. An instinctive unease stirred within Qin Chungrun, sensing something amiss. The other occupants in the vehicle turned their gazes toward Vera Bosch. This operation was pivotal for the careers of everyone present, and none could afford to be indifferent. I don't know. Inspector Dong said he would be waiting for us there. Once we arrive, he will continue with the escort. What? The first-class inspector personally escorting the deep diver's original entity? That is unprecedented. In fact, capturing the original entity itself was a first in Yecheng. We have half an hour until we reach the Public Security Bureau. After reporting, we can deliver the cargo to the Research Institute via 5th Avenue in just an hour. However, Pausen Gold Street is an hour away in the opposite direction from the Bureau. Gao Wen had served at the Public Security Bureau for 5 years. Despite his rough demeanor, he was well acquainted with the streets of Yecheng. After a quick mental calculation, he concluded that even if Inspector Dong were to personally escort the entity, it should have been done at the Public Security Bureau. You ask me? Who should I ask? Why not contact Inspector Dong for clarification? Despite his doubts, Gao Wen could not bring himself to contact Inspector Dong. On one hand, it was against protocol, as the orders were clear. 2nd Avenue, Pausen Gold Street. Understood, Commander. It's as simple as that. Thus, in the end, even though a few harbored their own thoughts, no one dared defy Inspector Dong's orders, unless they wished to jeopardize their positions at the Public Security Bureau. In fact, even if someone wanted to resign, others would intervene to prevent such actions, seeking to avoid shared responsibility. Consequently, the atmosphere in the vehicle grew increasingly oppressive. An hour later, they arrived at Pausen Gold Street. One could easily discern that Inspector Dong was in high spirits. Report to the commander, the mission has been successfully completed. With Vera Bosch at the helm, Gao Wen stood beside her, saluting along with the others behind them. Being outdoors, they intentionally avoided certain sensitive terminologies, such as psychic contamination source and deep diver. Having ascended to the rank of first-class inspector, Dong Faping understood while the folly of selfishness to monopolize good fortune would tarnish one's character. Those beneath him toiled diligently, and it was only right to share some of his considerable gains with them. His actions also carried a deeper implication. There were 12 individuals involved in this operation, and when he announced a bonus of 100,000, it was evident that he intended to distribute it equally among all. This amounted to a total of 1,200,000. The Public Security Bureau would never disburse such a large sum all at once, and if they did, it certainly would not be announced by him, making it clear that he was personally footing the bill. The question then arose, where did this first-class inspector, earning an annual salary of 800,000, acquire 120,000? Was it saved through frugality? Nonsense. Anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize that this was a veiled hint. The ostensibly neutral Inspector Dong had effectively vanished with the arrival of this live deep diver's original entity. Yet, Qin Chungren and his colleagues could only watch, powerless to act. Ultimately, Dong Faping never articulated the matter directly, but cleverly conveyed it through subtlety. This was his cleverness. By withholding outright statements, he left room for maneuverability, both for Qin Chungren and for himself. At that moment, should anyone have dared suggest that the first-class inspector had a duty to maintain public order rather than collude with corporate interests, it would have been tantamount to courting disaster. Such boldness would likely lead to accusations of defaming a superior, possibly resulting in reassignment to the old town or outskirts. Rising, he circumvented the group and entered the vehicle containing the deep diver's original entity, departing without a backward glance. Among those left behind, some wore expressions of delight, driven solely by ambition for merit and wealth, such as the few investigators present. Others clenched their fists, brows furrowed in anger, feeling a sense of betrayal, like Qin Chungren and Xu Yun. Still, some wore impassive faces, turning away without a word, accustomed to the ways of the world, such as Vera Bosch. Commander, this matter is. Qin Chungren stepped in front of Vera Bosch, unable to accept her use of government resources for personal gain. I recall this information was reported by you. Did Inspector Dong not instruct you not to disclose it to others? Yes. He said it was to avoid being discovered by Yuanfan Machinery. Then it must be Luo Hua Pharmaceutical. But it doesn't matter. The original entity is resolved. The bonus and accolades are intact, and we can pretend this incident never occurred. They were merely subordinates, Since the benefits were secured, such matters were beyond their concern. No. I want silence. I care not what you wish to do. Do not involve me. Vera Bosch's tone turned icy as she glanced at Qin Chengren, vaguely recalling that he had only recently joined the Public Security Bureau. Was this why he harbored such fervor? Do as you wish. I will not obstruct you, nor will I inquire. But do not attempt to drag me into this. Otherwise, do not blame me for taking action. With that terse warning, Vera Bosch continued on her way and soon vanished around a corner. While her words seemed to deter Qin Chengren, a closer examination revealed a different implication. As long as he kept her out of it, she would refrain from reporting him. As the second in command of this team, Vera Bosch held the power to restrain Qin Chengren's actions, yet she chose to distance herself, effectively granting tacit approval. Receiving this response, Qin Chengren feigned disappointment and turned away. He jogged through an alley, emerging onto another street, simultaneously consulting the map of Yecheng's central district on his order wristwatch. In Yecheng, only 3 entities possessed the capability to conduct experiments with the Deep Diver's original entity: the Yecheng Federal Academy of Sciences, Yuanfan Machinery Group, and Luo Hua Pharmaceutical Company. As Vera Bosch had indicated, Dong Feiping deliberately concealed this matter from the other first-class inspectors and now diverted the vehicle from the Public Security Bureau, clearly not intending to deliver it to the Yecheng Federal Academy of Sciences. This meant he neither planned to hand the original entity over to Yuanfan Machinery Group nor to the Federal Academy. There was but one option left: Luo Hua Pharmaceutical. The Research Institute of Luo Hua Pharmaceutical was not difficult to locate, as the Public Security Bureau marked such special facilities distinctly. In fact, they had no intention of hiding, as it was a legally established facility. Hailing a taxi on the street, Qin Chengren commandeered it as a third-class executive officer of the Public Security Bureau, urging the driver to accelerate toward the destination. With both hands gripping the steering wheel, Qin Chengren wore a dark expression, acutely aware that he had been used. He was not one to invite trouble. All he sought was to fulfill his responsibilities to protect this city. However, the deceit inflicted upon him by the other party, who commanded these public officials under the guise of the Public Security Bureau for personal gain, is beyond question. He could not convince himself to feign ignorance. He had taken on the role of an executor not to become a mere instrument for others. This is a matter of principle. With this thought, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the speed surged once more. The exhaust fumes billowed upwards from the tailpipe. The snowy landscape of the city center was not as picturesque as he had imagined. Chapter 85. The mutated environment in the southern region of Anqing Prefecture. Particularly in areas like Simo and Guangqing, environmental mutations have emerged. The federal government has dispatched specialized research teams to investigate the local ecological conditions. What I currently possess are strawberries harvested from orchards in the Guangqing area, which, as you can observe, have grown nearly tenfold in size compared to their original form. The female reporter in the video holds a red strawberry the size of a grapefruit, while behind her, a convoy adorned with the federal government's flag passes along the road, accompanied by plants that appear to have been drenched in high concentrations of growth hormones overnight, now exhibiting an unreasonable growth rate. Are the local farmers ecstatic? One such strawberry is worth 10 of the usual size. Wudong, having just finished handling some emails, holds a bowl of washed strawberries. Glancing at the exaggerated specimen on the screen, then down at the one in her hand, realizing they are not even in the same league. These news briefs were recently discovered by He Yi, who, as a diligent information gatherer for the Oddity Studio, surpasses both Zhu Ju and Wutong in her industriousness. It's not that simple. Take a look at this. The video appears to have been filmed late at night, lasting only 2 minutes, yet the clarity is relatively decent, considering the challenges of capturing a blurred image in this digital age. Within it, a meteor radiating a mesmerizing glow descends from the sky. What does this mean? How is it related to the video we just watched? Wudong inquires, gazing at the replay of the footage in confusion. Pausing the video, she magnifies the image repeatedly. Although the unknown luminous entity emits a spectrum of colors, upon closer inspection, it lacks the vividness one might expect, instead presenting a murky blend reminiscent of a spilled paint palette. The news only reports a fraction of the local circumstances. In truth, I have senior colleagues working in media over there, and they inform me that the impact extends beyond plants. Certain animals are exhibiting abnormal behaviors as well, such as unexpected mutations in insect larvae. Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? This time, a series of separate images appeared. Just as the explanation was halfway through, Li Qinglian noticed a slender-faced young man entering, carrying a backpack and a wooden box. His figure seemed somewhat familiar, prompting her to instinctively ask. The newcomer paused, glancing at Wudong on the sofa before responding. You must be He. I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Hello, I'm Zhu Ju, also known as Sleepy 123. He placed his backpack on a low table, and Feng Ling emerged from it, scurrying about the room. Zhu Ju then stepped forward, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Li Qinglian. What are you discussing? After the introductions, Zhu Ju appeared at ease. Scooping up Feng Ling, who was teasing a piece of jerky on the low table, while simultaneously feeding it, he turned his gaze to the two. Of course, we are deliberating on the destination of the third video. By the way, have I mentioned that a media outlet wishes to interview us? Interview? You didn't agree, did you? Opening a bottle of beverage, he looked at Wutong with surprise, as he had never anticipated such media exposure. Of course not. It's merely a small media studio from Yecheng seeking to ride our coattails. If we were to accept the interview, who knows how they might portray us. So, I casually concocted an excuse to decline. Currently, the Oddity Studio has garnered a modest amount of attention due to 2 videos, prompting many inquiries about its origins. The content is not only realistic and innovative, but the individuals who filmed it have managed to execute numerous actions using specialized equipment, let alone their remarkable special effects technology, which can convincingly mimic reality. However, there are only a few companies in the market specializing in special effects, and none have claimed responsibility, with several expressing that they too are investigating. Why is that mantis so large? Did the photo get enlarged? Hearing Wudong speak, Zhu Ju looked in surprise at the image of a green mantis perched on a branch, its size nearly matching his palm. It's a freshly taken photo, not enlarged. This mantis has mutated. Look at these news articles and short videos. I dare say this is undoubtedly a significant event. Speaking of which, why are there so many bizarre occurrences lately? Replaying the videos he previously viewed for Zhu Ju, the peculiar plants and insects appeared once more. Wutong reclined against the sofa, her mood inexplicably darkening despite the recent series of successes. After a moment, she added, the area involved this time is not like last time, where there was merely one mountain. The environmental mutation zone outlined in the photo has already spread over 1/5 of Anqing Prefecture and continues to expand. What will happen to the local inhabitants? If this change proves detrimental, they will be unable to continue living there. Setting aside these odd phenomena and focusing on the local residents, they are the most significant victims. The federal government has yet to announce any measures for the affected residents. Perhaps due to the lower density of plants and insects in urban areas, there have been no casualties reported thus far. Thus, they might think the situation is manageable, allowing them to evacuate the populace without urgency. He adeptly navigated her laptop, opening several web pages. After glancing at the displayed information, she stated, this matter cannot be utilized as material for us, at least not at present. Although I am keen to witness those watermelons the size of car tires, we still don't know what lurks in those areas. If the environment itself poses a threat, I certainly do not wish to recklessly venture in and meet an untimely demise. This is a regional environmental mutation, and it's bound to reach the entire Federation. Let us observe how it unfolds. From these news briefs, it is evident that the local conditions have deteriorated to a certain extent. Such widespread regional events cannot be concealed, considering that this area is home to hundreds of thousands of people. Speaking of which, Guangxing is not far from Yecheng. Will the environmental mutation extend to our region? Your concern mirrors that of many residents in Anqing Prefecture. You can glance at the current trending topics online. Environmental mutation has become the Federation's hottest topic. As of now, no similar incidents have been reported in other areas, and it remains uncertain how the situation will evolve. However, if there is any risk, I believe the government will respond accordingly. We certainly have ample buffer time, and presently, there are no reports of unexpected casualties. Upon hearing Heye's words, Zhu Ju pulled out his phone and opened a web page. Indeed, without needing to search, a deluge of news regarding the environmental mutation in Anqing Prefecture flooded his screen. It must be due to those large companies conducting experiments that have resulted in some material leak. Such incidents are not unprecedented. I can confidently say that within a week, someone will step forward to take the blame. That is a rational analysis. Plants grow larger after mutation. Insects grow larger after mutation. I have a rather immature thought. If we let those shorter individuals undergo mutation, might they not grow taller? Did the short ones provoke you? That is quite a unique idea. Damn it, Just when the winter greenhouse fruits are maturing, this happens. One of these is worth 10 of ours. And the price is even slightly lower. Can we still conduct business? That's the plight of fruit sellers. Certainly, there has been much discourse regarding the apocalypse, with various interpretations emerging. Some assert it to be divine retribution, while others suggest it is the Earth's self-restoration. A few have even resurrected ancient Maya prophecies, claiming that previous interpretations were flawed and that the true day of reckoning is imminent. Beneath such proclamations, there are those who solemnly agree. For now, it is not our place to intervene. If the end of the world is truly upon us, no preparations would suffice. I find myself unable to leave ye city for the time being, and I shall endeavor to uncover any unusual occurrences within its bounds. By the way, do you possess any insights on the matter of locating individuals? For Juju, rather than fretting over the potential apocalypse, it would be wiser to accumulate wealth to procure superior equipment or to locate Mawala and seize the gravel he possesses. Strengthen oneself. As for finding individuals, I regret to say that it is not my forte. My capabilities lie in researching information that has already been reported or circulated online. For missing persons, one might inquire with the Public Security Bureau, as they have access to surveillance footage across most of Yi City. Li Qinglian can leverage certain channels provided by the Academy to gather intelligence, but she cannot traverse the city like Wang Dong's informants, who uncover matters unknown to the average citizen. Could you keep an eye out for reports of murder cases in the outskirts of Yi City? The victims typically exhibit bodily mutilation and signs of being gnawed upon, with gravel remaining at the scene. I am in search of a fugitive named Mawala, whose bounty has reportedly reached 300,000. Should you assist me, I shall share the proceeds with you. A fugitive, Mawala, you still balance your duties as a government employee? Those in her profession naturally encounter a wider array of information than most, as government roles are not particularly clandestine. I only dabble occasionally, primarily because the remains of those creatures cannot simply be discarded. After filming, the footage is typically handed over to the government, allowing for an additional profit. As for the fugitive, he possesses something I require. Juju suddenly recalled that he seemed unaware of her employment, so he took the liberty to clarify, as they would be working together henceforth, and there was no need for further concealment. I see, I understand now. I can commence my investigation immediately. Such swiftness? Rising from the sofa, Juju approached Hiye's desk, observing her deft manipulation of the interface as she navigated several peculiar forum websites. The Yi City Outskirts Exchange Forum, the Yi City Horror Stories Forum, the Homicide Discussion Group. You have accounts on all of these, and your levels are remarkably high. Most forums currently have no entry requirements, making account creation a simple task. However, upon inspecting Hiye's profiles, all displayed elevated ranks, some adorned with golden borders, indicating forum administration. I began managing various accounts upon entering university, joining several high-traffic federal forums. Some required daily check-ins to elevate rank, while others depended on post-popularity, consuming considerable time. Fortunately, the results have been satisfactory. As my account levels rose, I could easily gain the trust of forum members, allowing discussions on the information I sought. Impressive. There's a share in it for you, and I have high hopes for you. Juju increasingly felt that enlisting this talented individual had been a most astute decision. As time passed, night descended,